Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 461, Quasi-Dreamer Adam. When Medici, in his flame giant form, raised the banner of divine fall, Bansi Island, separated by half of the northern continent and the Berserk Sea, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Abusive and frenzied roars, mixed with the clang of metal chains, shook the entire Bansi Island. The originally clear sky instantly darkened, and the River of Destiny, sparkling with jagged light, was torn open by an extremely dense, grayish-white mist, causing the cycle of destiny covering the entire sea to shatter. Thousands upon thousands of uncountable rotten heads flickered in and out of the mist, dragging their bone-white, long-tail-like spines, wandering over the mist-shrouded sea. The war mist, permeated with the smell of rust and mixed with a bit of grayish-white mist, did not continue to spread after breaking the cycle of destiny that bound this space, but it slowly permeated into the spirit world. Thanks to the Storm Church's blockade and the naval battles between Loen and Folsak, all ships avoided the waters near Bansi Island, so no direct disaster occurred for a time. In another nearby sea area, the turbulent surface of the sea was eerily smoothed. A beautiful lady in a plain, old-fashioned gray long dress stepped out from the flat sea without causing a single ripple. Her waterfall-like black hair was casually draped, and her blue eyes, more crystalline than gems, looked towards the world shrouded in mist in the distance. It was Judith, the leader of the Demoness sect, the godchild of the primordial Demoness, the Demoness of Grey. Feeling the immense power that seduced and stirred her divinity, this Demoness, who was closest to the primordial one, took a deep breath, lowered her eyes slightly, and prayed in a low voice. When she opened her eyes again, they had turned grayish-white, her casually draped black hair lifted, and black and white eyes grew from its top, looking at the mist once more. The feeling of seeing flowers through a fog disappeared. Her gaze swept past the spines and heads. In her black and white vision, with the grace of the primordial Demoness, the Demoness of Grey saw the phantom of a colossal city through some kind of barrier. Taut iron chains traversed it and extended downwards, inscribed with numerous bas-reliefs. Each incredibly ferocious, ghost-like face seemed to be imbued with life, peeking around, ready to devour anyone. The Demoness of Grey steadied her mind, reined in her consciousness, which was subtly drawn by the chains, and continued to sink, pulled by the grace of the primordial one, arriving at a staircase leading to an infinite height. A vast figure, seemingly formed by two colossal pythons entwined, quietly coiled at the end of the staircase. The iron-black chains with the ghost bas-reliefs pierced through its black and white scales, locking it to the staircase, yet still unable to obscure the blood-stained crimson throne at the end of the steps. As if sensing the Demoness of Grey's gaze, this behemoth slowly raised its triune head. The indifferent face on the rightmost, female human head finally curved into a stiff smile, and prism-like light surged forth. Primordial One. Unconsciously murmuring, the Demoness of Grey's body trembled slightly. The face, almost identical to the deity she believed in, continuously magnified in her pupils until the scene transmitted by her consciousness was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and completely collapsed. With a muffled groan, the Demoness of Grey's eyes burst open, and ink-black blood dripped from her eye sockets onto the sea, but it did not diffuse or lighten. Instead, it transformed into a crimson mirror. Having some expectation of her own condition, the Demoness of Grey's expression was quite calm. As a mirror person created by her main body after a long period of receiving the primordial one's grace, she had understood and accepted her destiny since her birth. She did not hesitate and leaped into the blood mirror. Although the power she encountered in the illusory city was related to the primordial one, this did not mean that such high-level pollution could be ignored. Although her main body could escape pollution through death and revive herself through the sleeping mirror, that would waste too much time and affect the Demoness sect's cooperation with George III. In the deepest part of the mirror world, on an altar made of grayish-white stones, stood a colossal statue of the primordial Demoness, seemingly made of bone. The true Demoness of Grey came to the side of the altar and watched indifferently the scene before her, composed of shattered mirror fragments. The unrestrained flame giant waved a blood-stained banner with scorch marks, forcefully tearing apart the scroll of civilization formed by a faint clear light in the most brutal manner, and vanished without a trace amidst hearty laughter. This shouldn't be a true containment of a uniqueness. How did Medici achieve this? An incredulous, soft voice came from the mirror space below the altar. The Demoness of Grey's eyes moved. She glanced at the Demoness of Undying who had spoken and replied coldly. You will know when you are one step closer to the primordial one. Also, have you still not found the container that escaped the sect's control? The Demoness of Orange, who had spoken earlier, immediately fell silent. The Grade Zero sealed artifact she controlled came from the Tamara family and corresponded to the door pathway's angel characteristic. Before the angel within the sect fell, she probably had no chance to be one step closer to the primordial one. At this moment, she could only bite the bullet and reply. Trissy has been out of contact since the end of the Great Smog. Although it's certain she's in Backlund, I've tried many methods, but haven't had any practical results. Glancing at the other Demoness sect high-ranking members around her who were aloof and unconcerned, the Demoness of Orange gritted her teeth and added, "That traitor must have received the blessing of the night." The Demoness of Grey withdrew her extremely oppressive gaze and spoke indifferently. "The medium left by the Primordial One before its slumber, which allows for a brief divine descent, must be recovered as soon as possible. The frequency of the Primordial One's awakening is increasing, and no mistakes can occur at this critical moment. Zeradal of the Hermit Order has already reached a cooperation agreement with the Loen royal family. With the help of an attendant of mysteries, as long as the container is still in Backlund, finding it is only a matter of time. In exchange, our Demoness sect will be responsible for one of George III's mausoleums. As for Medici, since Adam is behind him, we don't need to worry about him for now. However, forcefully mobilizing that power will cause him to suffer a backlash." Knowing that this task was unavoidable, the Demoness of Orange did not hesitate to accept it. The Grade 0 sealed artifact of the door pathway she controlled, combined with the Demoness' own mirror space, was indeed suitable for protecting the mausoleum. Moreover, if things truly became unmanageable, escaping to save her life would also be unhesitating. After the few high-ranking members of the Demoness sect left, the Demoness of Grey came behind the bone statue and watched her, mirror person, slowly dissolve in the churning blood pool. The prism-like light brought from the illusory city, having lost its carrier, instantly surged into the bone statue, making this special mirror world even more oppressive and terrifying. Chapter 462, The Strange Mage. Adam slightly raised his head, his pale gold vertical pupils becoming chaotic, reflecting the several murals closest to the luminous figure. A black flame, capable of covering half the sky, poured down like an indescribable monster. The ends of the black flame twisted and forked, as if countless pythons intertwined high above, their long tails gently swaying. Continuous stretches of deep purple flame surged from the shattered ground, rising to meet the sky. In this apocalyptic scene, the constantly imploding void swallowed everything. Between heaven and earth, only a massive altar remained, exposed after the collapse of the underground, constructed from countless corpses and skeletons. At the top of the corpse altar, Medici, clad in blood-stained black armor and his appearance even more monstrous and terrifyingly distorted, wore a bizarre smile on his face. The banner-like blood-colored mark between his eyebrows spread with black and red patterns, flowing towards his palm. In his hand, he held an iron-black metal pole, 2 to 3 meters tall. On the scorched flag hanging from the pole's top were numerous bloodstains, some dark red, some blackened, and patches of blood-soaked marks. Even as mere murals, the rich scent of blood and iron, and the almost tangible killing intent, instantly permeated the entire Leviheed. In the dark and profound mirror world, Medici, whose expression rarely changed, paused his steps. Before him, the void fluctuated, and 2 graceful figures appeared. The leading Demoness wore a long black gown, its hem winding and varied, with gems of different colors adorning it, symbolizing her essence. It was Mariska, the Saintess of Darkness. Behind her was another equally beautiful Demoness of Afflictions, her eyes tightly shut, only at sequence 5. "Respected Red Angel, this is the body prepared for you." Accompanied by a charming and magnetic voice, Mariska waved her hand, pushing the Demoness behind her towards Medici, while adding with a hint of helplessness. There was a slight change in the plan. The Primordial One's divine general vessel that was cultivated in Backlund can no longer be found. To fulfill the terms of our cooperation, we can only use her as a substitute. Medici curled his lips, feeling a certain change occurring in the second blasphemy slate that had merged with him. He scanned the Demoness of Afflictions, noticing an area on her lower abdomen that was distinct from the surrounding skin. The skin there was outlined with deep black patterns, forming an abstract portrait, or more accurately, the skin there had been replaced by another layer of something. A star-filled night sky was torn apart by python-like black tentacles, like the end of the world. A quietly burning, brilliant spark fell from the rift, hovering at the source of the tentacles. It was precisely that sealed artifact, a Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from the skin of the primordial Demoness, blended with a planeswalker characteristic. How generous, Medici muttered sarcastically, then without hesitation, he possessed the Demoness of Afflictions. The quietly burning, brilliant spark in her lower abdomen suddenly expanded, and with this body, he instantly vanished. An indescribable darkness swept over. Vaguely, Medici seemed to see a scorched flag covered in dangerous bloodstains, and beneath the flag, blood-soaked ground with countless severed arms and limbs. The strong smell of blood and rust seemed to awaken some memory. Medici's mind flashed with countless heads, each dragging a blood-stained, bone-white spine, swirling in midair. They were densely packed, thousands of them, their gazes all fixed on him, like a grand and bloody sacrifice. The low and dense rumbling of thunder gradually ceased. The lightning storm dissipated, and the dazzling light finally dimmed. Zangwill knelt on the broken deck, his body in its incomplete mythical creature form heavily wounded. His eyes were filled with blood, and he roared out with brutality and unwillingness. Damn it, so it was you, this is impossible. An ancient scepter, inlaid with various gems, pierced through the head of the renegade archbishop, bringing his voice to an abrupt halt. Strange patterns symbolizing divinity surged from Insangwil's body, swept across the surface of the sea god's scepter, and vanished into the profound pupil of Rusko's eye. Warm blood splattered on his face. Klein's expression was somewhat dazed as he looked at Dunsmith, who was equally battered from the lightning storm, having restrained Insangwil. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Inside the ship's cabin, Aaron withdrew his gaze from the distance. After confirming the departure of Amon and the Red Angel evil spirit, he finally looked at the atom opposite him, who was merely a figment of his imagination. The King of Angels, who had just acquired the last Sequence 1 characteristic, rose. His figure slowly dissipated, and his voice, gentle but devoid of any emotion, chanted. Under the spectator's witness, Klein Moretti completed a magnificent drama, directing a magical murder. Through this, he fully digested his potion and had surplus power to attempt advancement when this drama concluded. An unfamiliar voice entered his ears. With the complete digestion of the marionettist potion, Klein was startled. Before he could raise the sea god's scepter, Aaron's voice appeared in time, dispelling his impulse. Focus your mind and prepare to advance to Bizarro Sorcerer. As soon as the words fell, before Klein could react, the true soul form of the spirit world plunderer immediately flew out of Insangwil's collapsing body's underworld. Aaron threw out the transparent single eye, faintly glowing with a faint blue light, from his hand. Various Beyonder materials, guided by spirituality, quickly blended together and were directly poured into Klein's mouth. The cold potion brought waves of tingling sensations originating from his soul. Realizing what was happening, Klein only had time to curse silently in his heart before his spirit uncontrollably soared. As the tingling sensation reached its peak, the pain of his soul being segmented and stripped away little by little suddenly emerged, catching him off guard and engulfing his consciousness. In a daze, Klein seemed to directly see the gray fog, and the ancient, majestic palace above the gray fog. That mysterious space was gently trembling, and a brilliant light door, stained with a hint of dark green, shimmered within it. Seeing Klein transform into masses of worm, Dunn's expression changed drastically. Having experienced something similar, he knew this was a sign of divinity about to lose control. Before he could pray for help, a blood-stained eyeball, shrouded in grayish-white mist, flew out of the pile of worms. Its profound pupil carried a hint of agility. Under Dunn's incredulous gaze, the distorted Klein and the eyeball simultaneously vanished from their original spots, like a sketch erased by an eraser. No worries, the place he went to is very safe. Feeling the astral world, which had suddenly become turbulent due to the Sapphira Castle's anomaly, Aaron curled his lips. After reassuring Dunn, he glanced at Daly and the other two approaching, and his figure directly dissipated. Klein had already been concealed in Mist Town. All prying eyes that sensed the Sapphira Castle's anomaly would be blocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his hunting game with the God of Combat Church should also come to an end. Chapter 463, Snatch 0. On the outskirts of Sonia Island, Bernadette, who had transformed into a pure information entity, recondensed her form. The part of her consciousness eroded by pale death voluntarily peeled off and merged into the surrounding void, into the nearly formed nation of death. With Aaron's blessing and the enhancement from the alternate underworld within the nation of disorder, Bernadette had absorbed enough knowledge related to the authority of death, allowing her to fully unleash the power of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Her eyes, as blue as the clear ocean, narrowed slightly. Before Bernadette, an endless torrent of knowledge converged, and a figure quietly took shape. He wore rather ornate clothing, had long, slightly curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. It was Roselle Gustave, the Knowledge Emperor of Sequence 1 during the era of the Great Emperor. After advancing to Sequence 2 Sage, Bernadette's mystical reenactment ability had also sublimated. She could reenact a past scene, a Beyonder ability released by someone, or briefly reenact a person. Not far away, Nastor's body stiffened for a moment. Looking at the figure that only existed in his memory, the dark red light in his deep black eyes flickered slightly. Willosepton, wrapped in silver silk, muttered silently. His tender palm suddenly clenched, crushing the yesterday's recurrence charm in his hand. A giant snake of fate quietly appeared, leaping into the river of fate. Above the tributary corresponding to Sonia Island, it opened its mouth and bit its own tail, forming a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. This tributary of fate deviated, but under Willosepton's control, an illusory tributary covered it, briefly concealing this deviation of fate. At the same time, the nation of death, which had quietly permeated the entire Sonia Island, fully revealed itself. Its terrifying pressure broke through the concealment of wish power. Countless illusory symbols appeared in Roselle's eyes, making the entire illusory nation constructed by pale death even more terrifying, instantly plunging Sonia Island into deathly silence. Cavendish Lancer, who had consumed most of his power, took a deep breath. He borrowed enough wish power from his past self and, with a devout expression, spoke. I hope my summoning succeeds. The low voice, accompanied by the wish power of an angel's rank, dissipated like a flood. Cavendish Lancer's body became increasingly ethereal, and his trembling arm pulled a figure from the surging historical fog. With brass-colored hair and golden eyes revealing endless majesty, it was Trunsoest, the Knight Emperor, who had already assimilated 3 portions of Sequence 1 Hand of Order and was only 1 step away from divinity, needing only to assimilate the uniqueness through a ritual of apotheosis. Aaron, whose main consciousness had already returned to the Nation of Disorder, also decisively acted. Surging dark golden mist enveloped a resplendent chaotic crown, embedded with a crimson gold eye at its top, as it appeared. This terrifying sealed artifact, personally stripped from the Knight Emperor's Sequence 1 characteristics, began to tremble violently. Golden threads emerged from the crimson gold eye, carrying awe-inspiring majesty. The entire Nation of Disorder also showed anomalies, like water boiling to its peak. The embryonic divine kingdom leveraged immense power, self-activating like boiling steam, converging into a torrent. It enveloped the Knight Emperor's aura remaining on the Chaos Crown and, under Aaron's control, surged into the belief star symbolizing Cavendish Lancer. As a descendant of the Trunsoest imperial family, having fused with the Knight Emperor's only remaining divine kingdom fragment and taken charge of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron was the only one who could truly reproduce the Knight Emperor to a certain extent. With this blessing from the Sapphira corresponding to the Justiciar pathway, the Knight Emperor, who was essentially just a historical projection, seemed to be endowed with life. His cold, hollow eyes moved slightly, and the rules of this space were instantly modified. Aaron's voice emanated from the Knight Emperor's projection, declaring with divine majesty, "The departed shall return." All of this happened too quickly, as if rehearsed countless times. Several angels acted almost simultaneously, launching an indiscriminate, saturation attack that instantly submerged the 2 angels hidden beneath Sonia Island. Sonia Island, already turned into a dead zone, directly collapsed and caved in amidst the terrifying aftershocks. Some peripheral archipelagos were even submerged and disappeared into the seabed. Looking indifferently at the tragic state of this ancient elven island, Aaron, who had used the Nation of Disorder to modify the rules and project his will onto the Knight Emperor's projection, raised his right hand and clenched it fiercely towards the chaotic space where reality and the spirit world collapsed and intertwined. Endless twilight light surged forth, enveloping a book made of thin brass. This sealed artifact, which was essentially the Justiciar uniqueness, had its activation level significantly increased by Aaron's stimulation. Driven by its innate drive for aggregation and influenced by the rules Aaron had previously modified, the brass book broke free from the control of Liam, the leader of the God of Combat Church's pursuers, who was being attacked by several angels. A silver-white ethereal light followed closely after Trunsoest's brass book, and Liam, completely covered in silver-white armor, appeared. As a God of Combat pathway beyonder, known for their supreme defense and physical strength, his aura did not weaken in the slightest, even when ambushed. But upon seeing the divine bestowal fall into the hands of the figure composed of golden light, what surged into his heart was not the anger of desecration, but terror and bewilderment. As an ancient angel who had survived the War of 4 Emperors, he had already recognized the identity of that figure. An enraged roar erupted from the collapsed pit of Sonia Island. Ahamatova Einhorn, who had fully revealed his complete mythical creature form without reservation, was pierced through the body by the Spear of Longinus. Roselle's projection, Nastor, and Bernadette were trying to encircle and kill this weather warlock at all costs. This was also the plan decided before the action. Compared to the Glory, who was tough and durable, the weather warlock, whose perception of his army was cut off by the Nation of Death enveloping Sonia Island, was relatively easier to deal with. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to severely wound this angel, who could truly unleash the power of a war machine, in the shortest possible time, so that the Fasak Empire would lack a high-ranking individual influencing the course of the World War. From the emergence of the crisis premonition to reaching such a predicament, it was only a matter of a few breaths. This was a long premeditated conspiracy targeting the God of Combat Church. Liam, who had not been targeted by any angel, his expression drastically changed, instantly understanding this point. He no longer held any lucky and, while returning to reinforce, prayed for a divine descent. Friens, the capital of the Fasak colonial zone. Peter Einhorn I, who was confronting Astolfo, suddenly changed his expression. He had lost contact with the anchor point for his return and descent that he had left on Sonia Island. Lure the tiger out of the mountain. This sentence from Roselle suddenly appeared in the mind of the founder of the Fasak Empire. The uncontrollable rage caused the faint Shinchi mark on his brow to deepen in crimson. Chapter 464 The Severely Injured Lamp God. Feeling a certain will constantly stirring deep within his spirituality, the enraged Peter Einhorn's heart trembled, knowing this was a negative effect of staying at Sequence 1 for too long, and immediately suppressed the urge to continue fighting. With a somber expression, he looked at the cursed fog opposite him, diverting some of his power to suppress the contamination contained within the Conqueror characteristic, neither making any aggressive moves nor attempting to leave the battlefield and return to Sonia Island. Friens, as the capital of Folsak's colonial area in West Bayern, gathered a large number of loyal believers and many precious beyonder materials. If he retreated at this moment, even if he could take away some important personnel and the most precious Beyonder items, the remaining losses would be unacceptable to him. As for the safety of Liam and Einhorn, he was not too worried. With deities currently residing in the astral world and not revealing themselves to the world, no one could kill an angel in a short time. Even in the fourth epoch, Mr. Door of the Abraham family, who was only one step away from godhood, couldn't do it. Although he was caught off guard by the trap, as long as he could stall until the divine descent. As if sensing something, Peter Einhorn I suddenly looked up at the spirit world, which only angels and beyonders of certain special pathways could glimpse. Above the shattered, desolate Sonia Island, a brilliant golden hand grasped the Trunsoist brass book, and Aaron, who was controlling this Night Emperor projection, ignored Liam, who had returned to rescue him. The solidified aura of decay prevented Aaron from directly putting the Trunsoist brass book into the Nation of Disorder. The thin brass pages turned, and a miniature mural outlined by twilight glow appeared on the cover of the brass book. At the center of the mural was a giant in silver full armor, standing on the edge of a cliff, his great sword pointed diagonally out of the mural, his body emitting a distinct light, illuminating the surroundings like the rising sun, and also the source of the decaying aura. Aaron snorted, and after transmitting the intention to retreat to Bernadette and the other angels, he had this Night Emperor projection, filled with the power of the Nation of Disorder, turn into fragmented golden light and merge into the brass book, cooperating with this uniqueness, which had been activated to a certain degree, to resist the lingering power of the god of combat. 12 breaths, if it were any later, I would have had to run away myself. Above the illusory river of fate, Will Septon mumbled with relief, his body instantly shrinking into a silver-white droplet that vanished into the surging river, as if he had practiced it countless times. From the moment the Sapphira and the lingering power of the god of combat collided, all concealment lost its effect, and he didn't want to be cleaved by the one in the astral world. On Sonia Island, Bernadette and Nast, in cooperation with the recreated Roselle, had already torn off parts of Ahamatova Einhorn's body, who was in the form of a flame giant. After the majestic and solemn voice sounded in their ears, they exchanged glances, both seeing the regret in each other's eyes. Nast raised his hand to disrupt the distance, no longer paying attention to the heavily wounded weather warlock, and led Bernadette to avoid the enraged Liam who was returning to aid, instantly returning to the side of the Night Emperor projection. Just as she saw the continuously appearing text on the brass book eroding and dispelling the miniature mural, and before she could even discern what was written, Bernadette's spirituality warned her frantically, feeling an indescribable tremor, even more terrifying than when she faced the hidden sage during her promotion to angel. Forcibly calming all her emotions, Bernadette reached out and retrieved Pale Death, suppressing this Grade 0 sealed artifact, a torrent of information containing various strange symbols instantly intertwined, opening a secret door leading deep into the spirit world. Beyond that secret door was a magnificent city shrouded in gray-white mist, extending in circles towards the bottom of a deep pit, like an inverted tomb, which was the former divine kingdom of the Phoenix ancestor Greghari, Calderon City. Nast, who also felt the tremor, entered the secret door without hesitation, his peripheral vision catching an item that was entirely golden, with indescribable mysterious symbols inscribed on its surface, resembling a miniature kettle, flying out of the secret door simultaneously towards Bernadette. Sealed Artifact, 0-05, the Wishful Lamp. This sealed artifact, which had fallen into a state of eternal slumber due to the influence of the river of eternal darkness, seemed to sense the aura of the Trunsoist brass book and the Nation of Disorder, gradually breaking free from its eternal slumber. Bernadette, as the current holder, rubbed the golden surface of the wishful lamp, which was covered in mysterious and complex symbols, and roared before entering the secret door. Genie. Immediately, she unhesitatingly threw it to the Night Emperor projection, whose figure had become much more ethereal due to the erosion of the god of combat's mark, while Bernadette herself transformed into a torrent of information and disappeared into the outer area of Calderon City. The wick of the lamp at the spout slowly ignited, and the light it emitted was like viscous water, spraying upwards, forming a blurred and distorted pale golden human figure. The genie, having just escaped the influence of the river of eternal darkness and awakened from its slumber, first saw Aaron holding the brass book with a strange expression, and behind him, an orange-yellow blazing sun rising in the astral world. Instantly realizing something, the genie suppressed its instinct to complete itself and turned to drill back into the wishful lamp. The rule power around Sonia Island, which Aaron had altered and assimilated, surged like a raging tide around the pale golden figure, binding him layer by layer, as if submerging him. The genie struggled desperately, realizing that shrinking back into the wishful lamp was hopeless, and tried to use his own sequence to escape this predicament. But whether it was counter-eroding the Nation of Disorder or controlling the brass book assimilated by Aaron, both required time, and he no longer had time. The twilight glow illuminated the astral world, imbuing this world, condensed from various authorities, with a distinct sense of decay. In the kingdom filled with orange-red light, the god of combat, whose face was replaced by a cluster of light resembling a setting sun, swung the twilight greatsword, which emitted an aura of all things decaying, towards the outside of the astral world. The genie's mouth constantly opened and closed, as if frantically cursing something, but bound by the Nation of Disorder in the brass book, he couldn't even make a sound. The next second, the firmament split open, and the scorching twilight glow was like a second sun rising. The genie, who bore the brunt of it, quickly disintegrated, his body composed of pale golden viscous light, reducing into countless golden specks amidst roars of unknown meaning. The orange sword light paused slightly, striking the lamp's main body, and amidst an indescribable explosion, fine cracks appeared on the surface of this lamp, which even a true god could not completely destroy. A tide of decaying and withered aura, accompanied by the annihilation of the sword light, spread out, continuing to corrode the fragmented pure golden specks. In just a blink of an eye, this shame of the outer deity was reduced to an extremely faint glimmer of light. Chapter 465 The End of the War. The pervasive order was defeated, and the genie, who had endured the god of combat's furious blow, was no longer obstructed, retreating in disarray back into the golden, wishing lamp, through its spout. During the time the genie bought by sacrificing himself, the god of combat's imprint on Trunsoist's brass book was finally shattered. The remaining aura could no longer prevent Aaron from taking it back to the nation of disorder. Reaching out to grasp the wishing lamp, which was covered in cracks and motionless, the Night Emperor's projection, now only a silhouette of light, vanished from its original spot, taking Trunsoist's brass book with him. Through the torn firmament, numerous magnificent and grand structures vaguely appeared. The colors of twilight bathed the broken Sonia Island, and the light seemed to solidify. Traveling through such an environment, a Hamatova Einhorn, who was swiftly fleeing, felt the hairs on his back stand on end, even momentarily forgetting the pain caused by the forceful tearing of some of his characteristics. A huge hand rested on his shoulder, and specks of pure, dense light emerged from the surrounding void, surging towards a Hamatova Einhorn with a sense of holiness and glory. The silver-white light, as if alive, wriggled from Liam's body towards the Weather Warlock, transforming into full body armor that isolated the decaying aura from the outside. As a glory who had been blessed and promoted by the god of combat, Liam was not affected by the aftershocks. He protected a Hamatova Einhorn and transformed into a silver glow, rapidly fleeing. A sword light, even more terrifying than before, ripped through the solidified twilight and descended from the astral world, seemingly intending to break through the shackles of reality and strike an unknown location. The accompanying residual power fell unimpeded onto the shattered Sonia Island. This ancient elven island, which had survived from ancient eras and was comparable to a small continent, split open from the middle and was completely divided into two halves. Endless seawater poured in, filling the bottomless crack, complementing the twilight solidified in the sky, like a miracle. Within the boundless, dark gold world, immense power, like boiling steam, spontaneously activated, converging into a torrent that collided with a blurry orange-yellow light. A hurricane-like surge swept across the entire divine kingdom. The god of combat's sword strike, locked onto the remaining aura on Trunsoist's brass book, was ultimately a rootless duckweed. It couldn't even eliminate the barely surviving genie, so naturally, it couldn't harm the nation of disorder. As the controller of the Sapphira, Aaron, who had fully arrived in his home territory, could now mobilize power comparable to a king of angels. In an instant, he obliterated the god of combat's imprints, which were like maggots clinging to bones. During this process, the brass book began to flip, revealing one rule after another. Trunsoist's brass book is the most precious item. No living being is allowed to touch it without permission. Violators shall be punished. The state of Trunsoist's brass book must not be altered in any way. Violators shall be punished. Watching the mercury-colored words continue to seep out from Trunsoist's brass book, about to form new clauses, wisps of light surged from within the divine kingdom, carrying endless dark gold mist into Trunsoist's brass book. As the Sapphira corresponding to the Justiciar pathway, Aaron, as its controller, did not need to forcefully suppress this sealed artifact, which was solidified by uniqueness, with absolute power like the god of combat. He only needed to use the Sapphira's higher authority to inversely invade it. Once Trunsoist's brass book was completely corrupted by the nation of disorder, even if it left here and returned to reality, he could still use the sealed artifact without worrying about the loss of control caused by complete activation. As the dark gold mist, imbued with Aaron's spiritual imprint, poured in, Trunsoist's brass book unfurled in midair. The original rules were erased, and silver characters began to rewrite themselves. Wishing is forbidden here. Injuries are forbidden to be healed here. The wishing lamp, which had been quietly suspended in the void and had been like a dead object since entering the nation of disorder, immediately began to tremble gently, and a resentful voice faintly emerged from the cracks in its body. When the barrier breaks, you and I will settle the score. Is it that strong-willed? Aaron, who had twisted and disrupted the god of combat's perception of the nation of disorder and reformed his body beside the brass book, raised an eyebrow, not caring about the prisoner's curses. Although the genie's essence was extremely high, due to the celestial venerable seal, most of its abilities actually relied on indirectly completing them through the authority of a miracle invoker. Forcefully severing this medium by using the brass book's authority could maximize the incapacitation of the genie, an unpredictable factor. After all, the water of the river of eternal darkness was not endless. Compared to sealing the genie, the Evernight goddess clearly preferred to use this opportunity to further control the death uniqueness. The brass book, enveloped in dark gold mist, carried the wishing lamp, which had been severely wounded by the god of combat, and settled beside the throne. Aaron lightly tapped the back of the chair, his gaze profound. The brass book, which had the highest difficulty, was now in hand. The most urgent matter now was to quickly advance to Sequence 1. Under the same authority, he, who controlled the nation of disorder and could use uniqueness to a limited extent, truly had the confidence to hunt the other two hands of order. Winter County, Amantha Line. The mist that pervaded the entire battlefield suddenly contracted, and the fearless two-headed giant army began to retreat without warning. The former Duke of East Tark, Gusman Will, who had digested a considerable amount of the War Bishop potion, gazed into the distance with a solemn expression, only relaxing his taut nerves when Lady Ariana appeared. The head of the Evernight Monastery drew a crimson moon on her chest, devoutly chanting in a low voice for a moment. As a quiet aura spread, her deep black pupils trembled violently. A similar scene appeared along the Intersia coast, but even the most irritable Storm Oldman did not take this opportunity to pursue the retreating Fasak fleet, showing considerable restraint. West Bylon, Freens. Those West Bylon natives who were willing to follow in the reconstruction of the Highland Kingdom, as well as the plundered Beyonder materials, had already been secretly transferred to the Star Plateau stronghold, hidden by the Curse Mist, at the beginning of the West Bylon War. Rennie Tiny Cole, who had been hidden in the void to guard against attacks from the Hedonists or Intis, decisively acted, cooperating with Astolfo to forcefully repel Peter Einhorn I. Although the situation on Sonia Island could not be determined across the raging sea, the orange-red sun that rose in the astral world already explained everything. Astolfo maintained his mythical creature form, his crimson eyes looking at Peter Einhorn I, and strange, evil patterns emerged on the surface of the vines around his body. Having already perceived the Weather Warlock's weakness, he directly detonated the contamination within Peter Einhorn I using an abomination-level curse. After doing all this, he did not hesitate, his figure fading as he disappeared into the mists of history along with Rennie Tiny Cole. Chapter 466, Shocked Klein. Outside Calderon, beneath the collapsed pale giant pillars. Nastor, who had returned to his normal human form, looked solemnly at the increasingly dense and terrifying gray-white mist in the distance. The fear originating from the depths of his soul had not lessened since leaving Sonia Island. The dark red light in his deep black eyes flickered, and distorted order quietly spread, causing chaos in a certain surrounding area, doing its utmost to conceal the stimulation that the pale death in Bernadette's hand was exerting on the deepest part of Calderon. Under the enhancement of the Duke of Entropy, Bernadette stripped away some of the information torrent that had originally actively integrated into this sealed artifact, and once again used the Sage card and the Wheel of Fortune card to isolate the restless pale death. This was the divine kingdom of the undying Phoenix ancestor, any authority of the death pathway would be distorted. If they were not in the outer area and their own sequence was not adjacent to death, they would not have been able to seal this sealed artifact. The mystical reenactment of Roselle had long since vanished, replaced by Azek Eggers, who had a cold expression, more akin to his appearance as the Byrogan governor in the fourth epoch. This was also Bernadette's reward for protecting Azek as he merged his soul in the abyss of ferrying. After being stripped away, the contaminated information torrent did not return to Bernadette's body, but instead condensed in Azek's hand into a phantom, transparent, pale death that was merely a shell. Bernadette controlled this mystical reenactment of Azek to rush towards the depths of Calderon. Seizing this opportunity, Nastor finally distorted a certain order, successfully escaping the outer area before the city rioted. An indescribable roar came from behind them. Suppressing her curiosity, Bernadette, using the imprint left in the spirit world when she advanced to Sage, instantly vanished into the depths of the spirit world with the greatly exhausted Nastor. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the orange-red light, symbolizing twilight, covering the spiritual sky. The surging gray-white mist of Calderon carried a giant bird covered in pale flames, rushing out, with mysterious patterns woven into its feathers, seemingly layered with illusory doors beneath. The pain of a soul being split was replaced by chaos, and Klein's thoughts were divided, transforming into different consciousnesses. The gray-white world, surrounded by countless phantoms, shattered into pieces. Within the fragments of thought, scenes flashed by. There was Zhou Mingrue, with children around his knees, his face full of happiness. There was Klein Moretti, a diligent and responsible ordinary nighthawk who worked until retirement, and there was the mad adventurer who personally killed Sangwil in a lightning storm. These seemed to be dreams, but Klein seemed to have lost his usual ability to remain lucid in dreams at this moment, gradually and unconsciously immersing himself in them, living through one life after another. Different self-cognitions collided and merged in his mind, deepening his humanity little by little. I am Klein, and I am Zhou Mingrue, and even more, I am a guardian. The fragmented consciousnesses merged, and Klein, distinguishing illusion from reality in his dreams and finding himself again, gathered his thoughts into a single, most intense consciousness, pulling himself free from the dream. His thoughts gradually broke free from their solidified state, and Klein slowly opened his eyes, seeing an open, church-like dome above him. Through the gaps, he could vaguely discern the faint crimson moon hidden in the mist. Where is this? Klein suddenly flipped over and stood up. Disregarding his own condition, he first surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his environment, and was astonished to find that this seemed to be a church, and he appeared to be lying on a dark altar. Congratulations, Mr. Fool, on advancing to demigod. It's much faster than I expected. A somewhat familiar voice, with a hint of teasing, reached him. Klein's pupils suddenly contracted, and he turned his head to look behind him. There stood a stone statue, in the overall shape of a female human but with two beast legs growing from its ribs and waist respectively, covered in short, coarse, black fur. Around it were black ribbons, like extending tentacles, and beneath its feet, spirits slept, as if forming a constellation around it. And the face of this stone statue was exactly the same as that mysterious woman he had last seen during the Backlund Great Smog. Before the questions in his mind could even arise, Klein noticed Aaron standing with his hands behind his back to one side of the statue, a faint smile on his face. His taut nerves relaxed slightly, and the spirit worms in Klein's brain rapidly wriggled, as he pondered how he should respond. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Without giving Klein any time to think, Aaron chuckled softly and, in perfect Mandarin, uttered 5 words. The intonation, completely different from any language in this world, caused Klein's body to stiffen abruptly. He looked up in disbelief, and having just experienced the tempering of his mind in the dream, he even thought he was still dreaming. An unprecedented sense of ease brought a warmth to Klein's eyes, just like the first time he read Roselle's diary back in Tingen. He took a deep breath, using a mix of Mandarin and a teasing tone to mask his almost crashed brain. That's such an old-fashioned code phrase. I think memorizing the periodic table is more suited for me. Aaron smiled and waved his hand, giving Klein some time to digest the explosive amount of information contained in those few short sentences. He, who had just regained the Justiciar Pathway's uniqueness, was not short on this bit of time. The sense of emotional belonging and identity brought by the sudden news gradually receded from his heart. Having calmed down again, with his rationality back in control, Klein coughed lightly, shamelessly called out, "Fellow countrymen," and then, in a familiar tone, asked, "Where is this? He wants to freeload off me. Where is your dignity as a hidden existence?" Aaron, his mouth twitching slightly from being called, "Fellow countrymen," glanced meaningfully at the smirking Mr. Fool, then clicked his tongue and replied. More than 1,000 years ago, this was the Kingdom of Night, which can also be considered the origin of the Antigonus family. As for now, it's a place of imprisonment and punishment specially arranged by the Evernight goddess, completely isolated from the outside world. Moreover, Aaron nodded with satisfaction, looking at Klein whose expression had subtly changed, and added, "You can try to see if you can still sense Sapphira Castle." Stunned by this remark, Klein sensed it, and his pupils slightly contracted. Before he could speak again, he suddenly felt the surrounding environment change. What re-entered his vision was a small town enveloped in mist and a deep, clear, cold night. He was standing on top of an ancient-style, spire-roofed church, overlooking the entire town. Around the church were scattered many buildings, ordinary 2-story residences, simple wooden houses, a bakery with a signboard, and a great white mill powered by a water wheel. The town, full of life, had not a single pedestrian. They seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep in the quiet and peaceful night, making it seem extremely eerie. Chapter 467 Misty Town. After roughly noting down the layout of the entire Misty Town, Klein was still surprised that he couldn't sense Sapphira Castle, when his spiritual intuition suddenly began to warn him frantically. He looked up in astonishment, gazing at the high sky, and saw that the red moon had pierced through the mist, clearly and serenely illuminating the town. Instinctively snapping his fingers, Klein was about to swap places with his marionettes to evade the unknown danger, but he awkwardly realized that all his marionettes seemed to have been left on the Black Tulip. His mouth twitched, but he didn't panic too much. Before he could even ask for help, he found himself back inside the church, on the dark altar where the female statue stood. Looking at Aaron with his reserved smile, Klein composed himself, sorted out the jumbled thoughts in his mind, then cleared his throat, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and continued to ask, choosing his words carefully. "Duke, did the goddess bring me here because of Sapphira Castle? And what do I need to pay to leave this place?" Selectively forgetting the embarrassment of his identity being exposed, Klein naturally accepted the identity of the fool, and also tried to gain some secrets about Sapphira Castle through this. Aaron did not directly answer the question. He thought for a moment, then asked instead, "What is your understanding of deities?" Klein fell silent for a moment. Having a blasphemy slate in hand, he knew what sequence 0 represented, but he still cautiously gave the most standard answer, which was the myth jointly recorded in the holy texts of the major Orthodox churches. At the beginning of creation, after the fall of the original creator, his spirit and body transformed into deities. Klein, who had thoroughly read The Revelation of Night, was naturally not unfamiliar with this. Thanks to Frank's personal instruction, he was equally familiar with the holy texts of the Earth Mother Church. Thinking of that crazy mushroom enthusiast, Klein suddenly worried about his marionette, Ludwell. I hope Captain can take him away, and he absolutely doesn't turn into Frank's experimental subject. Without exposing Klein's evasive answer, Aaron chuckled lightly, shook his head, and said to himself, "The holy texts are only for propaganda, some things are not accurate. You should have heard, what is separated will converge, and what converges will separate. This describes not only beyonder characteristics but also the spiritual imprints contained within them. The original creator indeed existed, and most Sapphira and characteristics came from this supreme existence, so they naturally have a tendency to gather and recombine. And that one was the embodiment of all contradictions in the universe. After the Sapphira and characteristics gathered, they would irresistibly split again. Looking at Klein, who was frowning in thought, seemingly understanding yet not, Aaron added lightly. His spirit fragmented into different parts, and the two most powerful parts, driven by instinct, converged and fell into slumber after a great battle. One of them has quite a few honorific names, such as Ruler of the Spirit World, Incarnation of Sapphira Castle, and Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The last 6 familiar syllables echoed in his ears. If not for the faceless instinctive control, Klein couldn't even imagine his current expression. Glancing at the stunned Klein, Aaron recalled the incident caused by snatching the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and clicked his tongue before continuing. Due to some special reasons, some imprints of the Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings have begun to become active, especially since you just advanced to demigod and cannot control your own divinity, leading to a disordered perception of yourself. If you were outside, you would involuntarily interact with Sapphira Castle, and some unpleasant things would happen. Damn it. Klein, who had come back to his senses, felt a chill throughout his body and couldn't help but curse. The thought of one day unknowingly turning into another person, into the resurrected Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, sent shivers down his spine. I can't possibly stay here forever. What do I need to do next? After a while, Klein slowly exhaled, pinching his brow with a slight headache. It's simple, digest the potion as much as possible here and stabilize your divinity. If you meet the standards for leaving, you can naturally depart. Aaron pointed to the statue of the mother beside him and added. There is also a demigod in Misty Town, Panetti, the Despair Nightingale, of the Demonist sect, who was the main culprit of the Great Smog of Backlund. She also has an accomplice, Mr. A of the Aurora Order. After failing to sacrifice the accumulated negative emotions of Backlund to bring about the true creator's descent, he suffered a backlash and degenerated into a monster, no less powerful than Panetti. Both of them were sent in by him. This should help you create opportunities to digest the potion. Him. Noticing this address, Klein's gaze swept over the female statue, instantly memorizing all its features, but he was somewhat unsure if transforming into the appearance of this angel using the faceless ability would be taboo. Before he could ask the question in his mind, Aaron, standing opposite him, took a step forward, his dark golden pupils interwoven with obscure patterns. He gently swiped upwards, as if erasing some barrier, causing the previously separated space to reconverge. Honorius. Phlegria. Honorius. Phlegria. At this moment, voices with different timbres echoed and overlapped, suddenly emerging and merging into one, drilling into Klein's ears, giving him an unusual sense of familiarity. This was precisely the babbling he had heard every time he advanced before. Following the sound upwards, the hollow dome that had revealed the crimson moon had disappeared, replaced by swaying corpses that resembled wind chimes. The almost babbling voices emanated from them. After advancing to demigod, Klein's mastery of spirit-body threads deepened, and he recognized those corpses at a glance. In essence, they were all marionettes, but their sheer number inexplicably shocked him. Before he could think too much, Klein saw several illusory black threads extending to the highest point of the ancient church suddenly break, or more accurately, detach, dragging their corresponding bodies down towards him. Since the marionettes above demigod were all hanging in the palace ceiling Antigonus, Aaron threw the few sequence 5 marionettes in the church to Klein, then simply waved his hand and threw the somewhat surprised Klein out into the misty town. The next second, the entire church suddenly became illusory, with up, down, left, right, front, and back all inverted. Transparent tentacles with strange, mysterious patterns swarmed forward, slapping against the illusory door, but they couldn't open it. They could only seep in a small amount of power, attempting to grasp Aaron's spirit-body threads. Chapter 468, Escape in the First Battle. A faint, dark gold mist seeped out from Aaron's body, smoothing the rippling void and causing the slippery, transparent tentacles to retract as if electrocuted. He was not Klein. At the angel level, after deeply integrating with the nation of disorder and reclaiming the uniqueness of the justiciar pathway, even the Evernight goddess could not completely block his connection to the Sapphira. In other words, even in Mistown, for a certain period, he still possessed a status comparable to a king of angels. Aaron raised his right hand, held in a loose grasp, and a wisp of dark gold mist, tinged with gray, swirled, seemingly attracted by the slippery tentacles behind the illusory door. This was the imprint of the nation of disorder that Aaron had left on Klein in Tingen City, or rather, a unique form of corruption. Previously, when Klein had not yet become a demigod and was merely accommodating Sapphira Castle, Aaron could forcefully suppress the Sapphira Castle's rejection by relying on his own status. If he were to do that again now, it would only accelerate the revival of the celestial worthy's consciousness within Sapphira Castle, as he lacked the concealment of the authority of secrets. After sealing away this imprint, which was tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle, Aaron looked towards the source of the countless slippery tentacles behind the illusory door, an ancient, mottled stone chair, its surface inlaid with dull gold and precious stones. Countless transparent maggots clustered together, sitting on the enormous chair. As if sensing Aaron's gaze, they slowly squirmed, growing wildly, and extending nearly invisible tentacles. Watching this Antigonus family's half-dash fool who had lost control, a golden halo gathered in Aaron's hand, forming an unreal brass book. After bowing slightly to the statue of the mother beside him, he ignored the door and appeared directly on the summit of the Hornassus mountain range. In the silent, mist-shrouded world, Klein stumbled for a moment before steadying himself. He glanced at the faintly visible church in the distance, then warily surveyed his surroundings. After discovering that the red moon in the sky was obscured by the mist and there were no other dangers, Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcing himself to calm down before inspecting the 3 marionettes Aaron had just given him. 1 Traveler, 2 Prometheus. They are both adjacent sequences of the seer pathway. Nodding thoughtfully, Klein, after fully controlling these 3 marionettes, immediately activated the Traveler's Door. He confirmed that while he couldn't enter the spirit world, it could still serve for short-distance teleportation, which made him relax. Manipulating a few marionettes to explore the surroundings, Klein hid in a civilian house. His spirituality poured into the creeping hunger he had been wearing on his right hand, and the surroundings immediately deepened into darkness, even the crimson moonlight filtering through the window instantly vanishing. Pale, eerie green, complex, and bizarre symbols emerged in the darkness. Markers and patterns detached from the creeping hunger, intertwining and combining in midair, evolving into a mysterious, illusory pair of bronze doors. It was a pity that the deep, silent world behind the door was completely replaced by darkness, but Klein could still feel the power contained within the bronze door itself. This was Mr. Azek's gift before his departure. Just as he was inventorying the trump cards he could currently use, Klein's spirituality was touched. The marionette exploring the east side of the town sensed undisguised corrupt malice. The one who dares to be so blatant in a place like this should be Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Making a quick judgment in his mind, Klein directly swapped positions with the marionette. Compared to a genuine demigod demoness, Mr. A, who was essentially only sequence 5, was clearly easier to deal with. More importantly, he wanted to use Mr. A to assess his true strength after advancing to Bizarro Sorcerer. Almost immediately after Klein swapped positions, as if attracted by flesh and blood, the shadows at the street corner abruptly began to twist and squirm, accompanied by a wave-like surge of negative emotions. A mass of writhing flesh, nearly 4 or 5 meters high, appeared within it, having completely lost its human form. Only a pair of pale gray eyes, a mix of madness and indifference, protruded from the top. From the rest of this flesh mass, limbless stumps without skin, flowing with viscous blood, grew out, and illusory, dark wings emerged from the corrupt tide behind it. Klein, who had intended to gauge the strength of this Aurora Order shepherd, immediately stiffened. He felt an aura originating from the same source as when he had faced the true creator's offspring in Tingen City, instantly understanding what Aaron meant by corrupted distortion. My crisis premonition has declined too severely since I lost my connection to Sapphira Castle. He cursed inwardly. Klein instantly changed his plan. If it were just a pure shepherd, even if he had lost control, he would only be a little difficult to handle. But Mr. A, carrying the true creator's corruption and the negative emotions of the entire backland, was simply a death knell for Klein, who was still striving to digest the potion and maintain the stability of his divinity. Ignoring his thoughts, Klein saw the flesh monster lunging at him. Using the cover of a flame leap, he changed his appearance with the ability of a faceless. The flames dissipated, revealing a female figure enveloped in a dark robe. Beneath the wide hood was a beautiful face and slightly dull, dark eyes. Disguised as the mother, Klein keenly noticed that the moment this figure appeared, the originally wildly spreading corrupt aura instinctively retracted. The gray eyes, completely filled with madness, showed obvious fear, and with it came the feedback of the Bizarro Sorcerer potion slowly digesting. Using this opening, Klein's marionette appeared beside him, taking him away via travel, leaving behind the increasingly mad flesh monster, which realized it had been deceived. In a room somewhere in Mistown, desperate Nightingale, Panatia, dressed in a pure white robe, slowly rose, expressionlessly turning her head towards the direction of the roaring sound. A moment later, the corners of her mouth slowly spread into a grin, revealing neat, white teeth and strands of bloody flesh caught in the gaps. Daisy Bay, Isaksen Port. As the southernmost island in Daisy Bay, passing it meant entering the raging sea, that domain ruled by never-ending storms. Under the strange gazes of the dock workers, the well-known Black Tulip left the port and sailed towards the raging sea. Frank, simply wearing a coat, stood in what used to be Klein's captain's cabin, waving enthusiastically. He seemed to be saying something, but it was lost in the biting wind and could not be heard clearly. It wasn't until this druid disappeared from sight that Leonard, not wearing his iconic red gloves and dressed in plain clothes, relaxed his expression and muttered softly, "I hope we never meet again." Chapter 469 Antigonus. Leonard mumbled, seemingly to ease the atmosphere, and tightened the collar of his trench coat, then casually glanced at the two people not far away, whistling uncontrollably. Dunn glared at Leonard, whose face was full of schadenfreude, and rubbed his temples with a headache, looking helplessly at Daly, who was leaning on him. Just as he was about to say something, his lips were covered by a warm touch. Looking at Dunn, who was a little flustered but didn't shrink back, Daly casually licked the lingering warmth from the corner of her mouth, directly ignoring the real third wheel, Leonard, and smiled. "You're not as conservative as before, but you still don't know how to take the initiative with women. If you could also learn to create a romantic atmosphere, then perhaps we might even have children soon." Even after experiencing so many ups and downs and going through so much, Dunn was still a little overwhelmed by such direct and suggestive words. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. "I've already received the telegram from the Holy Cathedral. His Holiness the Pope has approved my application for promotion to Senior Deacon of the Nighthawks at the sacred meeting. The war between the Sea of Id and the Ammon Mountains has ended. For the next period, we will remain in Dixie County to cooperate with the Church of Steam in preventing the Feyenopotter Kingdom." Daly raised an eyebrow, and seeing that they were discussing serious matters, she stopped teasing Dunn. Although she was a little surprised by the church's arrangement, she had no intention of delving deeper. The death of Zangwill buried many secrets, but for her, Dunn's return was enough. Leonard, on the other hand, had put away his teasing smile, his eyes somewhat dim, with a question in his heart that he didn't voice. Dunn glanced at the contemplative Leonard out of the corner of his eye, but had no intention of offering an explanation. Bronze light surged from his brow, and the illusory door of the underworld opened, from which the body of Hell Admiral Ludwell fell out. Pushing this beyonder puppet, which had lost the manipulation of its spirit body threads, to Leonard, Dunn thought for a moment and added, "My true identity is still confidential, known only to you, the members of the sacred meeting, and it's not convenient to be too ostentatious. You take Ludwell to the governor's mansion and claim the £55,000 reward. Although materials or beyonder items above the demigod level are already difficult to measure in terms of money, an ordinary sequence 5 beyonder characteristic is only about £8,000. Even if the gatekeeper beyonder characteristic had been extracted, Ludwell's remaining shell could still be exchanged for the equivalent of 7 sequence 5 beyonder characteristics. Of course, it's not that easy to fully claim the bounty from the military. Either like King of Dawn, who killed Undying King Agolito, intimidating Byam and making Yen Courtman take a step back, or having a strong backer, such as the Church of Darkness. The previous Klein had neither sufficient strength nor a visible backer. Even though he coveted those bounties, he didn't risk trying to claim them, so for such a long time, no one knew that this Hell Admiral had fallen and been refined into a beyonder puppet. After waiting for Klein for a long time, Dunn finally decided that instead of leaving it to that air-headed Frank, it would be better to convert it directly into pounds and transfer the bounty to Klein when they met next time. Taking the once infamous pirate general, Leonard nodded, took out his iconic red gloves from his pregnant, put them on, picked up Ludwell's corpse, and walked towards the governor's mansion outside the port area. Ignoring the surprised or curious gazes of the surrounding pedestrians, Leonard tilted his head slightly, habitually calling out "old man" in his mind. To his surprise, Palez, who had been playing dead ever since he saw the demoness avatar of that blasphemer in the fog sea, actually responded. "Old man, where have you been these past 2 days?" He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, his steps unchanged. Leonard subconsciously pressed for an answer. Palez chuckled, already accustomed to Leonard's tsundere temper, and explained unhurriedly, "I value my life very much, so naturally I thought of some ways, at least to divert that fellow's attention." Seeing that Palez had no intention of explaining in detail, Leonard wisely did not press further. After a moment of silence, he changed the subject and said, "In Tingen, you said that Captain was already dead." As if guessing that Leonard would ask this question, Palez chuckled lowly and interrupted, "He just came back from the dead, otherwise he wouldn't have advanced to Undying so quickly." Leonard's steps paused slightly, stopping in front of the governor's mansion. While taking out the identification for the red gloves and handing it to the guard, he asked in his heart with a hint of hope, "If Captain can come back from the dead, what about Klein?" He didn't get the answer he wanted. What responded to Leonard was a prolonged silence. After trying to call out a few times with no response, confirming that the old man had inexplicably gone missing again, Leonard frowned and temporarily put aside the question. After the routine inquiry, he began to count the bounty exchanged at the governor's mansion. At the peak of the Hornassus mountain range, in a space that doesn't exist in reality, illusory stars illuminated the profound darkness. Deep within the grand, dilapidated palace, Aaron leveraged the power of the Nation of Disorder, writing mercury-colored words onto the true body of the Trunsoist brass book. In his hand, the illusory brass book, whose essence was merely a projection of power, turned to a blank page, and new articles appeared. All actions must and can only be performed by the Trunsoist brass book or those authorized by it. All order and rules here cannot override formal decrees. When rationality drops below 50%, the Attendant of Mystery's ability to summon historical void images will have a significantly higher failure rate, and complete loss of rationality will prevent the summoning of any historical projections. By means of a series of highly targeted decrees and the unique nature of this space, Aaron almost instantly sealed several of the Attendant of Mystery's most intractable authorities. As the price for forcibly modifying the decrees, the Trunsoist Brass Book, once again nearing its activation limit, would be unusable for a considerable period until the backlash of order dissipated. This dark world then swayed, and the mass of twisted, transparent worms on the throne, from which countless slimy tentacles spread, gradually converged into a human form. His face was quite young, but his hair was already half white, half hidden and half obvious, and his cheeks had tufts of coarse, black short hair like wolf bristles, giving him a contradictory feeling of both old age and youth, both rationality and madness. This was precisely the ancestor of the Antigonus family. But the next second, his figure suddenly twisted, transforming into a mysterious person draped in a deep black cloak, whose face was obscured, and from whom slimy tentacles continuously extended sideways. Chapter 470, Completely Digestible Potion. The entire mist world seemed to tremble slightly, as the revived will of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the self-cognition and spiritual imprint of Antigonus collided with each other, converging into two overwhelming spiritual storms that ravaged the ruined, magnificent palace, resisting the restraints of the decrees. Mutterings of suppressed madness echoed in his ears, and Aaron's figure trembled, his thoughts instantly becoming chaotic, as if his intelligence had been forcibly lowered. Before completely losing control, Antigonus was already a spiritual patchwork to some extent. Parts of his self-cognition and spiritual imprint belonged to celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, which allowed him to still use some of the fool's authority even with only one sequence, one characteristic in the uniqueness. However, influenced by the Trunsoist Brass Book and Antigonus's instinctive resistance to the spiritual imprint of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the already half-baked, blind stupor effect weakened further. The spreading spirit body threads distorted into slick tentacles covered in strange patterns, but they could no longer restrain Aaron, who had broken free from stupor and released the embryonic form of his divine kingdom. The miniature, illusory world crashed down, carrying immense power that forcibly suppressed the spiritual storm erupting from the throne. Using this opening, Aaron's figure flickered to the side of the throne, looking at Antigonus, who was constantly shifting between a human form and a dark cloak with slick tentacles extending from it, and extended his right hand, covered in dark gold mist. Almost instantly upon contact, a three-dimensional symbol appeared on Antigonus's forehead, composed of a balance representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion. This was the imprint of the nation of disorder. The dark gold world of the unknown land, manipulated by Aaron, seemed to boil, completely leveraging this Sapphira and channeling this power into Antigonus's body through the embryonic divine kingdom. Aaron, as the medium for power projection, also went all out at this moment. Neither Antigonus, who had accommodated the uniqueness and was called half a fool, nor the will of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, which was of a higher essence, were within the scope that an ordinary balancer could influence. Only Aaron, who had completely controlled the Sapphira and was not afraid of contamination by the celestial worthy's will, dared to forcibly intervene using the hand of order characteristic and the uniqueness. The revived will of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings suddenly weakened, forcibly balanced to a degree almost equivalent to Antigonus, who lacked sufficient anchors to maintain his self-cognition and spiritual imprint. The collapsing dam of consciousness was repaired. Before these two opposing yet fused wills could repeat their past mistakes, the power from the nation of disorder solidified into an imprint, breaking the original standoff. The three forces intertwined and evolved into a new balance. On that massive stone chair, the constantly shifting transparent worms gradually stabilized. As the murmuring subsided, Antigonus, now in a normal human form, rested his elbows on the armrests, his eyes closed as he leaned back against the chair. Finally, I've completely digested the balancer potion. Beside this half-fool, a smile formed on Aaron's face. Using the feedback from the complete digestion of the potion, his body gradually dematerialized and merged into the embryonic divine kingdom that enveloped the entire palace. For an ordinary sequence 2 balancer, their domain of judgment would continuously sublimate with the digestion of the potion, only gaining the opportunity to transform into an embryonic divine kingdom upon complete digestion. This was also one of the conditions for advancing to sequence 1 hand of order. But for Aaron, who already possessed an embryonic divine kingdom due to the nation of disorder and the fragmented divine kingdom left by the Night Emperor, it was like a rough house undergoing a luxurious renovation. He only needed to find a few fulcrums to establish this renovated house, allowing the divine kingdom to connect with the world's rules and advance to hand of order, truly transforming from an executor of order to a controller of order. The final achievement of order itself seemed no longer distant. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his consciousness, causing Aaron's scattered thoughts, merged within the divine kingdom, to recoalesce. At the same time, a blurry, indistinct figure appeared, instantly calming the trembling that was even more intense than before, affecting the entire main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. She wore a layered but not overly intricate black dress, adorned with countless stars. Beneath the thin black veil, her eyes, as if condensed with starlight, swept over the eerily calm Antigonus, finally resting on Aaron, who had rematerialized his body beside him. Balancing their spiritual imprints through high-level contamination from the Sapphira is unsustainable, and there's also the risk of being contaminated in reverse. When this power recedes, the celestial worthies will revive more completely. He will react with unknown changes, adjusting his own state. Looking at the Evernight goddess opposite him, Aaron nodded, responding calmly. It's a necessary risk. This is the fastest pathway for me to completely digest the potion. Moreover, Adam has already gathered all the materials. He is only one final world trend away from godhood. I must advance to Hand of Order as quickly as possible. As he spoke, he curved his lips into a smile, saying, with my current Beyonder characteristic, there is no such thing as a main body, as long as the nation of disorder is not affected. Even if it really fails, abandoning this body and severing this part of my will to recondense a main body within the Sapphira is not an unbearable loss. The Evernight goddess in the void nodded slightly, not unnecessarily mentioning what to do with Antigonus if it failed. This was her home ground. She had been able to suppress and seal him in the fourth epoch, incidentally destroying the Kingdom of Night. Without interference from other forces of the same level, resuppressing Antigonus, who had lost a characteristic of attendant of mysteries, was merely a matter of convenience. Not lingering on this topic, the Evernight goddess softly reminded. After losing the Trunsoist brass book, Badhile is no longer arrogant and has secretly reached an agreement with the Earth Mother. The flames of war are about to reignite. The goddess means that the Phaenopotter kingdom is also about to join the war. Poor Badhile can't even recognize his own mother. He truly deserves to be the first true god to fall. Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly. He was not surprised by this expected news. Instead, he pondered how to use this upcoming war to hunt down the Hand of Order of the Castilla family. Thoughts arose one after another. Aaron's eyes were deep. After a moment of contemplation, he had a somewhat immature idea. Although risky, it was worth a try, but that would have to wait until he successfully advanced. Having made up his mind, Aaron slightly tilted his head, cast a final glance at the misty town outside the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, bowed slightly to the Evernight goddess in the void, and then his figure dispersed into points of light, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 471 Hermes' Invitation. Amantha Mountains, south of Winter County, Serenity Cathedral. The cathedral under the night sky was exceptionally beautiful, complementing the full moon that hung high, casting its crimson moonlight. In the spacious prayer hall, soft cotton cloths were spread over makeshift beds, cobbled together from prayer benches. Soldiers and nighthawks, survivors of the raging war, lay with their eyes closed, their expressions of pain gradually fading. Invisible to the naked eye, in the gray, misty world constructed by spirit bodies, continuous bubbles shimmered faintly, and beneath each bubble often corresponded an island of consciousness. Traversing independently through this dream world with dreamwalking, Audrey gazed somewhat numbly at the dim dreams, diligently repairing the painfully distorted islands of consciousness. Even though this greatly aided her in digesting the Dreamwalker potion, she felt no joy in her heart. Although the angel-level battle, due to mutual restraint, did not truly affect the ground war, the two-headed giant legions created through divinity and forbidden experiments brought not only physical wounds but also spiritual contamination. Audrey gazed at this dream world, then felt her spirit body rise further, breaking through the edge of the gray, misty world. There, silent ripples of light and shadow, densely overlapping, formed a shimmering, bottomless illusory ocean of ripples. Layers of grayish-white steps abruptly appeared on the surface of the sea, extending from the hazy sea surface to Audrey's front. This was more like an invitation. Audrey was not unfamiliar with this ocean, formed by the collective subconscious, though she couldn't say she was completely familiar with it. It seemed different from the subconscious ocean she usually perceived, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact difference, only a vague sense of detachment. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, Audrey pursed her lips but did not panic. This was the holy cathedral of the Church of Evernight. Even if the church's high-ranking members didn't possess authority in the spiritual domain, no one would dare to act overtly. Gazing deeply at the end of the steps, restraining her curiosity, Audrey silently turned her head, her spirit body rapidly sinking, leaving this dream world and appearing in the prayer hall. Suspended beside her were 7 crystal-clear droplets of water, which were the tears she had collected during this period through dreams, from 7 different humans due to intense emotions. These were also the auxiliary materials for a Sequence 4 manipulator. Melissa, clad in a bishop's robe, emerged from the darkness. Noticing Audrey's furrowed brow, after instructing the priests and other nighthawks to properly settle their comrades who had received treatment, she walked straight over and whispered, "Miss Audrey, is there a problem with the treatment?" Pulled back to her thoughts by Melissa's voice, Audrey showed a faint smile on her face and shook her head. The treatment went smoothly, with no unexpected issues, but for their safety, they should not attempt any further advancement in the short term. Looking at the bishop's robe on the priestess, whose height was almost catching up to her own, Audrey put the hard-earned auxiliary materials into her spatial pouch, joked and continued. I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on your promotion to bishop yet, but with your contributions, you might have a chance to become the next senior deacon of the Nighthawks. Although much more mature, Melissa, still with a bit of childishness, had a slightly flushed face and waved her hands repeatedly, then muttered somewhat dispiritedly. It's just a pity I didn't get the chance to personally kill Insangwil. As Melissa's exclusive psychiatrist, Audrey clearly knew her not. After some thought, she still did not reveal the news that Klein was actually alive. On one hand, it was due to Aaron's instructions, on the other hand, it was the acting principle she had summarized from her dreamwalking during this period, been there, seen that, record but do not interfere, merely a spectator. If there truly came a day for them to recognize each other, Audrey hoped that Mr. World could say it himself. As she was thinking this, Audrey's spirituality stirred slightly, and she subconsciously looked at the holy emblem of Evernight not far from her side. Standing there, at some unknown point, was a man dressed in luxurious attire, his eyes as brilliant as gold. Aaron, Audrey exclaimed with a hint of surprise, quickly lowering her voice, considering the soldiers and Nighthawks who were still asleep. Aaron waved his hand, stopping Melissa, who was about to bow, and looked at Audrey with a faint smile, saying, I have already communicated with Madame Ariana. After some time, the Church of Evernight will take the lead in holding a grand mass at the Amantha line to appease the spirits of the deceased. This will also be the best time for your advancement. Then, slightly tilting his head, looking at Klein's sister, Aaron's lips curled into a smile, and he immediately pointed a finger at her glabella. Sequence 5 astronomer, Melissa was stunned for a moment, a flood of knowledge pouring into her mind. It was a long time before she murmured, and only then did she realize that Duke Aaron and Miss Audrey had both disappeared. Above the gray, seemingly calm, sea surface, Aaron and Audrey's figures reappeared. At this moment, he also saw the grayish-white steps Audrey had mentioned to appear in the collective subconscious ocean near Serenity Cathedral. Aaron raised an eyebrow, as if he had guessed something. He motioned for Audrey to stay put and quietly mobilized the Nation of Disorder, walking along the steps into the depths of the ocean. Ignoring the murmurs spreading through the collective subconscious ocean, Aaron paused his steps, looking at the end of the steps, at that familiar island of consciousness. The outline of a figure slowly emerged, with countless tiny specks of light continuously pouring out of the void, making the figure increasingly clear, converging into an ordinary-looking old man. His hair was completely white but sufficiently thick, with few wrinkles on his face, and no distinctive features. It was Hermes, with whom he had previously made an agreement. This ancient angel calmly looked at Aaron and sighed, speaking in ancient Fuzak. Although I had some expectations, your growth rate still exceeded my imagination. I didn't expect you to become a complete mythical creature in such a short time. Confirming it was an old acquaintance and not a certain mind dragon hidden in East Chester County, Aaron's expression relaxed. He walked onto this island of consciousness, surveying the deep, invisible seabed below, and softly spoke. I wonder if Mr. Hermes is planning to have me fulfill my previous promise this time. As he spoke, the surrounding illusory, layered ocean rippled in all directions, yet it did not affect Hermes in the slightest. But it was enough for Aaron to discern that what appeared here was merely a virtual personality. Tacitly allowing Aaron's probing, Hermes nodded slightly, then shook his head. That travelogue containing Levi sheet has long fallen into his hands. In that case, your previous promise seems impossible to fulfill. However, fortunately, I have already grasped the whereabouts of that mind dragon. Chapter 472, Secrets Lost in History. Aaron coughed dryly. After all, he had been a bit underhanded in that matter, but at the time, circumstances had forced his hand. Only, Grozel's travels, could have persuaded Adam to block the Mother Tree of Desire's descent. Not dwelling on the issue, Aaron looked at Hermes' virtual personality and deliberated before speaking, are you preparing to make a move on that mind dragon? Although he asked this question aloud, Aaron was wondering whether it was Hermes' own idea or Adam's guidance. After advancing to an angel, his spiritual body had become highly integrated with the Nation of Disorder. Even when in the collective subconscious sea, Adam, who had not truly achieved the visionary sequence, could not easily pry into his thoughts. That would be almost equivalent to directly facing the pollution of a non-adjacent pathway's Sapphira. Without directly answering the question, Hermes raised his right hand and outlined shimmering patterns in the air with his index finger. These faint lights were like something from the deepest dream, forming an invisible barrier that cut off connection with the surrounding collective subconscious sea. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not try to stop him. The layered whispers from deep within the illusory ocean receded. Hermes smiled gently, and light gathered on the mind island beneath his feet, outlining an ancient study. Books with various covers were neatly arranged on the bookshelves. Even with Aaron's current knowledge, there were some characters he couldn't recognize. This unique style made him inexplicably think of that iceberg vice admiral's captain's cabin. Seeing Aaron's slight surprise, Hermes sat in the high-backed chair at the center of the study, pointing to a stone chair of equal height opposite him, and said gently, "Please sit." Aaron casually pulled a book from the shelf. Looking at the strange symbols outlined on the hardcover, he could only discern that it seemed related to dragon language, but he couldn't understand it. A branch of dragon language, or some lost language from ancient times. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Aaron took the book and sat opposite Hermes. A wide, thick stone table appeared in due course, separating the two. With clear eyes, Hermes observed Aaron, who was casually flipping through the book. His tone became ethereal, as if he had fallen into a memory. I became an angel at the end of the second epoch, what is now called the Twin Ages. At that time, humans were merely vassals and slaves to other races. My tribe, under the rule of the dragon race, was more like food than vassals. Aaron couldn't hide his surprise and looked up. He had thought this human pioneer had only advanced to an angel after the Creator reclaimed the authority of the ancient gods and observed the first blasphemy slate. After all, in that chaotic and dark era, for the lowest class of humans, let alone becoming an angel, even a demigod was probably a luxury. Sensing Aaron's confusion, Hermes smiled and gently tapped the table with his finger. The ancient language on the book, which had been difficult to recognize, was instantly replaced by ancient Hermes language. He casually explained, "These are all my early jottings, containing some strange but effective spells I created myself. They are also my last memories of that era." Without the language barrier, Aaron instantly read all the content in the book. Reviewing those spells, which were highly characteristic of a mysticism magister, he suddenly looked up and asked, somewhat uncertainly, "Your initial pathway was reader?" Hermes easily understood the somewhat convoluted question. With a calm expression, he nodded and leaned back in his chair, speaking calmly, "Not all dragons are bloodthirsty and view humans as food. At least compared to the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, and the nightmare dragon, Alzahad, the dragon of wisdom, worshipped by my tribe preferred to make his vassals more valuable. It was also under his guidance that I was able to successfully advance to Sequence 3, Cognizer. As for his identity, you should already know." Fortunately, there was the Nation of Disorder shielding, otherwise Aaron's internal exclamations would have echoed throughout the entire Mind Island. He truly hadn't expected Hermes to have such a connection with that two-faced dragon of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. After the shock, some of his inner doubts were resolved, and thoughts surfaced one after another. I had wondered before, a pure spectator pathway's authority is more reflected in the mind domain. Even if one observed the patterns on the first blasphemy slate and drew inspiration from other languages, it would be difficult to create a groundbreaking ancient Hermes language. However, the reader pathway represents the omniscience part of omniscience and omnipotence. Hermes, possessing the authority of two adjacent pathways, could indeed create a language that directly triggers beyonder powers. After all, creating ancient Hermes language can, to a certain extent, be equated with creating a widely applicable mysticism. Well, one can't rule out the possibility that that two-faced dragon secretly helped. The anchors required after an adjacent pathway advances to an angel will only be more numerous. In the Twin Ages, where beliefs were divided among the ancient gods and subordinate deities, what could be more suitable for Hermes at that time than creating a mystical language that would spread far and wide? As long as ancient Hermes language is still in use, he will not lack anchors to maintain his stability. Looking at Hermes, who sat quietly opposite him, giving him enough time to think, Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. He suspected that Hermes, who was not lacking anchors at the time, created the predecessor of the psychology alchemists, a secret organization, under Harabergen's instruction. And after the cataclysm, the ancient sun god, who revived in Adam with the visionary as one of his foundations, sensed Harabergen's covetousness and decisively acted, directly marginalizing Hermes within the psychology alchemists, yet maintaining a tacit understanding with Harabergen, allowing Hermes to join the Twilight Hermit Order. Some questions were answered, but more questions kept emerging. Aaron couldn't quite understand this ancient angel's true stance, nor whose will it was to deal with that mind dragon, Arihog, in Eastchester County. Although he couldn't read Aaron's inner thoughts, the clearest and most direct emotional colors were unaffected. Hermes waited quietly for a moment, and only after Aaron's emotional colors stabilized did he continue. The Twin Ages were filled with incessant warfare. Even some subordinate deities fell. The characteristics of my advancement to an angel came from a subordinate deity of the dragon of imagination who fell, the dragon of insight, Arihog. Arihog. Aaron couldn't help but be stunned. He pondered for a long time before carefully speaking, "Do you know what that mind dragon hidden in Eastchester County calls himself?" Hermes' expression was calm, and his tone was without the slightest ripple as he replied, "Arihog." Seeing that Hermes had no intention of adding anything further, Aaron frowned slightly and fell into silence. Chapter 473 Departure and Instructions. Facing such an angel of the mind domain, Aaron could not judge the veracity of Hermes' words at all. Especially since Hermes deliberately omitted how he, then only a Sequence 3, obtained that discerner characteristic in an era surrounded by enemies. This past has been obliterated in the mists of history, and if it truly related to the dragon of imagination or the god of knowledge and wisdom, relevant information in the spirit world would certainly have been erased, making it difficult even for Rhodes to provide feedback for verification. However, there was one thing he could be sure of: Hermes was at least not a contingency plan of the dragon of imagination. More accurately, even if he once was, after encountering Hera Bergen and Adam, those hidden dangers had already been removed. For example, Grozel's travels, which should have reunited with the Quill of Alzahad, was ultimately sealed in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Pondering, Aaron tapped his fingers on the table, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere, and looked at Hermes, saying, "My promise is still valid, that will not change, and it is the basis of our cooperation from the start. But can you give me some more time?" The Balancer's potion had been completely digested, and he was only one final promotion ritual away from the Sequence 1 position. This was the most pressing matter he needed to focus on. Besides that, he also needed some time to find a certain Fate Serpent to confirm that period of history. And as the Elf King's subordinate deity, the God of Fortune, who survived the ancient era, Will-Oseptin, was clearly the best candidate. There was no anticipated bargaining. Hermes calmly accepted Aaron's request, and the ancient and elegant library disintegrated into points of light, merging into the desolate mined island beneath his feet. He added gently, "This is just an invitation. My main body will be guarding a mausoleum in East Chester County for a while due to certain reasons and cannot leave freely. When that matter concludes, I will invite you again." The mellow and amiable voice, along with Hermes' dissolving figure, vanished. Aaron's feet found nothing but air as the mined island he stood on disappeared without a trace. The mausoleum in East Chester County. George III. Aaron's eyes twitched slightly. He glanced around the chaotic ocean from which murmurs occasionally emanated, then his figure blurred for a moment before he exited the collective subconscious sea. Audrey looked at the collective subconscious sea beneath her feet, then at the intrigued expression on Aaron's face, and she couldn't hide her curiosity as she asked, "Is that a high-ranking member of the psychology alchemists in the collective subconscious ocean? An existence that could freely manipulate the collective subconscious sea and make Aaron personally visit could certainly not be merely demigod level." Audrey gained a new understanding of the secretive organization that controlled the spectator pathway. Although Hermes was marginalized by Adam, almost becoming a background character, he was still a member of the psychology alchemists, right? Aaron muttered to himself, nodded slightly, and led Audrey out of the dream world. Although he could ignore the influence of the collective subconscious sea, Audrey, who was not even a demigod, could not do so, and some conversations were not suitable for exchange there. Returning to reality, as soon as they appeared in the tranquil church enveloped by the authority of concealment, Aaron immediately felt the gaze of Madame Ariana from deep within the sanctuary, but it only lingered for a moment before moving away. Melissa, who had received the subsequent potion for Artisan, had now recovered from her surprise and was arranging for the clergy to properly settle the treated soldiers and nighthawks, while also noticing Aaron and Audrey, who had quietly reappeared. Aaron waved his hand, signaling Melissa not to be reserved, and explained with a smile, "Something came up just now, and I forgot to tell you. With the potion formula, you should know that the sequence after Artisan is called Astronomer. I won't elaborate on the specific beyonder abilities, I just hope you remember one thing when digesting the potion after promotion." At this point, Aaron's expression became serious, and he solemnly added, "Beware of the cosmos. Do not respond to any calls, always maintain mental stability, and pray to the goddess regularly." His words, more like a warning than a reminder, made both ladies present change their expressions simultaneously. Before they could instinctively ask, Aaron continued to add, "I cannot give you specific explanations. Some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected, from body to soul. If one day you can achieve angelhood, only then will you be qualified to explore the specific answers. The more you know, the easier it is to be infected." With Aaron's help, Audrey, who had gone smoothly from Sequence 9 to her current Sequence 5, felt a chill down her spine for the first time in a long while. But her professional quality as a spectator quickly allowed her to regain composure, and she swiftly caught another key point in Aaron's words, opening her mouth in a somewhat astonished manner. You're already an angel." "When?" Looking at Audrey, who was somewhat adorable in her shock, Aaron couldn't resist raising his hand and gently pinching her delicate cheek, explaining with a smile, "I had already been promoted before you left Backlund, but because certain people from a certain secret organization were constantly paying close attention to you at the time, I didn't tell you to maintain secrecy. Now that the most difficult Trunsoist brass book had been acquired, and considering this was the Evernight goddess's territory, he had decided to gradually let Audrey know some things." Such an intimate gesture, even in private, made Audrey a little shy, let alone with Melissa standing nearby. She instantly detached from her spectator state, and a blush spread across her face. Audrey glared at Aaron, who smiled and withdrew his arm, then glanced at Melissa, who was still in shock, with a flushed face. She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that her embarrassment had not been noticed. Melissa, belatedly, recovered from the successive shocks. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to begin. "This is just a reminder, you don't need to overthink it." Looking at Melissa's constantly changing expression, Aaron took Audrey's hand and walked deeper into the church, finally adding with a meaningful tone, "I will explain to the church that the potion formulas you received for your promotion all came from Audrey and me, so you don't need to worry about internal Nighthawk scrutiny. Melissa's heart tightened at the last sentence, and her body instantly tensed. She slowly raised her head and exhaled after the footsteps faded away. After the confrontation with Fasak began, the archbishops and other high-ranking Nighthawks deacons who originally guarded the sanctuary had mostly gone to the front lines, making the core area of the tranquil church, accessible only to members of the Divine Council and permitted believers, even more secluded. Chapter 474, The Pope of Night. Footsteps echoed in the dim corridor, and Audrey, no longer as flustered as before, withdrew her gaze from the murals adorned with crimson moonlight. Her thoughts returned to the grey-white steps that had appeared in the collective subconscious sea, and Audrey couldn't help but think of Hugh and Lambie's, feeling a sudden concern as she asked. Is that fellow from the psychology alchemist here because of Hugh and Lambie's? Aaron ran his fingertips through his smooth golden hair and smiled, shaking his head. With the hidden authority granted by the Church of Evernight, some information no longer needed to be concealed. Hugh and Lambie's was merely a manipulator corrupted by a personality mask. His death is insignificant. The one who came this time is Hermes, and he and I have a cooperative relationship. If all goes well, perhaps your angel characteristic will be settled. Hermes. Angel characteristic. Audrey's steps faltered slightly as she quickly grasped the crucial information, her expression suddenly freezing, clearly hearing her heart pound like a drum. Watching Audrey's emotions instantly become chaotic, Aaron pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and continued. Additionally, for a period of time from now on, I will no longer participate in the Tarot Club. Is this related to Mr. Fool's slumber? Audrey asked subconsciously, then realized with a start that this was a holy hall of the Church of Evernight, not her study. However, after learning that Mr. World's true identity was a Nighthawk who had died long ago in Tinjin City, Audrey had already guessed that the Evernight goddess and the Fool had secretly reached an agreement, so she didn't feel the panic of an infidel about to face judgment. Slumber is for a further revival. I can feel that the day Mr. Fool awakens is not far off. Aaron chuckled, his gaze shifting, no longer continuing the topic. Audrey pondered, following his gaze, and noticed a middle-aged man wearing red gloves appear around the corner. Unlike Audrey's confusion, Aaron had already recognized him as the Nighthawk senior deacon, Goddess's Spear, Riddell, who had been severely wounded by Ince Zangwill at the St. Lovell Church, the headquarters of the Savelas County Diocese. Now, the pollution from the true creator on the senior deacon had been cleared. He nodded to Aaron and, drawing a crimson moon on his chest, spoke in a low voice. Your Holiness, His Holiness the Pope is waiting for you. Please follow me. The deepest part of the Church of Evernight was shrouded in darkness, blurring distance and boundaries, silent and peaceful. Riddell consciously remained at the periphery, his expression respectful. Audrey held her breath, her gem-like pupils reflecting the only light in the place, a magnificent statue that seemed to come from the high-hanging red moon or the stars. She wore a layered but not overly complex dark gown, adorned with countless dazzling points, as if the cosmos night sky were draped over her. Her head was indistinct, as if veiled by the night's thin gauze. A tranquil aura permeated the air, and Audrey murmured as if in a dream. Goddess. Not sensing an aura far beyond the angel level from the statue, Aaron's gaze shifted to the base of the statue, to the female figure clad in religious robes and wearing a triple crown. No further words were needed to explain, her iconic attire was enough to signify her status. Annabella, the goddess's favored one, His Holiness the Pope who presides over the church. This representative of the deities will stood in the gently rippling darkness, giving a very unreal sensation. Even when Aaron's gaze fell upon her, her posture remained unchanged. Not seeing Ariana, Aaron gave a polite nod and looked into those deep dark eyes, taking the initiative to speak. Good evening, Your Holiness the Pope. The star-studded robes swayed. Pope Annabella, with a calm expression, drew a crimson moon on her chest and devoutly whispered. To quickly accommodate the death authority, the goddess has already fallen into slumber. According to the oracle left by the Lord, apart from matters of principle, the Church will do its utmost to cooperate with your actions, including myself and Ariana. Aaron raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing that the goddess's trap for the god of combat had begun to be woven, but this also meant that for the foreseeable future, the Evernight goddess would not be able to provide direct assistance. Fortunately, he had already reached an agreement with the Lord of Storms before. Aaron nodded slightly, thoughtfully, then turned his head to look at Audrey beside him. This Sequence 5 Dreamwalker had actually fallen asleep without him noticing. When she awakens again, the last remaining Dreamwalker potion will be completely digested. I have already sent out a message in the name of the Church of Evernight to the entire Amantha defense line for the Grand Mass at the end of the month, which should meet your requirements. The Pope's cool voice, lacking emotional fluctuations, reached his ears. Aaron observed Audrey's spiritual body for a moment, confirming that the last few discordant parts not fully integrated into her spirit were gradually diminishing before he nodded. Looking up at the Evernight goddess's statue, Aaron pondered for a moment, then carefully asked. Your Holiness Annabella, does the assistance you mentioned include the Church's sealed artifacts of Grade 0? Pope Annabella paused for 2 seconds, then continued. You may borrow one temporarily, or an equivalent exchange. Decisively choosing the former, Aaron cleared his throat and continued to press. Could you reveal some information about the church's Grade 0 sealed artifacts to help me choose? The silence was longer than before, and then a voice came from beneath the triple crown. All right. The surging darkness rippled, transforming into an unreal gateway. Annabella paced through the void, speaking as she walked. Follow me. After 0-08 was stolen, the sealing ground was changed to the deepest part of the abyss beneath the Holy Hall, the entrance to the Kingdom of Darkness in the fourth epoch. After settling Audrey, Aaron's figure flickered and disappeared into the gradually closing illusory door. Although all information on Grade 0 sealed artifacts within the Orthodox churches is shared, this is limited to the most basic external features and does not include their corresponding beyonder abilities. And the goddess's slumber would definitely provoke the god of combat, and war would reignite, so she also had to prepare early. If the Phaenopotter kingdom were to join the war, Loen would inevitably open a western front, and ostensibly, both the Pope and Madame Ariana would be tied down by this. East Balam, Hagati Prairie. A bronze door, infused with endless stillness and covered in mysterious patterns, emerged. An illusory, dark river flowed quietly, and a gloomy small boat sailed out from the deep portal. Alsace Egger, the ferryman, who had advanced further with Azek's help and whose aura was even colder, stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the abyss of ferrying at the southernmost tip of the Hagati Prairie, which had now become a sacred place for the Balam kingdom. Behind him, the door to the underworld did not close. Instead, it grew larger and closer to reality, with endless undead creatures pouring out of it, just like the resurgence of the Pale Disaster at the end of the fourth epoch. Chapter 475, Bairam's Restoration. However, compared to the continent-sweeping catastrophe of the fourth epoch, the surging Styx did not bring deathly silence and destruction. Instead, it was guided by an invisible force, transforming into intricate tributaries that clung to the vast Hagati grassland like blood vessels. Pale, decaying hands grabbed the undead creatures, dragging them unhindered into the Styx to become nutrients. A dense aura of death spread, causing the dark river to continuously churn and fall. They converged into a massive yet not entirely real pitch-black feathered serpent. Its illusory body occupied the entire Hagati grassland, and the head corresponding to the abyss of ferrying opened a pair of eyes burning with pale flames. Gazing at those eyes, Althas Egger knelt on one knee, raising his hands with thumbs touching and pressed against the center of his forehead, his expression devout and respectful. Son of the ruler of death. Monarch who commands the undead. Eternal Balam Consul. Great Azek Eggers. May every spirit live eternally in your kingdom. Behind this ferryman, small boats stained with mottled blood, steadily suspended above the Styx without sinking, traversed the Hagati grassland, which was permeated by the aura of death. These were items left behind by the Balam Empire, refined by the death of the past, used for proselytizing and converting believers, and also one of the foundations inherited by the numinous episcopate. Only a gatekeeper who had achieved sequence and opened the underworld within their body could control them, making them ghost ships exclusive to the underworld. Aside from the numinous episcopate's royal faction, led by the Pale Queen Sia Palank Egger, who remained in the underworld, Azek had thoroughly integrated the various previously fragmented factions of the numinous episcopate. The demigods who had submitted to the will of the Death Consul, as well as the gatekeepers of lower sequence who, through their internal underworld, clearly felt that indescribable aura, all prostrated themselves on the deck, collectively chanting Azek's honorific name. As Azek's will continuously expanded with the spread of the Styx, he seemed to return to the fourth epoch, and a terrifyingly profound aura emanated from him. Within the abyss of ferrying, dense black mist permeated, slowly flowing like a haze. The spreading Styx finally converged here again, as if a grand sacrifice was drawing to a close. Azek, clad in a black robe embroidered with gold patterns, felt the prayers echoing in his ears, constantly balancing his divinity, and solemnly declared. The Balam kingdom shall be restored in the southern continent from this day forward. He used the language of death, from hell, from the underworld, but all the praying believers, even ordinary people with no foundation in mysticism, could clearly comprehend the voice that resonated in their ears. Above the Balam kingdom, which stretched from the Hagati grassland in the north to the abyss of ferrying in the south, occupying nearly half of eastern Balam's southern region, the feathered serpent, undetectable by anyone below demigod sequence, slightly raised its head towards the west and north, then completely merged into this consecrated territory. West Balam, Governor's Mansion of the Forsac Colonial Zone, Friens. Noor Karm, the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church's West Balam Diocese and a Sequence 3 Silver Knight, had a solemn expression, his dark green pupils staring eastward. Even across the starry plateau, that chilling aura of death still made him feel a lump in his throat. The lingering death language echoed in his ears through the spirit world. The Silver Knight, whose aura was already weak from forcibly overdrawing to awaken a sealed artifact, felt his face twitch violently. The entire governor's mansion seemed to fall into a state of stagnation. Looking at the expensive collectibles in the study, painstakingly plundered from the colonial zone, but now shattered into dust by the violent aura, Governor Carter Einhorn, a royal demigod in military uniform, cursed inwardly. Crude warrior. but as a high-ranking hunter whose prior sequence included conspirer, his intelligence was clearly online. He cleared his throat and timely reminded the irritable archbishop. The restoration of Balam is not necessarily a bad thing for us. It is separated from West Balam by the entire starry plateau. The one truly bordering it is the Church of Evernight, not us. And to guard against the Son of Death, the Church of Evernight is very likely to dispatch a Class 0 sealed artifact from the Chapel of Tranquility, which will benefit the Empire's war efforts in the northern continent. Noor Karm slowly reined in his aura, withdrew his gaze, and nodded, not continuing the topic. The negative effects from using that ancient horn earlier had made his emotions extremely unstable. If not for the current undercurrents and the possibility of war restarting in the northern continent at any time, with no spare saints in the Twilight Giant Hall to replace him, he would have already returned to St. Millennium to recuperate. Seeing that his giant partner had finally calmed down, Carter continued the conversation that had been interrupted. According to the decision of the royal family and the church, Axbang, which was plundered by the Rose School of Thought, and several other states near the Starry Plateau, will be ceded to the Earth Mother Church. This part of West Balam's colonial zone is the prepayment for Fenipot's entry into the war. For us, it allows us to leverage the power of the Earth Mother Church to jointly address the threats from the Starry Plateau and the Balam Kingdom. Additionally, the Archbishop of the Earth Mother Church responsible for Southern Continent affairs will arrive soon. Noor Karm, who had already received the Twilight Giant Hall's resolution, interrupted gruffly. Nonsense. I will evacuate the church's clergy as soon as possible and appease the believers. The rest is up to you. Do you expect me to go and welcome them? Ignoring Carter's stiff expression, he transformed directly into a silver flash and disappeared from the governor's mansion. East Balam, Harvest Plain, north of the Hagardi grassland. As Loen's largest colonial city in East Balam, Vertek was also the most important diocese for the Church of Evernight in the southern continent. In the deepest part of the Gothic church in the city center, which was only slightly smaller than St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund, Elia, a senior Nighthawk's deacon and the goddess's eye, also sensed the anomaly in the south, her star-like eyes indifferent and calm. Slightly hurried footsteps broke the tranquil atmosphere. Sost, the red-glove captain who had already advanced to Spirit Warlock, entered the prayer hall with a solemn expression and reported concisely. Your Excellency, Goddess's Eye, I received a telegram. A large number of natives are migrating from the southern Harvest Plain towards the Hagardi grassland. According to your previous instructions, the local Nighthawks only offered guidance and no conflict erupted. After the routine report, Sost hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice. That Balam Kingdom. As a Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock, even without praying to Azek, he could independently decipher the death language echoing in the spirit world, directly recalling the records of the Pale Calamity in the Nighthawk's internal texts. Elia, who had personally discussed and demarcated the optimal area for Balam's restoration with Aaron, tacitly allowing those natives who believed in death to leave the colonial zone, interrupted Sost and ended the topic more concisely. Maintain the status quo. I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral and the Pope. Chapter 476, The Foundation of the Orthodox Church. The deepest part of the Tranquil Church's cliff in Winter County. Aaron, who had been directly teleported here from the Holy Hall by Pope Annabella, paused slightly, his ever-burning dark golden pupils reflecting a dark plain filled with moonflowers, night-scented grass, and deep sleep flowers. If not for the towering palace at the very center and the crimson moon, Aaron would have almost thought he had unknowingly returned to the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom. This should be the entrance to the fourth epoch's Deep Gloom divine kingdom. Even though the divine kingdom has moved to the astral world, the remaining power still created this special place. Looking at this scene, so different from the snow-covered tranquil church, Aaron's fingertips traced the air, and black threads gently swayed, carrying a terrifying aura capable of instantly putting ordinary demigods into eternal slumber. This was the product of residual divine power and solidified faith, of extremely high beyonder characteristic, and also the essence of the power at the core of the sealed artifacts behind the Chinese gate in the basements of most Evernight church cathedrals. However, compared to the residual divine power here, ordinary churches outside the diocese headquarters only contain solidified divine aura and faith as their sealed artifact core, capable of suppressing grade 1 sealed artifacts at most, but unable to withstand the backlash of grade 0 sealed artifacts. The Eye of Order, interwoven with laws, analyzed this unique power system. Aaron nodded with interest. Although he was still some distance from Sequence 0, the essence of the Nation of Disorder was now sufficient to satisfy this characteristic. With some thoughts, Aaron began to survey his surroundings. A serene darkness, a darkness devoid of any sound, replaced everything. In the darkness, where the moonflowers bloomed silently, bodies dressed in archbishop robes lay, their faces pale but serene, as if they had not died but were merely in slumber. They lay with their eyes closed in relaxation, a faint smile seemingly on their lips, and around them stood numerous gravestones, each inscribed with the same word. Guardian. Examining these bodies, which, though they had lost their beyonder characteristics, still retained divine remnants, Aaron had no doubt that if any unapproved person intruded here, they would certainly be met with counterattacks from these guardians. Pope Annabella, who had been quietly hidden in the darkness, her indifferent gaze flickered slightly, and her gentle yet authoritative voice rang out. From the age of obscurity to the present, all loyal followers of the goddess, as long as their bodies remain, will forever sleep here, enjoying the peace of their souls in the Lord's divine kingdom. Amidst the rather religious chanting, the Pope passed through the gravestones and arrived at a pair of double doors embedded in the void at the deepest part of the dark plain. Following Annabella's steps closely, Aaron examined the extraordinarily heavy double doors, which were inscribed with 7 dark holy emblems, suspecting that this might have been the original blueprint when the Chinese gate was first constructed. Without giving Aaron more time to think, as if merely keeping these doors manifested consumed a great deal of power, Annabella pushed open the doors without hesitation. A chilling but not bone-piercing aura diffused, and all the spirits on the dark plane seemed to resonate, with ethereal prayers and praises gradually growing louder. As an angel who had fully digested the potion and was only a ritual away from advancing to sequence 1, Aaron also felt as if his spirit body was being cleansed at this moment, his spirituality flowing out naturally and soothingly. Although it was only for an instant, Aaron instantly became clear, realizing that he was already in a dream. This special sensation instantly reminded him of the Ghost Empire, sealed by the Evernight goddess in the core area of the Divine War ruins, in the interstice where dreams and reality converged. Compared to the instability caused by the conflicting divine power remnants in the Divine War ruins, the seal at the entrance of the Deep Gloom Divine Kingdom was undoubtedly stronger and more concealed. Feeling that his connection with the Nation of Disorder, though obstructed, was not greatly affected, Aaron's expression remained unchanged, finding that his current location was almost identical to the palace where the Evernight goddess had appeared in the astral world. But his attention was no longer here. His gaze was fixed on the 5 towering altars at the center of the palace, where the extremely dense aura of tranquility even gave Aaron the illusion of facing the waters of the river of eternal darkness. Ignoring Aaron, whose gaze was fixed, Annabella, who had removed her triple crown and let her black hair fall smoothly, showed no papal pretense. She devoutly knelt on the ground and drew a crimson moon over her chest. Only after this servant of concealment rose again did Aaron slowly speak. "Are these all the Grade 0 sealed artifacts under the Church's control?" Nodding calmly, Annabella slightly raised her palm, and words condensed from starlight appeared on the surface of the 5 altars. 0 to 11. Crown of Bloodlust, a sealed artifact formed by the solidified beyonder characteristic of a deep abyss pathway sequence 2, Bloody Archduke, after being eroded by high-level corruption. It has an extreme craving for flesh and blood, is extremely dangerous and unusable, and is recommended for permanent sealing. 0 to 21. Ring of Concealment, a relic left after the 3rd Evernight Pope fell during the War of 4 Emperors. After gaining recognition, short-term wear can grant the authority of a servant of concealment. Moderate danger. Note, archbishops or senior deacons above Evernight Pathway Sequence 3 can apply to use it. 0-24. 0-27. 0-32. Aaron's gaze swept from high to low across the altars, and his expression immediately turned strange, finding it hard to believe that the Evernight Church's foundation was only this much. Even adding the 2 angels, the divine general vessel, Mother of the Sky, remaining in Backlund, the moon pathway uniqueness held by the goddess, and the 0-08 taken by Insanguil, the number of existences above the angelic beyonder characteristic barely reached 10. The Evernight Church was not like the Steam Church, which only rose in the 4th epoch. As an ancient organization that experienced the great catastrophe after the demise of the ancient gods, having only this level of foundation was rather perplexing. Noticing the doubt in Aaron's eyes, Annabella explained in a calm tone. This is not everything. Some sealed artifacts that contain outer deity contamination reaching Grade 0 sealed artifact level, but do not possess angelic characteristics themselves, are not suitable to remain in reality. Furthermore, the top-ranked 0-03 Crimson Moon and 0-09 Prince of Abolition scale are personally held by the goddess. Aaron raised an eyebrow, somewhat understanding but also surprised that the moon pathway uniqueness ranked so high. Thinking of the 0-05 wishing lamp, he had an idea and asked cautiously. Then what is 0-04? Annabella's eyes shifted slightly, and she answered concisely. The Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness, and it is not under the control of the Orthodox churches. Understanding the hint, Aaron nodded. As for 0-09, he could guess its essence was a Prince of Abolition characteristic without explanation. He just didn't know how the goddess managed to snatch this Roselle legacy from the encirclement of the 2 true gods of Steam and Sun, and Adam. But Aaron felt that this characteristic should have been borrowed by Adam long ago, used to fuel George III's ambition to advance to a Black Emperor, fulfilling his anticipated world trend. Chapter 477, The Anchor of the Hand of Order. Aside from the god of steam and machinery church, which only rose in the 4th epoch, the foundations of the other Orthodox churches, even if slightly inferior to the Church of Darkness, wouldn't be too far off. Aaron pinched his brow, silently assessing the god of combat church's losses after losing 0-02. Suddenly, he felt something, and his gaze lifted through the ethereal darkness to see the gently trembling Nation of Disorder. Amidst the swirling dark gold mist, a miniature, somewhat insubstantial continent, centered around the abyss of ferrying, appeared within his nascent god kingdom, clearly being the Kingdom of Biome rebuilt by Azek. This continent, which almost occupied a quarter of the entire eastern biome, was like the most solid anchor, making the entire virtual god kingdom increasingly complete. Feeling the synchronized feedback from the depths of his spiritual body, a smile appeared on Aaron's face, and he moved his gaze in a good mood. The first anchor point for advancing to Hand of Order had already met his expectations. With the support of this anchor point, the Kingdom of Biome in the God Kingdom would likely withstand the baptism of the world's rules during the advancement and successfully evolve into the entire southern continent. According to his interpretation of the blasphemy slate and the knowledge gained from the fragments of the Night Emperor's God Kingdom, Aaron clearly understood that the process of digesting the Hand of Order beyond characteristic was essentially a continuous expansion of the nascent God Kingdom, allowing its fusion with the corresponding real-world area to constantly enlarge. While anchoring himself so as not to be assimilated by the world's rules, he allowed his own order to embed itself into the world's underlying rules, transitioning from an executor of order to order itself in the true sense. Looking at Moon City suspended in the 5 seas in Irusel, the capital of East Tark County, Aaron pondered for a moment before glancing at Annabella, who already knew about the anomaly in Eastern Biome, and pointed to the 0 to 21 ring of concealment, speaking calmly. "I'd like to temporarily borrow this sealed artifact." The High Priest of Moon City, Nim, had already advanced to Sequence 3, Horror Bishop, and could perfectly wield the power of this Grade 0 sealed artifact, mobilizing the remaining Dark Knight divine power from the Forsaken Land of the Gods to gain the blessing of concealment, masking the anomalies Moon City would exhibit during Aaron's advancement. If not for the special identity of Mother of the Sky, even with the current status of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron wouldn't have been able to send it to the Forsaken Land of the Gods without alarming the true Creator. Otherwise, he would have preferred the more secure 0 to 17. Damaging an embedded anchor point was an irreparable injury for any Hand of Order. The example before Aaron was that of the Castilla family's member. The War of Oathbreaking over 600 years ago not only caused the division of Fenipot, a dominant power in the northern continent, but more crucially, the southern continent colonies, originally belonging to Fenipot, were divided among various nations during the chaos. The anchor point, or more accurately, the most important nascent god kingdom for advancing to Justiciar, was severely damaged as a result. Divinity overwhelmed humanity, inevitably accelerating the process of assimilation by the rules. But the underlying rules of this world were inherently chaotic and mad, and the Castilla family's Hand of Order had not reappeared for 600 years because of this. As a heretic in the mouths of Celestial Worthy and God Almighty, Aaron knew that his uniqueness was not just in integrating the Nation of Disorder, but in having a soul that was unique throughout the entire universe. He was a true visitor from another world. His soul did not originate from the primordial one, and would not face the inevitable resurgence of the most fundamental primordial imprint in his soul once he reached a certain level, unlike the ancient sun god. However, this did not mean that the erosion of rules had no effect on him. Moon City, as the first fully manifested city within the nascent god kingdom, was of self-evident importance. Without asking about the purpose of borrowing 0 to 21, the Pope's pale hand emerged from her religious robes. This peculiar world, existing in the gap between dream and reality, trembled gently. On one of the altars within it, darkness surged like a tide, enveloping a dark, ancient ring. The next second, a sense of weightlessness struck. Aaron quickly broke free from the daze, realizing he had left the dream, and also saw the ring of concealment floating before him, emitting a serene aura, seemingly illusory yet real. Praise the goddess. Aaron watched the ring of concealment voluntarily disappear into the Dark Knight imprint, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and prayed softly. As a seasoned dreamwalker, Audrey no longer needed self-hypnosis to remain conscious in dreams, and could also generally determine the approximate level of creature whose dream she was about to enter, avoiding danger. It was precisely because of this that she was somewhat surprised to find that all the dreams she experienced this time were at the demigod level, and the last bit of dreamwalker beyond her characteristic was rapidly digested during this process. Her emerald, gem-like eyes became even brighter, clear, and luminous. Audrey pursed her lips, skillfully pushing open the door symbolizing the dream passage as before, her expression immediately turning somewhat surprised. What greeted her eyes were tarot cards scattered all over the ground, all Wheel of Fortune cards. A baby wrapped in silver silk idly tossed the tarot cards in his hand, grumbling discontentedly. "Don't worry, if the Pope hadn't allowed it, even as a mere projection, I wouldn't be able to appear here." Audrey's expression relaxed slightly, and she followed up with a curious question. "It's been a long time, Mr. Speaker. Do you know where this is?" Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting snorted, his chubby hand propping up his not-so-obvious chin, and after a moment's thought, replied. "To put it simply, this is a world formed by solidifying, preserving, and aggregating the residual dreams of the archbishops who were qualified to be buried in the Church of Tranquility over the long epochs of the Church of Darkness, through a certain special authority. Compared to the uncontrollable and extremely dangerous dream world of the God War ruins, this place is indeed more suitable for you to digest the Beyonder characteristic. No wonder there are so many demigod-level dreams. Audrey nodded with a hint of realization. Before she could continue to ask what the Serpent of Fate wanted with her, Aaron's familiar voice came to her ears. He's here for me. Seeing the true owner arrive, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting immediately complained. Last time, to help you, I've been hiding in the River of Fate until now. How could I have any extra power to seal dice of probability? But you just disappeared. If I hadn't felt Audrey's fate shift and activated the mark I left, I wouldn't know when I could contact you. Aaron, who had specifically entered the dream after being reminded by Annabella, coughed. He had been staying in Mistown before, and normal methods indeed couldn't reach him. At this moment, it was difficult to explain, so he just spoke slowly. Sorry, but fate is not my strong suit. What can I do for you? A cunning smile flashed and disappeared. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's small face became serious as he added. You can send Bernadette to the River of Fate. I will transfer Dice of Probability to her. Chapter 478 Handing over the Dice of Probability. The scattered wheel of fortune cards around them disintegrated into specks of silver light, returning to Will Septon's body. After sending Audrey to other dreams, he leisurely continued, there's still at least a month until the two intertwined but unmerged fate tributaries, caused by my premature birth, can smoothly connect with the outer River of Fate. This is an opportunity for Rejord to complete his ritual and advance to Sequence 3 Chaoswalker. At that time, I'll need your help. Consider it your compensation. Stopping the baby who was about to slip away, Aaron frowned. For a while, I'll be trying to advance to Hand of Order. I don't like the feeling of losing control. So, for both our matters not to be affected, you must tell me exactly what needs to be done. Advance. The baby wrapped in silver silk suddenly turned around, rubbed his eyes with his chubby arm, and stared intently at Aaron. He opened and then closed his mouth, momentarily unable to respond. After several seconds, Will Septon said with a slight pout, it's truly unbelievable. We've only known each other for 3 years, and you've already reached this point. Indeed, the closer it gets to the apocalypse, the more unfathomable fate becomes. After a moment of self-reflection, he composed himself and continued, although the life school of thought has suffered a great calamity, its foundation remains. I will prepare Rejord's advancement ritual and potion for him. But I sense a warning from fate. That smelly snake Ouroboros should have already left the forsaken land of the gods. It seems the pollution he suffered from the last encounter with that fellow in the abyss has almost healed, even if not completely. My current state prevents me from sparing any effort to conceal the anomaly during Rejord's advancement. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, a playful expression on his face as he followed up with a question. So, you want me to help you block a king of angels until Rejord successfully advances? Will Septon lightly coughed and corrected, it won't be as difficult as you say. Believe me, with my help, the time Rejord needs for advancement will be very short. You only need to spare a little time. Moreover, the fate pathway truly touches upon the authority of fate starting from Chaoswalker. If Rejord advances successfully, the Dice of Probability can also be handed over to him for sealing afterward, and it won't be a burden to you. Aaron pondered for a few seconds, then slowly nodded under Will Septon's joyful gaze. For our friendship, if I can help, I certainly won't stand idly by. However, I still have some questions I'd like to ask. Taking advantage of the ancient angel, who had lived since the second epoch, being in a good mood, Aaron directly revealed the lost history that Hermes had told him in the collective subconscious sea. Will Septon blinked, seemingly lost in distant memories, and after a long while, he mumbled, I'm not familiar with that old fellow Hermes, but what he said should all be true. However, the most perfect lies are often incomplete truths. You'd best confirm it again with the parties involved. Hey, you might not know, but that Dragon of Insight, Erhog, was killed by that Queen of Calamities back then. Aaron raised an eyebrow and nodded thoughtfully, not continuing the topic. Upon receiving the fate coordinates given by Will Septon, he immediately left this dream world and returned to the deepest part of the Church of Tranquility. Her Eminence Annabella was no longer there. The telegram from the southern continent had just reached the Holy See, and as the Pope, she had to convene a Holy Council to respond. After all, the Church was not just one person, but a strictly organized theocratic system. The inside story of the Byron Kingdom was limited to the 2 angels of the Church and Elia, the goddess's eye, who was responsible for the practical operations. For the rest of the archbishops, senior deacons, and the vast clergy and believers, the Holy See had to have a clear stance. Without overstepping his bounds and interfering with the internal affairs of the Church, Aaron directly transmitted the fate coordinates to Bernadette via the Nation of Disorder, then quietly sat beside Audrey, silently waiting for her to fully digest the potion. Mist Sea, Emerald City. The tall Bernadette stood by the railing, feeling the restlessness of pale death within the sealed space, and gazed towards the southern continent through the surging waves. Although she had only stayed for a moment in the outer area of Calderon City, this level 0 sealed artifact still seemed to have been affected. The high-level power of the death domain always made it uncontrollably restless. If she wasn't already an angel, and if the most dangerous and difficult to seal wishing lamp had not been offered to the great Lord of Order, she probably wouldn't have had any spare energy to deal with other matters. Her eyes, as blue as the sea, suddenly turned dark gold. After a moment, Bernadette parted her lips and whispered to herself, "Dice of probability. Be careful of Ouroboros." At that moment, her eyes flickered, as if she saw something else, predicted something, and her solemn expression relaxed slightly. Bernadette pondered for a moment. Pieces of pure white, illusory feathers emerged from behind her. A part of her body then virtualized and separated, transforming into complex streams of knowledge, condensing into a pure, information flow state. Bernadette. The two Bernadettes looked at each other. The latter slightly raised her hand, and the winding, shimmering river of fate appeared. As the waves churned, it engulfed her figure. The silently flowing but insubstantial river passed by her side. Bernadette, whose essence was already an information creature, analyzed the fate coordinates granted by the Lord of Order, concealing her aura and moving against the river of fate in a certain direction. Time seemed to lose meaning in the river of fate. Bernadette suddenly stopped. A certain fate tributary, reflected in her eye of secrecy, gradually twisted, condensing into a scaleless, silver-white giant snake. Its surface was composed of dense patterns and symbols forming mysterious wheels, connecting with the surrounding illusory rivers and converging into a blurred, unreal giant wheel. Bernadette, who herself controlled the Wheel of Fortune, narrowed her eyes, secretly analyzing and absorbing the knowledge revealed by the mythological creature's form. As if sensing Bernadette's arrival, on the slowly rotating Wheel of Fortune, symbolic representations of different futures lit up one by one. An illusory light door opened, and a milky white six-sided die flew out. The illusory rivers, mixed with symbolic representations, solidified into translucent amber, firmly fixing it within, with a red 4 facing up. Before Bernadette could speak, the Ouroboros, the silver-white giant snake, abruptly vanished. Even with her current sage status, she couldn't find a trace of it. Her eyes flickered. She gave up the idea of continuing to pursue it and immediately grabbed the die, transforming into a pure information torrent and disappearing without a trace. Chapter 479 The Ambassadors of the Church of the Mother Earth. The remaining information flows scattered in the long river of illusion were shattered by the vortex of time and completely transformed into mottled light spots and annihilated. Silently, ray of light seeped out from the void, forming illusory layers of pure wings that spread outward, covering the entire tributary of destiny. Beneath the wings, a figure with long silver hair emerged, silently looking down at the stagnant tributary of fate below. He was wearing a simple linen robe, with a beautiful face and soft features. He was none other than the King of Angels, the Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros. His indifferent eyes were temporarily unfocused. As his gaze moved, at his feet and in the layers of wings of light behind him, transcendent and mysterious circles appeared. After merging into this illusory river that had stopped flowing and connecting its end to end, it immediately began to rotate counterclockwise. The torrent of information that had originally been annihilated into points of light condensed again and turned into a ball of light that Ouroboros absorbed and grasped in his hands. The next second, the ancient angel groaned, and the ball of light in his hand suddenly expanded as if stimulated. The incredibly complex information indiscriminately eroded everything around it. A pair of eyelashless, indifferent eyes vaguely emerged in the light. It had no physical form, yet seemed to be the embodiment of knowledge and information. Hidden Sage. To be more precise, when Bernadette was promoted to Sage, the evil god wanted to use his status to forcibly impose pollution on her. However, after being blocked by Aaron with the help of the Kingdom of Disorder, the remaining pollution was suppressed before it could be recovered, and was now used as a tool to disrupt Ouroboros' pursuit. Although it possessed some of the high-ranking characteristics of the Hidden Sage, it was only residual power after all. Ouroboros quickly annihilated the complex information that poured into the spirit body. As he watched the tributary flow again and merge into the entire river of destiny, a haze flashed across Ouroboros' handsome face, and the wings of light behind him folded again and disappeared with him. Ogara, the largest port city in the southern plains of West Balam in the southern continent, is also where Faysak's naval base in West Balam is located. Amidst the dense fog, a massive ship flying the Faysak flag quietly docked at the naval base that was already under martial law. Governor Cartel Einhorn of the colony forced a smile on his stern face and looked at the delegation from the Church of Mother Earth, his gaze fixed on the two demigods in the lead. One of them was a handsome man wearing the robe of the Archbishop of the Church of Mother Earth. His distinctive bloodshot eyes revealed his identity. Although Cartel had long known that the Church of Mother Earth had recruited some vampires to serve as missionaries, he had never expected that such an important task as establishing a diocese in the southern continent would be entrusted to a vampire earl. As for the middle-aged man next to the vampire, who was also an iron-blooded knight like himself, he was not too surprised because he had some understanding of the special God's grace and God's favor system within the Church of Mother Earth. Despite all the thoughts in his mind, Cartel Einhorn showed none of them. He nodded slightly to show respect and then acted like a governor. His adjutant spoke at the right time, respectfully and politely saying, Welcome, distinguished guests of the Church of the Earth Mother. Please follow me. The governor has divided the promised diocese and prepared the necessary materials for missionary construction. A banquet has been prepared in the governor's mansion to welcome all the distinguished guests. After a night's rest, you can depart directly by special train. Archbishop Segura, who was personally assigned by Madame Roland to go to the southern continent, waved his hand to decline the invitation. He glanced at the silver coffin guarded by several clergymen behind him with his blood-red eyes and explained, "Thank you for your kindness, Governor. However, we still need to hurry up and store the seal core and build the church. Please take us directly to the special train." Even though there were layers of spiritual walls between them, Cartel Einhorn still felt a strong feminine power from the coffin. Although it was a pity that he could not use this opportunity to glimpse the true meaning of the Earth Mother Church's South Continent delegation, he did not insist. After watching everyone leave and waiting for the port to return to calm, Cartel Einhorn withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Print the message I gave you secretly, and keep an eye out for telegrams from St. Milan. Once the war in the northern continent resumes, I need to let West Balam and the entire southern continent know as quickly as possible about the Empire's alliance with Fainaport and the establishment of the Earth Mother Church in West Balam. Do you understand?" The former adjutant immediately straightened his back, turned around without hesitation, and disappeared in the morning light. Wintershire, tranquil church. Warm and bright sunlight slanted in through the stained glass, and Audrey's slightly curved eyelashes trembled slightly and suddenly opened. Those emerald green eyes reflected the colorful sunlight, sparkling and clear, like the brightest gems. "Where is this?" Just as Audrey was beginning to feel doubtful, a familiar, gentle voice came to her ears. "Congratulations on completely digesting the potion. This is the lounge prepared by the sanctuary for the Red Glove members. You have been sleeping for 2 days." She suddenly turned her head to look at Aaron, who was smiling, and felt the spiritual comfort. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up a little, and her cheeks showed a slight depression. Her eyebrows were slightly curved and her eyes turned slightly. Feeling Audrey's undisguised joy, Aaron hesitated for a moment before continuing. "A high mass at the Amanda Line will be held tomorrow night. An archbishop of the church will personally preside over it to appease the souls of those who died in the war and allow those soldiers who fought so hard to enjoy peace of mind. I have already communicated with the archbishop. He will work with you to stimulate the emotional resonance of the high mass at the appropriate time. That will be your best opportunity to complete the ascension ceremony." Listening quietly, Audrey's smile gradually disappeared, leaving only the calmness on the surface and the sadness flowing in her eyes. Aaron sighed, knowing Audrey's inner struggles very well. After thinking for a moment, a bottle of potion quietly appeared in his hand, with countless fragments of light floating in it, like the embodiment of the ocean of collective subconsciousness. Vin Rambis died from the curse of the god's evil, and his manipulator characteristics have been taken back by Adam. The extraordinary properties of this potion prepared by Aaron originated from a giant psychic dragon that he released when he used the Devil's Painting to help Boy Bailey complete the Silver Night ritual. The spiritual throbbing brought about by the gathering instinct attracted Audrey's attention again. She guessed without any explanation that this was the manipulator's potion. The suffering of the citizens in the smog and the fragility of life in the face of war flashed through Audrey's mind. She took a deep breath, took the potion, and whispered, "Since I've chosen this path, there are some things I must bear." Chapter 480 Klein returns to reality. Mist obscured the high-hanging crimson moon, and the chaotic, ruined streets were covered in scorched marks, with broken mirrors everywhere, clinging to black flames. Panatia, whose pure white robe had turned completely to charcoal, let out a sharp shriek. The mirror world, formed by countless invisible fine threads and thick black hair coiling back, was pierced, and an uncontrollable numbness seized her entire spirit body. Opposite her, Klein, whose body was permeated by disease, turned into fragments. This was merely a paper figure clone, and the sea god scepter, its power exhausted, fell from midair, its faint blue light flickering erratically. This mystical item, originating from the remnants of Kvetua and more powerful than most Grade 1 sealed artifacts, unleashed its negative effects without reservation. Panatia's body rapidly shriveled, her blood drained, and her thoughts further solidified, interrupting her desperate urge to use her incomplete mythical creature form. The sluggishness of her thoughts became increasingly severe, and the operation of her mind grew more and more sluggish. The demoness of despair's gaze revealed obvious, intense hatred and regret, but as time passed, her expression gradually became rigid. After another moment, once the negative effects of the sea god scepter passed, Klein, who had been teleported by the traveler's marionette, reappeared. Looking at Panatia, who had been initially marionetted by spirit body threads, a smile still appeared on Klein's face, which had been extremely pale due to his spirit body being on the verge of exhaustion. Without the slightest hesitation, enduring the stinging pain in his brain, he separated a spirit worm and transmitted it through the spirit body threads, causing Panatia to fall completely into marionettization. Only then did Klein breathe a sigh of relief. He first retrieved the sea god scepter into the eye of Rusko, hidden in his left palm, and then began to manipulate his first half-god level marionette. Panatia, now a charred mummy, opened her eyes, and her rigid posture gradually became more agile. She took out a deep, strange obsidian from her coiled black hair. Before the joy on his face could spread, Klein and Panatia simultaneously turned their heads, looking towards the relatively intact western side of the misty town, where a highly identifiable fallen malice was rushing towards them without concealment. Klein cursed under his breath. To deal with Panatia, he had used every means at his disposal, even to the point of spiritual exhaustion, so it was naturally impossible for him to contend with Mr. A at this time. Raising his hand, he retrieved the arsonist beyonder characteristic from the two marionettes that had been scrapped in the battle. The planeswalker marionette immediately grabbed Klein and Panatia and rushed towards the central church. The terrifying spiritual threads there were, for him now, the safest place. As the faint blue light flickered, Klein reappeared at the entrance of the church, his body instantly stiffening. In his slightly enlarged pupils, the dark altar deep within the church was reflected. On the altar, which originally only had a stone carving of the Mother of the Sky statue, a figure wearing a simple linen robe with mending marks had appeared at some unknown time. Meeting those dark eyes, the sudden surge of astonishment and wariness quickly dissipated, and Klein's heart instantly became extremely peaceful and tranquil. It wasn't until the roar of fallen will came from behind him that Klein broke free from this state. Just as he was about to say something, his pupils suddenly constricted. Mr. A, who had borne the negative emotions of the entire Backlund and distorted into a flesh tide, more powerful than Panatia, offered no resistance. Like a toy being manipulated by a child, he was gradually erased in a bizarre manner, as if he had never appeared. The last remaining mottled light cluster, radiating strong spiritual fluctuations, was drawn by an invisible force and merged into the creeping hunger that Klein wore on his right hand. His spiritual intuition did not detect any malice directed at him, and he did not bother to investigate what changes had occurred to this mystical item. Klein's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and with a troubled mind, he turned around and drew a crimson moon on his chest, asking in a rather complex, low voice. "You are?" The lady in the simple robe nodded gently, answering concisely. "Ariana, servant of concealment." As a beyonder who originated from the Nighthawks, Klein was extremely familiar with this name. After a few seconds of silence, he bowed respectfully again. Ariana scrutinized Klein for a moment before retrieving the obsidian slab from Panatia's hand and continuing. "Your Bizarro sorcerer potion has been initially digested. You can leave." Without waiting for Klein's response, she immediately placed the obsidian slab into the recess in the wall behind the altar, and a vertical eye composed of numerous hidden symbols was outlined. "This is a symbol the Antigonus family's notes once showed me." Klein had already realized something, watching the pure beams of light appear, flowing along the patterns, and finally converging. Amidst a burst of bright light, an illusory, secretive double door appeared on the wall. Muttering sounds penetrated through the long expanse of time and history, ethereal and echoing endlessly, causing Klein's spirit to waver for a moment. He only felt as if the grayish world had split open, and a towering, majestic mountain peak occupied his vision. The constantly enlarging scene finally stopped at the summit of the mountain, within the collapsed and decaying palace. On the mottled stone chair, countless transparent maggots clustered together. They were densely intertwined, slowly wriggling, and continuously growing. Fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Klein, having come to his senses, found himself having left the misty town and now stood on a mountaintop. In his hand, there was an additional metal, completely translucent and seemingly cast from obsidian. Without lingering to investigate, Klein immediately took his two marionettes and traveled through the spirit world, moving away. After confirming his safety several times in a row, he gritted his teeth and finally took 4 steps backward, connecting his spirituality to Sapphira Castle. This was a destiny he could not avoid, but since the Evernight goddess allowed him to come out, at least the worst would not happen. Moreover, peering into and divining Panatia's spirit body to learn the secrets of the Great Smog still required the help of Sapphira Castle. In a certain crater in the Amantha Mountains, bordering Winter County and East Chester County, soft crimson moonlight shone down. A female archbishop, dressed in a black robe with red patterns, ascended the high platform and began the grand mass, accompanied by the ethereal and melodious chanting of the choir. Suppressed sorrow and bewilderment permeated the entire crater, as if taking on a substantial form. Tens of thousands of soldiers instinctively closed their eyes, gradually pushing this atmosphere to a climax. Standing in a corner of the crater, Aaron seemed to sense something. He turned his head and gazed in a certain direction, having already detected Klein's return. "Faster than I expected." Mumbling to himself, Aaron retracted his gaze. The embryonic form of his divine kingdom quietly enveloped this mountain range. Even if a problem arose during Audrey's advancement, he could intervene in time. Chapter 481 The War Restarts. As the emotional resonance reached its climax, perhaps due to the excellent ritual effect, combined with the experience of entering the collective subconscious ocean multiple times, or perhaps due to the blessing of good luck, Audrey's advancement was smooth and without any setbacks. Feeling the unique fluctuations echoing in the collective subconscious ocean, Aaron looked at Audrey, who slowly opened her eyes, and was about to speak when his brows furrowed slightly. He sensed a familiar power entering the nascent divine kingdom's embrace. Aaron relaxed the constraints of the rules, and in the void not far away, Pope Annabella of the Evernight Church emerged from her hidden state and said concisely, Faceac declared war without warning, invading Lenberg, and their combined fleet with Forsac attacked the docks of the sea. War has restarted. The cold words echoed in this isolated space, not affecting the high mass outside, which was nearing its end. Audrey's body suddenly tensed as she used self-hypnosis to remove the pollution and reintegrate her many fragmented virtual personalities. Her face, still stained with tears, immediately showed a complex expression. As the largest port city in the docks of the sea, Connaught City had an airship hovering above it. After learning from the air raid on Backlund, Loen's entire airship fleet had been placed on war alert. The air defense standards of key coastal cities were all raised. Thanks to this, Connaught City did not suffer irreparable losses in the previous attack. Cooperate with the military and the governor's mansion to appease the public. After a brief instruction to Daly and Leonard, Dunn immediately activated Spirit World Travel and went alone to Isixon Port, the southernmost part of the docks of the sea. That was the main target of the combined Faceac and Forsac fleet's attack. Once it changed hands, not only would the docks of the sea be directly blockaded, but even the long coastline of South Wales County would fall into war. At this thought, Dunn's expression was somewhat gloomy, but a sudden, anachronistic, authoritative voice rang in his ears. Spirit World Travel is forbidden here. The colorful blocks around Dunn rapidly faded, and he was uncontrollably forced out of the spirit world. He immediately pinpointed the source of the imperative, a man in luxurious clothes with an indifferent expression. Dunn did not recognize this strange, imperative mage, but he could roughly guess that he was probably a prince or duke of the Faceac royal family. The Church of the Storm's support had arrived. Glancing at the surging tsunami not far away, Dunn's expression relaxed slightly, and he no longer held back his strength, directly taking out the death ring from his internal underworld. Above the gray fog, Klein slowly opened his eyes. Layers of whispers echoed within each spirit-body thread, almost assimilating him. Fortunately, he had already digested a good portion of the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, and the dream he had during his advancement had solidified his understanding of his own identity, allowing him to resist the erosion of divinity. Leaning back in the bronze high-back chair, Klein wearily pinched his brow. After checking his condition, he extended his spirituality to light up the newly appeared Crimson Star, which was the prayer light spot formed by him manipulating Panatia to chant the fool's honorific name before returning to Sapphira Castle. The image was extremely blurry. Although the perception of the spirit body thread was extremely weak, Klein could still use that spirit body thread to simply control Panatia to do some not-so-complex instructions, such as a simplified version of the mystical ritual. Sapphira Castle is hidden in the historical gaps of the spirit world. To remotely control a puppet from here is equivalent to controlling a spirit body thread through the spirit world and historical fog. At my current level, I can't do it at all. Although spirit body threads won't work, a spirit body thread is like a part of me. With this connection and Sapphira Castle's status, I can simply control Panatia, who has been completely puppetized by inserting a spirit body thread into her. After trying it out and confirming his guess, Klein began to use the mystical ritual and dream divination to review Panatia's memories, to understand the true secret of the Backlund Great Smog. In the hazy dream world, images flickered, many scenes flashed by, finally stopping at a deep black mausoleum engraved with twisted patterns and complex text. At the center of the mausoleum's high platform stood a black throne with a backrest extending upwards into the shape of a crown. King George III of Loen sat upon it, wearing the Balam Empire's crown, proudly looking down upon everything. The terrifying, suffocating pressure, even through Panatia's memory, made Klein feel as if he were there. This was a suppression of life levels. George III is an angel. As this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, before the shock could even rise, the dream world collapsed with a roar. Suddenly opening his eyes, Klein was stunned for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he closed his eyes and divined again, but could no longer obtain any useful information. He had encountered similar situations many times, such as 0-08 in Tingen City, and the sapphire ring on the Demonis hand in Backlund, but without exception, these were all influenced by high-level powers. With the answer already in his heart, Klein exhaled lightly, dispelled the prayer image, and sat silently in the high-back chair. After a long time, Klein finally got up and came to the deepest part of this gray fog space, standing at the very top of the light staircase that led to heaven. This time, his vision was no longer obstructed. He saw the brilliant door of light stained with a hint of dark green, and within the countless layers of light spheres inside, he saw the people dressed in modern clothes, sleeping. After a long silence, Klein's gaze shifted, finally stopping on the 3 cocoons that had already broken open, were empty inside, and swayed in the wind. Roselle, Aaron. Evernight Goddess, Lord of Order. Muttering silently in his heart, a sudden impulse surged within Klein, wanting to return directly to reality and find Aaron to question him about all the truth. But reason ultimately suppressed that impulse. Klein gave a bitter laugh, returning weakly to slump in the high-back chair, his voice mixed with unspeakable fatigue. I still can't go back. Before this bewildered emotion could spread, Klein heard Miss Justice's slightly hurried prayer. Faceac declared war without warning, and their combined fleet with Forsac attacked the docks of the sea. War has restarted. The Holy Hall has approved Dunn Smith's promotion to Nighthawk Senior Deacon, responsible for the defense of the docks of the Sea Diocese. Captain. Klein's originally somewhat unfocused pupils suddenly sharpened, and he immediately broke free from his wavering emotions. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and raised his hand to summon the creeping hunger that he had brought to Sapphira Castle earlier. This sealed artifact had become even more terrifying after absorbing the remnants of Mr. A, personally purified by Madame Ariana. With the seal, it could even hurt a demigod. He condensed an image and transmitted it to Miss Justice as a response, and Klein no longer hesitated, immediately returning to reality. Chapter 482 Confrontation and Attack. Loen Kingdom, southern Mostahawa County, on the banks of the Tussock River. Klein, who had returned from Sapphira Castle, put on creeping hunger, and gazed upstream at the Tussock River, where Tingen City was, the place where everything began. Panatia, who was behind him, had long since recovered from her mummified state. The remaining sea god scepter pollution on this demigod-level marionette had been completely eliminated during the previous prayer ritual. The flickering black flames emitted a biting chill, rapidly condensing into a mirror surface. Klein withdrew his gaze and sketched a complex symbol on the mirror, a fusion of peeking and concealment. This place was extremely close to the Backlund metropolitan area, one could even vaguely see the outline of that city of hope from afar. With a magic mirror condensed by a demigod demoness, combined with the aura of Sapphira Castle, a Rhodes could be summoned. Even faster than expected, almost the moment the symbol was completely sketched, the black flame-covered mirror surface rippled outwards in circles, as if a huge stone had been thrown into a lake. Immediately following, rows of salute cannons appeared within, and colorful fireworks exploded, brilliant and beautiful, their embers forming word after word in the mirror. Welcome back, my great master. Your loyal servant Rhodes witnesses you reclaiming a portion of your authority and trembles at your gradually recovering aura. You shall ultimately return to that supreme position, making the entire world peaceful under your gaze. At this moment, although magic mirror Rhodes did not make a sound, Klein inexplicably felt as if it was shouting at the top of its lungs. Looking at the colorful text, Klein's mouth twitched. For him, who already understood part of the truth, these congratulations now seemed more like a curse. Without wasting time on boring question and answer games, even though he was anxious, Klein maintained the demeanor of a hidden existence and spoke calmly. Tell me, Dunn Smith Spirit World coordinates, and all information on the demigods who participated in the Battle of DC Bay. DC Bay, Eskison Island. The continuous roar of artillery fire was shattered by the howling hurricane. Simon Hughes, the senior exorcist of the Punishers and executioner, who arrived faster than the reinforcing DC fleet, stood like an insurmountable barrier in the center of the battlefield. Streaks of silver-white lightning snakes shot out from the rolling black clouds, spreading outwards with an intense, almost tangible, aura of tyrannical destruction. Although both were sea kings, unlike Jan Kortman, who guarded the Rorstad archipelago, Simon Hughes was more like an enforcer of the Church's will, an executioner of heretics who blasphemed the authority of the storm. As the primary target of the lightning storm, the commander of the joint fleet, iron-blooded knight Jaeger Einhorn, who had once destroyed Port Pritz and bombed Backlund, fell from the sky in a sorry state. If not for the entire fleet sharing the damage for him, enduring such a furious blow in the Sea King's home territory would have severely injured even his physique. Decay is also a kind of rebirth. Let me cast your coffin and bring you back to the embrace of the Earth Mother. Before Simon Hughes could make another move, a devout, gentle voice, like a mother's whisper, echoed throughout the entire sea area. Under the call of the whisper, the rotting, scorched parts of the corpses scattered on Eskison Island fell off one by one, and new flesh grew as if it had its own spirituality, with skin gradually covering this horrifying scene inch by inch. A strange yet indescribable life force, like a surging tide, forcefully tore open a gap in the Sea King's domain. A tall woman, draped in the robes of an archbishop of the Earth Mother Church, with emerald green hair loosely flowing, appeared on Eskison Island, confronting Simon Hughes on the sea surface. Behind her, in a tide of green luminescence, were swaying, reanimated corpses with vacant and indifferent eyes. This was not the kind of resurrection where a spirit guide summoned zombies and skeletons, but a new life with a certain will and vitality, created based on life alchemy and the authority of a pallbearer. In this unique domain, death, the end, was not eternal slumber, but the embrace of the mother, a new beginning. These newborn creations were like countless support points, outlining intricate and obscure array patterns on the blood-soaked island, resembling an alchemical ritual sacrificing to the earth. Once the ritual was complete, Eskison Island would forever be devoid of life, all blessings of life would return to the embrace of the earth, and spirits would transform into evil spirits, becoming nourishment for the ritual. Instantly realizing the pallbearer's intention, Simon Hughes decisively abandoned Jaeger Einhorn and unleashed his full power without any further reservations. Watching the terrifying aftershocks of the battle, Jaeger Einhorn, who had retreated to the edge of the battlefield, had a fervent glint in his eyes, his desire to advance to war bishop growing even stronger. Suppressing the restless emotions in his heart, Jaeger Einhorn gathered the remaining joint fleet and decisively shifted his target, intending to cooperate with the Fenapot royal family's imperative mage to first deal with the Undying supported by the Evernight Church. The God of Combat Church's attack on Loen territory was originally intended to destabilize the Evernight Church's faith, thereby affecting the Evernight goddess's anchor and hindering or even interrupting the Evernight goddess's process of accommodating death's uniqueness. Although Jaeger Einhorn was unaware of these secrets, which only high-ranking church officials were privy to, the fall of a Nighthawk senior exorcist would be enough to further provoke war panic. Perhaps even before the war ended, he would have hope of advancing to war bishop. Having successfully suppressed the imperative due to the high beyonder characteristic of the death ring, Dunn, who had just gained a slight advantage, immediately felt an iron-blooded aura lock onto him. Without the slightest hesitation, the bronze double door at his glabella burst open, and various undying creatures, found only in the depths of the underworld, roared as they surged out, colliding with the thrown flaming spear. Amidst the sharp explosion that could pierce spirits, Jaeger Einhorn, who had been poised to strike, suddenly changed his expression, feeling his connection with the surrounding fleet suddenly weaken, as if it were isolated by some power. The hunter's dangerous intuition had given no warning whatsoever. While horrified, he suddenly threw a punch forward. The previously empty void instantly cracked with fine black fissures. Under the iron-blooded knight's frantic attack, the surrounding scenery immediately shattered completely into flying mirror shards. Crimson flames rose, re-illuminating this mirror world and allowing him to pinpoint the source of the attack. Panatia. Jaeger's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing this demoness, and at the same time, he noticed that her state was extremely abnormal. She had actually become a marionette. The Evernight Church also had a bizarro sorcerer hidden. Instantly making a judgment in his heart, Jaeger's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 483 The Turbulent Trend of the Times. Jaeger withdrew his gaze from Panatia, his eyes devoid of fear, only surging battle intent. A scorching white flame suddenly rose from his body, sweeping outwards and scorching this hazy world. As a seasoned iron-blooded knight, he decisively revealed his incomplete mythical creature form. No matter what had happened to Panatia, the mirror world she unleashed as a marionette could not compare to that of a normal demoness of despair. Even without the fleet's buffs, an iron-blooded knight's brute force could completely break through this blockade, though it would take some time. Using the shadow jump from Creeping Hunger to cut off the retreat of the imperative mage from Fenapot, Klein, who had reverted to his Gehrman Sparrow appearance, had the eye of Rusko emanating a faint glow from the bloody slit in his palm. He had just overdrawn the scepter of the sea god, and the cost of dealing with Jaeger in a short time, given the physique of an iron-blooded knight, was too great. Therefore, after understanding the battle situation through erodes, Klein decisively sacrificed a portion of Panatia's divinity and made a wish to the eye of Rusko, blinding the demigod's spiritual intuition. He then used the mirror space to temporarily trap him, separating him from the army. Gehrman Sparrow. The situation was instantly reversed. Now, it was his turn to be caught between two demigods. The imperative mage of the Fenapot royal family finally showed a change in expression, clearly recognizing the mad adventurer who had been extremely famous in the Berserk Sea recently. His low voice contained suppressed fury. According to the treaty signed between the royal family and Fasak, this joint fleet strategic surprise attack was supposed to at least destroy the effective forces of the lone DC fleet, and even cut off the shipping lane between DC Bay and the Rorstad archipelago. But now, with the Church of Evernights archbishops and senior deacons scattered for defense, they could still suddenly send two demigods to support DC Bay. Forget achieving their previous strategic objectives, even allowing this joint fleet to safely retreat to the Fog Sea would likely come at a significant cost. Although Dunn, whose several abilities were forbidden and whose posture was somewhat disheveled, was pleasantly surprised by Klein's arrival, he did not waste time on pleasantries at this moment. The open door of the underworld spewed forth a death aura that was almost solid, eroding the tottering imperatives, working in conjunction with the spirit body threads manipulated by Klein. With a cold snort, the man in luxurious attire pressed his right hand down and said, "Mysticism here weakens, reality strengthens." As soon as his voice fell, the bronze door immediately became illusory, and the continuous stream of spirit world creatures and dense death aura began to dissipate uncontrollably. Having gained a moment of respite, he forcibly broke free from the spirit body threads that sought to control him. After falling into a disadvantage in the clash of demigod-level powers, he unhesitatingly amplified his own advantages, ordering the retreating joint fleet to turn their cannons. Boom. 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 Cannons roared madly, sending shells trailing red or faint blue light whistling through the air. But in the next second, these shells were swallowed by the surging, spreading dark clouds. The two saints confronting each other on Escosan Island seemed to have determined a victor. His spiritual intuition pulsed violently. Before he could react, Klein and Dunn were caught off guard and sent flying by a force. The residual power, like maggots on bone, devoured their life force. After transferring the damage to his marionette, Klein noticed that the imperative mage's figure had long since vanished, and the spreading dark clouds had completely enveloped the entire sea at this moment. Frowning, Klein stopped Dunn, who still wanted to pursue, and after nodding at the massive face formed by dark clouds in the sky, he sensed the spirit body threads extending into the void. The faint sound of shattering was extremely small amidst the booming thunder. A scorching white flame spear pierced through the void, and Panatia's once again charred body fell. Before the arrogant and ruthless expression on Jaeger's face could fully spread, he felt three extremely oppressive gazes fall upon him. Winter County, Serenity Cathedral. What a surging tide of the times. Aaron put down the telegram he had just sorted, muttering with an inexplicable tone. The entire northern continent, except for Intis which was still wavering, was almost completely drawn into the war. The local advantage in DC Bay could not conceal Loen's overall disadvantage. DC County and Civilis County in the north, located at the border of the three nations, were continuously suffering losses. Especially the latter, which was Loen's concentrated area for heavy industry and mineral resources. Once it fell, if the supply from the southern continent was also affected, Loen's war potential would continuously drain away. The colonial areas in the southern continent can be stirred up. A sense of urgency flashed in his mind. Aaron pondered for a moment, then his figure silently vanished, returning to the nation of disorder. Dense, dark gold mist gathered on his body, transforming into an intricate, luxurious, yet majestic armor. The 9-layered crown of the same color emitted a twisted sensation of coexisting chaos and order. Feeling the intoxicating power, Aaron took a deep breath, and the slight sense of urgency dissipated. He checked on the lamp god, who was feigning death in self-isolation. After confirming that the previous seal had not been quietly tampered with, Aaron then lit up the prayer points of Moon City's High Priest Nim and Cavendish Lancer, and took out 0 to 21, the Ring of Concealment, placing it into the dark gold double door formed by the former. The entire palace gently shook. In the boundless dark gold world, the illusory Moon City visibly accelerated its rate of swallowing and exhaling dark gold mist. Forsaken land of the gods, a certain mountain range north of the Abyss Passage. Cavendish Lancer, holding a beast-skin lantern, stopped and listened to the majestic voice echoing in his mind. To evade the tracking of the Saint-Word Angel Stiff, he had stayed in this desolate land for several months, simultaneously collecting Beyonder characteristics that could be utilized and attempting to find traces of the gloomy demonic wolf Kotar, who had escaped last time. When the voice in his mind completely dissipated, Cavendish Lancer's expression became blank. Only a historical projection remained here. He had already returned to the historical fog. Half a forsaken land of the gods away, on the easternmost side of the barrier formed by grayish-white mist, in the central square of Moon City, High Priest Nim flipped the illusory starry book in his hand, using the record ability. He raised his hand and grabbed, trying several times before pulling out Cavendish Lancer's historical projection. Almost the instant he emerged from the historical fog, his eyes regained their vitality. He glanced at the 4 demigods behind Nim, 2 of whom were iron-blooded knights whose spirituality had not yet fully converged, clearly having just advanced recently. Cavendish Lancer nodded in satisfaction, not finding this too surprising. After all, one of the characteristics was obtained by him while sweeping through the forsaken land of the gods, and the iron-blooded knight's advancement ritual was indeed very suitable for the current Moon City. Without wasting time, while retracting his gaze, using the special anchor point of the historical projection, he spoke in a deep voice, making a wish to himself. I wish for my true body to return to Moon City right now. Chapter 484, Moon City's Attempt. The next second, the mottled fragments deposited deep within the mists of history flickered, and Cavendish Lancer, as a miracle invoker, fulfilled his wish. High Priest Nim's expression relaxed slightly. The spiritual consumption maintaining the angel's projection had ceased. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Your Excellency, Divine Emissary. After erasing the traces in the mists of history, leaving only some misleading information to avoid possible tracking, Cavendish Lancer nodded with a smile, came to the High Priest's side, and together, with the help of the altar, opened the door of the stole. The mysterious door formed by candlelight opened, and the void darkness behind the door seemed to gain substance, like an invisible barrier, hindering some power exceeding the limit from entering the forsaken land of the gods. But with a miracle invoker's coordination from both inside and out, this already precarious barrier instantly disintegrated. An ancient-looking ring, like obsidian, flew out from the boundless darkness and landed on the altar. As a quiet and peaceful aura permeated the air, Cavendish Lancer and High Priest Nim, who were closest to the altar, had all the information about the sealed artifact, designated as 0 level, appear in their minds. 0 to 21, Ring of Secrecy. Watching the ring float before him, drawn by the aura, High Priest Nim reverently and respectfully took it, feeling a deep spiritual yearning, and slowly put it on his right hand. Suddenly, a pure darkness, completely different from the dangerous darkness of the forsaken land of the gods, surged like a tide, emanating from High Priest Nim's body and enveloping the entire Moon City. The residents of Moon City, whose appearances had all returned to normal with the help of the miracle invoker, looked up, either bewildered or surprised, to find that the sky, which had always been shrouded in darkness and only occasionally illuminated by faint silver lightning, had disappeared. In its place was a giant and sacred red moon. The thin mist, illuminated by the crimson moonlight, looked like a thin veil, vaguely revealing a collapsed ancient architectural complex. Nim, who was in some sense a vessel for the power, found his spirituality uncontrollably consumed by 0 to 21, with the consumption even exceeding that of maintaining Cavendish Lancer's historical projection earlier. Although a horror bishop's spirituality is considered relatively high among the sequence 3 of many pathways. However, he is not like a scholar of yore, who has the unreasonable ability to borrow spirituality from his past self. If the current state is maintained without combat, without external assistance, perhaps a quarter of an hour would be a relatively safe usage period. As he was thinking this, Nim inadvertently looked up, and his body suddenly stiffened. That sacred red moon, which seemed to have no other abnormalities in the eyes of the other residents of Moon City, seemed to flicker, as if some indescribable existence blinked and cast its gaze upon him. Even though there was no malice in it, the absolute suppression from a higher life level still gave Nim a sense of powerlessness, like being a weakling on the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and with it, the original heavy spiritual burden also disappeared. Cavendish Lancer's expression was slightly moved. Just now, he almost lost contact with the marionettes remaining in other areas of the forsaken land of the gods. Could this level of ability mean that the hidden world of the previous Evernight Pope, who died in the War of Four Emperors, was preserved in this sealed artifact formed by the convergence of its characteristics? So, a recognized, horror bishop of the Evernight Church, or even a slightly weaker Night Watcher, can briefly awaken this 0-level sealed artifact, which possesses living characteristics, and use angel-level authority at the smallest cost. I just don't know how long Nim can last. With his complete mythical creature status and angel-level divination, Cavendish Lancer had roughly grasped the essence of this 0-level sealed artifact's ability. He looked at High Priest Nim, who had reopened his eyes, his pupils and entire eyeballs replaced by deep black, and asked carefully, "How do you feel? How long can you maintain this state?" Recovering from his dazed state, Nim remained silent for a moment with a strange expression, then finally responded, "I can't be sure, but it should be for a very long time." If I only maintain this state." Looking at the divine emissary, who was slightly frowning, Nim smiled bitterly and continued to explain, "I think I already know what happened. This 0-level sealed artifact originally consumed my spirituality to maintain itself, but now there is another higher-level power that has replaced my spirituality. It's the scattered residual divine power of the Evernight goddess in the forsaken land of the gods." Cavendish Lancer's brows relaxed in understanding, and he also understood why the Great Existence specifically wanted to borrow this 0-level sealed artifact from the Evernight Church. Given the current situation of Moon City, or more precisely, the environment of the forsaken land of the gods, this 0-level sealed artifact is like an engine with an inexhaustible supply of fuel. The only thing that needs attention is that a large accumulation and continuous disappearance of the Evernight goddess's residual divine power in the forsaken land of the gods would very easily attract the attention of the true creator. Nim, who also understood this principle, decisively stopped the attempt and proactively integrated his spirituality into 0 to 21. He had originally expected to put in some effort, but to Nim's surprise, this 0-level sealed artifact, which possessed living characteristics, was so docile that it hardly deserved its designation. After his spirituality expressed the intention to stop, it proactively retracted the secret kingdom that enveloped Moon City. The darkness receded like a tide, leaving only a faint, tranquil aura. Nim carefully took off the ring and placed it in a pouch made of a demigod-level monster's fur, which he carried with him. He would carry this divine gifts with him and protect it with his life. In the nation of disorder, Aaron leaned back in his chair, waving his hand to dispel the prayer seen under his true vision. He had witnessed the entire experiment in Moon City. In terms of effect alone, it had met his original expectations, and he also felt the gaze cast by the Evernight goddess through that 0-level sealed artifact. Although she had not accommodated the uniqueness of the death pathway, the Evernight goddess could already influence the death pathway to a limited extent. Coupled with her own hidden authority in that 0-level sealed artifact, it was enough to exert a certain influence on the forsaken land of the gods. At least, when he attempts to advance, the safety of Moon City will be guaranteed. Aaron pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to summon the chaotic crown, which was essentially the last copy of the Sequence 1, Hand of Order, characteristic. The moment Aaron's gaze met the crimson gold eyeball embedded in its top, this terrifying sealed artifact, formed by the Night Emperor personally stripping away his own Sequence 1 characteristic, began to tremble violently. It seemed to sense its impending fate. The already cracked crimson gold eyeball instantly surged with golden threads, carrying a chilling majesty. Chapter 485 Preparation before Promotion. The entire world, enveloped in dark golden mist, trembled slightly, but Aaron, within his own domain, was almost equivalent to a complete king of angels, possessing absolute suppression over the Black Emperor and justiciar pathways, stemming from his unique status and essence. As Aaron pressed his hands down, the Chaos Crown's final resistance became meaningless, transforming into a peculiar light composed of countless tiny light clusters with a booming sound that vibrated the spirit body, emitting an invisible and terrifying cohesive force. Controlling the almost instinctive urge from deep within his spirit body, Aaron resisted the idea of integrating the brilliant light cluster, woven from laws, into the nascent form of his godhood, which was stirring restlessly. Without complete assurance, doing so would only increase his burden. Similar to sealing the Trunsoist brass book, Aaron separately sealed this completely shattered and extremely pure hand of order characteristic, waiting only for the opportune moment of the ritual to prepare the potion. Aaron took a deep breath, shifted his gaze, and raised his hand to illuminate the prayer star symbolizing Alvin Gallo. At the junction of the Hornachis Mountains and the northern continent's central plateau, deep within a 100-mile stretch of black hills, a vast surge of Een power transformed into a pair of illusory, misty, gigantic bat wings inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, forming a gateway. A colossal ship, entirely black, inscribed with obscure patterns, and more than 10 times the size of a lone ironclad, sailed out of the suddenly expanding gateway. It was none other than the Ghost Empire, which had been concealed within the Nation of the Moon. As a soul-piercing chill wind blew, Alvin Gallo, whose body was entwined with wicked vines and thorns, clasped his right hand together, and the surrounding space was immediately replaced by a colorful abstract oil painting. It was only upon fully entering the spirit world that his body suddenly expanded, and the door of rebirth emerged from his splitting torso. Nearly 100 Trunsoist royal guard undead of middle sequence and above emerged from the deep black vortex, skillfully moving to each anchor point of the Ghost Empire, devoutly chanting the honored name of the Order Master. His scarlet eyes flickered slightly. Alvin Gallo looked up at the 7 distinct colors of clear light, containing infinite knowledge, located above the spirit world, no longer suppressing the thoughts in his heart. As a high-ranking spirit world creature, the safest and most convenient way for him to find the 7 lights in the spirit world was not through secret prayer rituals or by risking chanting their honored names. Given Alvin Gallo's status, as long as he had the intention to visit and prepared to act upon it, corresponding information would inevitably be generated, allowing the 7 lights, who in some sense controlled the spirit world, to perceive it and make a prediction. Even shorter than expected, one distinct light after another rose around Alvin Gallo, transforming into different elderly figures. Leading them was a majestic elder in a long crimson robe. He nodded steadily and introduced himself kindly. "I am the Red Light, El Moria. We are already aware of your purpose. We will do our utmost to assist the existence behind you, and in return, we hope that existence can help the great ruler above the spirit world return as much as possible." A thin, dark golden mist appeared before his eyes, and Alvin Gallo slowly spoke after a few seconds. "This is our consensus, the Great Order Master will not go back on his promise to you." The 7 lights of the spirit world, dressed in robes of various colors, exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The 7 clear lights at the very top of the spirit world then burst forth with dazzling brilliance, enveloping the Ghost Empire and spreading to other areas of the spirit world. In Iruziel, the capital of East Turok County, deep beneath the ancestral tower, in a hall covered with coppery rust, a strong aura of iron and blood, accompanied by a terrifying, almost tangible pressure, erupted. Varna, with red hair and brown eyes, dressed in classical full-body armor, suddenly stood up. He felt that the spirit world of East Turok County was being stirred by some high-level power. Although the disturbance was significant, he did not feel any substantial danger warning. Varna first ruled out the idea of a Fozak coalition sneak attack on East Turok County. Just as he was pondering whether this was a test by some interested party, a familiar and majestic voice emerged in his ear, relaxing his expression. After a few seconds of contemplation, a tarot card appeared in Varna's hand. Rosel Gustav, wearing a crimson priestly robe, raised his scepter and pointed upwards, where the starlight condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Red Priest. The moment this blasphemy card appeared, the iron and blood aura in the entire underground hall intensified further, and an even stronger sense of majesty emerged than before. A peculiar crown covered in rust and bloodstains appeared on Varna's head. Divine runes protruded beneath his feet, and the law array patterns personally left by the Night Emperor, which had been thoroughly refined from the half-crippled weather warlock in Bansi Port, had quietly activated. After briefly suppressing Tudor's remnant will, Varna, who could barely use some of the Conqueror's authority, immediately acted, resonating with the power in the spirit world. As the stronghold of the East Taker family, Iruziel had already broken free from the control of Augustus's Hand of Order during the War of Betrayal. Coupled with the chaotic concealment of the spirit world, there was no need to worry about being traced back to the source in a short period. Within the nation of disorder, boundless dark golden mist surged. Aaron had already left the magnificent palace standing at the world center, observing the many fulcrums that supported the almost real nascent godhood. Moon City, Ghost Empire, Iruziel, Lloyd City, Byram Kingdom, Rashad Island. Excluding Moon City, which was isolated in the forsaken land of the gods and could act without restraint, his faith in the real world could only develop secretly. The direct consequence was that his unique order was only implemented in a very limited area. To meet the advancement requirements of the Hand of Order and integrate the nascent godhood with the corresponding real-world areas, he could only resort to cunning methods. That is, by using the angels who believed in the Order Master as fulcrums, their anchors as grip points, and the spirit world interwoven with reality as a medium, to radiate and influence the corresponding entire area. Suppressing his increasingly scattered thoughts, Aaron decisively manifested his complete mythical creature form, overlooking the entire world, and began to actively interfere with and influence reality. The complete nascent godhood was divided into several parts, centered around various fulcrums. Under Aaron's manipulation, it transformed into pure light and merged into the prayer stars symbolizing the various angels. His will also split into several parts with the division of the godhood, and the surging dark golden mist condensed into numerous three-dimensional, layered mysterious symbols. They traversed higher levels, connected to underlying rules, and visually represented abstract concepts such as order, rules, power, and knowledge. Chapter 486 Sequence 1, Hand of Order. The entire nation of disorder began to tremble slightly. The terrifying pollution originating from the Sapphira, enough to make a true god frown, now served as the most solid anchor connecting to reality, supporting the consciousness contained within the divine kingdom that had merged into reality. Layered whispers accompanied by chaotic images surged in, and Aaron felt his consciousness sharply elevate, finally intertwining into a vast, deep, and boundless cosmos. Various abstract concepts and symbols were intuitively displayed within his consciousness, clearer than any previous entry into the astral world. To some extent, this transformation would only passively occur after consuming the Sequence 1, Hand of Order, Beyonder potion. But with the deep integration with the nation of disorder, even in the outside world, he still possessed a status comparable to a Sequence 1, lacking only the Beyonder characteristic to utilize the corresponding authority. Although the special symbiotic relationship with the Sapphira required him to have more anchors during advancement, conversely, the most essential and crucial part of the ritual, integrating his own order into the underlying rules to create the prototype of his divine kingdom, was the easiest to complete. Within the slightly vast nation of disorder, the dark gold mist surged again, recondensing into a blurry giant figure, and Aaron, whose consciousness had returned, relaxed his restraints. A brilliant light source interwoven with laws, carrying several shattered auxiliary materials, flew out from the magnificent palace and instantly disappeared into his body. An invisible wave, carrying an increasingly vast aura, diffused outwards, and the wishing lamp suppressed deep within the nation of disorder also trembled slightly in response, with viscous golden flames flickering on its cracked body. Backlund, downstream of the Tussock River, relic number 1, the deep black, majestic secret mausoleum was enveloped by a curtain woven from shadows, like a complete, independent world. Within this world, the default processes and rules seemed to be disturbed and distorted. If one was not recognized, even true sight could not discern the correct direction, and every step forward might lead to an unknown place. George III rose from the massive black throne. His body was already shrouded in a grayish shadow, transforming towards the Order of Shadow, in a state of balance. Even with the help of the Twilight Hermit Order, George III had to pay a price to secretly advance to Sequence 1 and gain the qualification to become a Black Emperor under the watchful eyes of the three major churches. The 9 secret mausoleums inherited from Tudor and subsequently repaired were crucial for maintaining his current state, preventing him from completely detaching from reality and becoming entirely part of the Order of Shadow. As long as he endured and waited for the opportunity to ascend to godhood, even if there were hidden dangers, there would be opportunities to compensate, just like the former god of craftsmen. The dark black spired crown on his head swayed slightly, and George III's expression was indifferent as he felt the countless prayers coming from his ears. This crown, originating from the Balam Empire, was an important medium that linked the name George III with the title of Emperor. Unfortunately, the remnants of Byram ultimately resurrected, which would somewhat affect the future ritual's effectiveness. At the very bottom of the black high platform, 2 woven angels appeared behind Paulie Delow, the head of the psychology alchemists, who was seated in a black wheelchair, smoothing out the pressure from the Prince of Abolition. Only then did he hand over the crown shrouded in dim light. That lord asked me to give you this Black Emperor uniqueness. The tide of the era is surging, and you don't have much time left. His gold-embroidered black robe billowed, and the stagnant atmosphere relaxed. A rare flicker of greed and longing flashed in George III's placid eyes as he looked at the crown adorned with numerous dim gems in his hand. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. I had thought Adam would come personally, but the current situation should align with the world trend he hopes for. To ensure I can successfully complete the ritual and ascend to godhood, fulfilling my agreement with him, please tell Adam that I still need the help of the Twilight Hermit Order. Slowly nodding, Paulie Delow responded in a gentle voice. I will convey your thoughts. The echo lingered, and the figure of this dream weaver had already disintegrated into pure light particles, vanishing without a trace. Not rushing to crush this uniqueness, which had been sealed by Adam, and concocted into a Beyonder potion, George III manipulated the conceptualized body he had left in Sadrak Palace to formally sign the declaration of war against the Phaenopotter Kingdom and the resurrected Byram Kingdom in the South Continent. Suddenly, his expression drastically changed, and the entire relic number 1 trembled slightly, as if a giant wave had suddenly risen in the void ocean constructed from the order of shadow, and an invisible, even ethereal, aura flashed by in an instant. This is someone advancing to Hand of Order. George III recalled the Ghost Empire that had flashed in the core area of the Divine Battle relic earlier, and the mysterious figure who had advanced to Balancer almost simultaneously. A hint of apprehension flashed across his stern and dignified face. The last Hand of Order characteristic, the remnant of Trunsoist. It was a pity that he was not someone who had steadily digested Beyonder potions step by step to reach his current status. Under the surveillance of the major churches, he could only rely on cunning methods to balance divinity and anchors. To maintain this balance, his power range was still limited to the areas near the 9 major relics. Otherwise, with his current status as a top-tier king of angels, he could directly twist order and reverse lock that secretive Trunsoist remnant based solely on the recent rule anomaly. However, what made him uneasy, even somewhat apprehensive, was that the aura of this newly advanced Hand of Order was mixed with some higher-level power, causing the dormant Black Emperor uniqueness in his hand to become restless. A deep light gathered bit by bit, condensing into a majestic figure beside George III in the dim air. It was William Augustus I, the founder and protector of Loen, and its first king. As one of the great nobles of the Fourth Epoch, this ancient angel was clearly among the small group who had seen the second blasphemy slate. Obscure patterns flashed in his golden pupils, and he used the dense twisted order of the Black Emperor pathway in this place to peer into the disturbed underlying rules. In the ethereal, William Augustus I seemed to see an unspeakable, magnificent world. Before he could investigate further, an incredibly vast power instantly severed the consciousness that had spread along a twisted order to its source. William Augustus I's body trembled slightly, and a thin, dark gold mist seeped from his eyes. After a long silence, he muttered with an unidentifiable tone. Nation of disorder, a Sapphira being controlled. Or is it an anomaly like the hidden sage that has developed consciousness? Chapter 487 Medici returns to reality. The shadowy order covering his body spread and enveloped the crown, inlaid with many dark gems, in his hand. With the help of the distorted rules within the number 1 ruin, George III reinforced and extended the seal left by Adam. Given his current state, the most feasible way to accommodate the Black Emperor uniqueness was to follow Adam's trend of the times and hold a ritual to directly attempt to advance to sequence 0. Before that, this uniqueness was a burden, not an aid, to the current George III. Forcibly using it would only break the balance he was barely maintaining. His gaze swept over William Augustus I, who stood still in thought, not attempting to continue his prying. George III spoke indifferently. Sequence 0 of both the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways are vacant. Even those fellows in the astral world cannot control that Sapphira, and even avoid it. Within the barrier, the only one with the ability and status to do this is probably the ancient sun god, who fell in that ancient era. The indifferent voice echoing throughout the silent mausoleum paused slightly. George III looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing through the barrier to the cosmos. It now seems that the barrier in the cosmos is already on the verge of collapse. A certain outer god has successfully exerted influence on that Sapphira, and the remnants of Trunsoist are clearly one of the outer god's pawns. This will cause unpredictable changes to our plan, but it is not entirely a bad thing. At least in the matter of resisting the outer gods, we can win over more allies and prevent those few wavering existences from continuing to obstruct us in the dark. William Augustus I nodded slightly, noncommittally, and added in a majestic voice. The god of combat church's defeat on Sonia Island must have been planned by them. Such strength, coupled with the stolen, Trunsoist brass book, is no less a threat than the hidden sage. However, compared to us, the one in Faceac is truly on pins and needles. The god of combat church should also react. With the apocalypse approaching, everyone is going crazy in their own way. In the astral world, which was more abstract than the spirit world and seemed to encompass all authority and symbols of the entire universe, a peculiar kingdom woven from various books was embedded. A phantom tower, almost occupying the entire world and extending to the end of the sky, stood tall. Each layer of this indescribable giant tower was composed of illusory books, and brass-colored eyes filled its body. The higher the layer, the darker it became, and the more it was filled with madness and destruction. Almost at the same time as Aaron's successful advancement and the change in the underlying rules of the real world, tiny brass-colored specks of light swiftly moved through this world, outlining mysterious symbols one after another, finally forming an omniscient eye at the top of the giant tower. Jagged ripples flashed through its profound pupils, seemingly interpreting the vague and abstract prophecy with the omniscient authority. After a brief silence, only a slightly vicissitude sigh lingered. Southwest of Isaac, the capital of Loen, the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the Knowledge Sanctuary. At the center of the palace complex, which blended the grandeur of classicism with a sense of historical weight, the towering Tower of Wisdom trembled gently. An old man in a pure white robe embroidered with gold patterns devoutly knelt on the ground. The golden triple crown on his head symbolized his identity, His Holiness Trough, the Pope who had governed the Knowledge Sanctuary for nearly 1,000 years. After the magnificent will in his mind receded, Trough slowly rose. After comforting the many bewildered clergy members in the Knowledge Sanctuary, his figure distorted, instantly dyed with brilliant starlight, becoming extremely illusory, as if transforming into a stargate. This was a planeswalker transforming himself into a symbolic representation to effectively utilize the abilities of the astral world, originating from Trough's analysis and simulation of an Abraham family angel in the fourth epoch. Clusters of condensed crimson fireballs, led by a flaming javelin, passed over a place full of corpses, weapons, blood, and smoke, landing in the dilapidated city and creating a series of explosions. Both sides in the fierce battle had already gone berserk. The chilling, iron-blooded aura could not be weakened even by the imperative mage's mystical weakening, reality-strengthening imperative. Instead, it grew thicker amidst the hoarse and noisy sounds of slaughter. The dense aura of calamity was like the most vicious pollution, silently spreading under the catalysis of slaughter, eroding everyone on this battlefield. Bali DeLo, the president of the Psychology Alchemists, sat in a black wheelchair, looking indifferently at this azure field, yet he did not stop spreading mental plague in this ocean of collective subconscious, making this flesh grinder operate even more cruelly. The one who came here was clearly not a virtual personality, but his true body, who had just arrived from Backlund by crossing the collective subconscious ocean with the help of Eden. Only in this way could the current effect be achieved, with demigods present on both sides of the Seagull Allied forces and the Faceac army. This was another instruction Bali DeLo received from Adam, besides delivering the Black Emperor uniqueness to George III. This is a necessary sacrifice. Bali DeLo glanced at the tragedy he had personally orchestrated, then calmly took out a silver crucifix pendant from his arms and whispered a chant. This creation, originating from the angel of imagination, suddenly expanded, absorbing the calamity and slaughter of the entire battlefield, turning into a 100-meter-tall crucifix. A blurry blood-colored figure suddenly raised its hand. Amidst the sudden, insane, and terrifying roars, the dim sky became exceptionally chaotic, as if two isolated worlds were gradually merging. Tornadoes, as if from another world, raged, carrying flames, lightning, and hail, colliding with the imagined figure condensed from the aura of calamity. The sharp explosions could not conceal the piercing, arrogant laughter within. Crimson or dark purple flames emerged from the vibrating spatial cracks, forming a human figure. This figure wore black, blood-stained armor and had shoulder-length fiery red hair, looking young and handsome. The flag-like blood-colored mark on his brow seemed to come alive, greedily devouring the residual aura of disaster. It was the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. Behind him, the gradually closing spatial rift was forcibly propped open by black tentacles, each with an eyeball at its tip, resembling pythons. And just as the power of the primordial demoness, following the Red Angel evil spirit, was about to penetrate reality at the last moment, it was blocked by a scorched banner stained with mottled blood. Chapter 488 The Hanged Man Carrying Sin. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, black flames, large enough to cover half the sky, flickered indistinctly behind the rift like an indescribable monster, their ends twisting and splitting into python-like black tentacles that furiously slapped the mottled blood-stained banner blocking the rift. Medici, clad in blood-stained black armor, wore a grotesque smile on his face, which was covered in dark red, almost black, patterns, the banner-like bloody mark on his glabella spread with black and red patterns, surging towards his palm. The 2 to 3 meter tall iron-black metal pole he clutched tightly in his hand seemed to come alive, gluttonously devouring the pervasive, almost solidified, bloody, rusty scent that filled the entire battlefield. On the scorched banner hanging from the top of the pole, the dark red, almost black, bloodstains became increasingly vivid, as if they had just been taken out of a bloodbath. The ground, which had turned into a bloody Shura field, disintegrated without warning, and continuous swathes of deep purple flame surged from within, moving towards Medici in the sky. Countless severed arms and limbs dissolved in the flames, fostering an even denser aura of calamity, and heads, each dragging a blood-stained, pale white spine, appeared, growing from the fiery tide. They were densely packed, seemingly real yet illusory, tens of thousands of gazes all fell upon the black flame monster behind the rift, venting its fury. Medici, in a move that harmed him more than his enemy, actively triggered the imprint of the City of Calamity to activate this uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. The primordial demoness, who was merely a power projection and not a true divine descent, became uncontrollably rigid on the spot. Silently, worms of time surged from the surrounding void, transforming into Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat. This angel of time first glanced at Paulie Durlo, who was lurking in the collective unconscious sea, then a smile curled on his lips as he raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle on his right eye. The next second, a terrifying, blazing surge of light burst forth instantly. The entire battlefield, and even the surrounding mountains and wilderness, were filled with pure, scorching sunlight. Daylight temporarily replaced the overcast sky that covered the entire area. These were the daylight Amon had stolen from the god's battlefield ruins, and it was one of his gains besides the second blasphemy slate. Facing such daylight without any defenses, even Paulie Durlo, lurking in the collective unconscious sea, seemed to have the illusion that his spirit body was melting. The most terrifying part was the insane murmurs echoing in his ears, like steel needles piercing into his subconscious island. This caused his consciousness to be consumed by immense pain, and the many identities woven and separated by the dream weaver also began to be affected, spreading contamination like a plague. The daylight from the god's battlefield ruins not only contained terrifying purifying power but was also filled with murmurs originating from the true creator. And the latter was the most terrifying for high-level individuals of the spectator pathway. As the saying goes, a doctor struggles to cure himself. Once the corrupted murmurs from a true god invaded the island of the mind, it would not be possible to eliminate the contamination by simply abandoning a few virtual personalities. But the next moment, Polydurlo's chaotic consciousness suddenly cleared, and he stared in astonishment at another Polydurlo beside him, which had been completely infiltrated by pitch-black ink. This was an imagined body created to receive the contamination. On the somewhat desolate island of the mind, which had been ravaged once, the atom, originally only woven by Polydurlo with the authority of the dream weaver, had his hollow eyes replaced by an ancient wisdom, calmly observing the gradually extinguishing daylight. A piercing shriek that penetrated the spirit body completely shattered the already crumbling daylight, and the sky was once again enveloped by a storm. Amon, with half his body covered in pale white, observed with interest the abstract painting covered in starlight in his hand. It was precisely that Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from the skin of the primordial demoness, mixed with a portion of the planeswalker characteristic, and it was also the source that allowed that power projection to be maintained. The black spatial rift healed, and the black tentacles, losing their support and gradually disintegrating, were forever left in that place of exile. Glancing at Medici, whose aura was becoming increasingly terrifying, the grayish-white on Amon's body gradually receded. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion, and a quietly burning, brilliant spark of fire peeled off from the abstract painting. Quite satisfied with the Sequence 2 planeswalker characteristic, a faint light passed over his monocle. Amon seemed to have discovered something interesting, and the smile on his lips widened. He then vanished without a trace, taking with him this human skin originating from the primordial demoness. Medici at this moment had no time to bother with Amon, his playful expression turned ferocious and terrifying. His body had clearly become a new battlefield. The daylight filled with the true creator's murmurs completely activated the second blasphemy slate integrated into Medici's body. As the most devout, angel of war, of the Lord who created all, the omnipotent and omniscient God, he finally heard the Lord's gospel again after a millennium. Chaotic light erupted, and a dusty, mottled, and rather ancient-looking slate emerged from within Medici's body, resisting the banner-like imprint that was almost coming alive. A curtain of shadow, stretching from the sky to the earth, silently appeared. After absorbing this blasphemy slate, a pair of indifferent eyes that watched the entire world opened. After a slight pause on atom deep within the collective unconscious sea, they immediately transformed into a giant cross that was between reality and illusion. A blurred figure was hanging upside down there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing his body. The blood dripping downward stained the red priest uniqueness, the flag of Godfall, which Medici held in his hand. The shadow curtain behind the giant cross then split open, revealing a dark, lightless interior where the sound of illusory tides echoed. One could vaguely see an boundless sea that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities. An immense power instantly gained an overwhelming advantage. The strange dark red, almost black, patterns on Medici's body gradually faded, and the boundless aura of calamity was sucked into that boundless sea. The flag of Godfall, soaked in the blood dripping from the cross, trembled slightly. The blood-colored patterns writhed as if alive, carrying terrifying pollution and the residual wool of madness, beginning to separate from this terrifying sealed artifact formed by the uniqueness, returning to the blurred figure hanging upside down on the cross. The hanged man, who bore all sins and evils, dissipated with the gradually fading murmurs. On the dilapidated ground, Medici held the now calm flag of Godfall, kneeling on one knee, just as he did during pilgrimages in ancient eras. And before him, the second blasphemy slate, whose power was overdrawn, had lost all its luster, but it seemed to clearly sense that this relic of the ancient sun god had undergone some kind of change. Chapter 489 Promotion ends. A faint, hazy glow emerged from the void, enveloping the space, and symbolic constructs formed from basic particle structures converged to create a miniature starry gate. Amidst illusory creaking sounds, the brilliant portal collapsed inward. Through the revealed gap, in the vast cosmos, a pair of brass-colored eyes emerged. Around the brass-colored eyes, eyelashes sprouted, transforming into wings that obscured the cosmos behind them. A faint light swept across the indifferent pupils. It gazed at the second, blasphemy slate, and Godfall banner, suspended before Medici, and deep within its eyes, an illusory tower made of stacked books appeared, instantly enveloping the former. And just as the starry gate appeared, an ancient, mottled stone clock phantom silently emerged. Its face was divided into 12 asymmetrical sections by gray-white and dark green, each section bearing different symbols representing different times. Dong. Without the slightest hesitation, one of the 3 pointers at the core of the stone clock twitched, and the entire space became stagnant, like a suddenly frozen image. Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical mage's robe, reappeared at some unknown moment, having already arrived beside the illusory tower. He raised his right hand, adjusted his crystal monocle, and reached for the blasphemy slate, which was held in place. Immediately, brass-colored eyes appeared on the stacked books forming the tower, instantly seeing through the bug Amon had created and turning it to their own use, freezing the outstretched arm in place. "Just a joke, TSK, you're as boring as ever," he commented with a frivolous tone. Then Amon, enveloped by the tower, showed no discouragement at his failure. He shrugged indifferently, and his figure, like a faded abstract painting, finally transformed into a dull worm of time. The brass-colored eyes, gazing intently, showed no emotional fluctuations. They had long seen through the essence of this Amon and had no intention of using the medium to teach Amon a lesson, as it would be meaningless for a blasphemer. Amidst the flashing light, the second blasphemy slate, and the 12-section worm of time vanished with the illusory tower into the gradually closing starry gate. Medici slowly rose, looking at the Godfall banner in his hand expressionlessly. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, like self-mockery or a challenge, then he transformed into pure purple light and swept towards the sky. In the gradually calming collective subconscious Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, whether he had anticipated it or had extinguished his own emotions, watched the entire process with gentle serenity, like a pure outsider. He neither offered assistance nor obstructed the slate. This was the tacit understanding after compromise, and even more, the necessary price for an equivalent exchange. Silently, the eyes of this woven Adam became hollow again. Only then did Paulie Deloe withdraw his thoughts from that great battle, and his gaze became unprecedentedly fervent. As a high-level being in the spiritual domain, who had separated into numerous identities, he had not experienced emotions of desire or even greed for hundreds of years. This was the innate pursuit of a higher life form by the spiritual body. Soon, as long as that Lord ascends to godhood, I will be able to become a complete mythical creature in the tide of the new era. A slightly fanatical voice echoed on the spiritual island. Paulie Deloe's figure, along with the two woven angel projections, dispersed into pure light particles and merged into the surrounding floating light and shadow sea water. The forsaken land of the gods, Moon City, shrouded in shadows. A dark golden halo rose, spreading and permeating through the obscure, dark buildings, finally covering every resident of Moon City, dispelling the remaining corruption within their bodies. The rules of this ancient city-state, which had continued for over 1,000 years, quietly changed. The power mixed in the darkness was dispelled. Even if not covered by light, it would not disappear into the darkness. Rich spiritual fluctuations emanated, and many Moon City residents could clearly feel the Beyonder potion within them strangely digesting on its own, which almost overturned their inherent understanding. As time passed, these changes in low-sequence Beyonders finally manifested in the demigods of the Elder Council. High Priest Nim's expression subtly changed. The ring of concealment in his hand flickered erratically. Even he, who was closest to the angelic rank, felt the horror Bishop Beyonder potion rapidly digesting. Part of this stemmed from using the ring of concealment, which itself was an advanced acting of the servant of concealment, thus also providing positive feedback for the digestion of the horror Bishop Beyonder potion. The other part was a reason he could not comprehend, seemingly a change in some rule. Perhaps this was a miracle. The nation of concealment, covering the entire Moon City, had not been lifted, but Nim could already feel an indescribable gaze cast from a mysterious place. Standing beside him, Cavendish Lancer, as a miracle invoker, felt it even more intensely, his expression somewhat dazed. As a chosen spark among Trunsoist's personal guard to be preserved for future generations, he had seen that great existence who founded the Empire. Just now, he even had the illusion of the Night Emperor's return. The surrounding Moon City residents looked excited. At the same time, they clasped their hands together, bowed their heads, and prayed with more devotion than ever before. Praise be to you, great Lord of Order. Boundless dark golden mist enveloped a miniature, almost real world. The magnificent palace that originally stood at the center of the world had disappeared, replaced by pillars extending to the sky, like celestial pillars supporting the entire world. At the end of the celestial pillars, directly above the miniature world, a dark emperor wearing a 9-layered crown and with his face completely replaced by a mass of dark golden mist, had endless chains of order extending from his back, connecting reality and illusion. Countless illusory voices emerged from the chains of order. They mixed with real praises, allowing Aaron's will to gradually return from the chaotic underlying rules. Only at this moment did he truly become Sequence One Hand of Order, gaining more dominance in the fusion with the Nation of Disorder. Within this Sapphira, the power he could mobilize was already close to the limit of a king of angels, and he could also use certain authorities of the Black Emperor pathway. Moreover, for him, who was already truly embedded in the world's underlying rules, his power would not be weakened by being in reality. Now, he could be considered truly unafraid of those two creators' children, possessing the confidence to overturn the table. Suppressing his somewhat restless emotions, Aaron grabbed the wishing lamp, its surface covered in cracks, from the churning dark golden mist. Ignoring the lamp spirit's curses, immense power surged into it. Using the special connection between the Nation of Disorder and the lamp spirit, Aaron, who forcibly twisted and set new rules, seemed to see a mountain range shrouded in mist. Chapter 490, Spying After Promotion. This seems to be the border area between the Honokais Mountains and the Intersia in the northern continent, but there seems to be a fundamental difference. Feeling that rather familiar sense of blurriness and distortion, Aaron's eyebrows slightly raised, and he immediately understood that this was the amplification of chaos in the underlying rules, which then affected its integration with reality. That mountain range had already formed a special place, and similar but not identical areas included the Death Mausoleum in the Raging Sea and the God War ruins in the Sonya Sea. Nodding thoughtfully, Aaron confirmed he had found his intended target, sensing that peculiar place intertwined with reality yet out of place, and directly used the Hand of Order's power through a medium to make a mark on the underlying rules. Before he could continue his investigation, the wishing lamp, which had been pliable, suddenly emitted golden mist, and the strange valley in the consciousness medium abruptly rose with an all-obscuring mist, the medium's direction forcibly altered. The dark gold mist covering his body rippled. Aaron frowned, and immense power instantly suppressed the unruly lamp spirit. But the consciousness image filled with mist did not dissipate. A power originating from the Nation of Disorder, utilizing a loophole in the rules, prevented the medium from being interrupted. His expression quickly turned solemn. Considering that he had just advanced a Hand of Order and still needed some time to stabilize his state, Aaron abandoned his somewhat risky probing idea and immediately acted with full force, directly sealing all mediums between the Nation of Disorder and the outside world. The Trunsoist brass book flew out from the dark gold mist. After advancing to Hand of Order, he no longer worried about this uniqueness completely animating. He wrote with his hand like a pen below the series of silvery words. Without permission, no existence shall establish contact with the Nation of Disorder in any form. As the dark gold mist, imbued with Aaron's spiritual imprint, surged in, the Trunsoist brass book unfurled in midair, resonating with the entire dark gold world. The originally stable image immediately began to tremble. Before the loophole in the order was filled, a planet shrouded in white mist appeared at the last moment. It seemed to sense the gaze from the ethereal realm, like waking from a deep dream. Dense, shifting white mist instantly permeated, and an indescribable sound echoed in the cosmos behind it, vastly different and more profound and eerie than the astral world. Even though the source was isolated, the mere power that permeated caused the entire Nation of Disorder to undergo an anomaly, like water boiling to its peak. Vast power, like boiling steam, self-activated, converging into a torrent, gradually grinding away the whispers attached to the illusory nation. After repeatedly confirming no residual contamination, the Nation of Disorder finally returned to peace. Aaron looked at the white vortex, gathered in his hand and swirling with mist, his expression grave. He admitted that he had been a bit overconfident. Even with the King of Angels' authority and complete control over the Nation of Disorder, a nearly crippled outer god was not something he could handle at present. Fortunately, his reaction was decisive enough. Coupled with the protection of the Primordial One's barrier, only a portion of the power had permeated, which was still within the manageable range. Looking at the wishing lamp that was playing dead again, Aaron no longer wasted words and directly isolated and sealed it. After a moment of thought, he redirected his gaze to the miniature world below. Before the Primordial One's barrier was completely shattered, compared to the threat of the outer god, George III's impending shock for the Black Emperor's godhood was the most pressing issue he faced. Compared to Will Oseptin, who had held the uniqueness for thousands of years without progress, he at least had a clear goal and could attempt to accommodate the Trunsoist brass book with a simplified god-making ritual combined with the Nation of Disorder. And George III was the best, even the only, choice. For him now, the primary task was to quickly digest the Hand of Order potion and make his divinity sufficient to bear the uniqueness. With this thought, Aaron recalled the condition he had promised Will Oseptin and, with a slight movement of his mind, lit up the brilliant star symbolizing Bernadette in the sky above. Mist Sea, Rashad Island, Emerald Palace. The tall Bernadette stood behind the railing, her illusory eye of secrecy suspended high, thoughtfully examining the quietly changing order on the island, absorbing knowledge related to rules. The next second, her brows slightly furrowed, and her azure eyes suddenly became deep and distant, looking at the sky where the warm sun hung high, as if piercing through reality to glimpse the contracting and expanding gray-white planet in the desolate cosmos. Skillfully stripping away the contaminated information flow within her body, Bernadette heard a majestic voice, which gradually relaxed her tightly furrowed brows. A moment later, the thin dark gold mist dissipated, and around Bernadette, peach blossoms instantly fell, vibrant and colorful. As if an invisible door had opened, a peach forest, lush with vegetation and blooming flowers, appeared before her eyes, cut off by the mountain at the end of the water source in the forest, only able to try to extend out from a small cave. Taking a step, Bernadette's figure disappeared into that seemingly unreal, water-flowing cave. The core area of the vibrant peach forest was already filled with and gradually decaying from death's aura, and even feathered serpent down began to grow on the weathered ground. And the source of the death's aura was a metallic lustered pale mask. The mask only had holes for the eyes, with no other seams, and it was precisely pale death. An illusory river, mixed with symbolic patterns, encircled a milky white six-sided die, firmly fixing it beneath the mask. After being influenced by Calderon, this level 0 sealed artifact, whose essence was Sequence 1, Pale Emperor, became even more terrifying and bizarre. Within its range, not only would the concept of death itself weather and vanish, but it even exhibited partial authority over the decay of all things. To a certain extent, it could suppress the continued animation of the dice of probability, but as a price, pale death, which had already undergone unknown changes, would also be gradually awakened. Pure white, illusory feathers emerged from behind her. Bernadette pondered for a moment, then took out the Wheel of Fortune card. The shimmering river of destiny coiled within this mystery reappearance space, converging with the illusory river surrounding the dice of probability. Taking the milky white die, which had recoalesced into amber and was firmly sealed, into her palm, Bernadette quickly arranged the ritual and sacrificed Pale Death, whose facial contours on the mask were becoming increasingly clear, to the Lord of Order. Watching the thick, mottled dark gold double door slowly close, Bernadette, after grinding away the remaining decaying and corrupting aura, did not linger. She transformed into a pure information torrent, enveloping the dice of probability, and disappeared into the rippling river of destiny. Chapter 491 Will Acceptance Shock. In the boundless dark gold world, the profound void gradually closed, and a mask, its metal luster faded and already mutated into a human face, flew out from the eye sockets, which burned with pale flames. The human face on the mask had distinct southern continent features, with decaying patterns from which grew one white feather after another, stained with light yellow grease, emitting an aura of decaying stillness. Aaron recognized him. It was Azek Egger's father, the death of the fourth epoch, the underworld Emperor Salinger. And almost at the moment of entering the Nation of Disorder, this terrifying sealed artifact formed from the Pale Emperor characteristic completely activated. The expression on the human face was no longer rigid and frozen, and the inherent pollution burst forth. A low roar emanated from within the mask, and the lowest part of the illusory world within the Nation of Disorder, the deep blue space formed by condensing a portion of the underworld's authority, trembled slightly. As the controller of the Divine Kingdom, Aaron directly saw a river of eternal darkness flowing in the void, and saw the pale giant pillars on both sides of it and countless blurry figures lingering at the edges of its tributaries. The illusory tide stirred the gray-white mist that enveloped it, and a huge figure flickered in and out of sight within it, but it could not break through the invisible shackles no matter what. Accompanying the abruptly stopped roar, the Nation of Disorder returned to tranquility. Aaron looked at Pale Death, which had been violently destroyed and completely turned into pure light points, and immediately modified the rules within the Divine Kingdom, accelerating the Condensation of Beyonder characteristics. An invisible barrier emerged, completely separating the pure Beyonder characteristic from the pollution mixed within it. The latter also gradually converged to form an illusory human-faced feathered serpent, like a miniature version of the artificial death in the Death's Mausoleum. After Salinger accommodated the uniqueness, his own death imprint would also become unique and remain forever in the river of eternal darkness. The hidden hand he left within this characteristic was, in nature, more akin to the negative personality produced by the dragon of imagination being influenced by the Chaos Sea. However, this separated consciousness also mutated after the main body fell, and did not merge with Azek at that time as Salinger had envisioned. Furthermore, it would integrate the death pathway's uniqueness, becoming an incomplete death, and with the help of the death imprint returning to the river of eternal darkness, truly leverage and even initially control this Sapphira. The golden patterns deep within his eyes gradually dimmed. Aaron, who had completely analyzed the essence of this illusory feathered serpent, curved his lips. He did not completely obliterate it, but instead sealed and isolated it using the authority of the Hand of Order. After properly placing the recondensed, Pale Emperor characteristic and a Death Consul characteristic separated from it, he slowly stood up, stirring the surrounding mist, and his figure disappeared within it. In the Desi Bay, the smoke of war was dispersed by the sea breeze, leaving only the ruins of the port, demonstrating the cruelty of war. Senior Deacon of the Punishers, Executioner Simon Hughes, glanced at the dying iron-blooded knight Einhorn, who was enveloped by disease and death. He didn't say much, shifting his gaze to Klein, who was disguised as Gehrman Sparrow. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he turned back to Dunn, whose face was somewhat pale, and his voice, like muffled thunder, rang out. Even as a demigod, and even with the underworld within you, it should be difficult for you to forcibly commune with spirits. However, given this fellow's position in the FASAC military, you should be able to obtain a lot of valuable intelligence. The combined forces of FASAC and Fenipot also suffered significant losses. I will personally guard this place. You can take Einhorn and use spirit world traversal to return to the quiet church first. Streams of spirit body threads emerged from his body. In front of a Sea King, Klein had no intention of hiding his identity as a bizarro sorcerer. After initially turning the severely wounded Einhorn into a marionette to prevent this iron-blooded knight from fighting to the death, he exchanged glances with Dunn, and they both nodded simultaneously. After learning some secrets in the foggy town, Klein, on the contrary, felt a sense of calm, as if he had too many debts to worry about. Knowing that he wouldn't be arrested in judgment as a heretic, he felt more curiosity and longing for that holy hall that only existed in telegrams and ancient texts. An agreement was quickly reached. Klein followed behind Dunn, manipulating the stiff-faced Einhorn, who disappeared into the colorful oil painting. Skipping over the abstract color blocks, Dunn, who was walking ahead, suddenly thought of something and stopped. Under Klein's somewhat puzzled gaze, bronze light surged from between his eyebrows, and the illusory door of the underworld opened, from which flew out a green-tinged door-shaped characteristic and a note. After you disappeared back then, that marionette withered uncontrollably. Rather than giving it to the druid who was with you, it's better to exchange it for something more useful to you. This is Ludwell's Beyonder characteristic. I have already claimed the £55,000 bounty from the governor's mansion and deposited it into an anonymous account at Backlund Bank. The note contains the account number and the corresponding cipher. £55,000. Klein's eyes widened slightly, almost turning into the shape of gold coins. Meeting his captain's slightly teasing gaze, he smiled with rare shyness, pushing back the gatekeeper characteristic and only taking the note. Standing on the ruins, Simon Hughes thoughtfully withdrew his gaze from the gradually fading space, pondered for a moment, and instructed the bishop beside him. Immediately send a telegram to the Holy Hall, reporting the situation in Desi Bay, and also inform His Holiness the Pope that the Beyonder of the seer pathway secretly cultivated by the Church of Evernight has already crossed the threshold of a demigod. In Northborough, Backlund, the Allen family's home was filled with joyous sounds, and the festive atmosphere dispelled the gloom brought by the resumption of war. A lovely, exquisitely carved infant, blinking its round, clear eyes and sucking its finger, was placed in a delicate crib by his mother after being baptized by the clergy of the Church of Evernight. The clamor faded, and silver-white patterns emerged, preventing his own destiny from interacting with the outside world. Richard, the Fate Senator, who was invisibly hidden in a unique way, emerged from the shadows of the corner, leaning on a translucent scepter. It was one of the foundations of the Fate Council, a sealed artifact formed from the Sequence 3 Chauswalker characteristic. Will Ossepton smacked his lips, just about to say something, when his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the suddenly appearing Aaron as if he had seen a ghost. Feeling the oppressive sensation similar to, and even stronger than, Ouroboros, he opened his mouth and whispered in disbelief. You've advanced to King of Angels. Looking at the shocked Will Ossepton, Aaron took out an amulet made with a yesterday reappearance charm and placed it in the baby carriage, saying in a teasing tone. Didn't I tell you before that I was planning to advance soon? But it's good that I didn't miss Mr. Speaker's birth. This is a gift for you. Chapter 492 Warning and Meeting. Choked by those words, Will Ossepton, lying in the stroller, mumbled after a long while. Your recently means these past few days. How did the promotion to Sequence 1 end so easily for you? Fate is truly unfair to me. As if remembering some sad past, tears welled up in the chubby baby's eyes. He picked up the amulet made from the yesterday's reappearance charm, sniffled a little, and after glancing at it, grumbled, so ugly. Without waiting for Aaron to speak further, he sniffled and said to Raycold, who stood not far away, eyes tightly shut and somewhat at a loss. It's fine, you can open your eyes here, no need to worry about backlash. It just so happens that he's here, so I won't have to waste my power to shatter that sealed artifact for you. Aaron smiled, looking at the translucent scepter floating before him. He didn't refuse, and with a virtual grip of his right hand, he directly separated the space from the outside, with light particles flying and a dull cracking sound. After being promoted to Hand of Order, he could now perfectly control and restrain the authority and symbols of the Nation of Disorder, neither allowing Raycold to see what he shouldn't, nor letting George III and William I of Backlund sense his arrival. Playing with the amulet, which was even larger than his palm, Will Ossepton shifted into a comfortable position. After observing Aaron for a moment, he quietly continued to mumble. Promoting so quickly, I didn't expect your humanity to be maintained so well. Aaron handed the reaggregated Chauswalker characteristic to the somewhat reserved Raycold. He smiled at the words and didn't explain, only quipped. Isn't this good? Will Ossepton pouted, suppressing a scoff that almost escaped, and glanced at the surprised Raycold. Raycold, having received the pure characteristic, immediately understood. After bowing to the two angels, he directly began to concoct the potion. It had been 100 years since he achieved Misfortune Mage, and he had finally awaited the opportunity for promotion. The amulet gradually became transparent, merging into his palm as a stream of light. Will Ossepton lightly coughed, his expression becoming serious again. Since you have already been promoted, Ouroboros is up to you. Also, there's one more thing you might find interesting. As his voice fell, Aaron felt a familiar power dragging his spirit body. With a slight thought, his consciousness spread, and a hazy dream world appeared. The vague, abstract, and unspecific images gradually became clear, settling on the rapidly spreading gray-white. Medici, clad in blood-stained black armor, raised the mottled blood banner in his hand, a sinister smile on his face covered with deep red, almost black, patterns. When I completed the restart and successfully descended, I sensed the fluctuations of the river of fate. Using the moment I returned to my peak, I attempted to glimpse this scene. The slightly childish, serious voice drifted away with the disintegration of the image. Aaron frowned slightly, asking with some uncertainty. Is that Salinger's blood banner sealed in the Church of Knowledge? Will Septon, who had personally experienced the Pale Disaster at the end of the Fourth Epoch, and even witnessed the fall of the Underworld Emperor, nodded with a solemn expression. After a moment of thought, he reminded. For the 7 deities, whether it's to deal with the approaching apocalypse or to deal with the primordial demonis, tacitly allowing or even supporting a red priest whose pathway is not adjacent to their own is an acceptable option. Clearly, someone has placed a bet, otherwise, with Medici's state, it would be impossible for him to obtain 0-01 on his own. Also, don't forget that the blasphemer knows that the conqueror characteristic is in your hands. Aaron slowly nodded after a moment of silence. He had no intention of summoning a Rhodes to inquire, as the relevant information must have been concealed by a higher power. A thin, dark golden mist appeared before his eyes, and Bernadette's prayer could be heard in Aaron's ears. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he spoke. Bernadette has already arrived at the divine battleground ruins with the dice of probability, and is prepared. I can now fulfill the request I promised you earlier. A smile immediately appeared on Will Septon's chubby face. He spread his hand, and a drop of silver blood, with countless tiny, illusory wheels rotating within it, flew towards the visibly excited Raycold, who was instructed. This is the fate I intercepted using my umbilical cord blood as a medium when I was born. Only when it returns to the river of fate can my 2 intertwined but unmerged fate tributaries successfully connect with the outside river of fate. And this is also your opportunity to advance to Chauswalker. Pay attention to comprehending the essence of fate, it will greatly help you with the digestion of your future potions. After speaking, Will Septon then looked at Aaron, who was staring at his palm, selectively ignoring the blatant gaze before clearing his throat. I trouble Duke Aaron to bring him to the divine battleground ruins. I will also keep an eye on things. The time for yesterday's reappearance is limited, so I will only act when necessary. Guessing the rarity of this umbilical cord blood, unlike ordinary mythical creature blood, Aaron glanced at the relieved Will Septon, abandoning the idea of taking advantage of the situation, and directly disappeared from the bedroom with Raycold. Traveling through the colorful spirit world, Dunn stopped in front of a dark world, turning back to explain to Klein. Ahead is the spirit world area corresponding to the cathedral. Entering without permission could very likely lead to silently disappearing. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a metal quietly appear in front of Klein. It exuded a tranquil aura, was entirely crystalline and transparent, and seemed to be cast from obsidian. The next second, the dark spirit world area ahead suddenly rippled, like surging tides, instantly engulfing the 2 people and 1 puppet. When they came to their senses, they were already in a grand hall, surrounded by darkness, blurring distance and boundaries. Feeling the silent, peaceful atmosphere, Klein, whose spirituality gave no warning, held his breath, looking at the only light in the night sky like darkness, a magnificent statue that seemed to come from a high-hanging red moon or the stars. Countless shimmering points adorned the layered yet not complex, dark black gown, as if the cosmos night sky were draped over it. The head was indistinct, as if covered by a veil of night. Feeling the tremor of his spirit body threads, Klein's gaze shifted to the base of the statue. There was a female figure wearing religious robes and a triple crown, currently placing her hand on the head of Jaeger Einhorn, who was undergoing initial puppetry. Her other hand held the medal that Miss Ariana had given them earlier. No further words were needed to explain, the iconic attire was enough to signify her status. Klein's lips moved, and a name arose in his mind. Annabella, the goddess's favored one, Her Holiness the Pope of the Church. Chapter 493 Communication and Commitment. Even though Klein had mentally prepared himself when he decided to follow the captain to the cathedral, his body still trembled when he met those dark, deep eyes. This was a suppression originating from a higher life level. The only comforting thing was that his perception of Sapphira Castle was not blocked as it had been in Foggy Town. Returning the faintly glowing medal to the bizarro sorcerer, who was favored by the goddess, Annabella's surrounding darkness surged, pushing the somewhat dazed Dunn out of the main hall before she slowly spoke. The war in the Amantha Mountains is intense, gathering many demigods. If used well, it can help you quickly digest the bizarro sorcerer potion. However, it is also very dangerous. If the Fasak military or the god of combat's church intervenes, I might not be able to act at a crucial moment. You must control this balance yourself. Additionally, Zeradal has returned to normal. Keep this medal safe, it can provide you with secrecy's blessing when facing the Hermit Order. Zeradal. Almost the instant he heard that name, Klein held his breath. The sense of relaxation he had felt after advancing to demigod instantly vanished. In his chaotic thoughts, the words he had been pondering suddenly became difficult to utter. Withdrawing her gaze from Klein, Annabella gently lifted her hand, and above the head of the Fasak military demigod, a slightly blurred soul of Jaeger Einhorn emerged. Innumerable black threads, as if alive, surged from the surrounding darkness, coiling around the soul. In just a few breaths, the resentful and terrified expression on Jaeger Einhorn's ethereal face completely turned blank. Annabella's eyes slightly lowered as she perused the information obtained through forced spirit channeling. A moment later, she nodded gently, pressing her hand down to release the drained soul back. Having regained control over the puppet, Klein immediately split off a spirit body thread, completely puppeting Jaeger Einhorn. After a moment of hesitation, he still asked, "Your Holiness, do you know that George III has actually advanced to an angel?" Her indifferent expression showed no change. Annabella remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Do you have enough evidence to convince the two popes of the Church of Storms and the Church of Steam?" Klein opened his mouth but did not respond. He couldn't possibly take the puppet Panatia off Sapphira Castle in front of the Pope. And during his last spirit channeling divination using Sapphira Castle, the most crucial information had already been erased. Moreover, in the current situation where Loen was engulfed in war, even if the Loen royal family bypassed the three great covenants signed in ancient times, even the most volatile Church of Storms would probably not turn hostile at this moment. Sighing inwardly, Klein no longer dwelled on this question and instead asked, "Your Holiness, how can I obtain the subsequent potion formulas for the seer pathway?" The figure draped in religious robes and wearing a triple crown vanished into the darkness, leaving only an echoing voice. "Accumulate enough merits, or offer equivalent items to the goddess, requesting a bestowal." Outside the Sonia Sea safe passage, the entrance to the Divine War ruins. Aaron emerged from the spirit world with Ryukode, and not far behind them was the storm that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Below their feet was a massive chasm where the azure seawater was severed, cascading like a waterfall into the bottomless abyss, yet never filling it. Under the illumination of silver-white lightning flashes, dense torrential rain danced with the wind, creating a scene like the end of the world, yet it silently vanished upon approach. Feeling the familiar chaotic order, Aaron's thoughts stirred, and he instantly arrived inside the Divine War ruins. Here, the daylight, along with the true creator's murmurs mixed within it, had been stolen by Amon, breaking the already precariously maintained balance. Night had almost enveloped the entire Golden Ocean. Following behind Aaron, the power contained within the darkness did not affect Ryukode. He also noticed pure light flickering in the darkness not far away, like a night sky adorned with stars. The next second, the stars converged, forming Bernadette's figure. The dice of probability, wrapped in amber in her hand, was much calmer due to the influence of the residual divine power in the surroundings. Her eye of mystery suddenly stung. Feeling the oppressive sensation that approached that of the hidden sage, Bernadette's azure pupils slightly contracted, and after a second of delay, she bowed. Noticing Bernadette's change in expression, Aaron didn't pay much attention. After shielding Ryukode's hearing, he directly spoke in a majestic and grand voice. "When this matter is concluded, I will take you to see Roselle once. You can personally witness his predicament. And to help him escape his predicament, to truly solve the problem, he can only accept another contamination of the same level and more compatible with him, forming a certain balance, such as the nation of disorder. Even those few in the astral world cannot accomplish this. Only I, after ascending to godhood, will have the ability to free Roselle." Looking at the slightly moved Bernadette, Aaron paused and added, "George III should only be missing the final ritual of godhood to become the Black Emperor. Although the exact time cannot be determined, it will certainly be during this war that has swept across the entire world. Once a new Black Emperor is born, Roselle will lose everything, just like Solomon in the fourth epic." Bernadette had no hesitation, even showing a rare eagerness. "Do you know where he is? What else do I need to do?" Waving his hand, Aaron calmly explained. "In the Fog Sea, within his last mausoleum. That place has been eroded by the power of an outer god, which is why Roselle, though not truly dead, has never returned through the special means of the Black Emperor. The Pale Death sealed artifact you previously offered, I have completely shattered. This sealed artifact will be temporarily used by me. In exchange, I will try to help you advance to the Knowledge Emperor later. And now, first help Ryukode advance. Septon will act if necessary." Taking a deep breath to suppress the thoughts in her heart, Bernadette nodded. Her body disintegrated into a pure stream of information, carrying the dice of probability, and rushing into the depths of the Divine War ruins, stirring the tributaries of the River of Fate with the chaotic residual divine power. From Ryukode's body, which had been shielded from perception, a drop of silver blood with countless tiny, illusory rotating wheels now flew out, instantly transforming into a blood-colored membrane that enveloped his entire body, carrying him into the shimmering silver-white long river. Two distinctly different destinies collided and merged at this moment, and Ryukode simultaneously swallowed the Chowswalker potion. No longer paying attention to Ryukode, Aaron connected to the Nation of Disorder, using the imprint left behind when he previously advanced to balance her there, attempting to activate the conflicting residual divine power in the core area, preparing a surprise for Ouroboros. Chapter 494, Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros. Ripples spread across the sea surface, and large swathes of rich golden light rolled and expanded within the water, making the surroundings even more scorching, resisting the encroaching night. This special place, formed from the blood of the ancient sun god, remained unshakable even after the erosion of time. Even the power Adam extracted the last time he dealt with the mother tree of desire did not fundamentally affect it. Is this the power of an outer deity, or even one approaching pillar status? Having achieved the hand of order and further assimilated the nation of disorder, Aaron, who was comparable to a king of angels, gained more insights than when he had just advanced to balancer. Instead of confronting that immense power, Aaron mobilized the power of the nation of disorder to block the encroaching influence of the surrounding golden ocean, then connected with the shattered and chaotic underlying order of this divine battle relic. Shadows flickered in his dark golden eyes, finally settling on a magnificent structure filled with a sense of epic and myth. One side of the building was a spire, the other a round tower, flanking a central grand hall predominantly gray-blue, covered with symmetrical symbols, emblems, and patterns. Compared to it, the Twilight Giant Hall in St. Miloun seemed utterly unremarkable. Giant King's Court. This name surfaced in his mind, and Aaron used the Eye of Order to pinpoint this ancient place hidden amidst numerous chaotic divine powers and fragmented orders. Symbols flickering with light and shadow flowed, and Aaron's gaze followed them, finally stopping at a pitch-black hole on the left side of the massive gate. Behind the door was the sleeping place of Dark Angel Sassuar, the left hand of God, the vice-monarch of heaven, who controlled the first blasphemy slate, and whose current state was a matter of great concern. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't actually intend to take out the key to the Giant King's Court he had obtained from Iceberg Admiral Edwina. Although this great door would certainly be opened, the initiative of when and by whom it was opened remained in his hands. At the very least, it was a bargaining chip he could use to negotiate with the true creator for the safe departure of the Moon City residents from the forsaken land of the gods. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Aaron still left a portion of his consciousness to constantly monitor the Giant King's Court, as the true creator's divine kingdom was located in the forsaken land of the gods, almost adjacent to the Giant King's Court. At such a distance, even if the seven gods had sealed off the forsaken land of the gods, they couldn't stop the true creator if he wanted to act. At most, he would retreat back to the forsaken land of the gods after acting, and with the apocalypse approaching, the various beings in the astral world wouldn't likely engage in a major conflict with him. At the same time, the illusory silver-colored long river surged, this solidified uniqueness constantly attempting to break free from its physical constraints and revert to a conceptual form symbolizing authority. Bernadette paid little attention to Aaron's actions, her entire focus concentrated on the divided information torrent, suppressing the restless dice of probability. Only she, having displayed her complete mythical creature form, could use the information torrent to stop the conceptualization of the dice of probability and gather those ethereal concepts. This act, akin to raising a torch in the dark, instantly covered the convergence of Will Septon's two destinies and reached advancement fluctuations through it, but almost simultaneously, it attracted uninvited guests. One after another, lights formed illusory, layered, pure wings, appearing abruptly and spreading outwards, almost covering the entire river of destiny and extending downstream. Countless branching streams of destiny were gathered, and numerous future possibilities for a period of time were converged, becoming a predetermined future, as envisioned. At the center, surrounded by silver-white brilliance, a tall, thin man with long silver hair stood silently, his indifferent pupils containing only rotating silver rings. The tail swallower, angel of destiny, Ouroboros. The trend of the dice of probability being activated, surrounded by the information torrent, was forcibly suppressed, and it was even being repelled by the surrounding river of destiny, which greatly reduced Bernadette's pressure. Although this king of angels did not directly attack her, her situation became even worse. An illusory light, shaped like a giant python, abruptly emerged from the void, instantly transforming into a black shadow with countless black and white eyes splitting open. Those countless, distinct black and white eyes rotated rapidly, each condensing illusory and complex symbols, pouring an extreme amount of useless knowledge into the information torrent formed by Bernadette. The core ability of a Sequence 2 sage is the control and utilization of information, including but not limited to self-informatization. In such circumstances, with sufficient self-understanding and without disrupting the overall information balance, appropriate and non-conflicting mystical knowledge can be added as information to the corresponding information flow. Under permissible conditions, this ability can be upwardly compatible, meaning a sage can perfectly receive the power infusion from a hidden sage, temporarily gaining an increase in authority and an elevation in status. Aaron, who had long borrowed and read the Hermit card from Bernadette, was well aware of the peculiarities of this pathway. He had deliberately allowed Bernadette to leave residual hidden sage pollution in the river of destiny when handing over the dice of probability, precisely to use it as bait to lure out another big fish. Although he didn't catch that evil god, harvesting an angel from the Moses ascetic order was not a wasted trip. Watching the figure that suddenly appeared beside the information torrent Bernadette had become, effortlessly nullifying the subsequent attacks, and staring at him with interest, Aaron's countless, distinct black and white eyes suddenly contracted, and he decisively chose to retreat. But he was startled to find that at some unknown point, the space he was in had left the river of destiny, being segmented into a rule-bound cage from which he could not escape, completely isolated from the outside world, making it impossible even to use his final trump card, begging the great hidden sage to fully descend. The silver rings in the depths of Ouroboros's indifferent eyes paused slightly as he looked at the spot where Aaron had disappeared, his expression finally showing a slight change. He no longer waited for the future to be completely converged, his slender hand reached out directly towards the dice of probability, but was blocked by a spear of ancient design, stained with dark red blood from its tip to its hilt. Bernadette, who had recondensed her body, showed no signs of weakening in her aura, with Aaron's tacit permission, and empowered by the underlying rules of the core area of the entire divine battle relic, she broke free from the restraints of the river of destiny and, grasping the dice of probability beside her, prepared to leave this illusory long river. At the level of an angel, mystical reenactment truly embodies knowledge is power. Bernadette can directly draw power from the corresponding source of mystical knowledge through mystical reenactment. And the less known and circulated the corresponding mystical knowledge is, the more powerful the energy that can be drawn. And the fairy tales Roselle left her, originating from lost eras even older than the ancient epic, were Bernadette's most precious wealth, and one of her few means to confront the hidden sage, the pinnacle of her own sequence. Chapter 495 Angels Fight. Inside the black baby carriage, in the home of Dr. Alan Criss in North Backland. Willosepton's chubby infant face clearly scrunched up. He managed to turn over with difficulty, and with a rather resentful expression, he reached into the small pillow in the baby carriage and took out the amulet that hadn't even warmed up yet. Looking at the river of destiny, which was gradually converging in the future, Willosepton sighed. A drop of quicksilver-colored blood appeared on his palm and merged into the void. He then clutched the constantly refracting amulet tightly and complained in a low voice. "Seriously, I'm still just a baby." As his voice faded, a pure and clear light shone, completely enveloping Willosepton. In the outer area of the Divine War ruins, the continuously extending layered wings suddenly stiffened. A drop of quicksilver-colored blood broke through the blockade, and complex, strange symbols flew out of it, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silvery white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected rotating wheels. The strange symbols around the wheels lit up simultaneously, and its scarlet eyes looked towards the perceptive Ouroboros. At the same time, it bit its own tail without hesitation. The surging river of destiny solidified for an instant, and Ouroboros's hand, reaching for Bernadette, was as if it had touched an invisible barrier. Looking at the information torrent, which was carrying the dice of probability, and about to completely break free from the river of destiny, a hint of displeasure flashed in Ouroboros's indifferent eyes. With his beyonder characteristics, he could naturally see that the snake of destiny was merely a projection of power. He snorted coldly, not wasting time on Willosepton. Ouroboros manipulated the already converged portion of the destiny's tributary to break through the stagnant river of destiny, blocking Willosepton. At the same time, the layered wings behind him closed. Bernadette's transformed information torrent immediately flowed backward in a bizarre manner, pulling the dice of probability along with it, irresistibly approaching Ouroboros. Dong. Just then, a bell chime, as if from across history, rang out, echoing far across the empty river of destiny, interrupting Ouroboros's destiny restart. A pure and clear figure, like an angel but without wings, appeared. Microlights constantly flickered and jumped across its body, like the passage of time, and the ancient, mottled, giant clock phantom behind it slowly rotated. An indescribable, invisible torrent surged forth, sweeping Bernadette directly out of the river of destiny. The melodious, muffled bell chime rang again. On the gray-white and dark-green intertwined clock face, a mottled hand appeared. And as that gray-white hand began to rotate in reverse, Ouroboros's expression subtly changed. He stared at the pure and clear light figure standing opposite him and spoke indifferently. "You actually dared to let your main body appear. Just now, a portion of his authority was stolen, and the originally converged destiny's tributary was grafted, deviating from its original expected trajectory." As a king of angels who had accommodated two snake of destiny characteristics, although he had not yet accommodated the uniqueness to become a certain symbol of this pathway, to influence and steal his authority, at least a complete worm of time main body would need to act with full power. Palez, who had temporarily grafted the stolen authority to Willosepton and successfully restricted Ouroboros, responded indifferently. "My 1,000+ years of hiding were not without gains. To me, there is no essential difference between my main body and my clone. If that fellow comes, giving this body to him is of no great consequence." The silver-white long snake, with increasingly scarlet eyes, grew larger again, enveloping this section of the river of destiny and temporarily isolating it from reality. Compared to Palez, Willosepton was clearly more nervous, constantly vigilant of Ouroboros's actions, and simultaneously wary of the one in the forsaken land of the gods. Freed from the restraints and returning to the core area of the Divine War ruins, the complex and chaotic information torrents immediately reconverged, intertwining to form Bernadette's figure. Thanks to Ouroboros's full suppression earlier, the milky white dice of probability in her hand appeared extremely quiet. The eye of peeping at the center of her brows rotated slightly, and Bernadette saw an old man standing in the dense darkness not far behind her, with a slightly hunched back, completely white hair, and dressed in a dark black clergyman's robe. Her spiritual warning seemed to have failed. Bernadette unhesitatingly thrust the spear of Longinus behind her. Patches of pure white, illusory feathers appeared, blocking the spreading corruption. Without any attempt to dodge, the old man standing in the darkness only raised his head after the spear of Longinus, stained with dark red blood, pierced through his body. His deep brown eyes remained profound and calm. The next second, his body disintegrated into a dark black mass, which quickly spread to the spear of Longinus, coating it with a viscous, pitch-black layer that corroded and broke it within a few breaths. This was merely a fallen shadow. Feeling the corrupt malice contained within it, Bernadette, who had already glimpsed the opponent's essence, decisively stopped the mystical reenactment and discarded the corresponding linked information flow. She frowned slightly, and the eye of peeping at the center of her brows detached from her body. Brilliant patterns lit up, once again locking onto a hunched clergyman. The viscous, pitch-black liquid then wriggled and twisted into a shadow, returning to his feet and becoming a spreading shadow. A solemn, aged voice, filled with extremely strong emotion, proclaimed in a tone like a pilgrim meeting a deity. "I am Stiff, the holy word angel, attendant beside the Lord's throne. I walk on behalf of the Lord in this ruined land, pursuing those blasphemers who defy destiny." As he spoke, the old man's figure suddenly expanded to 4 meters tall, and behind him, dark, illusory feathers emerged. They interwove with light and shadow, forming 4 pairs of deep yet sacred wings. Stiff, the holy word angel. Bernadette narrowed her eyes, meeting the gaze of Stiff, who, despite still wearing a black clergyman's robe, had grown 4 pairs of angel wings. Her mind quickly recalled the experience shared by Cavendish Lancer in the previous Chaos Council of confronting and fighting the Sequence 2 profane presbyter in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Without giving Stiff another chance to speak and further elevate his level and power, Bernadette transformed back into an information torrent, weakening the influence of the profane presbyter's spirit word ability to the greatest extent in the form of an information creature. Being able to ambush an angel of the Moses ascetic order had already met Bernadette's expectations. Ouroboros, the greatest threat, was already held back. Now, she only needed to protect the dice of probability and wait for Aaron to deal with that sage. With this thought, Bernadette decisively chose to avoid battle and delay, as her consumption was also enormous from escaping the river of destiny, and the long-term burden of maintaining her mythical creature form was not simply something that could be eliminated by drawing power from the fairy tales of the Lost Era. Chapter 496, Hidden Sage. Unlike the core area of the God War ruins, this space was like an abstract sketch. The vast and illusory information torrent, formed by the angel of the Moses ascetic order, instantly froze. As a high-level clairvoyant, any action targeting him would passively trigger a premonition of certain scenes or fragments. Yet, despite having already integrated a portion of the hidden sage's great will, he had still fallen into the trap without any warning, and the implications of this made him tremble. Without any further reservation, the illusory and transparent information torrent began to twist and expand. Cold, lashless eyes opened one by one, all looking at Aaron, who was wearing the star crown not far away. The gaze of those cold pupils brought forth a multitude of phantoms, which were various forms of knowledge given physical substance. These pieces of knowledge even vaguely converged into a scene, the protagonist of which was a dusty, mottled, and ancient stone slab. Various grotesque phantoms, like monsters from the depths of a nightmare, were indescribable in words, yet they all surged towards Aaron. The chaotic and jumbled knowledge spread like a plague, eroding the entire space. Using this moment of respite, the information torrent gradually coalesced into a figure wearing a black hood and a warlock's robe. He did not attempt to escape during this opportunity. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that it was too late. The moment he was isolated in this space, he had actively peered into his own destiny and interpreted the prophecy to gain enlightenment. He was too late to escape. A hint of madness flashed in the depths of his symbol-constructed eyes. A mask, seemingly forged from black gold, appeared in his hand, and he put it on his face without hesitation. This mask was asymmetrical, one side different from the other, like a toy haphazardly pieced together. It was very chaotic, yet it possessed an indescribable madness and majesty. This was one of the 3 sealed artifacts of 0 level currently possessed by the Moses ascetic order. The Moses ascetic order obtained it during the chaos of the War of the 4 Emperors and named it Solomon's Mask. Its essence was the beyonder characteristic of a Black Emperor pathway sequence 2 Duke of Entropy. Amidst a muffled groan, the figure in the warlock's robe disintegrated and informationalized once more, turning into a vast, illusory, and transparent torrent. But even so, this information torrent was being torn apart by the black gold mask, swallowed bit by bit, yet the main structure that balanced his divinity remained intact. Illusory and chilling chewing sounds emanated from the mask. The enhancement brought by the Duke of Entropy's entropy increase completely activated the imprint bestowed by the hidden sage. An increasingly profound and terrifying aura spread, accompanied by bizarre and twisted numerical symbols, from which tiny specks of crimson seeped out. These crimson specks rapidly grew, about to converge and bring forth new life. The star crown on his head glimmered slightly. Aaron, with an indifferent gaze, glanced at the Moses ascetic order's angel, who was fighting like a cornered beast. A card suddenly appeared in his hand. The front of the card depicted an old man with a staff, holding a glass lamp, exploring alone. It was the hermit card, originating from Bernadette. This space was constructed by him based on the angel-level authorities of space concealment and the Hand of Order, combined with the nascent divine kingdom within the Nation of Disorder. Although inferior to the Mistown created by the Evernight goddess, who wielded the authority of secrets, it truly achieved complete isolation of the spirit world and reality. In this world constructed by his own rules, using the blasphemy card as a medium, he could temporarily interfere with, or even prohibit, certain beyonder abilities. The hermit card in his hand suddenly swelled, countless blank pages flipping, absorbing, and sealing all the plague-like spreading knowledge. Casually segmenting this battlefield, Aaron raised an eyebrow as he watched the black gold mask and the crimson specks continuously merge within the information torrent. The historical projection of the sun-chasing scepter then emerged, followed by an extremely brilliant, scorching white radiance. The strangely structured special symbols, woven from numerous illusory and complex pieces of information, collapsed inch by inch, and countless pieces of information were annihilated. However, the trend of convergence did not completely cease. The information belonging to the hidden sage surged even more frantically, countless black and white eyeballs rapidly rotating, absorbing everything from the sage. Specks of crimson then climbed onto the black gold mask. Amidst vague calls of Great Mother, a crimson moon-like aura finally emerged, from which illusory and complex summoning doors cracked open. They seemed to connect to different places, behind which an indescribable terror was growing. As the true controller of this isolated place, Aaron felt it even more clearly. A power was attempting to forcibly descend and open a connection between this place and the outside world. Mother Goddess of Depravity. A cold sneer curled at his lips. Seeing that he had already probed out the existence behind the hidden sage, Aaron no longer held back and fully displayed the authority of a king of angels. Although not a complete hidden sage, it was definitely an imprint containing important information. Although he did not have the corresponding authority to analyze it, he presumed that the god of steam and machinery would be interested in this. The space, sketched like an abstract line drawing, was instantly replaced by an boundless dark gold world. The illusory chewing sounds abruptly ceased, and the crimson staining Solomon's mask was uncontrollably fading. With Aaron's current status, he could already use the high-level authority of the Black Emperor pathway through the Nation of Disorder, and with the additional blessing of the Black Emperor card, he had reached the threshold of an angel. Combined with the shackles of rules, Aaron seized the momentary disorder brought by the nascent divine kingdom's descent, directly twisted the ability of this zero-level sealed artifact, turning the entropy increase enhancement directly into entropy decrease, and amplified the negative effects of Solomon's mask. Amidst illusory and fluctuating roars, a blurry but upright terrifying feathered serpent, almost touching the illusory sky, avoided the blood-colored, summoning doors, and charged towards the information torrent composed of bizarre and twisted numerical symbols. This feathered serpent, a materialized projection of the Pale Emperor's characteristic power, continuously shrank and solidified. Pale flames rose in its eye sockets, and from the gaps in its dark green, almost black scales, seemingly pure white feathers emerged, transforming into prominent pale lines. The hidden sage, caught by the sudden eruption of Solomon's mask's negative effects, sensed danger, but all attempts to pass through the feathered serpent's obstruction and merge with that crimson flow of information were annihilated. Even the concept of death itself would wither and vanish, naturally including the conceptualized information flow. Chapter 497 The melee ends. Ignoring the hidden sage's delirious ravings, Aaron's thoughts stirred, and the order that constructed this isolated space surged, transforming into a barrier that once again separated the torrent of information gradually dying in death and the feathered serpent formed from the Pale Emperor's beyonder characteristic. Aaron sensed the outside world, especially the intersection of the god of combat's ruins and the forsaken land of the gods, and at the same time decisively through the historical projection of the scepter of the sun, which he had been charging, towards that crimson moonlight. Unlike before, the trunsoist brass book within the Nation of Disorder simultaneously began to flip, and the entire dark gold world showed a clear boiling. Perceiving the power contained within the brilliant light, that crimson expanse seemed to have a life of its own. Guided by some ineffable power, it gathered and outlined various evil and defiled symbols, and an unimaginable tide of pollution emanated like a flood. But this was, after all, within the barrier. After being isolated by the nascent god kingdom, although this power was of an extremely high sequence, it was ultimately like rootless duckweed. In an instant, a blazing, dazzling sun appeared in this silently rendered dark gold world, causing all the bloody hues to rapidly recede. Outside this world, on the orbiting moon, a crimson ocean flowed, submerging everything, as if encompassing and digesting this giant satellite. The light on the surface of the red moon pulsed and contracted, and the bloody ocean rapidly condensed towards the center, constantly piling up, eventually forming a blood-red phantom whose specific appearance could not be clearly seen. This phantom was countless times larger than the moon, with countless eyes. It looked down at the blue planet, its chilling gaze fixed on the various areas that were lighting up one by one on the world barrier. In the more distant cosmos, the brown star, orange star, scarlet star, gold star, and blue star simultaneously flickered, as if blinking. North Continent, Amantha Mountains. Illusory black threads snapped one by one under the morning light, and all spiritual beings in this area completely fell into silence. The storm of light subsided, and the Silver Knight, covered in silver-white armor, stood silently on the collapsed hill. Complex dark green symbols emerged in the depths of his eyes. After scanning his surroundings, the heavy, broad sword of dawn in his hand, which seemed to be condensed from light, slowly dissipated. Northwest of the Amantha Mountains, at the source of the Tasik River, a valley in the Myrminsk Mountains. Klein coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with light particles, looking somewhat disheveled. After a long while, he reached out and collected the few inactive spirit worms, entangled by silver-white arcs of light, from his blood. Behind him, Panatia and Jaeger Einhorn were in an even more miserable state, especially the latter. As an iron-blooded knight whose physical strength was enough to stand out among many demigods, his chest had now been pierced through. Ignoring his own injuries, Klein somewhat painfully checked his two great demigod puppets. After a moment, he grinned and silently exhaled. Is this Sequence 3 Silver Knight? Truly terrifying. After leaving the quiet cathedral, he had been wandering the battlefield, and while the potion feedback from the terrifying horror directly experienced by demigods was considerable, the feedback from a battlefield with tens of thousands of soldiers and a far higher proportion of beyonders than usual was no less impressive. Especially since his two demigod puppets generating horror also allowed Klein, the bizarro sorcerer, to digest his potion. In such a short time, his potion digestion progress had surpassed that of his time in Mist Town. It was just a pity that a tall tree catches the wind, directly attracting a certain Sequence 3 Archbishop of the God of Combat Church, whose concealed malice severely wounded Klein. Fortunately, his two demigod puppets had always been by his side. He immediately transferred the damage he sustained to the iron-blooded knight and escaped the battlefield at the cost of abandoning his other puppets. As for whether his whereabouts would be exposed, Klein was not too worried about it, because the bizarro sorcerer possessed a certain concealment ability. This was also one of the special reasons why he could restrain the grey fog's blessing upon him after reaching Sequence 4. As Klein was contemplating where to continue digesting his potion, a strange palpitation arose in his heart. The murmuring sound, which he could only hear when traversing the grey fog to Sapphira Castle, suddenly echoed in his ears, causing him to instinctively look up at the sky. The layered clouds of the night had completely dispersed, and a huge, bright moon obscured all the starlight. The color of this moon was no longer the common crimson, it was pure white, exceptionally bright. Klein stood frozen in place, not even bothering with the incessant murmuring in his ears, staring blankly at the silver moon, just like when he first awoke in this world and witnessed the crimson moon. Neither normal textbooks in human society nor mysticism-related books within the churches had any record of such a moon. Aside from the common crescent and full moons, and the occasional blood moon, the moon had never shown such a change, at least not since the fifth epoch, in these more than 1300 years, absolutely not. Looking at the silver moon that overlapped with the memory of his homeland, Klein's heart trembled slightly, filled with an inexplicable sense of horror. Deep within the God of Combat's ruins, the Angel of Holy Word, Steve, stopped. His three heads turned simultaneously, and his 6 dark brown eyes looked up at the sky, seeing the bloody figure observing everything from behind the barrier. As a complete mythical creature, he experienced that sense of horror after a long time. Seemingly realizing something, or perhaps receiving a certain will, he no longer pursued Bernadette, who was fleeing in all directions. This chaotic area, divided by various residual divine powers, became orderly in the next second. From the rippling void, Aaron emerged, gripping silver-white or crimson-like clusters in each hand, and his pressure, far exceeding that of an ordinary angel, halted the chaotic battle. The Mask of Solomon, which was essentially a Sequence 2 Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristic, and the Pale Emperor's Beyonder characteristic, which showed signs of being activated, had already been retrieved by him into the Nation of Disorder. As for this Sage Beyonder characteristic containing the Hidden Sage's information imprint and the last remnants of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's pollution, he did not immediately throw them into the God Kingdom, lest the unruly genie cause trouble while his main body was absent. The illusory torrent of information rapidly converged. Bernadette's expression could not hide her exhaustion, and the dice of probability in her hand trembled uneasily, extremely repulsed by the crimson mass approaching Aaron's hand. Aaron glanced indifferently at the bloody figure in the cosmos, then raised his hand and made a grasping motion. Chains of order bound the dice of probability, dragging it to his side. Steve stood quietly nearby, silently watching all of this, neither obstructing nor worrying about being attacked. The space beside him twisted, and a bewildered Rajot appeared. This fate counselor had successfully advanced to Sequence 3 Chaoswalker. Aaron then directly threw the dice of probability, after intimidating it, to him, before looking at the illusory river of fate. Chapter 498 Amon's Proposal. Feeling the trembling auras around him, Richard's expression changed slightly, and he didn't bother to stabilize his own state, grabbing the dice of probability that floated in front of him. After using his Chaoswalker ability to disrupt his own fate, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. After bowing to Aaron, he stepped into the door of exile prepared for him. Without needing to divert attention to guard that uniqueness, Bernadette's spiritual burden was mostly lifted. She was looking at her originally empty palm with some surprise. Light gathered there, forming a miniature book with strange patterns and peculiar numerical symbols. The roselle on the book's cover, holding a glass lamp and exploring alone, became even more vivid, and the aura emanating from it was completely different from the original pure blasphemy slate. Most of the information torn from the sage of the Moses ascetic order, who had obtained the hidden sage's blessing and possessed part of the knowledge emperor's authority, was absorbed by this hermit card. Abstract knowledge was endowed with substantial power. Before this power is exhausted, this blasphemy slate can be completely regarded as a complete sealed artifact of sequence 0, and one with extremely few side effects. Knowing that this was a reward specifically left for her, Bernadette nodded slightly and put it away. Although she was not yet sure how great the Moses ascetic order's loss was this time, at the very least, an angel had fallen. It was impossible for them to remain unresponsive next. Although this hermit card was a bit redundant for her, it could be given to Catilia for self-defense. A stream of light flashed across the crown of stars, and Aaron smoothed out all traces. The river of fate, which was invisible to the naked eye, finally changed. The Ouroboros, which encircled that section of the river of fate like a wheel, slowly disintegrated into pure light particles, disappearing into the suddenly rushing, rugged long river. Streaks of light permeated through, forming illusory, overlapping pure wings that once again covered the entire section of the river of fate. The holy word angel, Stiff, who had been silently closing his eyes since Aaron appeared, finally reacted. The 4 pairs of deep but sacred wings on his back flapped, and his figure disappeared, leaving only a few dark, illusory feathers that transformed into viscous liquid droplets amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Having dispelled his mythical creature form, the slightly disheveled figure of Pales appeared. He and Bernadette stood on either side behind Aaron, both staring at the opposite side with solemn expressions. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, with his silver waist-length hair, scanned all the angels present with a somewhat indifferent expression, including Stiff, who had already arrived beside him. A suppressed, stagnant atmosphere permeated the area. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. A rather playful teasing voice accompanied by crisp applause broke the somewhat tense standoff, attracting everyone's attention. In the edge region of the divine battle ruins, on an island surrounded by a golden ocean, a transcendent creature that had fortunately survived ignored the focus of those terrifying gazes and calmly took out a crystal-like monocle from the void, slowly clipping it into his right eye socket. During this process, his figure wriggled and twisted, transforming into a mon, wearing a pointed soft cap. The blasphemer pinched the monocle over his right eye and curled his lips. Sensing the change in order, Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He had already confirmed that only a clone had arrived, and he terminated the decree of no teleportation without permission. Without the obstruction of order, Amon's lips curved into a smile. In a few breaths, his figure arrived at the core area of the divine battle ruins, meeting those naked gazes, and clicked his tongue. "You all don't seem to welcome me." "You know that much," Aaron silently replied in his heart, his expression unchanged on the surface, but part of his consciousness had already returned to the nation of disorder. Using the true creator's higher-level true vision and this Amon clone as a medium, he scanned the entire divine battle ruins and the more outer Sonia Sea. As is well known, Amons tend to appear in groups. When one Amon appears, it often means there is at least a group nearby. The wings covering the long river of fate retracted. Ouroboros reacted even more obviously than Aaron, completely ignoring this Amon clone, not even having the desire to respond. As if accepting this failure, at his feet, a winding, illusory, shimmering river extended to the deepest part of the divine battle ruins, stopping before that magnificent, epic, and mythical building. Ignoring Amon, Ouroboros led Stiff to the dark blue giant hall, which was covered with symmetrical symbols, emblems, and patterns, and prayed devoutly. The Lord who created everything. The master behind the veil of shadows. The fallen self-nature of all living beings. As soon as the complete honorific name fell, the ground of this magnificent building suddenly trembled, slowly splitting open left and right, revealing a deep crack whose bottom could not be seen. Bernadette's pupils behind Aaron contracted slightly. Just as she was about to use her eye of peeping to look at the legendary forsaken land of the gods, she hesitated and stopped the thought. Compared to the adventurous Bernadette, Pale's expression remained unusually serious and highly vigilant from beginning to end, especially after feeling Amon's naked scrutiny. Only when everything returned to calm did Aaron's tense nerves relax slightly, but then his brows furrowed slightly, somewhat confused as to why the true creator had no reaction at all. Withdrawing his playful gaze from the stiff-faced Pales, Amon looked at Aaron, seemingly guessing the doubt in his mind, and chuckled. "Tisk, unless you directly break into the forsaken land of the gods, that guy doesn't have time to deal with you right now." Although he was somewhat curious about what had happened, seeing Amon deliberately stop halfway through his sentence, Aaron decided not to indulge him. After temporarily handing over the sealed sage characteristic to Bernadette, chains of order dragged out Amons from various corners of the divine battle ruins. Seeing the densely packed Amon clones, each with different expressions and even arguing with each other, Bernadette, who was seeing this scene for the first time, her eye twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but glance at Pales beside her. Understanding the meaning contained in that look, Pales was silent for a moment, then explained in a strange tone. This is his unique, habit. Not wanting to bother with Amon's bad taste, Aaron moved his thoughts, crushing all the most ordinary clones he had found later, and then looked back at the first, and now only remaining, Amon. Can you tell me your purpose now? Shrugging indifferently, Amon's smile remained. You know what I want, and I know what you want to do, and coincidentally, I can help you get what you want, and you can help me get what I want. In other words, we can at least reach an agreement in some aspects. At least I have never revealed your identity to those who are interested in you, have I not? Chapter 499, Medici returns to the godforsaken land. Listening to the veiled threat in the jibe, Aaron's eyes dangerously narrowed. He glanced at Pales, whose expression had subtly changed, and without avoiding the subject, responded indifferently. If you obtain the last portion of the Worm of Time characteristic, wouldn't Adam be afraid that his ascension ritual would be usurped by you? Shrugging his shoulders with a playful expression, Amon said to Pales with a peculiar smile. That's why only a clone of mine came. Aaron didn't bother to discern whether this was a deceptive attempt to cover up. At worst, he would have Pales separate the Worm of Time characteristic and throw it directly into the Nation of Disorder. Without his permission, this blasphemer would never achieve error. However, doing so would be tantamount to tearing off the facade, breaking the tacit understanding between Adam and the Evernight goddess regarding the candidate for the Lord of the Mysteries. He naturally wouldn't take the initiative to do it. Since that was the case, it was better to maximize the benefits. Ignoring the somewhat hostile attitude of the other party, Amon slightly raised his head, looking at the gradually calming astral world and the dissipating crimson figure beyond the barrier. His playful smile receded, replaced by a rare seriousness. With your current Beyonder pathway, you should be very clear that above Sequence 0 are outer deities. And to become an outer deity, in addition to gathering the uniqueness of neighboring pathways and at least one Sequence 1 characteristic, there is one more indispensable item. For example, Sapphira Castle, or Chaos Sea. Before Aaron could respond, Amon's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he added. Or like the Nation of Disorder on you. TSK, after the Western continent was sealed, it's rare to see someone in the outside world capable of fusing a complete Sapphira. No wonder that fanatic values you so much. Aaron frowned imperceptibly, suddenly unsure if this guy had learned some secret from Adam. After all, he, who didn't even have an angel Beyonder pathway, was able to persevere through several epochs of integration with the Nation of Disorder. Apart from his soul being a true outsider, unaffected by the initial imprint's revival, the most crucial factor was the gifts from the two pillar-level outer deities, Celestial Worthy and God Almighty, based on their mutual goal of keeping each other suppressed. And the ancient sun god, using Adam as an alias, had truly experienced the awakening of God Almighty within him. Based on the authority of omniscience and omnipotence and a certain degree of spiritual fusion, it was not surprising for him to know some of God Almighty's arrangements. Aaron pondered the risk of meeting the pseudo-fellow countryman before Adam achieved visionary, while maintaining his usual expression. Considering that with the mother goddess of depravity's retreat, the gaze of the gods in the astral world could fall on this forsaken land at any time, Aaron avoided the topic and, according to the conditions he had previously discussed with Pales, proactively spoke. One Worm of Time characteristic for one Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristic and one Weather Warlock characteristic. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. The Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristic was a gift Pales had left for Morbid, and also the foundation for the future revival of the Zoroast family. This world-sweeping war was the fastest opportunity for the Red Priest pathway to quickly digest potions and advance. If there were additional Weather Warlock characteristics, it wouldn't be impossible to create another angel in a short time. As for the Weather Warlock characteristic obtained in Bansi Harbor, Aaron planned to reserve it for his father, Gusmanwil, whose War Bishop potion was about to be completely digested. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, glanced at Pales, who had tacitly agreed, and clicked his tongue. I thought you would ask me to deal with George III, or that crippled fellow from Castilla. The Trojan Horse of Destiny isn't difficult, but unfortunately, you just missed a Weather Warlock characteristic. Missed. Aaron frowned. Before he could press further, he saw Amon's lips curl into a smile, but his body was gradually disintegrating, leaving only an echoing voice. I agree to your terms. I look forward to our next meeting. Almost at the instant Amon disintegrated, an arm entirely composed of twisted vines reached out from the chaotic spirit world, only to grasp a 12-segment Worm of Time. An invisible, chilling wind swept by, and Astolfo's body stretched open the spirit world. Behind him, strange creatures hung from the twisted vines, a significant number of them bearing faint circular marks on their right eyes. Just by being swept by those blood-red eyes, Bernadette felt a stinging pain deep within her spiritual body. The oppressive feeling, comparable to Ouroboros, made him hold his breath, another king of angels. Deep within the forsaken land of the gods, at the peak of a majestic and continuous mountain range, stood a gigantic cross, existing between reality and illusion. There, a blurred figure, shrouded in a faint shadow, hung upside down. Several ancient wooden stakes pierced his body, nailing him to the cross. And at the base of the cross, the place with the densest aura of depravity, a figure stood at this moment. Blood-red hair casually draped over blood-soaked black armor, and a flag-like red mark on his glabella was vividly crimson, clearly the Red Angel Medici. However, unlike before, the two deep, bone-visible putrid wounds on his face had healed, leaving only mouth-like scars. At this moment, his aura was no longer inferior to an angel. A winding, illusory river, shimmering with light, stopped at the base of the mountain range. Ouroboros ascended towards the mountaintop with an indifferent expression, while Stiff remained in place, sitting devoutly and praying in a low voice. In a few breaths, Ouroboros arrived at the base of the cross. He glanced at Medici, who had his eyes tightly closed, and took out a bronze patinated cross with thorns from his linen robe. Almost simultaneously, the inverted figure on the giant cross suddenly faded, spreading into a curtain of shadow that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the curtain, a pair of cold eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. The next second, the shadow curtain split open, revealing a dark, lightless void within, where the faint sound of illusory tides echoed. Under the influence of the power seeping from the chaos sea, the bronze patinated cross instantly disintegrated. Infinite light enveloped the golden blood droplet, which radiated light and heat, gradually transforming into a figure composed of pure light. From the cold eyes behind the curtain, a dark, dense shadow surged out, merging with the radiant figure into the flag-like mark on Medici's glabella. Two terrifying wills, opposing yet intertwined, surged within Medici's body. Utilizing the true creator's own authority of hurting, they brought the corruption within Medici's body to a balance, no longer being unilaterally assimilated by the Red Priest uniqueness. Ouroboros stood quietly nearby, his layered wings obscuring this mountain range, preventing the terrifying anomaly from affecting the forsaken land of the gods. Chapter 500 Departure and Plan. With the true creator's tacit approval, the radiant wings originating from Ouroboros replaced the lightning that occasionally tore through the night, and the previously sky-obscuring curtain of shadows also collapsed, transforming back into the inverted cross suspended between reality and illusion. Hysterical or gloomy and deranged whispers emanated from Medici's body, but they quickly vanished into nothingness along with the rusty, bloody smell that permeated the mountaintop. His eyes, flashing with silver arcs of electricity, suddenly opened. The Red Angel Evil Spirit, or more accurately, the former War Angel Medici, gazed distractedly at the mountain range and the continuous giant royal court in the distance. After a long while, the corners of his mouth curved upwards. He drew a cross on his chest, bowed to the illusory figure burdened with sin, and then, without further delay, turned with firm steps towards the foot of the mountain, towards the cluster of buildings where the resplendent twilight was solidified. He had already returned to the angel rank, and with the true creator's help, he had re-established balance by leveraging the mutual antagonism of several high-ranking contaminations within his body. To some extent, he was now a spiritual patchwork monster, a meld of numerous wills, and thanks to Adam's help, Medici's will held absolute dominance, even allowing him to use 0-01 to a limited extent. Pausing slightly, Medici turned his head to glance at Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, who was dressed in a simple linen robe with silver waist-length hair. He clicked his tongue and said in a flippant tone, "Let me state this up front, the Iron and Blood Cross Order has nothing to do with me. That was Alamon's doing. TSK, that little raven insisted on snatching a weather warlock characteristic to give to me as payment for my past guidance. I couldn't very well refuse." Ouroboros, on one side of the mountaintop, nodded with a slightly indifferent expression and calmly replied, "This is a necessary sacrifice." Medici's mouth twitched violently. Although he knew that given this guy's personality, this statement wasn't directed at him, he still felt inexplicably offended and scoffed, losing the desire to continue the conversation. Silently watching Medici leave the range of the cycle of fate, Ouroboros finally reminded him. The birth of a Red Priest is bound to be accompanied by competition, chaos, and disaster. Only through multi-party contention can a Red Priest emerge in the shortest time and in the best way. If only you walk this pathway, it will not go smoothly. This is the consensus of the Lord and the gods, but it doesn't mean that primordial Demonis will abide by this consensus. West Balam, Star Plateau, a hidden city built against the mountains. This was originally a secret base where the Highland Resistance Army buried the remains of successive pharaohs, but it has now become the headquarters of the ascetic order. After an top-down purge, the Highland Resistance Army was renamed the Restoration Army and placed under the governance of the ascetic order in a theocratic form, thoroughly solidifying its religious foundation. The altars previously used for bloody sacrifices had disappeared, replaced by strange statues. Their hands were tied behind their backs, or their bodies were wrapped in thorny roses, or they were shaped like mummies, directly conveying a sense of restraint. Above the city, with its peculiar style, a rift opened in a barrier formed by the twisted manifestation of curses, and several figures emerged from the void. Bernadette observed the low sequence beyonders of the ascetic order below, who were covered in black fur but had not been overwhelmed by their inherent murderous and bloodthirsty desires, striving to maintain their true selves. She mused for a few seconds before speaking. Our previously arranged isolation array is still effective. Even the influence from the recent blood moon anomaly didn't cause them to lose control. If it were just a normal full moon, the impact would be even smaller. Astorfel nodded. After mending the rift behind him, he led several angels into the depths of the city, into an ancient, simple stone palace. Renette Tyneker, who had already fully repaired her body, was here teaching Sharon, who had just been appointed Highland Kingdom Regent, to become familiar with the Disciple of Silence beyond her abilities. Looking at Sharon, who had replaced her small black soft cap with a more majestic pharaoh's crown, and Miss Messenger, who had returned to a normal human state, Aaron felt a sense of melancholy that things were no longer what they used to be. But he said no more, motioning for Renette Tyneker to send Sharon away. Then he leaned back in the stone chair and looked at Astorfel, asking. After accommodating that abomination from Sua, your rank has reached that of a king of angels. Can you now confirm the location of the bound god? The intertwining evil vines swayed gently. Astorfel's slightly ugly face's lips moved, and a hoarse, hollow voice echoed directly in everyone's spiritual bodies. The bound god and I share the same origin. Before the barrier completely collapses, even if there is a higher-ranked power obscuring it, I can confirm that he is within a forgotten historical fog. Historical fog, ah. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, recalling the fruitless search at the Rose School of Thought's headquarters last time. He estimated that the King of Curses, Belanka, who had received a boon and forcibly advanced across pathways to become the beauty goddess, was likely also hidden there. Considering that the mother goddess of depravity might have already intervened in this matter, Aaron, though urgent, remained calm. The opportunity to kill Sua before was thanks to Adam blocking the pressure from beyond the barrier at a crucial moment, coupled with a dismissive attitude, which prevented those who had secretly pledged allegiance to the outer gods from taking action in time. After a moment of contemplation, a golden token appeared in Aaron's hand, Roselle's last gift to Benova. After stripping away the fragments of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom from it, he had kept it. Even though Roselle had fallen, the memory imbued with power was still the most special anchor, capable of awakening Benova's humanity. Regaining hold of the sage characteristic containing the residual information of the hidden sage, which he had previously entrusted to Bernadette for safekeeping, Aaron smiled at Bernadette, whose expression shifted slightly, and said, "Perhaps I can help your brother regain his freedom. An angel-level craftsman, TSK, coupled with Roselle's favor, it's worth the risk." Staring at the two items in Aaron's hands, Bernadette froze for a moment, vaguely guessing something. Her pupils constricted, and she urgently pressed. "What do you need me to do?" Tossing the token containing part of Benova's humanity to Bernadette, Aaron couldn't help but smile, thinking of Roselle's possible reaction. "Since I promised you I'd go see Roselle, naturally, the whole family will go together. What you need to do is find a way to get Benova to temporarily leave the Steam Church's headquarters. There, we won't have the capital to negotiate. As for what happens after that, Astorfel and I can handle it." Chapter 501 God of Steam and Machinery. As the capital of the Intis Republic, and the center of culture and art on the northern continent, Trier is one of the few metropolises that can rival Backlund and St. Milan. On the north bank of the Sorrenzo River, which cuts through Trier, the archcathedral of the God of Steam and Machinery Church stood tall with thick, iron-black chimneys, from which large amounts of light white mist billowed upwards like a forest, obscuring the morning light. Jord Hawkins, a member of the Pre-God Council and the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery, with a solemn expression, passed through a pure copper door inlaid with gears. The sounds of hammering and forging instantly faded, but the heavy metallic scent grew even stronger. "Praise be to you, great God of Steam and Machinery, you are the embodiment of essence, the protector of artisans, the radiance of technology." Accompanying the deep, indifferent prayers, the ethereal light on the hall walls pulsed, like seemingly thin projected scrolls, yet giving an extremely profound sensation. Even though he was somewhat anxious, Jord Hawkins dared not speak again. He looked at the tall figure with long chestnut hair, back turned to him, beneath the altar directly ahead, and could only suppress his emotions, waiting for the solemn prayer to conclude. His clasped hands released, Benova Gustav drew the triangular holy emblem across his chest with his right hand, his azure eyes reflecting the triangular holy emblem of the God of Steam and Machinery on the altar. His gaze slowly moved among the symbols of steam, gears, and levers within the stable triangle. He seemed to have lost all emotions, with no change in expression, as if he were merely a puppet. "Is there a result from the investigation?" Feeling an inexplicable suppression, Jord Hawkins took a deep breath, involuntarily lowered his head, and slowed his tone. "Respected Saint Benova, we have confirmed with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Sauron family that the meteorological disaster in the southern suburbs of the Trier region and the lower reaches of the Sorrenzo River last night was caused by the fall of a weather warlock. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church believes that the fallen one was very likely the one from the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and it is temporarily impossible to identify which hidden organization made the move. Holding his breath, Jord Hawkins waited for a response, somewhat nervously. In just the past few months, first, Zeradal, the half-dead leader of the Hermit Order who had been in that state for many years, suddenly returned. After a series of blood moons, an angel inexplicably fell. He always had a premonition of an impending storm. Bonova slowly turned around, his azure eyes, however, passed over Jord Hawkins, looking through the densely packed steam pipes into the distance, a subtle change appearing in his indifferent expression. At the same time, metal parts with strange patterns flowed out from the ring on his right hand, instantly assembling into a palm-sized puppet. Ethereal light interwoven and finally disappeared into its glabella. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly lightened. Jord Hawkins stared blankly at the puppet that had suddenly appeared in his hand for a few seconds, then subconsciously looked up at the empty altar in front of him. A sudden whistle sounded in his ears, and the Archbishop's expression changed dramatically. He had just heard a similar sound last night. This was an alarm from a special sealed artifact stored beneath the Archcathedral, targeting angel-level powers. The long whistle echoed over Trier. Beyonders with higher spirituality felt it more clearly, while ordinary people busy with their early morning routines did not notice. It was only when rays of sunlight shone upwards from a magnificent and elegant golden palace into the sky, condensing into a miniature sun, that exclamations arose. This sun cast its light over the entire Trier region. Morning seemed to instantly turn into noon, and a translucent female figure, clad in a white robe with gold embroidery, emerged. Her sun-like pupils gazed northward, seemingly recognizing the arrival. A playful smile appeared on her sacred and beautiful face, but the blazing white spear in her hand remained vigilant. Innumerable knowledge surged like a torrent, condensing at the edge of the Trier region into Bernadette, who wore a brown captain's coat, had long chestnut hair, and eyes like the azure sea. She felt several auras locking onto her, but she acted as if she were merely passing by, not continuing to provocatively delve deeper into Trier. After only a few glances, she transformed back into a torrent of information and vanished. The golden token containing Bonova's humanity became even more brilliant within the torrent of information. When Bernadette reappeared, she had already arrived at a certain isolated island in the Fog Sea, whose coordinates had been marked long ago. Bernadette did not have to wait long. Bonova, capable of responding to prayers across the entire world, descended on his own accord. Two pairs of equally azure eyes met. Unauthorized, divinity weakened. A majestic voice interrupted the silent gaze between the siblings. Bonova's expression changed significantly, and he immediately felt his own divinity suppressed. His beyonder abilities, derived from arcane scholar and knowledge magister, and even his divinity, were greatly restricted. As an authorized individual, after release the hidden state, Astolfo, who was not suppressed in any way, fully displayed the abomination authority of a king of angels, bit by bit opening Bonova's humanity that had been imprisoned by divinity. Streaks of dim, colorless light, as if composed of countless illusory things, flowed across Bonova's body, and a grand will contained within them seemed to awaken. Misty light surged from nothingness, manifesting around Bonova as one projected scroll after another, with a human-shaped outline of light and shadow appearing within them. Seeing the main figure arrive, Aaron's figure materialized in the void, standing before Bernadette and Astolfo, and smiled as he slightly bowed towards the light and shadow. "I apologize, this is the first time we officially meet, and it is under such circumstances, esteemed god of steam and machinery." The struggle on Bonova's face became more pronounced, but the will within the illusory scrolls formed by the misty light paid no heed. Infinite information transformed into complex light, making the figure appear even more real. A grand, gender-neutral voice, indistinguishable as male or female, echoed throughout the special world enveloped by the embryonic divine kingdom the next moment. "This is the power of the nation of disorder. How did you do it?" Although he wanted to reply with guess like a certain ill-mannered Amon, to avoid interrupting negotiations, Aaron chuckled and responded. "Everyone has their own secrets, but I can confirm that the seals on the western continent are intact, at least before the barrier breaks or a new Lord of the Mysteries is born." Without delving further into the question, the will of the god of steam and machinery swept over Bernadette and Astolfo, pausing slightly on the latter. His majestic voice carried a hint of fluctuation. "Without the help of an outer deity, you were actually able to break free from his pollution and reach this point." Chapter 502 Cooperation. The wriggling, malevolent vines, transformed into tangible curses, receded back into Astolfo's body. In Astolfo's blood-red eyes, the figure, entirely formed of shimmering light, was reflected as a hoarse, low voice echoed. "Fate has favored me this time, just like it favored you back then. The long wait has finally brought hope." As if ancient memories had been stirred, the god of steam and machinery, whose figure was becoming clearer, fell silent for a few breaths before withdrawing his gaze from Astolfo. He glanced at Aaron, and the scroll of civilization gradually unfurled, instantly easing the tense, confrontational atmosphere. Behind him, Bonova Gustav, whose face was full of struggle, suddenly half-crouched, collapsing weakly, his face pale and breathing heavily, like a drowning man pulled ashore. Such a state seemed incredible for a complete mythical creature, but Aaron, feeling the changes in the surrounding order, showed a smile on his face. Seeing that the god of steam and machinery had actively withdrawn the excess divinity of the blessing given to Benova, Astolfo retracted the curses that stimulated humanity. Aaron's eyes flickered, and he instantly acted, using the authority of a king of angels and the power of the balancer to rebalance Benova's somewhat unbalanced divinity and self-cognition. Actions are often more convincing than words. After demonstrating his sufficient leverage and value, this paragon actively released his goodwill. Bernadette, who had been silently observing from the side, stared intently with her blue eyes at Benova, who had a complex expression and had stood up again, as if she had finally confirmed something. But before she could speak, the ethereal and majestic voice of the god of steam and machinery came from her ear. I never truly gave up on Roselle, but after he was subtly corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity, his already arrogant personality became radical. To break free from the church's constraints, and to gain the strength to lead his followers to survive in the cosmos when the apocalypse arrives, he chose to cooperate with Adam and forcibly ascend to become the Black Emperor. Bernadette withdrew her gaze from Benova and looked directly at the light figure, her lips pursed. As a true god, did you never realize he had a problem? Ignoring Bernadette's somewhat offensive questioning tone, the god of steam and machinery calmly replied. During that time, the outer deities, led by the mother goddess of depravity, were extremely active, diverting the attention of the gods, and Roselle, with the help of Beetle Abraham, truly left the barrier. By the time he returned, and I realized the problem, it was too late. Therefore, I tacitly allowed him to ascend to emperor, tacitly allowed him to assault the Black Emperor's godhood with Adam's help, and killed him before the mother goddess of depravity could use this to infiltrate the barrier. I have always been waiting for him to return like Solomon, cleansing all corruption and being reborn in the astral world, but unfortunately, it seems there may not be enough time now. Aaron chuckled, breaking the somewhat subtle silence, and continued meaningfully. George III will not ascend to the Black Emperor's godhood. As for Roselle, he has long since awakened, but the mother goddess of depravity's corruption still exists. To prevent the disaster from spreading to reality, he himself voluntarily halted his resurrection. Looking at Bernadette and Benova, whose expressions were moved, Aaron added in an undeniable tone. Only an outer deity can resist an outer deity. This is also the only way to truly save Roselle. After comforting the siblings, Aaron met the gaze of the god of steam and machinery. In his hand appeared the sage characteristic containing the residual information of the hidden sage, and he directly threw it towards the scroll of civilization formed by the shimmering light, as a response to his previous goodwill. This contains the hidden sage's imprint. With your authority, you should be able to gain some useful things. If necessary, I can cooperate with you to truly eliminate the hidden sage. This is an invitation for cooperation. Looking at this nascent divine kingdom formed by the projection of the nation of disorder's power, the scroll of civilization around the god of steam and machinery instantly swallowed the sage characteristic mixed with the information torrent, and also showed his sincerity for cooperation. I only need the hermit uniqueness and that knowledge emperor characteristic. The hidden sage and everything remaining from the Moses ascetic order will be yours. At the same time, the invisible barrier that had been restraining Benova disappeared, and only whispers echoed in his ears. Benova Gustav will no longer hold any positions in the church. Retracting the nascent divine kingdom, Aaron watched as the light transformed from the scroll of civilization returned to the astral world, examining the peculiar special symbol left by the god of steam and machinery, a structure woven from numerous illusory and complex pieces of information. A directional chat function, Aaron, who instantly saw through its essence, clicked his tongue, put it away, and then looked at Benova, who was somewhat dazed, and said with a smile. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. Once your condition stabilizes, I have some sealed artifacts that I need you to reforge. Benova was not an unknown minor figure. His sensitive identity was not suitable to be exposed to other forces, especially before the god of steam and machinery decided to fully enter the fray. This unspoken understanding was mutually acknowledged. But for those randomly formed, highly side-effect-ridden grade 0 sealed artifacts and spare angel characteristics, an angel-level artisan could utilize them to the greatest extent, transforming them into the most direct combat power, which was also the most urgent problem Aaron needed to solve. Benova nodded slightly, bowed solemnly to Aaron, and then forced a smile onto his pale face, whispering with a complex tone. If it weren't for his protection, perhaps I would have died in the purge by the eternal blazing sun church and the Sauron family back then, and I would have been unable to protect Charles's descendants. At this point, he sighed and looked at Bernadette. At this moment, the Queen Mystic's expression revealed an undisguised joy. Not disturbing the siblings, Aaron and Astolfo exchanged glances, and their figures disappeared simultaneously. Rorstad Archipelago, Byam, the city of generosity. The hanged man, Alger Wilson, wearing a hood, casually walked around a few times before arriving in front of an attic and ringing the doorbell. Thanks to the chaotic naval battles after Loen officially declared war, he had completely digested the wind-blessed potion and, with the help of the ghost ship's unique ability to fish in troubled waters, had gained many benefits. A considerable portion of these benefits he sent to Charles the artisan. After all, well-forged mystical items could be exchanged for more gold pounds in the black market to pay the reward promised by Mr. World 4, helping him find the ominous sea monster to complete the ritual. Chapter 503, Magic Mirror erodes. As the slightly muffled doorbell rang, Alger, the hanged man, pinched his earlobe with his right hand hidden under his hood, carefully listening to the sounds carried on the wind. The faint clanging sounds of hammering echoed through the door crack, yet they were eerily, mechanically repetitive. Amidst a series of rustling, strange noises, the door automatically swung inward, revealing a slightly dim interior. Alger's heart sank slightly, and he instantly recalled some of the craftsman's previous abnormalities, but he wasn't overly flustered. After all, this was Byam, the city of generosity, and Sea King Aeon Cotman was in the city's Waves Church. Although he was still pondering whether to use the church's power to investigate the anomaly here and cut his losses in time, Alger had already pretended to be nonchalant and retreated backward, yet the corner of his eye caught sight of green pea vines dangling from high above. In an instant, they intertwined behind him, forming a lush, dense aerial forest whose top could not be seen, with vines twisting and spiraling into pathways, unashamedly hanging before him. Looking at this incredible spectacle, fine beads of sweat seeped from Alger's rugged, deeply etched face, and his rapid heartbeat pounded like a drum. He did not try to resist, nor did he cry out for help. To dare to act directly in Byam, without even attracting the attention of Lord Cotman, was beyond what a demigod could achieve. A demigod wielding a sealed artifact of sequence 0, or a true angel. Alger pursed his slightly bitter lips, took a deep breath, and with a gust of wind generated beneath his feet, he leaped into the aerial forest. Using the cover of the wind, he recited the honorific name of the fool at the fastest speed in a voice only he could hear. The melodious whistle drifted away, and Klein, whose appearance had changed, withdrew his gaze from the tranquil Tingen city outside the window, adjusted his top hat, and sat down by the window of the steam train. His experiences in Mistown and the scorching battlefield in the Amantha Mountains had completely digested his bizarro sorcerer potion. Considering the secret about King George III he obtained by communing with Panatia, the despairing nightingale, he decided to return to Backlund. Leaning against the not-so-comfortable seat back, Klein had just unfolded the newspaper in his hand when a short, muffled prayer suddenly reached his ears. "Mr. Hangman." Klein paused, observed his surroundings to locate the washroom, then got up and walked over. Closing the door, Klein used a paper figurine substitute to conceal his true form, then directly walked 4 steps counterclockwise, arriving above the grey fog, and sat in the position belonging to the fool. Bernadette. After clearly seeing the prayer scene and recognizing one of the figures within, his expression instantly turned strange. Backlund, St. George's District, the Backlund headquarters of the God of Steam and Machinery Church, St. Serene Cathedral. Dong. 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 12 chimes rang out in succession, and white steam spewed from the chimneys at the top of St. Serene Cathedral. Praising hymns, accompanied by the rotation of giant gears and levers, echoed both inside and out. In the square in front of the cathedral, everyone stopped their steps. At this sacred moment, they either closed their eyes in prayer or listened quietly, regardless of whether they were followers of the God of Steam and Machinery. Only the fed white pigeons simultaneously flapped their wings and soared into the sky. And in the underground area of the cathedral, within the exclusive laboratory, Archbishop Oramic Haydn, dressed in a white priest's robe and wearing a clergyman's soft cap, looked solemnly at the unfamiliar man standing before the triangular holy emblem, his gaze lingering more on the other party's wrist. It was a special symbol, composed of numerous illusory and complex pieces of information, with a strange structure. As a member of the Divine Council, Oramic naturally knew what the symbol represented within the church, so even though he had never seen the other party before, he still spoke in a gentle tone. "Your Excellency the Blessed, what do you need on this visit?" Aaron, who had altered his appearance and concealed his aura, glanced at Oramic Haydn, who was scrutinizing him, smiled, and succinctly said, "I want to take a Rhodes, the magic mirror." Noticing the change in the Archbishop's expression, he calmly added, "You can pray to the God of Steam and Machinery for confirmation." Listening to the casual tone, Horamic's eye twitched slightly, somewhat doubting the identity of the other party as a blessed, but he said nothing, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly in a low voice. He didn't wait long before Oramic suddenly looked up, gave Aaron a deep look, and the creaking sound of gears turning emanated from underground. Soon, another Oramic came up from deeper underground, holding a mirror in his hand. It was entirely silver, with ancient and mysterious patterns on its back, and an eye-like decoration on each side of its front. It was none other than a Rhodes, the magic mirror. Several silver-white electric arcs escaped from the mirror's surface, carving cracks on Oramic, revealing the unusually complex mechanical structure inside. This was merely a mechanical puppet. With a slight curl of his lips, Aaron's right hand made a grasping motion, and the ancient silver mirror came into his hand. The garbled code on the mirror's surface instantly solidified, only to tremble and continue to appear after Aaron tapped the mirror's surface. "Humble, tiny Rhodes greets you, trembling at your gradually recovering aura." Oromik stood not far away, and naturally saw the intermittently appearing words. From the font alone, he could feel Erodes's nervousness and flattery. It seemed to be the first time this ill-tempered magic mirror had behaved in such a way, and the usually stern archbishop's expression was somewhat peculiar at this moment. Flipping his hand to block the swaying illusory ripples on the mirror's surface, Aaron nodded to Oromik, then symbolically drew a triangular holy emblem on his chest before his figure abruptly vanished. Southern Backlund region, north bank of the surging Tasik River. Aaron's figure emerged from the spirit world, released the restriction on Erodes, and looking at the somewhat apprehensive magic mirror, he smiled and said, "How come I feel you're not very happy to see me?" The mirror surface trembled slightly, and silver words appeared one by one. "Respected, great lord of order, it is my honor, humble Erodes, to receive your favor and escape the ignorant steam church." Seeing that Aaron did not refute, after a few seconds, the silver words on the surface of the magic mirror wriggled and recombined, forming a new sentence, tentatively asking, "So, are you preparing to send me back to my lord's side?" Looking at Erodes's unusual thought process, Aaron tapped the mirror's surface and added with a playful tone, "Amon and Zeradal are both searching for Sapphira Castle. Are you sure you want me to send you there now?" Chapter 504, The Legacy of the Blood Emperor. It seemed that the two words, Amon, had stirred up some terrifying memories, as the illusory ripples on the surface of the ancient silver mirror suddenly solidified. After a long while, it resignedly floated back into Aaron's palm, its mercury-colored words turning grayish-white, appearing quite dejected. Looking at the dispirited Erodes, Aaron nodded in satisfaction and casually drew a picture. "Taking you out of the Church of Steam was not without cost. If you perform well and demonstrate your corresponding value, I will consider fulfilling your wish at an appropriate time." The ancient silver mirror suddenly glowed with renewed vigor, and golden words wriggled and recombined. "Praise your mercy, great order master. Erodes will wait patiently." Aaron nodded noncommittally, pondered for a moment, then looked at Erodes and casually said, "Tell me, where is Rathpound Baronet of Loen now?" Ever since the Red Angel evil spirit in the underground ruins successfully escaped with the help of Insanguil and 0-08, this Tudor descendant, who had changed his name, disappeared. Even Bernadette's divination of fate could only yield vague revelations that he was still alive and in Backlund, as if he was being interfered with by some power. The golden characters faded, and the rippling mirror surface stabilized, revealing an underground hall with a distinct fourth epic style. A figure stood on a black iron high-backed chair at the deepest part. Completely different from the playboy who was once addicted to wine and women, Rathpound was now surrounded by a tangible aura of iron and blood, clearly already a demigod. He wore a black iron badge on his chest, on which was carved a scepter and a hand gripping the scepter. This was the imperial emblem of the Fourth Epic Tudor Empire. Aaron frowned slightly, looking at Rathpound in the image, who seemed like a changed person. Many questions arose in his mind. Even if he had found and opened the treasure left by Alista Tudor by virtue of his descendant bloodline, it would be impossible for him to become a demigod in such a short period of time. Before he could continue to question Erodes, his face immediately darkened, and he instantly knew the answer. Rathpound in the mirror seemed to know he was being spied upon. He slowly raised his head, a strange smile on his face, and very naturally took out a monocle from midair, muttering as he put it on. "I thought Medici would be the first to find this avatar. TSK, but it doesn't matter anyway." Deep within the aerial forest formed by green vines, within the special barrier created based on mystical reenactment, Bono Gustave, dressed in a simple robe, glanced at Alger, whose body trembled slightly and whose hood was already soaked with cold sweat. He turned his head to Bernadette, who wore a faint smile, and playfully remarked, "I'm suddenly very curious about how those guys from the Church of Storms would react if they knew their missionary had secretly converted." Even though Alger had tried his best to keep his voice down during his previous prayer, it was as good as nothing to the two angels, especially to Bonoa, who was hearing the complete honored name for the first time. Although he did not inherit any blasphemy card from Roselle due to his identity, he was very clear about the meaning of fool. Bernadette's lips curved slightly. Remembering Aaron's previous instructions, she did not dwell on the matter. She turned her head and gestured to craftsman Sharf, who stood behind her with a pale face. After being educated by Bernadette in her own way, this rebellious descendant of Roselle's eldest son was noticeably much more obedient. He directly threw all the mystical items he had originally promised to Alger, and straightforwardly bid farewell. "Everything you ordered is here. May we meet again." Watching Sharf disappear after being entangled by a verdant vine, Alger opened his mouth but ultimately did not take out the remaining more than £1,000 of final payment from his pocket. He quickly checked everything to ensure nothing was missing, then stood in place, somewhat uneasy. Such high-ranking figures like the popes and cardinals of the major churches could not possibly target an ant like him. The only possibility was Mr. Fool. As Alger's mind raced, conceiving all sorts of possibilities, Bernadette's clear and cold voice suddenly reached his ears. "Your ghost ship contains the hidden treasure of Blood Emperor. We came to Byam this time not only to retrieve Sharf's scattered bloodline but also to reclaim that ghost ship. Both Alger and Klein, who was silently spectating from above the grey fog via prayer light spots, were stunned, followed by expressions of extreme surprise that simultaneously and tacitly appeared on both their faces. Compared to Klein's pure curiosity about the Blood Emperor's treasure, Alger's emotions were much more complex. Although he had initially seized that ghost ship on the sea, it was now the property of the Church of Storms. If it were to disappear without explanation, not to mention the Storm's believers who were originally on board disguised as pirates, he certainly couldn't bear the Church's subsequent accountability. Alger felt bitter, but looking at the two great figures who made his spirit body tremble even when they restrained all their aura, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Without even needing the Eye of Secrets, Bernadette easily deciphered Alger's concerns. She raised her hand and beckoned. The next second, in the center of the aerial forest, the Azure Avenger suddenly appeared. Looking at the crew members drinking and playing cards on the deck, oblivious to the changing surroundings, Alger's body trembled slightly. Before he could speak, he saw gears and spiritual light clusters flying out from beside the men in the simple robe, rapidly reassembling into another Azure Avenger at a visible speed. This is your future ghost ship. Aside from not containing its original hidden specialties, everything else remains unchanged. The moment the gentle voice sounded, all the crew members and the newly built ghost ship by Bonoa disappeared, leaving only the Azure Avenger suspended in solitude. Although he knew that it couldn't be as effortless as it seemed, creating a ghost ship in a few breaths of time greatly impacted Alger's ingrained perceptions. He stared blankly at the scene, momentarily forgetting to respond. Klein, above the grey fog, also widened his eyes. With his true vision, he saw it even more clearly, and various thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. An angel-level craftsman. Church of Steam. Klein scrutinized the unfamiliar angel, seeing the same brown hair and blue eyes as Bernadette, and a name that had appeared in Roselle's diary was on the tip of his tongue. Leaning back against the bronze high-backed chair, Klein, having confirmed his judgment, let out a long breath. His gaze towards this pair of siblings was tinged with a sense of melancholy, of things being different. His intuition told him that this was definitely related to Aaron. Chapter 505 Exploration and Departure. Not paying too much attention to Alger's shock, Bernadette glanced at Bonova, who had already begun inspecting the Azure Avenger ship. A torrent of information gathered in her palm, materializing into a cerulean conch. Pure white, ethereal feathers grew from both sides of the conch, as if imbued with life. They flapped their wings, carrying specks of starlight, and actively flew into Alger's hand. This contains a wisp of my power, consider it compensation for taking the hidden treasure of this ghost ship. Besides being able to resolve some dangers you currently can't handle, it can also guide you to an ominous sea monster for your advancement. Before Alger could respond, brilliant bubbles surged from the conch, engulfing him and making him vanish from this sky forest. Bernadette took a step, arriving on the deck of the Azure Avenger. Her eyes, as blue as a condensed ocean, instantly became even deeper, briefly losing focus, as if peering into the torrent of fate. Behind her, a pair of almost transparent, peeping eyes emerged, their indifferent, lashless pupils overlapping with Bernadette's. Under the blessing of the two authorities, the vague and chaotic directions gradually became clear. At a certain moment, Bernadette saw a silver full-length mirror with intricate patterns and a very classical design. Congealed blood scabs covered the mirror surface, making it appear dim and lusterless. A tall figure seemed to be faintly discernible within. As if sensing Bernadette's gaze, the blood scabs peeled off layer by layer, revealing a man in blood-stained black armor with long, blood-red hair. His resolute and rigid demeanor contrasted sharply with the cruelty and madness filling his azure eyes. Almost the instant their gazes met, all the images completely shattered. Invisible pollution and the backlash of fate followed one after another. Bernadette's body swayed, her face paled slightly, and she whispered with a solemn tone. Alistair Tudor. Bonova, sensing the power fluctuation, instantly appeared beside Bernadette. Without a word, he placed his hand on Bernadette's brow, suppressing and dispelling the frenzied will before speaking with a touch of helplessness. You're hundreds of years old, why are you still so reckless? Intimidated by his elder sister's aura, Bonova wisely stopped the topic. He lightly coughed, withdrew his hand, and looked around, commenting from a craftsman's professional perspective. Very crude refining technique, entirely reliant on the support of high-level authority from residual power. At least there's a weather warlock characteristic or corresponding sealed artifact carrying Alistair Tudor's lingering will. Withdrawing her disdainful gaze from Bonova, Bernadette felt the lingering warmth on her brow, her lips subtly curving. She interpreted the information she had just glimpsed and added. The seal here should also be affected by the Black Emperor Pathway's twisted authority, and it clearly exhibits characteristics of utilizing error, changing positioning, and grafting space. The siblings exchanged glances, both feeling it was tricky. Using such a clever method, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find the entrance with their authority, but they couldn't guarantee that forcibly breaking in wouldn't damage or lose the treasures, or trigger corresponding chain reactions. Bernadette pondered for a moment, then immediately took out various spiritual materials and began setting up a sacrificial ritual. After the long, muffled prayers, the materialized dark gold double doors slowly opened. The Azure Avenger vanished into the boundless dark gold mist. South of the Backlund region, on the north bank of the surging Tussock River. Looking at Raft Pound, who was completely parasitized, and the text simultaneously translated on a Rhodes's mirror surface, Aaron curled his lips. He was beyond complaining about these persistent omens, like stubborn plasters. He even imagined Raft Pound completing the iron-blooded night ritual with a group of omens. At the same time, a faint prayer reached Aaron's ears. His expression shifted slightly. He manipulated the subconsciousness left in the Nation of Disorder to respond to the prayer, pondered for a moment, then grabbed a Rhodes with one hand and left without hesitation. This was not the only bloodline of Tudor. There was no need to get involved with Amon again. Moreover, with the Nation of Disorder's uniqueness, he could even forcibly open Tudor's treasure. Backlund, a certain underground hall. Raft Pound, looking up at a certain spot, curled his lips. He retracted his gaze and raised a hand to pinch his monocle. Behind him, flames, some crimson, some fiery white, some orange-yellow, surged from the entrance, forming a figure. This figure wore black, blood-stained armor and had shoulder-length fiery red hair. He was young and handsome. A banner-like blood-red mark grew on his brow, and the mockery on his face was undisguised. It was Red Angel Medici, who had returned from the forsaken land of the gods. What a boring trick. I've long said this is meaningless. Seeing that Amon had no reaction, Medici tooted and continued. Where's your true body? I got some interesting things from the memory of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's leader. TSK, but this might require your help. After hearing Medici's words, Amon scratched his chin, guessing what he wanted to do, and chuckled. Just because that fellow from the forsaken land of the gods helped you balance the pollution doesn't mean everything's fine. Rashly touching the things beneath Trier, the paranoiac can't save you before he truly becomes a visionary. As for my true body, TSK, unluckily, I ran into little Zeradal. To celebrate his escape from the knight's imprisonment, we naturally have to have a good chat. Watching the playful smile on Amon's face, Medici curled his lips and directly left Backlund with this Amon clone. He had already incorporated the remaining Iron and Blood Cross Order and begun to reforge the War's Red Army, which was also key to maintaining the pollution's balance. Above the grey fog, Klein looked at Mr. Hangman in the prayer scene, who was filled with complex emotions like apprehension and excitement, and sighed with some regret. No longer thinking about the lost Blood Emperor's treasure, and considering that it was not suitable to stay in the washroom for too long, Klein immediately sank his consciousness and returned to reality. Putting away the paper substitute, Klein turned on the faucet and began washing his hands. Immediately after, his movements suddenly paused, and he looked at the washroom mirror directly in front of him with a rather strange expression. Beneath the misty steam, a line of golden Loen characters abruptly appeared. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant Rhodes has finally caught up with your footsteps again. Have you missed your most loyal servant Rhodes? A series of vivid emoticons followed. This familiar fawning style made Klein's lips twitch slightly. He resisted the urge to cover his face and responded with a hum, Chapter 506, Looking for Roselle. Klein glanced at Tingen, which was barely a silhouette in his peripheral vision, and his eyebrows slightly raised. He casually set up a wall of spirituality, feeling a sense of understanding. It must be the residual aura from Sapphira Castle that Rhodes sensed. But I haven't even reached Backlund yet. Can this mirror, sealed in the Church of Steam, still manage this? As thoughts flickered, Klein clearly felt the air around the washroom mirror suddenly flow, and a very fawning voice rang out, Great Master, I have escaped the foolish Church of Steam, but. A Rhodes's neutral voice, which couldn't be distinguished as male or female, twisted a little, then cautiously added, It's just that due to some irresistible reasons, your most loyal servant Rhodes cannot immediately serve by your side at all times. However, I no longer have the previous restrictions and can respond to your summons at any time. It can even speak. It's more versatile than I imagined. It's not easy being a mirror these days. Klein's facial muscles twitched, suppressing the strange emotions in his heart, and looked at the complex pattern representing secrecy and prying eyes that appeared on the washroom mirror, along with the corresponding explanatory text. Great Master, this is a rune composed of corresponding symbols and magical sigils. You just need to draw it on any mirror, and it will notify me to come. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Although he still had some questions, considering he had already stayed in Sapphira Castle for a long time responding to Mr. Hangman's prayer, staying in the washroom for too long would attract too much attention, so he merely gave a plain, slight nod. After Rhodes left, he retracted the wall of spirituality and nonchalantly returned to his seat, gazing into the distance, where the land of hope, that city of all capitals, Backlund, lay. Mist Sea, Lasha Island. A huge sailing ship was anchored in the harbor, its flag and eye surrounded by 10 stars, an eye without eyelashes. Scattered, brilliant starlight coalesced into a transparent long bridge. Catilia, dressed in a black classical long robe, leaped from the future, gazing at the magnificent castle made purely of emeralds not far away, her lips curling into a smile. Since her advancement to demigod, this was the first time the queen had actively summoned her back to Emerald City. Suppressing her inner excitement, Catilia walked towards the castle. She was not unfamiliar with this place, easily passing the inquiries and various tests of the gatekeeping golems, and arrived at the most open-air room with the best view inside the castle. Bernadette, who had quietly left Byam and returned directly using the fairy tale magic of mystical reenactment, stood behind the railing, gazing at the waves that rolled in. She casually tossed the somewhat timid craftsman Sharf to Catilia and said, "This is Sharf's descendant. He will stay on the future from now on." Before Catilia could speak, light gathered in Bernadette's hand, forming a miniature book that shimmered with strange patterns and bizarre numerical symbols. The cover of the book was clearly Roselle, holding a glass lamp, exploring alone. The Hermit card. An angel of the Moses ascetic order has fallen. This secret organization and the evil god behind it will never let it go. Bernadette waved her hand, and the Hermit card quickly collapsed to the size of a normal tarot card, suspended before Catilia. "This blasphemy card is of little use to me now, but it seals the power of an angel, which is enough to help you deal with many situations." Catilia did not reach for the blasphemy card in front of her, her deep purple eyes fixed on Bernadette. She pursed her lips and instinctively pressed, "Your Majesty, what are you planning to do?" Bernadette, with her chestnut hair casually draped, did not answer Catilia's question, but spoke in a calm voice, "You have gained divinity and found your own destiny, and I should also pursue mine." Bonaparte walked out of the study on the inner side, holding a stack of organized Roselle's diaries. Looking at the blasphemy card symbolizing his father's legacy, he then thoughtfully scrutinized Catilia, who stubbornly stood in place, unwilling to leave, and slowly said, "We will delve into the mist sea to search for father's traces, a long search that may take some time. This is not dangerous, it's just to ensure that we can arrive in time if you need help at a critical moment, which is why we specifically asked you to come to Lasha Island." With a gentle smile on his face, Bonaparte's fingertip touched the Hermit card, making the aura of this blasphemy card even more profound. He nodded slightly towards Catilia, who was full of surprise and had already realized his identity, and then sent her and Sharf out of the Emerald Palace together. "After being lost and found, your humanity is maintained better than I expected." A slightly praising voice came from the void, which attracted the attention of the two angels. Aaron, holding a rose in one hand, immediately appeared. His spirituality swept over the stack of Roselle's diaries in Bonaparte's hand, and Aaron's lips curled slightly as he continued playfully, "Believe me, you absolutely do not want to know what is written in there." Bernadette, knowing that Aaron could decipher that unique script, could roughly guess that the diary happened to record one of her father's embarrassing moments. She lightly coughed, stopping the rather curious Bonaparte, and then let starlight gather into a miniature sea chart, before softly explaining, "This is a sea area far from safe passage that I roughly deduced using the sea charts provided by father's 4 horsemen descendants and my own prophetic abilities." Aaron scanned the starlit sea chart and looked at the magic mirror in his palm, saying, "Can you find or narrow down the search area?" "You know what I mean." On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, the water shimmered, and pale words were outlined, with a hint of panic, "Great Order Master, my rank is not high enough to directly probe places affected by that level of power." Immediately after, it followed its instincts and cautiously asked, "Can you forgive Rhodes's incompetence?" "Cannot directly probe, meaning it requires some medium." Aaron hummed thoughtfully, his expression unchanged, and looked at Bernadette and Bonaparte, who were staring at Rhodes. Direct bloodlines possess symbolic and correlative significance in mysticism, and the higher the rank, the closer the connection can be, with countless secret prayer rituals based on this. By simply modifying the secret prayer ritual to direct the existence of the secret prayer towards the Order Master, Aaron could use the rank of the Nation of Disorder to strengthen Rhodes and use the Sapphira's aggregation instinct to pinpoint the location of Roselle's last mausoleum. Chapter 507, Fellow Villagers Meet Fellow Villagers. As a warlock at the angel level, Bernadette clearly understood various mystical rituals. Almost simultaneously with Aaron's gaze, she immediately grasped Rhodes's subtle meaning and acted upon it. A drop of translucent blood, containing numerous complex ethereal symbols, seeped from Bernadette's fingertip. Benoit, who was beside her, was a beat slower, but also raised his palm. The blood, imbued with many symbols and authorities, merged. Under Bernadette's control, a blood-colored eye of peeping was outlined on Rhodes's rippling mirror surface. Feeling a certain order being pried open, Aaron's will connected to the Nation of Disorder, bringing the Black Emperor card into reality and covering it over the mirror. The Black Emperor card, completely assimilated by the Nation of Disorder, surged with tumultuous dark gold mist, instantly engulfing Rhodes without giving it a chance to resist. After gaining the King of Angels' status by controlling the Nation of Disorder, Aaron could already use some of the Black Emperor pathway's authority. By bribing Rhodes with the Black Emperor card, Aaron, or more accurately, the Nation of Disorder dominated by his will, established a parasitic, one-way connection with Rhodes. Using the authority of the Hand of Order to modify and add rules, Aaron, after further twisting and strengthening this connection, unhesitatingly drew upon the power of the Nation of Disorder. Under the terrifying directed aggregation of the Sapphira and the guidance of the bloodline, amidst Rhodes's convulsive moans, the shadowy curtain covering reality was lifted. An island comparable in size to Bansi Island was outlined in the mirror. Giant, deep green, almost black trees stood tall, covering the ground and obscuring the mountains, yet they abruptly stopped before a massive, towering black mausoleum. Found it. The depths of Aaron's eyes turned completely golden, and the crown of stars quietly appeared above his head. The ethereal blue light, amplified by the surrounding rules, instantly surged forth. The Emerald Palace vanished the next second, completely unaffected by the distorted order. Aaron directly teleported, bringing Bernadette and Bonoit to the edge of the primitive island. Almost as soon as they appeared, the entire primitive island began to boil, like a giant stone thrown into a still pool. Trees that almost obscured the sky surged like a tide, mixed with various deformed monsters. Even when shredded by angel-level power, they continued to rush forward, one after another. Looking at the chaotic primitive island, Aaron put away a Rhodes, who looked as if it had been squeezed dry, and snapped his fingers. A layer of shadow fell upon Bernadette and Bonoit behind him. At the same time, the surging tide abruptly stopped, as if losing its target, quickly dissipating and returning to stillness. Chaos gives birth to order, and order inherently carries shadows. Our arrival broke the balance within. As a loophole, we naturally need to be repaired by order, and this only requires a slight distortion of the rules. After casually explaining the previous anomaly and cautioning Bernadette not to use divination here casually, Aaron looked at the primitive island with keen interest. Only by truly arriving here could he clearly feel that the underlying rules of this place had been completely twisted and chaotic. Here, the endpoint of death does not connect to eternal slumber, but to a new beginning. Moreover, this was not the kind of resurrection of the death pathways undying, but a rebirth with a certain will and vitality, mixed with some of the Black Emperor's distorted order of resurrection. Heeding Aaron's warning, Bernadette did not act rashly on her own, but through the secret prayer ritual linked by blood, she and Bonoit almost simultaneously cast their gaze towards the black mausoleum deep within the island. Their gaze lingered for a long time on the various inscribed texts and symbols, as well as the heavy stone door, nearly 30 meters high, seemingly prepared for a giant. They had already recognized that these were many decrees formulated and promulgated by their father. Raising a hand to stop Bernadette, who was unconsciously stepping forward, Aaron, who had already observed the entire primitive island with his true vision, explained with a smile. He seems unwilling for you to see him as he is now, so you two should remain here for the time being. As his voice fell, without waiting for their response, the shadows on Aaron's body rippled, transmitting intonate syllables into the mausoleum. We finally meet, Mr. Huang Tao. He used pure Chinese. As Bernadette subconsciously tried to decipher the strange syllables, the grand mausoleum door suddenly opened a crack. A dense shadow flashed and disappeared, and with it, Aaron, standing with his hands behind his back, also vanished. Inside the slightly dim, Black Emperor mausoleum, dark black walls surrounded a central high platform of the same color. Upon the high platform rested a giant's chair, seemingly crafted from black iron and inscribed with intricate, twisted patterns. The top of the chair's backrest extended upwards into the shape of a crown. At this moment, a huge black shadow sat on this heavy chair. Its face, composed of pure shadow, split into two openings through which a blood-red light could be directly seen. A dry, hoarse voice echoed in this twisted space shrouded in shadows. You've finally come. This status should be the Sapphira recorded in the blasphemy slate. Shadows mixed with dark gold mist spread out like a tide, covering the constantly cracking blood-colored fissures on Roselle's body. After helping his nominal countryman stabilize his precarious state, Aaron looked at the former Intis Emperor, who had an era named after him, and chuckled softly. You don't seem surprised. The crimson light instantly dimmed a few shades. Roselle, whose condition had stabilized considerably, first turned his head to look in a certain direction. After a few seconds, he chuckled with a dry, hoarse voice. I originally had some questions, but the moment I saw you, I understood. Although you shouldn't have brought them, regardless, I still want to thank you on behalf of Bonoit and Bernadette. At this point, Roselle paused, as if finally remembering something, and asked further. What about the wishing lamp? The lamp spirit inside has quite a background. With a slight upturn of his lips, Aaron responded indifferently. That fellow was struck by a sword from the god of combat for me last time and was severely injured. I have sealed it now. As he spoke, he retrieved the Trunsoist brass book from the Nation of Disorder. A pale golden light illuminated the surroundings. Holding this terrifying sealed artifact formed from a uniqueness, Aaron looked at Roselle, who had returned to a normal human size, and got straight to the point. You should know that to alleviate your current predicament, you can only accept another compatible contamination of the same level, forming a certain balance. Chapter 508, Accommodating Uniqueness. Feeling the mother goddess of depravity's corruption draw near, and with Aaron's intentional indulgence, Trunsoist's brass book became increasingly active. As silver-colored words appeared one by one on the turning brass book, above the high platform, at the center of the giant's chair inscribed with complex, twisted patterns. Rozelle's body became more real, and the shadowy veil that had originally enveloped reality transformed into a dim cloak, covering the constantly reborn crimson cracks on his body. With a hint of crimson still staining his eyes, Rozelle looked at his body, and said with a complex tone. Although it's only a brief moment of quiet and clarity, to be able to achieve this without advancing to sequence 0, it seems you have truly mastered that Sapphira. Shifting his gaze to Trunsoist's brass book in Aaron's hand, Rozelle, as the creator of the 22 blasphemy slate, already realized something and chuckled with a hint of emotion. My life has been half success, half failure. I originally thought the most I could do was to imprison myself here, letting that being's corruption be buried with me. I never expected to be able to illuminate the path for future generations now. Already knowing Rozelle's choice, Aaron nodded, his figure merging into the shadow of order, leaving only an echo. The temporarily constructed balance can hold for another 5 minutes. Go see Bernadette and Benova. This is my promise to them. After 5 minutes, recite my honorific name. The origin of order and shadow. The great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. The lord of order who wields rules. Without lingering to disturb, Aaron's figure appeared above the primitive island. It wasn't until Rozelle's magnificent and unrestrained prayer echoed in his ears, and until Bernadette and Benova, their tear stains not yet wiped away, were sent out of the mausoleum, that dense dark gold mist erupted from him, spreading outwards. Under the projection of the Nation of Disorder's power, a magnificent miniature world emerged behind him, instantly engulfing the entire island. Pillars reaching up to the sky, like pillars supporting the entire world, stood around the island. At the end of the sky pillars, directly above the miniature world, Aaron, wearing a 9-layered crown, had endless chains of order extending from his back, piercing through reality and illusion, disappearing into the brilliant star symbolizing Rozelle, which was rising slowly. The brass book, which had been held in his hand, also turned to its last page at this moment. The dense silver words had been repeating the same sentence from beginning to end. No rebirth allowed here. The already riddled underlying rules, eroded by the Black Emperor's distorted order, were instantly replaced by this decree, inscribed throughout the entire brass book, at the moment of this Justiciar Pathway uniqueness's complete activation. On the huge, iron-black chair, Rozelle's body twisted and expanded. Specks of crimson moonlight flew from various parts of the primitive island, continuously gathering around Rozelle to form a miniature crimson moon-like entity, violently resisting the underlying rules modified by the brass book. The brass book, suffering from the backlash, dimmed significantly. Before new rules could emerge, Aaron, at the end of the sky pillars, seemed to distort distance, grabbing the sealed artifact formed by this uniqueness and pressing it against his glabella. Without any hesitation, no longer suppressing the craving deep within his spirituality, amidst the trembling of the entire nascent divine kingdom, he began to accommodate this uniqueness. Ever since he snatched the brass book back from the god of combat's church, he had already decided to use Rozelle to complete a simplified version of the god ascension ritual to accommodate the uniqueness. And the god ascension ritual provided by the blasphemy slate was to permanently modify a world's underlying rule, and then use this rule to judge a true god, powerfully suppressing their authority and power, and implementing one's own order. The special nature of the brass book dictated that when it activated to a certain degree, it would truly modify the world's underlying rules. Aaron only needed to fuse the uniqueness at this moment, which was equivalent to completing the first step of the ritual. In the mausoleum enveloped by crimson moonlight, Rozelle's body twisted and deformed, but the blood red deep within his eyes was replaced by pure dark gold radiance. With Aaron's help, Rozelle had already established a connection with the Nation of Disorder through prayer. Chains of order vibrated, and he finally looked at Bernadette and Benova, who were isolated and protected at the edge of the dark gold world. He did not choose to walk out of the mausoleum and revive in the astral world, that would only cause the apocalypse to arrive in reality prematurely. The next second, this man who called himself Caesar raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and gently twisted his wrist. Strengthen. He forcibly completed a strengthening of Trunsoist's brass book's rules, based on his own authority, the special connection between the Black Emperor pathway and the Nation of Disorder, and the two types of corruption deeply eroding his body and soul. Rozelle's peak aura suddenly plummeted, and the constantly reborn crimson instantly stiffened, like a frozen picture. Aaron, who had been observing the changes in order, seized the opportunity Rozelle created with all his might, using the Nation of Disorder to forcibly suppress the constantly resisting uniqueness that had merged into his body. The strange wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue, which had been resting on the wishing divine lamp, flew out from the pile of sundries. In the peaceful and silent atmosphere, a colorless drop of liquid with a strong aura of eternal stillness quietly appeared, falling towards Rozelle, who was stiff and enveloped in crimson. The crimson it first touched violently collapsed, and the will of the mother goddess of depravity contained within it passively entered a state of eternal slumber. All rebirth completely ceased at this moment. Feeling an indescribable tranquility, Roselle, just before his consciousness fell into eternal slumber, curved his lips and sighed softly. The future is yours. Before he could respond, just as Roselle disintegrated into a mass of shadow mixed with a hint of crimson, the justiciar uniqueness, which had been fiercely resisting within Aaron's body, trembled slightly, completely conceptualizing and merging into the dark gold mist, becoming an extension of his will. An indescribable sense of completeness immediately emerged in his heart and resonated throughout the entire nation of disorder. A true god is unique. After accommodating the justiciar pathway's uniqueness, he himself possessed the symbol of this pathway. The nation of disorder, having reclaimed the corresponding symbol and authority, was further perfected. Thanks to the continuous cleansing of the brass book remaining within the nation of disorder during this time, the spiritual imprint originally contained within it had been largely eroded. Although he had just accommodated the uniqueness and become a true king of angels, his state did not decline in the slightest. Putting the strange statue, borrowed from the Evernight goddess and containing a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, back into the pile of sundries, Aaron glanced at the genie feigning death. Rules were remodified one by one, and the cracked lamp body became even dimmer, the unwilling screams fleeting. Aaron, who was about to continue exploring using the connection between the genie and the uncertain mist, paused slightly, looking at the real world through the dark gold mist that filled the sky. Chapter 509, Gift and Sacrifice. In the daytime sky, the crimson, blood-like moon suddenly became prominent, eclipsing the sun and making all continents, oceans, and islands seem to be draped in a scarlet and sinister veil. The crimson light simultaneously illuminated the invisible barrier within the astral world, lighting up all the distorted concepts there. At the same instant, the sun in the astral world, like a child's scribble, suddenly burst into flames, turning into a scorching golden, terrifying fireball, confronting the crimson full moon outside the invisible barrier, along with other awakened symbols. The pure and sacred golden light immediately permeated reality, dispelling the rapidly rising feminine tide. Aaron merely glanced at the chaotic astral world before withdrawing his gaze, though the initial barrier was on the verge of collapse, with the seven gods repairing and supporting it. At least for now, the worst-case scenario wouldn't occur, which was also the basis for his confidence in daring to provoke and eliminate the mother goddess of depravity's hidden moves. After resuppressing the wishing lamp, Aaron looked at the strange, black-red intertwined shadow in the still-standing black mausoleum. As his gaze shifted, immense power converged, and using the prayer star symbolizing Roselle, Aaron bestowed grace upon Roselle in eternal slumber, allowing the nation of disorder's corruption to continuously erode and replace the crimson that had ceased its new birth. Suppressing the instinctive resistance of the mother goddess of depravity's corruption, which had also fallen into eternal slumber, one by one, chains of order, faintly inscribed with Mercury words, from Aaron's divine kingdom, which overlapped with reality behind him, pierced through this primordial island. The concepts of weight and distance were distorted. This island, comparable to Bansi Harbor, now seemed like a light feather, instantly dragged up and disappearing into the thick dark gold mist. Watching the deep blue, almost black seawater surge in from all directions below, filling the vast vortex formed by the downward collapse, Aaron looked at the dispirited Bernadette and Boron and calmly said, "Temporary separation is for a better reunion, at least, compared to vague waiting. I can give you a tangible hope." Before the two angels could respond, the spreading dark gold mist instantly contracted, enveloping all figures and disappearing under the gaze of that terrifying presence beyond the barrier. In the unknown land filled with digital mist, streams of transparent, illusory information, tainted with barely visible crimson, intertwined and converged. Countless black and white eyes rotated rapidly within them, each condensing into illusory and complex symbols, simultaneously casting their gaze upwards, towards the blood-colored moon that had dyed the world crimson. Watching the enormous blood moon projected onto the invisible barrier being expelled and obscured by the scorching sun and other symbols, the hidden sage, composed of complex information, trembled violently, transmitting his call. Great Mother. The surging insane thoughts transformed into a complex torrent of information, and influenced by the hidden sage's status and current state, at this moment, except for a few organizations like Oravi Island, which received the protection of other high-level existences, all beyonders of the mystery prior pathway heard this call deep in their minds, and the indiscriminate mad whispers instantly caused this terrifying pollution to spread in reality. The illusory and vague complex information collapsed in the next second, strangely leaving this digital world, and taking advantage of the chaos caused by the previous full pathway broadcast of whispers, he concealed all his traces, following the Great Mother's guidance to a world that stretched endlessly, seemingly forever shrouded in darkness. The biting cold wind seemed to affect the surrounding spirit world, but this held no meaning for the conceptualized, hidden sage. Ignoring the barrier formed by darkness and wind-driven snow, he looked deep into the Evernight plains, the crimson mixed in the information torrent slowly surging. Upon sensing the Great Mother's aura, a twisted monster like a mountain of flesh crawled out of a bottomless fissure, continuously spreading an ethereal blood mist, and blood-colored pupils split open on its writhing, distorted flesh, looking indifferently at the hidden sage. It was the former king of curses, now the beauty goddess, Baranka. "I feel the Great Mother's call. She is summoning me. It is time." A sweet, soft, charming voice, mixed with terrifying curses, emanated from the center of Barranca's mountain-like colossal body. That face, indescribable in words, seemingly a convergence of all symbols of beauty in the world, formed a strong contrast with its deformed and ugly body. Streams of information containing numerous digital symbols peeled off from his body and merged into the surrounding void. As a high-level being with the concealment authority, he directly covered, modified, and hid all information in this specific area of the ever-dark plane. Such consumption was no small burden for the hidden sage, who had just been injured in the Divine War ruins not long ago, but the rapidly newborn Crimson was like a mother's loving care, continuously helping him replenish his consumption. After concealing all information, the hidden sage looked back at Barranca, who had achieved the beauty goddess pathway through the Great Mother's grace, and spoke faintly. The Great Mother's will is being expelled from the barrier. Although it has attracted the attention of the gods for us, the time we can gain is still limited, and I will cooperate with you with all my might. Barranca nodded slightly. His mountain-like body immediately leaned back, falling into the abyssal giant fissure behind him, carrying the hidden sage through the eternal darkness, and arriving at the bottom of the valley illuminated by crimson. The source of the crimson moonlight was two tarot cards hanging high in the sky. Two portraits of Roselle in different feminine attire appeared even more eerie under the crimson light, carrying an indescribable sense of horror, like a pair of blood-red eyes overlooking reality. They were precisely the Mother card and the Moon card. Below the blasphemy cards, a group of beyonders, from demigods to low sequence, were gathered. They were all followers of the primordial moon, excluding the shaman King Karaman, who had lost contact after entering the underworld, and some unfortunate ones who were annihilated before they could be transferred. All remaining foundations were here. Without the slightest hesitation, clumps of writhing flesh detached from Barranca's body, within the range covered by the crimson moonlight. This beauty goddess's flesh outlined a strange symbol, similar in some details to the Earth Mother Church's holy emblem but with a vastly different style, like a huge flesh altar, and those weak believers and he himself were merely sacrifices seeking grace. The believers enveloped by the flesh altar suddenly grew multiple reproductive organs, or were stained crimson, or their bellies swelled, with fetuses about to tear through the flesh and emerge. The physical distortions had no effect on them. Instead, they made them even more frenzied, and the chaotic roars slowly unified after Barranca's will merged, echoing for a long time. Great goddess of origin, mother of all things, filthy mother nest, your children implore your mercy. Chapter 5:10, Changes in the Mother Nest. Amidst the spine-chilling, grand prayers, an altar built from flesh and blood slowly took shape. Within the complex information torrent of the hidden sage, crimson stood out, disintegrating into countless abstract numbers stained crimson, rapidly spreading towards the Mother card and Moon card suspended in midair. As a special existence formed by the activation of the uniqueness of the hermit pathway, his status far surpassed that of Roselle, who was merely the knowledge emperor back then. With his own authority and the Mother Goddess of Depravity's grace, he could bestow more fundamental power upon the abstract knowledge contained within the blasphemy slates. Correspondingly, having received power beyond the sequence 0 level and from a non-adjacent pathway, he would enter a period of weakness for a considerable time afterward, a weakness that could not be alleviated by rebirth. The invisible vortex formed by the two blasphemy slates frantically absorbed the information torrent originating from the hidden sage's main body. Roselle's image on the cards became increasingly real, but his face gradually blurred. The next second, a crimson moon, as if real, appeared high in the sky, while a mass of brown soil, covered in plants and various reproductive organs, plummeted sharply, falling towards the flesh and blood altar directly below. Almost simultaneously, on the surface of the blood-red full moon outside the astral world barrier, a distinct bulge suddenly shot upwards, as if the Earth's crust was violently active, instantly forming a mountain thousands or tens of thousands of meters high. The mountain writhed, resembling a bird's nest or a womb. It was the remaining part of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's brood nest after being torn apart. Further away, a certain planet, always covered in white mist, trembled slightly, as if it were a signal. In the desolate universe, 7 other stars of different colors, crimson, gold, etc., suddenly erupted with extremely bright light, ignoring distance, projecting terrifying faces, difficult to describe with normal words, onto the cracked world barrier. The crumbling barrier blocked most of the attacks, and although the gods filling the gaps were prepared, they could only manage to seal off the astral world, preventing the disaster from spreading to reality. Even so, the most powerful Mother Goddess of Depravity still managed to infiltrate some of her power with coordinated efforts from inside and out. Within a vibrant realm somewhere in the astral world, the plump deity holding an illusory infant suddenly looked somber, and then flowers and trees violently shot up from the ground. They intertwined with each other, layer upon layer, forming a natural barrier outside the realm that blocked all observation. Not far away, in another realm shrouded in eternal night, a blurry, indistinct figure emerged, adorned with countless starlight on a layered yet uncomplex black long dress. From her ribs and waist, 2 pairs of arms covered in dark black short fur grew out. 2 of these hands dragged a giant scythe made of gathered death intent, while the other 2 restrained a crimson moon that still seemed to be pulsating. Compared to the Earth Mother, who was directly affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Evernight Goddess merely utilized the symbol of the crimson moon, so the impact on her was limited. However, simultaneously suppressing 2 uniquenesses was an immense burden for her at this moment. Her beautiful and gentle face beneath the thin black veil showed no emotion. Her eyes seemed to condense a night sky filled with stars. She withdrew her gaze from the mother goddess of depravity outside the barrier and looked towards the eternal darkness plane in the real world. Realizing something, she violently swung the giant scythe in her hand towards the continuously restless crimson moon. The moment the latter's vitality was extinguished by the all-consuming death intent, she stuffed it into the misty world held by her last two hands. All traces were completely hidden, but the mystical connection established by a status beyond the sequence level did not completely fail. In the depths of the eternal night plane, the red moon suspended above the rift trembled slightly. All information torrents pointing to the moon's uniqueness were secretly stripped away, but they did not dissipate under the maintenance of some power. On the flesh and blood altar, which had been stained dark brown, space twisted irregularly, and deep red fissures appeared, vaguely revealing the thick gray-white mist behind them. The prayers seeking grace slowly subsided, replaced by increasingly uniform and grand heartbeats. As this sound reached its peak, a mass of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from a heart or a placenta, fell from the gray-white mist, instantly merging into the flesh and blood altar directly below. A much more illusory and weaker information torrent than before spread outwards. After the hidden sage cleared all traces, he instantly vanished, carrying the flesh and blood altar, which had transformed into a bloody flesh pupa, seemingly gestating something unknown. Only then did the terrifying faces on the barrier gradually recede, and the astral world stopped trembling only when the bulging mountain on the surface of the blood-red full moon collapsed again. The faint light symbolizing the god of steam and machinery surged from nothingness, leaving behind projected scenes throughout the astral world. Rather than repairing the cracks, it seemed more like seeking some special information. In the realm filled with twilight, the god of combat wore silver armor full of a sense of decay, and the orange-red light beneath his visor seemed to reflect the Evernight goddess holding aloft a giant black scythe. After a long silence, he slowly turned his head and looked at the realm of life, still shrouded by the natural barrier. Backlund Greater Region, downstream of the Tussock River, Ruin Number 1. A curtain woven from shadows enveloped this deep, dark, and majestic secret mausoleum. George III, who had been observing the anomalies in the astral world from beginning to end, rose from his massive black throne. His body was already enveloped in a hazy shadow, seemingly not long before he could truly become the shadow of order. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the side of the throne, at the crown inlaid with numerous dark gems, symbolizing the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. He murmured to himself with a subtle smile. They need a Black Emperor. Backlund East Borough. Amidst the whistle of the steam train, Klein adjusted his top hat, watching the hurried crowds with solemn expressions under the shadow of war. He expressionlessly carried his suitcase and quickly arrived at the nearest hotel. After paying the full amount in gold pounds, Klein politely declined the attendant's offer, casually picked up a newspaper from the front desk, and went to his room. During this process, his spirit body threads extended, and some inconspicuous animals were transformed into marionettes, secretly monitoring the surroundings. Sitting on the soft sofa, Klein recalled the crimson moon that had strangely appeared during the day. Although he did not know about the battle in the astral world due to the limitations of his status, he inexplicably felt irritable. As someone whose bizarro sorcerer potion was almost completely digested, he knew clearly that this was Sapphira Castle warning his spirituality. Taking a deep breath, Klein went to the washroom and skillfully drew a complex pattern representing secrecy and prying on the mirror. After waiting a few minutes, just as he thought the magic mirror might have gone offline again, pale text finally rippled across the mirror's surface. Chapter 511 Will Oseptin's Reminder. In the northern district of Backlund, the lights were dim, and it was quiet and peaceful. After the Nighthawk's patrol team had gone far away, Klein walked out from the shadows of the alley, recalling the information subtly revealed in Rhodes's aggrieved complaints, and sighed softly. Whether it was Roselle, or that existence which Rhodes claimed would lead to terrifying consequences just by understanding it, they were too distant for him currently. After satisfying his curiosity, it was time to visit his potential allies. His gaze swept over the attic behind the fence not far away. Klein snapped his fingers, and using flame jumping, he arrived inside a cozy bedroom. The slumber charm in his pocket simultaneously emitted a profound glow. Meeting the gaze of the infant in the cradle, who, with wide, clear black and white eyes, was completely unaffected by the charm, sucking his thumb and observing him, Klein politely and cautiously spoke first. "Excuse me, Mr. Speaker." The infant-like Will Oseptin hummed in response, and after adjusting to a more comfortable position, he continued with a hint of helplessness. "It's not an interruption, I wasn't in the mood to rest today anyway." Klein's heart stirred slightly, and he tentatively added, "Because of the blood moon this afternoon." Will Oseptin in the cradle replaced his answer with an expression that seemed to say, "You can be taught," then sighed and spoke softly. "I have a very bad premonition. The day of the apocalypse might be brought forward. There isn't much time left for you, and for me." Ignoring Klein's slightly changed expression, Will Oseptin extended his chubby hand and tossed over a paper crane that had been casually folded by his pillow, instructing, "Write text on it." As long as you are still in Backlund, I will be able to sense it and pull you into a dream. Luck doesn't always favor you, so this can at least prevent you from attracting that blasphemer. Leave now. I will provide some assistance when necessary. Having received the desired promise, even though he had some doubts, Klein still bowed slightly, then took a step back and disappeared into the suddenly appearing flames. There were 2 other Tarot Club members in Backlund. Before coming, he had already located their addresses from a roads, and these were all forces he could leverage. Witnessing Klein's disappearance, Septon looked out the window at the red moon, vaguely visible through the mist, and muttered softly with a resentful tone. Why was it so easy for that guy to accommodate the uniqueness? Fate is truly unfair to me. Sigh. I hope I don't choose the wrong side this time. If he can become the Lord of the Mysteries and steal my period of weakness, perhaps I really have a chance before the apocalypse descends. Across half of Backlund, in the south of the bridge, inside an unmarked herbal shop. Wearing a black robe in the style of a rural witch doctor, the plump owner lay on the table with a conflicted expression, staring at a jelly-like object in front of him, entirely crimson, resembling a heart. A round-eyed owl perched on the nearby counter lowered its head, its wings spreading and then folding, its sharp voice echoing through the small shop. Foolish Darkwill, that's 300 years of lifespan. Does being human really matter that much? Or are you worried about failing the advancement and turning into a hideous, ugly vampire? Also, don't always think about yourself. Where's my potion? The plump apothecary Darkwill pushed away the chattering owl Harry and pouted. Stupid bird, what do you know? Although he said that, he still hadn't made up his mind. He carefully put away the vampire beyonder characteristic, his eyes involuntarily glancing towards the inner room, but unfortunately, due to the spiritual wall, he couldn't hear anything. Separated by a wall, in a spacious room that looked more like a warehouse, Emlyn observed the young man opposite him with interest, a slight curl to his lips as he emphasized the last 2 words. I didn't expect Mr. Fate to already be Sequence 5, but it won't be long before I can advance to Viscount. Although it was their first offline meeting, having gone through several Tarot Club gatherings, Adney's soul had already grown accustomed to Mr. Moon's Sundara personality. He reined in the spiritual energy that was constantly escaping due to his recent advancement and explained with a smile. My past experiences were somewhat unique, so my potion digestion is different from ordinary people. It just so happened that my teacher successfully advanced to Sequence 3, which helped me complete the advancement ritual. As for coming to Backlund, this is the guidance of fate. The opportunity to obtain divinity is here. I hope Mr. Moon will take good care of me in the future. A marquis. Emlyn's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously applied the Sanguine's internal power hierarchy, then nodded with considerable reserve. As expected of the force favored by Mr. Fool, the life school of thought indeed has profound heritage. I just wonder if there are any Sanguine Count characteristics left. His thoughts couldn't help but wander. Before Emlyn could speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he and Adney's soul simultaneously turned to look at the full-length mirror on one side of the shelf. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface, and an invisible wind swirled within the spiritual wall. Despair Nightingale, Panetia, dressed in a simple white robe, stepped out of the mirror. Klein, in the guise of the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, followed closely behind. The aura of 2 demigods permeated the enclosed space. Amidst the boundless, dark golden mist, a primitive island shrouded in shadow suddenly appeared. The prayer star symbolizing Roselle fell from the sky, merging into the black mausoleum deep within the island. Floating in this strange world, Bonoa's face, unlike Bernadette's, showed undisguised astonishment on his first visit. Although the gods had moved their divine kingdoms to the astral world in the 5th epoch, high-ranking angels of the various Orthodox churches were unafraid of corruption and qualified to travel to the astral world. Feeling the comprehensive suppression of his authority and spirituality by the surrounding order, Bonoa even felt that this peculiar place, similar to a divine kingdom, was in some respects no less than the divine kingdom of the god of steam and machinery. Aaron, who had accommodated the uniqueness and truly become a king of angels, appeared before Bonoa and Bernadette holding the cracked, wishing divine lamp. Behind him, the Azure Avenger that had been sacrificed into the nation of disorder earlier emerged. The mother goddess of depravity's corruption within Roselle's body has only temporarily fallen into eternal slumber under the influence of the river of eternal darkness. If it continues to remain in reality, this fragile balance might collapse with just one full moon. Although I don't know why that one in the abyss has been unresponsive, there's no reason to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Noticing the 2 gazes simultaneously directed at him, Aaron toyed with the wishing divine lamp in his hand and explained with a smile. A surging tide of power simultaneously dispersed outwards. Rules were rewritten or forbidden, and the Azure Avenger suddenly disintegrated into a cluster of brilliant starlight. Chapter 5:12 Blood Emperor's Mark. Attracted by Aaron's actions, Bernadette, who had been gazing at Roselle's black mausoleum, subtly changed her expression. A hint of silvery white flashed in her azure eyes. Her instincts as a clairvoyant made her sense the awakening of a terrifying will. Amidst the swirling starlight, one star radiance door after another was crushed. The various sealed artifacts stored within, along with their attached corruption, were utterly pulverized by a power that almost transcended the King of Angels level. Among the diverse spiritual light spots, wisps of madness, accompanied by a small amount of crimson blood distinct from crimson, reformed instantly, only to be swallowed by the silver full-length mirror, the sole survivor of the power surge. After accommodating the uniqueness, his integration with the nation of disorder deepened. The foundation for achieving godhood, the nascent divine kingdom that had merged with the remnants of the Night Emperor, had completely fused with the Sapphira. This was also his confidence in daring to bring Roselle directly to the Sapphira. As for the Tudor treasure, without a bloodline, it would be forcibly opened through violence. In any case, the nation of disorder was isolated from reality, and the spatial turbulence formed by the high-level power of the door pathway could not banish anything. Glancing at the antique-styled, intricately patterned silver full-length mirror, Aaron quietly modified the rules within the nation of disorder. All the pulverized Beyonder characteristics reassembled almost instantly, with several demigod-level characteristics being drawn to land before Benova. Aaron's figure faded, reappearing before the full-length mirror. The mirror, having absorbed the residual aura, did not reflect his image. Only a massive, iron-black throne appeared in its deep surface. The surface of the throne bore patches of reddish marks. A giant figure clad in a dark red sacrificial robe and wearing an iron-black crown met Aaron's gaze from within the mirror. A strong aura of iron and blood, accompanied by a tangible terrifying pressure, erupted. The dense dark gold mist rippled but quickly returned to tranquility. It's merely a mental imprint preserved by the mirror world and this, whether warlock, characteristic, possessing only the bare rank. Suppressing the anomaly with a flick of his hand, Aaron's lips curled into a sneer. Above the firmament, two praying stars suddenly brightened, and Valna, clad in classical full armor with red hair and brown eyes, was the first to emerge. He held a red priest card in one hand and a peculiar crown covered in rust and bloodstains in the other. The extremely dense aura of rust and slaughter made both Bernadette and Benova subtly turn their heads. Pales followed behind, sensing the extremely dangerous Sapphira aura around him, comparable to outer god corruption. He looked around this world, comparable to a divine kingdom, with slight tension yet undisguised astonishment, silently murmuring in his heart. Is this a king of angels who controls a Sapphira? How terrifying. He was an old noble from the Fourth Epoch, a contemporary of the fallen Zeradal, who had seen the blasphemy slate and fully experienced the War of the Four Emperors. Although the suppression this nation exerted on him still differed from what the Night Emperor of the Fourth Epoch had made him feel, it had already touched the level of a true god, without the inherent gap in power. Having been informed by Aaron in advance, Valna, who had adjusted his state to the best, solemnly scanned Alista Tudor in the mirror. He unhesitatingly revealed his complete mythical creature form, transforming into a translucent crimson storm giant. His illusory face, flowing with lightning and fiery rain, split open to swallow the blasphemy card, while slowly placing the crown, which was essentially a Sequence 1 Conqueror characteristic, on his head. Without auxiliary materials, without a promotion ritual, the moment he attempted to accommodate it, the mental imprint from the Blood Emperor, solidified deep within this Conqueror characteristic and impossible to remove, immediately began to stir, wanting to merge with Valna's spirit body. Aaron, constantly monitoring the changes in order, slightly raised his hand. A phantom velvet curtain descended from the firmament, enveloping both Valna and the full-length mirror. As if sensing a certain aura contained within the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, the wishing divine lamp in Aaron's hand trembled slightly as if instinctively, and wisps of pale golden light emanated, strongly repelling anything approaching the curtain. That Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, which had been missing since ancient times. Pale's pupils contracted slightly. He took a deep look at the curtain, but his hands didn't stop. The phantom of an ancient, mottled clock simultaneously appeared behind him, and he raised his hand towards Valna, who was completely defenseless against him. The chains of order, interwoven and run through in the dark gold mist, trembled. Immense power, along with the change in rules, was added to Pale's. In just his first attempt, he successfully stole Valna's fate. Aaron's figure became ethereal. While mobilizing the power of the nation of disorder to suppress the heavenly venerable's will, which showed signs of awakening, he also urged the curtain formed by the Attendant of Mysteries, Beyonder characteristic, grafting the future fate stolen by Pales for a period of time onto Alista Tudor in the full-length mirror. Aaron, who was equivalent to the rules themselves within the nation of disorder, used the shadow of order to actively create and magnify loopholes in the rules, allowing all theft and grafting to proceed exactly according to the most ideal plan. The Blood Emperor's mental imprint, which was about to merge with Valna's spirit body, also detached from the Conqueror characteristic under the rule-enhanced grafting and the influence of the Attendant of Mysteries, nascent authority of deception, returning to its more mystical, true body, Alista Tudor in the mirror. And Alista Tudor in the mirror, who simultaneously bore the fate of directly devouring a Sequence 1 characteristic, also fell into the madness brought by losing control at this moment. The next second, a hand entirely condensed from dark gold mist lifted the curtain, which had begun to stir, and directly covered the full-length mirror with it. The inward collapsing curtain glowed with points of gray-white. Without specific rule constraints, it instinctively created a nascent divine kingdom, transforming into a realm of mysteries to counter the nation of disorder, and its inherent hidden authority simultaneously sealed off the grafted fate. Only at this moment did the many angels present finally breathe a sigh of relief. Bernadette, who had witnessed the entire process, had countless streams of information flash deep within her eyes. Mystical reenactment successfully recorded certain scenes. The flame giant, whose size had expanded again, slowly dissipated. After dispelling his mythical creature form, a crimson flag mark appeared on Valna's brow. Feeling the changes in his body, he spoke with some hesitation. Wouldn't this be too risky? Aaron's figure, holding the wishing divine lamp in his left hand and the full-length mirror in his right, reappeared. He looked at the somewhat stunned Valna and responded with a smile. This is a rare opportunity to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. In my nation, the rule loopholes for theft and grafting will not be mended. And that tutor in the mirror has absorbed the imprint from the conqueror characteristic, supplementing his essence. The loss of control brought by directly devouring a sequence 1 characteristic is within his acceptable range, given that he inherently possesses the essence of a true god. After all, he was already a lunatic. Chapter 5:13 Destiny Grafting. Varner unconsciously caressed the mark of the flag banner on his brow, then lowered his gaze to feel his own condition, murmuring with a complex expression, "Is this what it means to be a beyonder without destiny?" His current state was extremely peculiar. His uncontrolled destiny had been grafted onto a list of tutor in the mirror, but the conqueror characteristic had been successfully assimilated by him through a loophole in the order. He could clearly feel the elevation of his divinity and beyonder characteristic, a state somewhat similar to an ancient sun god who had regained his sanity. Shortcuts always leave hidden dangers. Your current balance is entirely dependent on the rules within the nation of disorder. Once you return to reality, without the protection of secrecy, a sequence 1 beyonder without destiny's influence on the river of destiny is enough to attract the attention of all high-level beings with authority in the domain of destiny. And a beyonder without destiny is almost a lamb to the slaughter before them. One by one, the 12-segmented worm of time squirmed and reformed into Palaz's figure. He spoke in a low voice, his gaze already turning towards Aaron. Feeling the convergence of gazes, Aaron placed the silver full-body mirror, covered and enveloped by the mystical realm, not far from Roselle's mausoleum, and responded calmly. The mental imprint of tutor in the conqueror characteristic has been cleared. The most troublesome issue has been resolved. All that's needed is to complete a simplified advancement ritual, ending the theft and grafting at the last moment of the ritual, and returning destiny. This will still be a complete advancement. I've already had Astolfo and Azek prepare. The Highland Kingdom and the Byron Kingdom will assist you in completing the ritual in the southern continent. Before everything is ready, you should stay in the nation of disorder and make the most of this window to digest some of the Conqueror Beyonder potion. I'll arrange everything else. Seeing that Aaron already had a plan, Palaz said no more. His thoughts wandered, and he suddenly sighed with a hint of regret. It was a pity that Mobit had advanced to Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit too recently. Both his Beyonder potion digestion and his control over theft were too weak. Otherwise, an active destiny theft by a Sequence 1 angel would have been the most perfect Trojan horse of destiny advancement ritual. Roughly guessing what the old man by his side was thinking, Aaron glanced at him but said nothing. He turned to look at Bernadette and Bonoa, sensing the changes in the rules of the real world, especially the astral world, and spoke calmly. The confrontation in the astral world has ended. I have cleared the aura of the original island attached to you. After returning to the real world, quickly refine those demigod Beyonder characteristics into mystical items. At this point, Aaron paused. After a moment of thought, 2 blasphemy slates appeared in his palm, clearly the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card. After he assimilated the uniqueness and further integrated the Nation of Disorder, he had already touched upon the power of the Sequence 0 level. These 2 blasphemy slates were no longer mere decorations to him. In the 5th epoch, as the various Sapphira on the western continent gradually eroded their seals and infiltrated reality, he only needed to wait for the right moment. The most recent and practical opportunity was the return of Mr. Door, triggering the Door Pathways God Ascension ritual, during which all seals would temporarily fail or weaken. Although the blasphemy slates do not possess Beyonder characteristics, their Beyonder characteristic is high enough to fully receive the blessings of the Nation of Disorder. Compared to reluctantly sending an angel to the western continent to explore, risking the loss of Beyonder characteristics or contamination by other Sapphira, it was clearly safer and more concealed to use the Beyonder characteristic of the Nation of Disorder to retrieve or bestow blessings. If he could mass-produce them, he could even have a certain number of dependents on the western continent in a short period, though they would likely be classified as a cult in another sense. This is something I can ask the Evernight goddess about. After all, wasn't the Evernight Church a subterranean cult during the ancient sun god's reign? Reigning in his increasingly wandering thoughts, Aaron bestowed the 2 blasphemy slates upon Bonoa and explained his idea of creating similar items. As an angel-level craftsman, Bonoa was extremely familiar with the blasphemy slates made by his father. He glanced at Bernadette, who was also somewhat surprised beside him, and then spoke after careful consideration. Father advanced from knowledge magister to knowledge emperor. The special nature of the blasphemy slates comes more from the latter's authority. With that hermit card, I can make similar items, but the effect will likely be far from your expectations. Without the slightest hint of disappointment, Aaron's lips curved slightly. He looked up, as if through the boundless dark golden mist, towards reality, towards the astral world, and spoke with a majestic voice tinged with amusement. Don't worry, you can make the containers first. As for the knowledge emperor, there should be a result very soon. Winter County, Amantha Mountains. Audrey, wearing a white dress with green trim, looked nervously at the valley ahead. Virtual personalities split off, entering the collective subconscious sea and standing by, constantly monitoring Alfred Hall, who was advancing to a demigod. The battlefield was cruel, but it also meant more opportunities. Melissa, who had already advanced to astronomer, and Zio, who had advanced to disciplinary knight even earlier, followed behind Audrey. Only Furs was idly teasing Susie. Zio watched particularly intently, afraid of missing any details. After all, she was also of the justiciar pathway. Without warning, an invisible wave swept through, followed by a breathtaking pressure. However, this divine pressure had no effect on the ladies present. As members of the Tarot Club, even the most laid-back Furs had seen the great existence of the Fool. Only Susie, who had not joined the Tarot Club, had her golden fur stand on end and whimpered. Audrey. Fortunately, the pressure came and went quickly. Audrey's eyes flashed with obvious joy. Hearing Susie's whimper, she quickly came back to her senses, stroked her smooth golden fur, and gave her a comfort on her corresponding spiritual island. Steady footsteps came from the valley. Alfred, in black armor, walked out of the darkness. His brilliant golden hair hung casually, and his azure eyes still held a hint of gold. Alfred. Slightly lifting her skirt, Audrey, with the still timid Susie, stepped forward first, a gentle and soft smile appearing on her face. The virtual personalities in the collective subconscious sea acted together to soothe Alfred's newly advanced, restless divinity. The golden light deep in his eyes slowly faded. Alfred lowered his gaze and felt for a moment. Then, with a hint of apology, he half knelt and stroked Susie's smooth golden fur, looking at his sister and murmuring with great emotion. A demigod is indeed a leap in life level. Second brother has finally caught up to you. Chapter 5:14, Reunion with Hermes. The sanctuary under the night sky was filled with a peaceful and serene atmosphere, unaffected by the intense battle at the Amantha defense line. Instead, it complemented the cold red moon hanging high in the sky, illuminating the earth. It wasn't until Alfred successfully advanced that Aaron ceased his suppression of the spatial order, withdrew his gaze from Audrey, and turned slightly to look behind him. The darkness there surged, and the Pontiff of Darkness, Annabella, clad in religious vestments and wearing a triple crown, emerged from her hidden state. Her dark eyes fixated on Aaron, then suddenly constricted, and an uncontainable astonishment flashed across her serene face, which had been as still as an ancient well. Good evening, Your Holiness. Aaron nodded in greeting, then looked at Annabella and went straight to the point. In the collective subconscious sea near Hedrak village in East Chester County, there lurks a mind dragon that survived the second epoch. Its identity is somewhat special, and to avoid being affected by additional factors, I hope to receive the hidden sage's blessing. Annabella's expression grew complex. She slowly nodded, not even asking what she needed to do, and added in a clear, cold voice. The Amantha defense line is still in a fierce struggle. I cannot leave the sanctuary for long. You can summon my historical projection when you need help. Additionally, after the astral world barrier showed anomalies this afternoon, I received an oracle. Under the influence of the mother goddess of depravity, a portion of the brood mother's power seems to have permeated from the Evernight plains in the far north. Please, your honored follower, pay attention to this. Brood mother. Aaron raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and couldn't help but recall the Rose school of thought angel who had advanced across pathways to become the beauty goddess. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped his hand, retrieving a rose from the nation of disorder, and immediately inquired. What happened in the Evernight plains? A Rhodes, who had been dormant, suddenly awoke. The mirror surface trembled with ripples, but after a moment, no image appeared. Only lines of silvery words emerged, directly expressing the mirror's annoyance. The spirit world information corresponding to the depths of the Evernight plains has been completely concealed by the evil god worshipped by the Moses ascetic order. Your incompetent but loyal servant, a Rhodes, has disappointed you again. As expected, the hidden sage. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. He casually altered a Rhodes's questioning rules and put it away. He then glanced at Annabella beside him but did not immediately take out the item of contact given by the god of steam and machinery. Gazing at Audrey in the valley, Aaron pondered for a moment but decided to go alone. An angel-level mind dragon was also connected to the dragon of imagination, which was too dangerous for Audrey, who was only at sequence 4. With this thought, the star crown instantly appeared above his head, and the ethereal blue starlight portal carried his figure away. Storn City, the capital of East Chester County. Aaron stepped out of the Star Gate, surveying the city under the crimson moonlight. His consciousness connected to the nation of disorder, and he retrieved a dark gold-like cluster from the pile of miscellaneous items, bringing it into reality. The solidified power of order loosened, revealing a peculiar special symbol woven from numerous illusory and complex pieces of information. Aaron's spirituality stirred, as if sensing a gaze descending from the astral world. After imbuing this creation with a spiritual light containing erodes and his own conjectures, he reabsorbed it into the Sapphira. Putting the matter of the Evernight plains out of his mind, the ring of mysteries on Aaron's finger emitted a faint glow. Recalling Zangwill's death on the Sea of Fog, he extended his hand, continuously grasping at the void in front of him. Repeating it again and again, his right hand suddenly sank, pulling out a slightly dim ancient quill. 0-08. While Grozel's travels would have been more suitable, the negative personality of the Dragon of Imagination, born from the influence of the Chaos Sea and lurking in the collective subconscious sea within its book world, made it impossible to reproduce through historical projection. Feeling the time limit he could maintain, he took out erodes again and, using his finger as a pen, wrote the honorific name he had been told in Winter County on the mirror surface. The creator of ancient Hermes language. The light of enlightenment for human civilization. The discerner of dreams and minds. Ripples spread from the mirror surface, extending to the surrounding collective subconscious sea and sweeping towards the deeper islands of consciousness. In a secret mausoleum somewhere in East Chester County, illuminated by the faint glow of underground moss and the pillar lamps inside the cliff walls, an ordinary-looking elder floated in midair. It was Hermes. This ancient angel lowered his eyes slightly, using the cognizer's ability to grasp a loophole in the shadow of order. With his index finger, he outlined lines of shimmering light in the air, as if they came from the deepest dreams. In an instant, a Hermes, identical in every respect, quietly appeared. For an angel-level dream weaver, weaving a nearly real self that would not be detected by the rules permeating the mausoleum that the true body had left was not difficult. Clutching the historical void image of 0-08, Aaron immediately saw layers of grayish-white steps extending from the hazy sea surface to his feet the moment he entered the collective subconscious sea. With a slight curve of his lips, Aaron snapped his fingers. Using the high-level authority of the Black Emperor pathway granted by the Sapphira, distance was distorted, and he instantly arrived at the Mind Island at the end of the steps. Aaron did not deliberately suppress his aura. After demonstrating his strength to this ancient angel, he raised the 0-08 in his hand and said with a smile. "Good evening, Elder Hermes, I am here to fulfill my previous promise to you." Twisted symbols appeared deep within Hermes's eyes. He stared at Aaron for a few seconds. The feedback from the discerner's authority was an endless dark gold world, and under the frantic premonition of his spiritual intuition, he decisively stopped all attempts to probe. Subconsciously comparing Aaron to the one from the Twilight Hermit Order, Hermes sighed softly with considerable emotion. In an instant, he composed himself and spoke calmly. "Your growth has exceeded my expectations. I have explored many of the dream labyrinths hidden in Hedrak during this time. I shall lead out that mind dragon, and with your current Beyonder characteristic, you should be able to block its retreat." Seeing Aaron nod in agreement, Hermes did not hesitate. Starlight points of light rose from the hazy collective subconscious sea, converging into the figure of a young man. Looking at this separated virtual personality, under Aaron's slightly surprised gaze, a tarot card suddenly appeared in Hermes's hand. The cover depicted Roselle with a solemn expression, while in the upper left corner, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Visionary. After integrating this blasphemous card, which possessed nearly true god-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy capabilities, into the virtual personality, the young man's figure became even more solid and indistinguishable from a real person, showing no sign of being merely a separated identity. Chapter 5:15 Hunting for Erehog. At the same time, in the gray, subconscious sea, a desolate island of mind materialized under the feet of the young men who had been separated. After clearing all traces, Hermes finally looked at Aaron, who had an unusual expression, and gently explained. "Roselle and I are acquaintances. That blasphemy slate was the reward for ensuring Bernadette's safe departure from Intis back then. If you want it, I can give it to you after this matter is concluded." A sense of déjà vu, like a pledge of allegiance. Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly, then smiled and shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I'm just curious about the subsequent potion formulas of the spectator pathway. You can lend them to me for a look when the time comes." While responding, Aaron, whose aura was rising layer by layer, used the boost of the law to control the historical projection of 0-08 in his hand and wrote a passage on the island of mind. The mind dragon, Erehog, sensing the residual power of the quill of Alzahad, will encounter this body in the dream maze due to the influence of instinctive aggregation. The gray-white text vanished into invisible ripples, transmitting towards the depths of the collective subconscious sea. The semi-illusory quill seemed to have completed its mission, completely dissipating even though the historical projection itself had not yet run out of time. In the blurry, gray world, streaks of light and shadow swayed and drifted, densely overlapping to form a deep, illusory sea. Everyone possesses divinity and is constantly eroded and influenced by the collective subconscious sea. The collective subconscious sea, inherited from generations of human accumulation, carries the deepest cognitions and impressions, which is why this gray world is filled with chaos and madness. Within this gloom, shrouded in mist, clear and ethereal dreams were like stars dotting the night sky. As light and shadow flickered, the outlines of some objects quickly emerged. A giant stone pillar, dozens of meters high, stood tall, with a slender, lizard-like monster perched atop it. Its body was covered in large, gray-white stone-like scales, and its eyes were pale gold and vertical. It was none other than the mind dragon, Erihog, lurking deep within the dream maze. Without warning, its two wings unfolded, their frames like metal or leaf veins, covered in gray, mysterious patterned membranes, almost obscuring the entire space. Erihog, with its large, gray-white scales, ignored the dream maze it had spent a long time constructing beneath its feet. Its pair of pale gold, indifferent vertical eyes peered through the hazy ocean to see a city of mind standing in the collective subconscious sea, and within it, the bone church at its center. As if some memories had been stirred, the entire dream trembled. Erihog let out an angry growl, and blurry light figures detached from its body, merging into the surrounding dream fragments, activating the preset barriers. With a ripple of its gray membrane, Erihog had already left the dream it had been hidden in, quickly fleeing towards the deepest part of the collective subconscious, using the interference of the barriers and the complexity of the dream maze. After violently crashing through a mental doorway, Erihog's massive body paused slightly, somewhat surprised to meet the gaze of a pair of indifferent and peaceful eyes. In the brief moment of its daze, the figure that happened to be blocking Erihog's escape path suddenly collapsed inward. The visionary card appeared in a vortex of light particles, and a passage connecting to outside the dream maze was woven. Erihog's breathing intensified slightly. Realizing something, it no longer hesitated. The top of its head turned dark, revealing a sea that encompassed everything, difficult to describe in words. A gray-white giant dragon, occupying half of the sea, leaped out, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Before Hermes's figure could fully appear, it charged towards the passage made of light. One of its vertical eyes was pale gold, the other a vivid red. The moment it left that sea, a third eye opened on its brow, as if containing dense shadows, seeming to want to stir a certain will deeply embedded in the collective subconscious sea outside the dream maze. It was none other than Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination, after being corrupted by the chaos sea. The instigator, Erihog, seemed to have its eyes tinged with a hint of madness as well. It decisively broke free from this dream, but what came into view was not the expected collective subconscious sea, but a dark golden world. Aaron hovered above the spiritual sky, mobilizing the power of the nation of disorder, and using the anchor provided by Hermes, forcibly pulled Erihog, who was trying to escape, and the surrounding dream maze into his divine kingdom projection. Having severed the connection with the subconscious sea and blocked the retreat, Aaron ignored Erihog, who was fighting like a cornered beast. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the Eden standing majestically not far away, halting the summoning of Annabella's historical projection. As early as when the 0-08 projection suddenly disappeared, he had anticipated Adam's arrival. Now, he could more clearly sense that the chaos in the subconscious sea had quietly dissipated, or more accurately, had been devoured. Manipulating the rules of this sea of consciousness, Aaron narrowed his eyes and instantly arrived at the center of the mind city, before the majestic bone church. The black doorway, built from piled skeletons, was open. The grand, empty interior of the hall seemed deserted, with only a giant cross remaining. But under his true vision, the space within the bone church was a mix of real and illusory. The magnificent city supported by giant stone pillars instantly reminded Aaron of the City of Miracles, Leaveheed, which he had once explored. The sound of a book closing echoed. Leaveheed suddenly collapsed. Adam, holding Grozel's travels, stood alone at the bottom of the cross. His clear, infant-like eyes showed no emotional fluctuations as he gently looked at Aaron, who was standing at the entrance of the bone church, neither asking nor urging. Aaron's gaze was fixed on Grozel's travels, which was completely different from before. The line of ancient Fuzak on its dark brown cover had disappeared, replaced by a half-open bronze door. In the faintly revealed deep darkness, a cold pupil with deep black eyes and countless dark blue cracks was vaguely visible. Feeling the abnormality coming from the nation of disorder, Aaron took a deep look at Adam, then asked with great certainty but undeniable doubt. Is this the primordial God Almighty? Are you using Erihog and the collective subconscious sea to gather his will? Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, shook his head and calmly replied. To be precise, this is merely the negative personality left behind after Ankwelt's demise, a mental remnant formed after the primordial will, transmitted by the Chaos Sea's pollution, was assimilated over a long period. Glancing at Adam, who avoided the second question, Aaron couldn't quite guess what this fellow was trying to do. He probed subtly. Like the Vice King of Heaven, Dark Angel Sasrar, after the Cataclysm. Chapter 5:16 Adam's Condition. To some extent, the Nation of Disorder replaced the Divine Kingdom, which allowed Aaron to access authority that only a Sequence 0 Justiciar could possess, even though he was merely a Sequence 3. The Night Emperor back then should have had a projection of the entire Trunsoist Empire within his Divine Kingdom. The collapse of order brought about by the Empire's demise was very likely the reason for the fall of this Justiciar. But if Lilith could leave behind a Divine Kingdom, what about the Night Emperor? If I could obtain the Night Emperor's Divine Kingdom, even just a fragment, I would likely benefit greatly. Calming the surging thoughts in his mind, Aaron looked again at the gradually solidifying Moon City, and at High Priest Nim standing at the forefront. Although he couldn't truly use this authority yet, he wanted to test an idea of his own through this medium. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the domain of judgment immediately enveloped High Priest Nim, and dark gold chains seemed to connect reality with illusion. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the Moon City's council hall, High Priest Nim calmly looked at Bruce and the other elders, speaking gently. After the Lord's holy day ends, many members of the Moon City hunting team reported today that their potions have been fully digested. This is the Lord's grace. All inventory of Beyonder characteristics and materials will be allocated to the maximum extent possible. The Lord will surely. Just then, his words suddenly stopped. A dense, profound darkness surged from behind him, spreading outwards like tentacles. This was a sign of his spirituality suddenly rising and his power becoming somewhat uncontrollable. However, as an experienced night watcher, Nim quickly regained control of his power. In a trance, he seemed to see a magnificent figure shrouded in dark gold mist. Indeed. Aaron retracted the domain of judgment, and High Priest Nim, who had been tinged black, returned to normal. Having observed through the light of faith, he had verified his idea. Since the Beyonder characteristic he hunted when advancing to Chaos Hunter was a living Duke of Entropy characteristic, Aaron's current domain of judgment also carried some authority of entropy transformation. The power that caused Nim's spirituality to surge originated from this. Although he couldn't directly modify the underlying rules, he could cast this weakened version of divine descent within the Divine Kingdom. This kind of distance-ignoring enhancement was clearly not an ability a Sequence 3 could possess, at least, it was something a Sequence 2 or even a Sequence 1 could achieve after possessing a nascent Divine Kingdom. Aaron felt himself. Perhaps because he gained this ability by utilizing the Nation of Disorder, the spiritual energy consumed was almost equivalent to summoning a historical void projection of a Sequence 4 of the same level. Aaron could hardly imagine the grandeur of the Trunsoist Empire in its most glorious period, where simply standing on its territory would grant one the favor and blessings of its rules. Bringing his thoughts back, Aaron pondered on Moon City, which he had just observed. The residents whose potions had been fully digested were likely due to his continuous enrichment of the Moon City residents within the Nation of Disorder. This was a mutually beneficial double cycle. After verifying his conjectures, a bolder idea surfaced in Aaron's mind, though it would require some preparation time. After taking another look at the magnificent palace and the boundless dark gold ocean outside Moon City, and imagining a future where this place would be filled with the northern and southern continents, Aaron's thoughts shifted slightly, and he returned to the lost Noens. Standing amidst the ruins, Aaron's pupils instantly turned golden, gazing at the deep pit from which the shadow giant had emerged. It was dark and obscure, with faint remnants of illusory waves. Aaron was certain that this place had indeed been an exit connecting the Chaos Sea to the outside world, similar to the abandoned ancient castle on the outskirts of Backlund. However, he didn't know why the Chaos Sea had vanished so completely, leaving only residual aura. He had no intention of delving deeper. The first blasphemy slate that could manipulate the Chaos Sea was still in Dark Angel Sasrar's hands. He had already successfully advanced, so there was no need to create extra trouble. Silently lifting the Nation of Disorder's blockade on the Lost Noens, Aaron cast his gaze towards the deep sea, leveraging the connection of the rules in that area. After a glance with his true vision, Aaron's brows furrowed deeply. Although the original true creator phantom had disappeared, and the predicted angel of destiny from the Aurora Order had not appeared, the pervasive pollution in the sea area made him feel uncomfortable. Just as he was pondering what had happened during his advancement, a dense dark gold mist suddenly appeared before Aaron's eyes, and an inexplicable sense of crisis arose in his heart, like a prey being targeted by a venomous snake. Without the slightest hesitation, the domain of judgment instantly enveloped him, isolating external perception. The star crown appeared above his head, with brilliant light flickering. A gray-blue door of exile with 7 brass keyholes quietly appeared before Aaron. Although he couldn't yet confirm the source of the danger, anything that could bring him such a sense of crisis would surely track ordinary teleportation or spirit world travel. Only the sealed artifact Grade 0 door of exile was the best way to escape. Without wasting time risking sensing the source of danger, Aaron decisively stepped through the door. Anyway, the value of this ruin had already been squeezed dry. On the turbid ocean, where scarlet mist drifted, a strange, tentacled octopus sea monster's body continuously swelled. Each bulging nodule split open, giving birth to more octopuses, each faintly tinged with scarlet. These monsters showed no signs of distortion. With remarkable fluidity, they each used their tentacles to retrieve a monocle made of crystal from the void, placing it over a position resembling a human's right eye. After glancing at the blurry island to the west, from which scarlet mist continuously surged, they turned their gaze back to the deep seabed. This aura. I never expected a complete Sapphira to exist in the outside world. How interesting. What a pity, I was just a little short, and I could have used the rules of deception to appear directly before that fellow. The scholar of yore who entered the forsaken land of the gods seems to be his believer. I have a premonition that by following this clue, I will soon find Palez. The octopus almonds paid no mind to the continuously gathering scarlet mist, which seemed to possess vitality. Their bodies suddenly exploded, and clusters of brilliant light points dissipated, vanishing from their original location. After repeatedly changing location several times using the Door of Exile from the Star Crown, Aaron only teleported back to Irussel after confirming that the sense of dread had disappeared. Given my current Beyonder rank, any existence that can still give me this sense of dread must be at least a Sequence 1 angel or above. I immediately suppressed the anomaly of the Nation of Disorder after my advancement, so it shouldn't be those two from the Augustus and Castilla families. Although the Moses ascetic order has been tracking me, the hidden sage would never act rashly after what happened last time. The greatest possibility is that Palez Zorost's use of the Worm of Time and Trojan Horse of Destiny abilities attracted Amon's attention. He followed the anomaly of destiny to the Fog Sea and had been waiting until I lifted the concealment. Aaron pondered various possibilities, but his figure had already appeared in the underground hall of the Ancestral Tower, where he saw Varner Will and Elvin Garrow, who had already returned from the Moon Kingdom. Feeling the aura emanating from Aaron, Elvin Garrow's blood-red eyes froze for a moment. There was a fleeting sense of the Night Emperor, who once ruled the world, reappearing. His voice involuntarily deepened a few notes. Congratulations on your advancement. I have brought back all of Solomon's treasures. All materials, Beyonder characteristics, and sealed artifacts below the demigod level have been stored in the family treasury. There are still 4 demigod sealed artifacts remaining. As he spoke, his chest, entwined with sinister vines and thorns, split open from the middle, revealing a terrifying, profound, and indescribable aura of death and pressure. Aaron, who was distracted by calming the anomaly of the Nation of Disorder, calmly watched as a bone gate slowly emerged from the split body. With his current strength, he could now see the true form of this sealed artifact Grade 0. Mysterious symbols, rendered in pale and eerie green, emerged one after another, intertwining on the white bones. Once connected into a whole, they collapsed inward, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. A total of 4 items, radiating intense spiritual fluctuations, flew out from within the vortex, quietly suspended before Aaron. Tingen City. After dealing with the deranged Mrs. Sharon, Klein returned alone by rented carriage to Zutland Street. The scarlet moonlight shone on his face, flickering between light and dark. In his mind, Cohen lay, who had vomited his internal organs, and Dunn, whose mouth was covered in dark red blood, appeared alternately, making his thoughts both chaotic and scattered. Cohen lay is dead. I remember he just got engaged. His parents are still alive. What was the captain doing just now? His chaotic thoughts continued until Klein returned to his bedroom. His hand, which had just picked up a letter, paused slightly, then slowly put it down. He couldn't determine whether this operation was just an accident or another coincidence. After some thought, to confirm Captain Dunn Smith's condition, he decided to eliminate all interference and divine above the grey fog. The majestic palace and the ancient, mottled long table entered his eyes, as if they had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Klein sat in the high-back chair belonging to the fool, holding the pendulum in his left hand. He silently chanted the divinatory statement 7 times, then closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. After a few seconds of stability, he opened his eyes, his deepened gaze now returned to normal. He looked at the citron pendant, his heart gradually sinking, because the pendulum was rotating clockwise, with a considerable amplitude and a steady speed. This indicated that the answer was affirmative. Dunn Smith's anomaly would put him in danger. And the danger was not low. Closing his eyes for a moment, Klein erased the previous content and wrote a new divinatory statement. The reason for Dunn Smith's anomaly. He put away the citron pendant, leaned back against the chair, and while silently chanting the divinatory statement, he entered a dream state through meditation. In that hazy, illusory world, he saw nothing, discovered nothing. Besides the grayness, there was only grayness. This means insufficient information. Divination failed. Klein opened his eyes, looked at the parchment on the bronze long table, and muttered bitterly and helplessly. Having gained no practical insights, Klein was about to return to reality to consult Mr. Azek when he suddenly heard layers of illusory prayers. Giant language. Klein instantly recognized this as son Derek. He composed himself and virtually tapped the expanding and contracting crimson star. Within the somewhat blurred prayer scene, Derek placed a beast hide inscribed with various symbols on a crude altar. Sequence 6, Wind Blessed. Main ingredients, 6 crystallized feathers from a blue shadow falcon, a pair of dragon eye sea eagle eyeballs. Auxiliary ingredients, 100 grams of dried octopus jellyfish powder, 50 milliliters of deep-sea naga blood. To get a potion formula so quickly? Klein was surprised. After using divination to confirm the formula's correctness, he directly transmitted Derek's prayer scene to Hangman Alger. Although he hadn't yet received the compensation in pounds from Mr. Hangman, Klein first condensed the Light Supplicant and Solar High Priest potion formulas into light points and threw them into the Crimson Star representing Son Derek. Even though he had gained a sequence 6-level potion formula, Klein was in no mood to be excited. After returning to reality, he urgently wrote on a letter. In a recent mission, my superior exhibited some unusual behavior. He sent me away, then half-crouched beside a teammate's corpse, his mouth covered in dark red blood. In your memory, have you encountered similar incidents? How should I help my superior? After the ink dried, Klein quickly scanned the letter from top to bottom, and at the end, he added another paragraph. Respected Mr. Azek, I received intelligence that Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has secretly infiltrated Backlund. He possesses a very powerful shepherd's glove. I'm not sure if this will interest you, but I believe it's necessary to let you know. Klein quickly finished, folded the letter, took out the copper whistle, put it to his lips, and blew hard. Silently, he saw illusory, hazy white bones being thrown out one by one from the top of the desk, forming a fountain that assembled into a giant monster. It was still nearly 4 meters tall, still covered in a faint glow, and still had its head poking through the roof, seemingly no different from before. Klein flicked his wrist, tossing the letter up, and saw the bone monster firmly catch it. He blew the copper whistle again, watching the messenger disintegrate into illusory white bones, falling like rain, disappearing into the surface of the desk. Watching the disappearing messenger, for some reason, an unprecedented sense of anxiety suddenly arose in Klein's heart. He felt as if something extremely bad was about to happen. This was the clown's premonition of crisis. Backlund, Cherwood Borough, St. Wind Cathedral. In a simple, unadorned room, Hangman Alger, who had come to Backlund to investigate Kalangos, was studying the investigation reports from the past few days, trying to find clues within them. To his upper right, a stack of papers filled with distorted symbols was placed. Just as Alger leaned back and reached to rub his eyes, he suddenly found his vision becoming illusory, presenting a dense, grayish-white mist. In the depths of this endless mist, there was a high-backed chair, as if it had always existed there, and an indistinct figure sat upon it. Mr. Fool. Alger had just thought of this when he saw a young man appear in the hazy, grayish-white mist. Wind-blessed potion formula. Alger was first startled, then showed a look of surprise. He pressed his hand to his chest, lowered his head, and said in a hushed voice, "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Before he finished speaking, everything he heard and saw disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Gazing at the collected Roselle's diary and investigation reports, Alger's pupils trembled, and he once again felt the fool's power. This was the St. Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of Storms. Although this was over 1,000 years ago, it didn't prevent believers from still considering it one of their holy sites. However, Mr. Fool could still descend silently and give a response. Chapter 517, Dreamer Card. The dark golden mist around rippled. Aaron looked at the dim and unpredictable collective subconscious sea. Even with preparations, he still couldn't glimpse Adam's departure. Shaking his head indifferently, Aaron gathered the spiritual light cluster, symbolizing the discerner characteristic, in his hand. He sensed a faint resistance from within and, expressionless, clenched his hand. A power exceeding that of a king of angels instantly surged, and the clear light cluster, tinged with a grayish-white, immediately transformed back into pure light particles. Connecting to the nation of disorder, the crimson gold, sun-chasing scepter instantly appeared before Aaron. The rules within this divine kingdom's projection quietly changed, causing this grade 0 sealed artifact to emit a scorching white light that enveloped the light particles after the characteristic was shattered. The last remaining imprints were forcibly removed by violent means. The spiritual light particles split as they converged, separating into pure beyonder characteristics. Glancing at Hermes, who had remained silent since his and Adam's arrival, Aaron unceremoniously put away the most precious discerner characteristic. Of the remaining 4 demigod characteristics that separated, Dreamweaver and Dreamwalker each accounted for 2. This clearly indicated that, over these long years, a certain unlucky Dreamweaver had mistakenly entered the dream labyrinth constructed by that psychic giant dragon. Adhering to a cooperative attitude, Aaron didn't hesitate and directly separated one Dreamweaver characteristic to Hermes. He remembered that Mr. Gluttony from the Psychology Alchemists was Hermes's beloved disciple. Aaron made no further gestures regarding the remaining characteristics, including the low sequence characteristics that were still continuously separating. This wasn't due to stinginess but rather consideration of the current situation. The apocalypse would arrive early, and before that, he had to truly become an outer deity. This meant that after he advanced to Justiciar and completely accommodated the nation of disorder, he would need to further accommodate the Black Emperor pathway's sequence 1 in uniqueness. From the current state of the Evernight goddess, it was clear that even for a true god, accommodating a neighboring pathway's uniqueness while maintaining one's own state was by no means easy. The best method was to hold another corresponding godhood ritual without compromise. The Black Emperor's godhood ritual required a truly meaningful nation and the establishment of a rigorous, complex, yet abnormal set of rules. He didn't need, nor did he have the time, to covertly promote the implementation of these rules through various decrees like George III. He only needed to completely shatter the common people's ignorant impression of Beyonder powers since the Fifth Epoch, after the gods retreated to the astral world. He needed to truly integrate the Beyonder world into ordinary people's lives, no longer a secret known only to the major churches and secret organizations. This would be a drastic reform, but also an opportunity. The potion system, which required a large number of Beyonder characteristics, and the blessing system, based on the Nation of Disorder, could establish the unique social rules he needed, conforming to the Black Emperor's advancement, in the shortest amount of time. Perhaps influenced by this high-level characteristic of the visionary pathway, Aaron's thoughts couldn't help but wander. After his mind calmed, his gaze turned to Hermes. This ancient angel silently accepted the dream weaver characteristic. For him, who had experienced the dark epoch ravaged by ancient gods, the law of the jungle had permeated his entire life. Naturally, he had no objection to the distribution of spoils. What truly unsettled him were the psychic giant dragon's last words before its death. As if finally understanding certain things, Hermes sighed with a look of melancholy. A tarot card, precisely the visionary card, appeared in his hand. He gently pushed it towards Aaron, his tone becoming more respectful than before. This blasphemy slate is no longer of much use to me, but it should still be helpful to your fiancé. Besides the corresponding potion formula, it can also protect the spiritual body and reduce the impact of continuously separating virtual personalities on divine balance before achieving angelhood. Aaron, who had only intended to find the subsequent potion formula and advancement ritual for Audrey, raised an eyebrow at the latter half of the sentence. He didn't refuse, taking the blasphemy slate and beginning to scrutinize it. The dark golden mist swirling around Hermes also dissipated at this moment, reconnecting with the external subconscious sea. Vague light and shadows peeled away from his body, arriving at the dream labyrinth that was about to collapse. The dream weaver's advancement ritual requires traversing the collective subconscious sea, using consciousness to connect to the dreams of at least 1,000 people, thereby weaving a deep dream, and implanting a psychological suggestion within the dream that is sufficient to create feedback in reality. Aaron had by now deciphered the complete potion formula from the blasphemy slate. Looking at Hermes, who seemed to be repairing the dream labyrinth, he pondered and spoke. Create feedback in reality. Controlling the virtual personalities to regather the misty, clear, and hazy dreams, Hermes nodded slightly and explained in a calm voice. Your previous isolation of Erhog and the most dangerous part of the dream allowed this labyrinth, composed of deep dreams, to survive. You only need to enter it before it completely disappears, washed away by the collective subconscious sea, and implant a psychological suggestion to eliminate dragon worship. The long-standing custom of dragon worship in Hudarak village and its surrounding areas in the real world will then completely disappear silently. This is what it means to create feedback in reality. One of my virtual personalities will remain here, guarding this dream labyrinth from the erosion of the subconscious ocean. Your fiancé can use this to advance after digesting the manipulator potion. I thank you for your help on Audrey's behalf. Aaron smiled, put away the visionary card, and informed this ancient angel of the honorific name, Lord of Order. Then, he added meaningfully. You can invoke my name when needed. Having reached a tacit understanding, Aaron nodded and then left the subconscious sea, returning to the Nation of Disorder. At the end of the Pillar of Heaven, directly above the miniature world, Aaron overlooked the entire dark golden world. He restrained the Nation of Disorder's instinctive resistance to the inherent pollution within the current Grozel's travels, and incidentally sensed Rozel's state on the primitive island. Faster than I expected. In at most half a year, the Nation of Disorder's pollution will balance the Mother Goddess of Depravity's pollution. This speed might even increase after I advance to Justiciar. However, that drop of River of Eternal Darkness water is almost depleted. At this rate, at least 3 more drops will be needed. Without being able to recreate a Death's Godhood ritual, the Evernight Goddess will need even more River of Eternal Darkness to control and even accommodate Death's uniqueness. It's no longer possible to spare so much for Rozel. Aaron pinched his brow, a mix of joy and worry, contemplating whether he should visit Calderon City deep within the spirit world again. Chapter 518 The Discovery of the God of Steam and Machinery. According to Annabella, the Mother Goddess of Depravity's oracle mentioned that the Mother Nest's power has partially seeped into reality, so other Sapphira might also have undergone some slight changes. Whether it's for a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness or to choose a breakthrough point for future counter-infiltration into the Western continent, Calderon indeed needs to confirm it again. Making a quick decision, Aaron directly lit up Bonoa's prayer star, throwing the discerner characteristic along with the request to forge a sealed artifact from it into the open dark gold portal. Looking at Grozel's travels, which was imprinted with a radiant cross, Aaron thought about it and still gave up the idea of sealing it together with the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic. These two rivals, if too close, might cause some trouble. Dense dark gold mist gathered, swirling on the surface of the parchment book, transforming into complex patterns, enveloping it before finally landing in the magnificent palace at the center of the world, placed beside the huge throne surrounded by many prayer stars. Adam has made a decision, and King George III should act very soon. I will create an opportunity for you to advance. Nodding lightly towards Walna, who was attracted by the changes within the Nation of Disorder, Aaron's figure vanished in an instant. Deep within the Evernight plains, above a profound rift like the abyss, streaks of colorless light, as if composed of countless illusory things, emerged from the void. One extremely thick, yet seemingly projected, scroll of civilization unfolded after another, finally condensing into a figure whose face was obscured by a hazy clear light. Behind him, within the unfolded scrolls of civilization, countless black and white, bizarre eyes formed by entangled strings of 0 and 1 were firmly fixed within them. Even for the hidden sage, information can be lost, degraded, or become chaotic during continuous backups. This is determined by the underlying rules of the entire world, a manifestation of the symbols of error, decay, and entropy increase. To help the mother goddess of depravity infiltrate the mother nest's power into the outside world, while the gods of the astral world were being held back by the outer deities, the hidden sage went all out. As a higher-ranked nemesis of this evil god, the god of steam and machinery had already used the hidden sage's information backups, obtained from Aaron, to take advantage of his distraction, finding loopholes and retrieving his externally hidden backup information one by one, sealing them all within his divine kingdom. After this battle, the hidden sage will surely be severely wounded. From his understanding of this evil god, he will inevitably hide in that unknown place, obscured by digital mist, which he has searched for in vain for over 1,000 years. Sensing the special fluctuations transmitted by the information backups, the god of steam and machinery looked down. This space and its corresponding spirit world area were simultaneously swept by invisible ripples, and the hidden void rifts were restored to their most basic particle structure, while the conceptualized knowledge, information, and characters attached to them were enveloped in layers of scrolls. The alternating zeros and ones were like chaotic and disordered scribbles, continuously spreading until they completely filled several scrolls of civilization. The god of steam and machinery suddenly raised his hand and pointed at one of the zeros. After a sound like shattering glass, the 0 poked by his fingertip rapidly distorted into an eyeless pupil. Some hidden information with altered pointers was deciphered, and a coordinate, difficult to interpret with language or other mystical symbols, quietly floated within the scrolls of civilization. The god of steam and machinery calmly withdrew his hand, no longer looking at the bottomless rift below. For him, the importance of determining the mother nest's power's destination was far less than locating the hidden sage. A special, strangely structured symbol, woven from numerous illusory and complex pieces of information, simultaneously appeared in his hand, identical to the token previously given to Aaron. Beside the Church of Tranquility, within the monastery built specifically for church clergy. Sequence 3 Chaoswalker Potion Main Ingredients, Root Crystal of the Frenzied Illusion Tree, Heart of the Order Demon. Alfred, who had just advanced to Imperative Mage, was somewhat shocked as he deciphered the potion formula that had suddenly appeared in his mind, only coming back to his senses when he heard Audrey's surprised voice and saw Aaron, who had appeared at some unknown time and was holding his sister by the waist. Audrey, whose face was flushed from the sudden attack, symbolically resisted twice before murmuring in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "You." Before she could finish, her lips felt moist, and the words she had intended to say immediately turned into meaningless gasps. Susie, who was eating, suddenly looked up, wagging her tail happily. Alfred, by the door, quickly recovered from his shock, feeling a bit awkward and bewildered. He had originally come to bid farewell to Audrey because he was going to the front lines, and now he didn't know what to do. Aaron's fingers traced her smooth, flowing golden hair. After a brief kiss, he gently put down Audrey, whose cheeks were burning, and chuckled softly at Alfred by the door, saying, "Although not as good as the Hunter pathway, war is indeed an opportunity for an Imperative Mage to quickly digest potions. I have already given you the Sequence 3 potion and ritual. You can tell Audrey if you need my help." Alfred was stunned for a moment, his awkward expression fading. He nodded steadily, glanced at Audrey, who was slightly bowing her head with crimson earlobes, and then turned to leave. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps faded that Audrey playfully smacked Aaron, who had a mischievous smile on his face. Given his status, this timing was definitely intentional. Although they were already engaged, such intimate gestures in front of her family still made her somewhat flustered. Holding Audrey's hand, Aaron smiled gently, and the visionary card appeared in his hand. He softly said, "This is a gift for you. It can protect your spiritual body and reduce the impact of constantly separating virtual personalities on divine balance." Audrey, who had already explored and searched for the judgment card with him, widened her eyes slightly. She recognized the similarly shaped tarot card at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Blasphemy card. The Spectator Pathways Blasphemy card. After receiving a positive response, Audrey could no longer suppress her inner curiosity. She took the tarot card and extended her spirituality, her expression growing more longing. Manipulator, Dream Weaver, Discerner, Author, and Sequence 0, Visionary. Looking at the blasphemy card in Audrey's hand, Susie circled gleefully at Aaron's feet, saying with anticipation in fluent Loenese, "Where's my gift?" Smiling and nodding, Aaron stroked Susie's smooth golden fur, took out the Dreamwalker characteristic, which he had already prepared and separated from the Discerner characteristic, and placed it in the special spatial pocket Susie was carrying. Chapter 519 Aaron's Gift. With a blush still on her cheeks, Audrey flipped through the ethereal book of the Visionary card, unable to put it down. She mastered the trick after only a few attempts. This blasphemy slate quickly transformed into points of light and merged into the collective subconscious sea, pulled by Audrey's virtual persona to sync onto her consciousness island, imprinting three-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect with the mind. Deep within the consciousness island, the light that illuminated the entire world, the indescribable sounds, and the illusory sea she had seen in her dreams all emerged one by one and quickly settled. Audrey's consciousness ascended under the spiritual sky, looking down at her mind island in a state of absolute clarity, truly feeling the subtle influence of the divinity deep within her spirituality. After a long while, she reopened her eyes. The golden vertical pupils receded, and her emerald eyes looked at Aaron, who had a smile on his face. With a slightly complex emotion, she half-smiled and sighed. "Is this what divinity is?" Aaron gently caressed a somewhat bewildered Susie, then nodded slightly, his expression also turning serious. Everything possesses divinity, and most of it contains the will of the original creator. As Beyonder characteristics accumulate, he will gradually awaken and replace us. On this point, high-sequence Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway must be especially careful. The manifestations of increased corresponding divinity and deepening corruption are not obvious, one could even say they are subtle. Recalling the unique perspective she had experienced with the blasphemy slate, Audrey nodded vigilantly, then asked with some concern. "You are already an angel, then?" With a slight curl of his lips, Aaron waved his hand, not explaining in detail, but simply blocking Susie's hearing. "My situation is somewhat special, and since the two pathways of order do not directly originate from the original, divinity's influence on me is not significant. The more fundamental content requires you to possess the angelic rank to know. Also, I need to correct your statement. I have already advanced to King of Angels." Audrey was stunned, her pupils contracting sharply. She was no longer the novice who had just encountered the mystical world. A saint at the demigod level was already a diocesan bishop in any Orthodox church, so she naturally understood what a King of Angels meant. Not continuing the topic, Aaron briefly explained the ritual for advancing to Sequence 3 Dreamweaver provided by Hermes to Audrey, finally adding, "The mind dragon lurking in Hydrak village has been cleared. The remaining dream labyrinth there can help you advance to a Dreamweaver, so you need to find an opportunity to thoroughly digest the manipulator potion as soon as possible." Aaron, who was speaking, paused, extending his spirituality as if sensing something. In the hidden space of the star crown, the special symbol given by the god of steam and machinery was radiating a faint, clear light. He found it so quickly. Aaron's eyebrows immediately raised after analyzing the transmitted message, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't respond immediately but looked back at Audrey. "I have already given the characteristic of that mind dragon to a craftsman. I will take you to see him shortly, so he can custom make a sealed artifact that you can utilize to a limited extent at your current level. This way, your safety will also be guaranteed." Audrey's eyes immediately sparkled, and her thoughts couldn't help but wander. To be called he, an angel-level craftsman, could it be the Pope of the God of Steam and Machinery Church? A custom-made Grade 0 sealed artifact. The entire Tarot Club doesn't have one. No, it should just be that my previous level was too low to access them. As a revived hidden existence, Mr. Fool, even without serving angels, couldn't possibly lack corresponding items. Looking at the slightly distracted Audrey, Aaron smiled. With the tacit permission of Pope Annabella, his spirituality spread through the monastery, quickly locking onto a figure. At the same time, in the row of resting rooms on the outskirts of the monastery, first tidied her hair, picked up a rich cup of coffee, and took a sip. Then she put down the coffee cup and lay on the bed ungracefully, saying comfortably, "As expected of Felmer coffee from the Paws River Valley, it always makes one crave more. The only drawback is that there's too little of it. I can only freeload a cup from lovely Melissa." Shio, with her very capable short golden hair, rubbed her forehead, looking helplessly at Melissa, who was covering her mouth and smiling. She directly helped her friend correct her undignified posture and grumbled irritably, "I gave you all of mine. Supplies are tight on the front lines now, and the shipping routes to the southern continent have been cut off. If you still want to drink, I'll take you to Miss Audrey." First gave an embarrassed smile and quickly begged for mercy, finally escaping Shio's clutches. As a fellow member of the Tarot Club, she believed that Miss Justice would certainly not be stingy with a bit of coffee, but both her demigod strength and her identity as a duke's fiancée constantly reminded her to mind her manners. Watching the two playfully interact, Melissa's eyes curved into a smile. She pushed the silver-lined tin can containing coffee powder on the table towards Furs, then sighed and said, "I don't drink much coffee, you can have all of these. However, I heard before that the restored Biome Kingdom and the Highland Kingdom have completely stirred up the situation in the southern continent recently. Even without Faceac's blockade of the shipping routes, supplies from the southern continent couldn't be delivered as before. I just don't know how the people there are doing now." Furs and Shio both fell silent. They had both experienced the Backlund Great Smog and understood very well that before the rolling tide of the era, they were merely grains of sand swept along. Although they couldn't claim to be in dire straits now, they indeed had no energy to pay attention to foreign lands. Shio deliberated for a moment, just about to speak to comfort Melissa, when her eyes blinked, and she found that Melissa's figure had disappeared at some point. Exchanging a surprised glance with Furs, Shio didn't panic. She only guessed that a high-ranking member of the church might have summoned her. After all, this was the holy cathedral of the Church of Evernight, one of the safest places in the world. Melissa herself was momentarily disoriented, then she was twisted into Audrey's room by Aaron. Looking at the somewhat bewildered Melissa and the slightly puzzled Audrey, Aaron smiled and explained. "The angel-level craftsman we are going to see is Roselle's second son. For some reasons, he has left the God of Steam and Machinery Church and is currently working for me. This matter is known to only a few people even within the Steam Church, so you must keep it a secret. Additionally, I will have him teach you how to continue advancing in the savant pathway. As for how much you learn, that will depend on your own ability." Melissa nervously pursed her lips, not letting the sudden surprise go to her head. Even though she didn't feel she was important enough to be plotted against by this great figure, this unknown gift always made her feel at a loss. Chapter 520 Communication in the Star Realm. Feeling Melissa's tension, Aaron curled his lips playfully, inexplicably reminded of Klein's reaction. The brilliant starlight surging from the crown of stars enveloped the figures of the few people. "Don't overthink it. You can directly inform Mr. Fool about this matter." Audrey raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. She knew that Mr. Fool's dear world was actually the deceased Nighthawk, Klein Moretti. While feeling somewhat enlightened, she also found herself in a peach orchard filled with lush vegetation and blooming flowers. At the end of the colorful peach orchard, 9 colossal tripods, some round and some square, with 2 ears and 3 legs, abruptly came into view. Even from a distance, one could feel their unique solemnity. Bernadette and Benova simultaneously withdrew their gazes from the giant tripods and looked at Aaron and the others who had suddenly appeared. Further back, Catilia, in a warlock robe, was a beat slower but also turned her head as if sensing something. Without wasting time on pleasantries, Aaron nodded in greeting, then led Audrey and Melissa to the side of the giant tripods. After briefly explaining his idea, he began to examine the giant tripod directly facing him. Given his sequence, he could naturally sense that these 9 giant tripods were not physical objects. Like the surrounding peach orchard, they were merely products of mystical reenactment, and the discerner beyonder characteristic he had given to Benova earlier was among them. After glancing at the somewhat anxious Melissa, Benova nodded slightly. Bernadette, beside him, looked at Aaron and explained. "These are creations I mystical reenactment from stories left by my father. They can greatly enhance the ability to forge high-level beyonder characteristics. As for your request, Benova and I have discussed it. A spectator pathway demigod can already separate virtual personalities. We plan to use one of Audrey's virtual personalities as a guide to create a Grade 0 sealed artifact that initially possesses living characteristics. With that virtual personality as an intermediary, even a Sequence 4 can use a Grade 0 sealed artifact to a certain extent. Once she advances to Dreamweaver and completely separates that virtual personality as another identity, the corresponding negative effects will be greatly reduced." After some deliberation, Aaron agreed to the plan. He then looked at the creations, which were very different from the current era, with a strange expression. Even if Bernadette didn't explicitly say so, he could guess that the source of the mystical reenactment was probably the myth of you the Great casting the 9 tripods. The 9 tripods are ritual vessels, not for refining artifacts. Aaron silently complained in his heart, but he had no intention of correcting it. Instead, he was thoughtful. With the protection of the Celestial Venerables barrier, the history of the Western continent should not have been completely cut off. The blessed items that have infiltrated the Western continent can indeed align with certain myths. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron gave some instructions and then no longer lingered. He sensed the positioning provided by the God of Steam and Machinery, and layers of starlight once again surged from the crown of stars, carrying his figure away into the interwoven void. Within the astral world, which was filled with various concepts, abstract distortions, and chaos, layers of starlight portals appeared, and Aaron stepped out from them. This was his first time in the astral world after accommodating a uniqueness. His true vision swept past various graffiti-like abstract paintings, finally solidifying on the transparent, cracked barrier behind them. No wonder Adam and Evernight Goddess both feel that the apocalypse will arrive early. Witnessing the state of the barrier firsthand, Aaron sighed and shook his head, not caring whether mentioning those two directly in the astral world would cause them to be sensed. And the moment his voice fell, a misty glow, as if it had been waiting for a long time, surged out from the void, slowly unfolding into scenes of grand and magnificent scrolls. This is only the edge of the astral world being affected. The cracks filled by the divine kingdoms are far greater than here, and Evernight and Earth Mother have also been more or less affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity this time. The situation has become increasingly dire. A deep, rich voice emanated from the scroll of civilization, responding to Aaron's sigh. A mechanical puppet, reflecting a cold metallic luster, walked out from the scroll of civilization. Within its semi-hollow chest, a bronze triangular holy emblem imprisoned a vast amount of light composed of illusory particles, which was also the source of the pressure far exceeding that of ordinary angels. Its eyes, constructed from countless miniature gears, rotated, scrutinizing Aaron for a moment. The mechanical puppet, with an extremely ordinary face, revealed a smile. Originally, I was prepared to use the Hidden Sage's sequence to help you complete a simplified godhood ritual to accommodate the uniqueness, but it seems unnecessary now. Examining the divine descent vessel before him, Aaron could faintly feel his spiritual intuition warning him. Even the 0 to 17 back then had not given him this feeling. He raised an eyebrow and spoke thoughtfully. Is this divine descent vessel specifically prepared for the Hidden Sage? It feels very different to me. The god of steam and machinery nodded slightly but did not explain in detail. Given the current situation, I cannot leave the astral world. Therefore, I have endowed it with a portion of my authority. With the Hidden Sage's current state, cooperating with you should be sufficient. This avatar had already found the most crucial residual aura on the Evernight plains, and combined with the information gathered over the long period since the 5th epoch, I have deduced his true hidden location. The sooner we act, the more difficult it will be for his state to recover. By the end of his words, his emotions couldn't help but fluctuate slightly. It was clear that he intended to strike while the iron was hot, eager to eliminate the Hidden Sage, this obstacle on the outer deity pathway. Aaron pondered for a moment, recalling the oracle relayed by her Grace Annabella, and asked cautiously. Besides information on the Hidden Sage, have you detected any traces of the methods used by that Mother Goddess at the apex of the outer deity to activate the Mother Nest? The god of steam and machinery's emotions had already calmed. He pondered for a few seconds before responding. The aura of the Mother Nest was indeed eliminated very cleanly, leaving no trace. Aaron frowned, weighing in his heart whether to trade for the blessing of the earth formed from Omabella's remains from the City of Silver and risk probing it. Worried about causing uncontrollable unknown changes, Aaron pondered for a moment and temporarily abandoned this idea. He looked at the god of steam and machinery, who was silently waiting for his response. You should know that George III is plotting to ascend to the Black Emperor's godhood, and now he might even be just one step away from the godhood ritual. And to trap the Hidden Sage, I must go all out. If I get entangled with him, and George III takes the opportunity to advance, I cannot accept such a risk. The splendid scroll of civilization retracted, shrinking back into the triangular holy emblem in his chest. The god of steam and machinery, who was quite knowledgeable about the Black Emperor, remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. What help do you need? Chapter 521 Plan and Contact. As he asked, the abstract, painting-like astral world around them was cleared. The god of steam and machinery used his own symbols to obscure this area, and in his words, no longer hesitated to continue with a hint of warning. The Mother Goddess of Depravity caused the deepest impact on the Earth Mother by inciting the Mother Nest, but the Evernight Goddess, who holds the Moon uniqueness, was already attempting to accommodate the Death uniqueness, so her condition isn't much better due to this interference. After that, Badhile secretly tried to contact me. If he did so with me, then it's even more likely with Osiacus, who is already hostile to the storm. It won't be long before Intis officially declares war on Loen. Feeling the change in order around him, Aaron glanced at the nearby astral world. He had some expectations for the god of combat's reaction, so he wasn't surprised. He looked back at the god of steam and machinery and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, the help I need won't make things difficult for you. After all, this is a popular trend of the era. Since the god of combat has extended an olive branch to you, why not go with the flow and make a pact with him? You don't need to pay anything. In the current situation, maintaining neutrality is your biggest bargaining chip. As for what you can get from the god of combat, that will be your extra reward." Aaron's suggestion clearly exceeded the god of steam and machinery's expectations. He took a deep look at the eloquent Aaron and emphasized, reminding him. "Is this your intention? Or Ammonizes' intention?" Aaron did not dwell on this question. He smiled and retorted playfully. "Does it matter? You don't have a competitive relationship with the gods, and maintaining neutrality is the safest decision for you. Anyway, the winner takes all in the end. Looking at the silent god of steam and machinery, who seemed to be deep in thought, Aaron paused, remembering an unintentional hint from Erodes the magic mirror, and then asked. Do you know that Archbishop Oramic Haydn of the Backlund Diocese is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? The god of steam and machinery nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his expressionless puppet face. After Roselle's matter, I have been paying attention to this organization. Oramic joined at that time according to my oracle, and Adam acquiesced to my probing. Aaron nodded in understanding, then added. Since that's the case, I need you to give Oramic an oracle, instructing him to contact the Augustus royal family as a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. He only needs to inform George III of the situation in the astral world and the Steam Church's willingness to support him in achieving Black Emperor status as soon as possible. The rest will be handled by others for us. After weighing it for a moment, the god of steam and machinery agreed to Aaron's proposal. It seemed that due to other considerations, he was no longer urgent about hunting the hidden sage. Amidst the turning gears, his dignified and mellow voice resonated. I will fulfill your request. In addition, I will give you this avatar. When you deem the time ripe, it will lead you to the hidden sage. The mechanical puppet reverted to its most basic particulate structure, shrinking along with the numerous symbols diffused at the edge of the astral world, disappearing into the triangular holy emblem originally embedded in its hollow chest. Aaron glanced at the triangular holy emblem that had floated autonomously before him. Naturally, he wouldn't store it in the Nation of Disorder. The star crown above his head radiated starlight, and the Divine Descent avatar was contained within the extra-dimensional space opened by the Planeswalker Authority. Gazing at the distant barrier, Aaron eliminated his aura and quickly departed the astral world. Backlund, the headquarters of the God of Steam and Machinery Church, Backlund Diocese, St. Serlan Cathedral. Archbishop Oramic Haydn, dressed in a white priest's robe and wearing a cleric's soft hat, suddenly paused his action of turning a page. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. A dark, metal-gleaming muzzle appeared behind him, and surging airflow gushed out, pushing him towards the sealed area underground. In just a few breaths, Oramic hovered high up on the second underground level, looking down at the exquisitely structured, intricately symbolic sealed compartments. His gaze fixed on the continuously rising light in the deepest part. That was the core of St. Serlan Cathedral's seal, 0 to 19, the Knowledge Codex. Oramic did not hesitate. The surging airflow instantly vanished. He knelt on one knee, drawing a triangular holy emblem on his chest. A moment later, he looked up again, his expression bewildered, at the now calm 0 to 19. Taking a deep breath, Oramic left the puppet he had refined on the second underground level to continue guarding, while he quietly turned and left. Under the cover of night, he arrived at a hidden stronghold concealed in the Backlund Bridge area. Almost the moment he arrived, a clear, cold female voice rang out. You shouldn't be here. Oramic stopped his action of pushing the door and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a lady in a black evening gown emerge from the shadows, her face obscured by a golden mask. Looking at this demigod of the Augustus royal family, Oramic did not explain much. Under her somewhat wary gaze, he took out a scroll and threw it over. The evening gown demigod frowned. With a point from a distance, she opened the scroll and saw a magnificent mountain range imprinted within, shrouded in solidified twilight. Countless palaces and towers were vaguely visible behind it, and the twilight glow came from a huge cross at the top of the mountain range. Please hand this to His Majesty George III. I wish to meet the true king. Oramic didn't mind the sudden sharp gaze of the demigod opposite him, and added calmly. You cannot make decisions on this matter. Report it as soon as possible. I will wait for a reply here. The painting he provided depicted the true dream realm he entered every time he attended the Twilight Hermit Order, and only members of the secret organization would understand its meaning. The evening gown demigod snorted coldly, grabbed the scroll without a word, and with a wave of her hand, erased the distance, instantly disappearing into the shadows. In the adjacent South Backlund, inside the already registered folk herbal medicine shop, the owl Harry, with his big round eyes, tilted his head, staring at the tall young man who walked out of the room. Feeling the mystical connection brought by the beast tamer potion, he spoke with some hesitation. Are you Darkwill? Ignoring the silly bird, Darkwill impatiently pulled out a mirror from the counter. Looking at his handsome and tall reflection in the mirror, he muttered to himself. I didn't expect advancing to vampire would have this effect. The only flaw is that these blood-red eyes are too conspicuous. Before Darkwill could finish, Emlyn White, the moon, with a face full of dark lines, walked out of the room right behind him and interrupted directly. Sanguine. I'll say it one last time, we are noble sanguine. If you use those 3 words again, I guarantee I'll punch your face back to its original state. Chapter 522, Visit Calderon again. Darkwill gave a sheepish smile, quick-wittedly grabbing Harry the owl, who was about to say something, and pressing the outspoken, foolish bird back onto the counter. Emlyn pouted, but didn't press the issue. He had only come here tonight to find Mr. World, and it was by chance, as he was leaving, that he caught this fellow preparing to advance to a noble sanguine, so he helped out of consideration for Mr. World. Without further delay, Emlyn's body blurred, tinged with light red, transforming into a hazy moonlight that vanished into the night, leaving behind a dark will filled with envy. Ignoring the commotion outside, in the deepest secret room of the folk herbal shop, Klein, wearing the face of the ruthless adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, frowned as he looked at the specially purchased mirror. After waiting for a long time with no result, he wiped away the symbol for summoning erodes. This mirror might be in some special location, and a one-way summoning ritual cannot target it. As he thought this, a familiar prayer suddenly reached Klein's ears. Melissa. Klein's expression subtly shifted. He immediately put away the mirror, leaving 2 demigod puppets to guard, and quickly reversed his steps 4 times to arrive above the grey fog, where he heard the complete prayer. Roselle's second son, the favored one of that deity, has left the Church of Steam and is even going to teach Melissa. Quickly summarizing the key points of the prayer, Klein's expression turned strange as he lightly tapped the bronze-long table. He was both surprised that Aaron's secretly accumulated power had already connected with the Church of Steam, and somewhat uneasy about the reason for this fellow transmigrator's generous gift to Melissa. Ultimately, I am still too weak. The Bizarro Sorcerer Potion is only a tiny bit away from being fully digested. I need to obtain the subsequent potion formulas as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Klein, in the fool's tone, comforted Melissa. He habitually swept his true sight around the herbal shop, and after finding nothing unusual, he returned to reality. Backlund Bridge area, Oromik silently gazed at the streets illuminated by gas streetlights in the distance, then suddenly shifted his gaze as if sensing something. Under the crimson moonlight, the elegant evening gown demigod, who had left long ago, quietly reappeared. Her gaze from beneath the golden mask strangely scrutinized Oromik for a moment, and she spoke in a clear, cold voice. Archbishop, please follow me. As her words fell, behind her, a illusory door made purely of ethereal blue light emerged. Drawing a triangular holy emblem on his chest, Oromik directly chanted the honorific name of the god of steam and machinery in ancient Hermes. Only then did he calmly step into that door. Accompanied by ethereal blue light and a slight sense of weightlessness, Oromik found himself within a magnificent and solemn palace. The familiar murals made him realize that this was Sadralak Palace. Following his spiritual intuition, Oromik looked towards the depths of the palace, towards George III, who sat on the throne wearing a crown. The moment his gaze met those indifferent eyes, an indescribable sense of terror nearly overwhelmed him. Looking at the somewhat discomfited Oromik, George III's lips curved into a mocking arc. Although this body was still the illusory form used to deceive outsiders, the will that descended through twisted order was a genuine king of angels. Having given the archbishop a show of power, George III stopped, his deep, majestic voice seeming to cause the splendid murals within Sadralak Palace to be covered in spiderweb-like shadows. State your purpose. Oromik opened his mouth, his eyes somewhat hollow, and the triangular holy emblem he wore suddenly erupted with a faint, clear light, shielding him from the distortion George III had secretly applied. Oromik, his mind restored to normal, his expression subtly changed, but he dared not say more, only revealing the oracle he had received in St. Serlin Cathedral. Limited by the demigod level, terms like outer deity in the oracle were replaced by indescribable words, but this did not affect George III's understanding. After accurately understanding the situation in the astral world, especially after sensing the drawing-in intent released by the god of steam and machinery, George III's lips couldn't help but curve again. Outside Sadralak Palace, beside the towering bell of order, Adam, dressed in a simple white robe and wearing a silver cross pendant, looked down with indifferent eyes. His pale golden eyes seemed to reflect everything, and he raised his right hand, using his finger as a pen, sketching something in the air. Deep within the spirit world, Calderon City. The orange-red light symbolizing twilight enveloped the spiritual sky, and the outer areas, swallowed by gray-white mist, were left with only collapsed pale giant pillars. Aaron scrutinized Calderon, which had been used as a shield to face the god of combat's wrath once, and his will manipulated the part of the underworld authority that was integrated into the abyss of ferrying within the embryonic divine kingdom. The previously extremely resistant intangible force receded, and behind Aaron, illusory light suddenly erupted, instantly collapsing inward to form a pair of double-opening bronze doors. The slightly illusory surface of the door was covered with countless mysterious patterns. As an indescribable deathly silence permeated, a crack appeared in the door. Through this crack, Aaron directly saw the deepest and most profound river in the heart of Calderon, a river that seemed to flow through a lightless night. Calderon has been further eroded by that tributary of the river of eternal darkness. The order of this former divine kingdom has been completely twisted. Simply opening the door of the underworld can directly connect to that tributary. Aaron keenly detected the change in rules. He did not retreat. Although the nation of disorder could not currently compare to the river of eternal darkness in terms of completeness, a Sapphira was a Sapphira. Without needing to worry about contamination, a mere tributary could not stop him. From the nation of disorder, he took out the strange wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue made by the Evernight goddess. Aided by the protection of the authority of concealment, Aaron quickly restrained the Sapphira's aura and passed directly through the mutated door of the underworld to the underground core of Calderon. Although his primary purpose for coming this time was to retrieve water from the river of eternal darkness again, Aaron was more interested in exploring whether he could use this Sapphira, which had been eroding reality for a long time, to find a weak point in celestial worthy seal and seize the opportunity to infiltrate the western continent in reverse. With this thought, even though he heard the faint, illusory gurgling of the river, Aaron did not immediately act. Instead, he ignored the deathly silence that could turn everything into undead and continued to delve deeper towards the convergence point of the gray-white tide. After an unknown amount of time, Aaron once again saw the dark, illusory tributary, where countless figures lingered. His true sight swept over the tributary, which was permeated with gray-white mist, but he did not find the previously most prominent two generations of death. Have they sunk into the true river of eternal darkness? Or? Aaron frowned, not approaching further. Instead, he took out the magic mirror Rhodes. Having finally escaped the alternate space opened by the crown of stars, Rhodes, who had been scared half to death by the god of steam and machinery's divine descent avatar, froze in midair before he could offer his flattery. Chapter 523, The River of Eternal Darkness. Inside the hall filled with dark gold mist, Aaron sat on the throne. Just as he was about to extend his spirituality to probe the four figures within the dark gold light points below, he gently pinched his brow. No, I must act cautiously, not impulsively. I need to think things through thoroughly, at least eliminating some hidden dangers first. He looked up at the chaotic eye at the top of the throne behind him, then scanned the area around the throne. With a raise of his hand, the dark gold mist surged, lifting four items closer to Aaron. They were a ring with a white, eye-like gem embedded in it, a golden staff, a chaotic, translucent cuboid book, and an ancient, silver-gray ring. These were the gifts left by God Almighty and the celestial worthy during Aaron's fusion with the nation of disorder. Aaron took a deep breath, his spirituality spreading and expanding, mobilizing the power of the Sapphira. The dark gold mist fluctuated violently. After preparing for any potential attack, Aaron extended his spirituality to the four items floating around him and the chaotic eye at the top of the throne behind him. A moment later, Aaron opened his eyes, his face filled with shock, and he murmured, as expected of the fragmented personalities of the primordial one, pillar-level outer deity. Their generosity is truly astounding. Is this what it feels like to be a European emperor? Eye of Chaos, assimilated the uniqueness of the outer deity sequence, which the Son of Chaos was drawn to and infiltrated into the primordial one's barrier. Ability, blurs the boundaries of rules, amplifying or diminishing the effects of beyonder abilities, including but not limited to damage, authority, loss of control, and madness. It can affect a single pathway true god at most, but is ineffective against multi-pathway true gods and outer deities, and will cause a backlash. Side effect, cannot be used by those below angel rank. After each use, passively endure a rule backlash of the same level as the affected target. That is, if the Eye of Chaos is used to affect an angel, one must endure a rule backlash of angel rank. Ring of Wisdom, semi-sealed formed primarily from the beyonder characteristic of a sequence 2, Wisdom Angel, of the White Tauren pathway, incorporating beyonder characteristics of sequence 3 to 9 of the White Tauren pathway, and fused with some dark gold mist. Ability, 1, Imitation, being knowledgeable, it is versatile. It can identify, perceive, remember, and imitate abilities it has witnessed. In its semi-sealed state, it can only analyze and imitate abilities below sequence 4 demigod, with a maximum of 3 types. For sequence 4 demigod level abilities, it can analyze and imitate 1 type. All successfully imitated abilities can be used repeatedly. The greater the difference in sequence level between the holder of the Ring of Wisdom and the analyzed target, the higher the probability of failure in analysis and imitation, and the worse the effect of the imitated ability. The smaller the difference in sequence level with the analyzed target, the better the effect of the ability after successful imitation. Abilities below demigod can be restored up to 90%, and sequence 4 demigod abilities can be restored up to 70%. 2. Insight, discerns the rules of the world and the mysteries of fate. In its semi-sealed state, for targets below demigod, it can help the holder discern secrets, including weaknesses, of targets no more than 2 sequence levels higher than themselves. For targets above demigod, it is weakened to no more than 1 sequence level higher than the holder, and is ineffective against angels. When worn, a crisis will forcibly trigger a prophecy, providing an early warning in the form of images, once a month. Negative effect, after each use, all living beings within a 1 kilometer radius centered on the Ring of Wisdom will be affected, hearing sounds they shouldn't hear and seeing images they shouldn't see, lasting for 2 hours. Scepter of Sun Chasing, semi-sealed formed primarily from the beyonder characteristic of a sequence 2 Light Seeker of the Sun pathway, incorporating beyonder characteristics of sequence 3 to 9 of the Sun pathway, and fused with some dark gold mist. Ability, 1, Realm of No Darkness, emanates clear light, transforming the surrounding area into a land of no darkness, no shadows, and no evil. It can defend against dark and evil attacks. 2. Spear of No Darkness. In its semi-sealed state, it accumulates radiance based on the consumed spirituality. It can unleash a pure, extremely bright, incandescent long spear attack comparable to a sequence 3 strike, and swell into a miniature sun capable of illuminating a city. Negative effect. After each use, it requires the holder's blood. Holding it for a long time will cause the Beyonder characteristic to forcibly detach from the body, accompanied by a strong burning sensation. Book of Chaos, formed from the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic stripped from the outer deity Son of Chaos, fused with some dark gold mist. Ability, blurs the boundaries of rules, amplifying or diminishing the effects of Beyonder abilities, including but not limited to damage, authority, loss of control, and madness. It is ineffective against backlash caused by the Chaos pathway and True God levels. Negative effect, directly face a mental pollution from an outer deity. Ring of Mysteries, formed from 1 Scholar of Yore, Beyonder characteristic of the Seer pathway sequence 3, 1 Mentor of Deceit, Beyonder characteristic of the Marauder pathway sequence 3, and 1 Wanderer Beyonder characteristic of the Apprentice pathway sequence 3, fused with some dark gold mist. Ability, 1 Summons images from the holder's historical gaps, which can be people or objects. The more detailed the understanding of the corresponding history and events, the more real it is, the higher the probability of success, and the longer it lasts. Only one historical projection can be summoned at a time. 2. Steal a Beyonder ability and make it one's own. The greater the difference in rank, the higher the probability of successful theft. 3. The holder can roam the spirit world and record 3 demigod-level Beyonder abilities and 5 Beyonder abilities below demigod. The higher the sequence, the greater the probability of failure. Once recorded abilities are used, they disappear and need to be re-recorded. Negative effect, irregularly and involuntarily chants the honorific name of the Lord of the Mysteries, accompanied by whispers and strong pollution. After the initial shock and joy, Aaron realized something was amiss. What does semi-sealed state mean? And only the 2 Beyonder characteristics left by God Almighty are in a semi-sealed state. The ones left by the celestial worthy are not sealed. However, this is understandable. After all, items formed from angel-level Beyonder characteristics can be called Class 0 sealed artifacts in the 7 Orthodox churches and various secret organizations. But neither the Ring of Wisdom nor the Scepter of Sun Chasing, in terms of their abilities or negative effects, clearly reach that level. The only explanation is that God Almighty sealed part of their power when leaving them, and as compensation, also eliminated most of the negative effects. A pillar-level outer deity certainly has the ability to do so. What surprises me most is the Eye of Chaos. The torment of whispers and roars from the first epoch to the 4th epoch has finally paid off. Although the Sapphira nation of disorder assimilated this uniqueness, I have already fused with the nation of disorder. To some extent, I can indirectly mobilize the power of this uniqueness through the Sapphira, with the Sapphira bearing most of the backlash. The remaining items left by the celestial worthy were not sealed. The Book of Chaos was formed from a stripped outer deity sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, but its ability duplicates that of the Eye of Chaos, and its negative effects are too severe, definitely at the level of a Class 0 sealed artifact. The most likely use for it is to attempt to accommodate an outer deity pathway uniqueness and a sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic after achieving outer deity status. This would most likely lead to becoming an outer deity closest to a pillar, or even directly achieving pillar-level outer deity status. Only then can one truly have the confidence to face the outer deities beyond the primordial one's barrier. Chapter 524, The Kindness of the Underworld People. The raven with a white ring around its right eye, leading the group, lowered its head to glance at Medici, and a human voice came from its mouth. It's just a test of Everknight's attitude. Even if Zeradal recovers his complete attendant of mysteries, he's still just a slightly larger pawn. But you, TSK, it seems you've gotten that guy's tacit approval. It flapped its wings, looking at Trier not far away, and sighed mockingly. How proud, an undefilable son. Ignoring Amon's sarcastic remarks, Medici shrugged his shoulders, his deep eyes, flickering with flames, also looked at Trier, and he muttered to himself. The Iron and Blood Cross Order's century-long exploration can finally be put to use. Rather than letting that conqueror characteristic continue to be wasted on your descendant, it's better to complete me. As he spoke, the flesh on Medici's cheek wriggled, and a human face vaguely emerged, but under the influence of the bloody Shang-Chi mark between his eyebrows, it could never truly form. Finding Medici's reaction uninteresting, the raven with a white ring around its right eye dissipated. As its playful voice echoed, a 12-segment worm of time floated down. I have some avatars still remaining there. I haven't retrieved them to avoid provoking certain sensitive guys. Take this, you will get the help you want. Mist Sea, Lasha Island, Emerald Palace. The mystical reenactment of the 9 cauldrons stood majestically. Melissa, no longer as anxious as before after receiving a response from the fool, was learning beyond her knowledge in the field of constellations with Catilia's help. As adjacent pathways, Constellation's master and astronomer have commonalities in potion digestion and certain taboos. Catilia's experience can help you avoid many detours. Once you have completely digested the potion, I will provide you with an opportunity to complete the advancement ritual. Only by gaining divinity can you truly become my disciple. Benoit, wearing a simple priest's robe, spoke gently. He was quite satisfied with the student Aaron had given him. After all, strictly speaking, Melissa was Benoit's first disciple after his humanity returned. After a series of instructions, Benoit then looked at Audrey beside him and said with a smile. The residual mental imprint within that discerner characteristic had already been cleared by Duke Aaron. This saved me time, and now the final step can be performed. Audrey was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then became pleasantly surprised. She then followed her previous communication with Benoit, entering her consciousness island to separate a virtual personality. At the same time, she looked around curiously and asked, "Is Bernadette not on Lasha Island?" As she spoke, a halo surged from the void beside Audrey, transforming into another, less real version of herself. This virtual personality held the blasphemy slate of the visionary pathway in her hand. The current situation is turbulent, especially with the changes in the Moses ascetic order, so Bernadette has left. If my identity weren't sensitive and unsuitable for appearing in the outside world, I probably wouldn't be able to stay out of trouble here either. Without concealing anything, Benoit nodded slightly and explained. He waved his hand, casting the blasphemy slate along with Audrey's virtual personality into the chaotic light-emitting gray-white fragments within the giant cauldron. The blasphemy slate's grade is sufficient to bear the power of an angel. This is also the most suitable vessel I could think of, capable of maximizing the authority of this characteristic with the smallest cost. Patterns formed by symbols surged from within Benoit, integrating the discerner characteristic, which had been forged to the final step, along with Audrey's virtual personality, into the blasphemy slate. Audrey, who had maintained contact with the virtual personality, felt a momentary trance, as if she saw countless symbolic patterns and strange designs overlapping and extending, piercing into the surrounding environment, even allowing her to glimpse the essence of this space constructed based on mystical reenactment. This indescribable, wonderful feeling flashed by. When Audrey came back to her senses, she noticed the visionary card quietly suspended before her, half illusory and half real, as if it could disappear into the collective unconscious sea at any moment. At the deepest part of Calderon, at the end of a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, illusory, almost lightless ripples spread through the gray-white mist, and a faint glow surged from the crack in the corpse gate. Aaron, who was already prepared, raised his hand to block the surrounding gray-white mist and grasped the faint glow. This is the Western continent's ritual system. A bone-chilling coldness came from his palm, bringing a slight sting. Aaron raised his eyebrows, examining the black talisman engraved with numerous symbols that materialized after the faint glow dissipated. With Aaron's current grade and his degree of integration with the Nation of Disorder, this medium was enough to get a glimpse and further refine the envisioned system of blessings unique to the Nation of Disorder. Although due to initial caution, neither side revealed too much to each other, even the most basic exchange of information allowed Aaron to learn a great deal. The existence who called himself Underworld Taoist was more like a collective consciousness to some extent. Over a long period of time, he had gained some understanding of the world beyond the Western continent through the death imprint of Alista Tudor, which had merged into the river of eternal darkness. What surprised Aaron most was that this Underworld Taoist knew that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway. He showed no hostility towards this and even actively expressed his willingness to contact the Evernight goddess. And from the veiled content he revealed, Aaron could confirm that the Mother Goddess of Depravity's previous influence on the Mother Nest had also affected the Western continent, which was based on Sapphira. Holding this special talisman, Aaron looked at the corpse gate again. The gray-white barrier's influence on him seemed to have weakened considerably. He could even vaguely see the figure wearing a rusty iron crown and strange long robes. I will hand it over to the Evernight goddess. Without revealing too much of his need for the crack eroded by the river of eternal darkness, Aaron nodded slightly towards the figure, making a concise promise in his native language, firmly grasping the stepping stone of his outer deity-descendant identity. Without further delay, dark golden light surged around Aaron, forcefully correcting the rules distorted by the river of eternal darkness tributary, and he directly teleported out of Calderon. Suspended deep within the spirit world, Aaron silently gazed at the ancient divine kingdom shrouded in gray-white mist. Although the water from the river of eternal darkness had been obtained, the appearance of the underworld Taoist forced him to reconsider his original plan of using the hidden heavenly venerable barrier loophole in Calderon. I still need to contact the Evernight goddess as soon as possible. I can feel that the state of the underworld Taoist and the river of eternal darkness is completely different from mine and the Nation of Disorder. This should also be the reason for his display of goodwill. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Aaron withdrew his gaze and quickly left the spirit world. Chapter 525 Return to the Kingdom of Night. The abstract painting-like spirit world faded behind him as Aaron, arriving at the Hornassus mountain range, casually obliterated his lingering traces, his gaze sweeping across the south. That was the border with the central plateau of the northern continent, and also the headquarters of the Sanguine, but it was not his destination for this trip. Aaron merely glanced before retracting his gaze, looking up at the cosmos, which was twisted into authority and symbolism, and casually set up a ritual of sacrifice and bestowal. He had already learned from the god of steam and machinery about the tense atmosphere within the cosmos. Rather than risking exposure to search for the Evernight goddess in the cosmos, he had a better method, which could also resolve a previously lingering issue. The Evernight goddess, more sublime than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. The solemn, low ancient Hermes language echoed, and a rich feminine power began to surge. Sensing a certain gaze directed at him, Aaron concisely mentioned the river of eternal darkness and expressed his desire to re-enter the hidden Night Kingdom. Aaron originally expected the goddess's divine descent avatar to arrive, but instead, a profound sacrificial door emerged from the feminine tide, and solemn, serene deep sleep flowers drifted out, turning into scattered light particles that enveloped him. Without resisting the pull of this power, Aaron instantly returned to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, to the ancient palace that imprisoned Antigonus. Following his spiritual intuition, Aaron looked at the huge stone chair standing in the center of the palace. Antigonus, who had originally returned to a normal human form, now showed a faint tendency to disintegrate back into transparent worms, and a considerable part of his body had even mutated into slippery tentacles spreading outwards. Has it deteriorated to this extent? Aaron frowned, sensing that the imprint solidified by the power of the nation of disorder within Antigonus's body was already riddled with holes from erosion, and the original balance was on the verge of collapse. I need to additionally suppress the death uniqueness, and the influence of the crimson symbolism on me is more severe than anticipated, thus limiting my influence on Antigonus. Even if you hadn't mentioned it this time, I was planning to have Ariana bring you here later to handle this matter. A soft, melodious voice sounded from behind Aaron, like a lullaby in the night. Without turning around, Aaron had already seen the Evernight goddess, dressed in layers of black long skirts, her face obscured by a thin black veil, from the spiritual feedback. She stood in the gently rippling darkness, giving an unreal feeling. This was clearly not her true body, but merely a projection reflected through a hidden authority. Nodding slightly, Aaron ignored the rising and falling whispers in the palace and raised his hand towards the distorted figure on the throne, as dark golden light poured out like a tide. Antigonus's mutation was, in the end, a hidden danger he had left behind in order to digest the balancer potion as quickly as possible and seize the opportunity to advance to sequence 1. Now that he had accommodated the uniqueness, he naturally had to deal with the original problem. The slippery tentacles spreading from the throne seemed to sense something and instinctively began to resist, but under a series of strictly structured prohibitions, completely targeting the high-level authority of the full pathway, Antigonus's figure returned to normal. Compared to Roselle, who merely possessed the status, Antigonus's situation was clearly more complex. Fortunately, a portion of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings as well was taken away by Zeradal along with that attendant of mysteries characteristic. Otherwise, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings might truly have revived within Antigonus under the previous stimulation. The immense power leveraged the rules, repairing and reinforcing the originally riddled imprint, rebalancing these two wills that were both opposing and fused. To be safe, Aaron, who had just swept Calderon and was somewhat wealthy, did not hesitate, directly taking out the wolf-headed snake-bodied statue containing a tributary of the river of eternal darkness from the nation of disorder. A colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal silence, then dripped down, merging into Antigonus's body, which Aaron had controlled, causing all spiritual imprints to fall into eternal slumber. Aaron lowered his gaze and sensed it. With these two layers of seals combined with the Night Kingdom's inherent hidden authority suppression, he would not need to worry about this half-fool having problems for at least a year. As for a year later, thinking of Klein, who was still dawdling at sequence 4, Aaron's expression became much more serious, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Only then did he look at the Evernight goddess, at those eyes that seemed to condense the stars. During this exploration of Calderon City, I found the node where the river of eternal darkness eroded the seal to draw out a tributary, and I came into contact with the Howley lineage, which is deeply connected to the river of eternal darkness. The representative of this force calls himself Underworld Taoist. After roughly recounting the situation at the time, Aaron handed the talisman given by the Underworld Taoist to the Evernight goddess, subtly indicating that he hoped to use the rift eroded by the river of eternal darkness to infiltrate the sealed western continent in reverse at an appropriate time. The Evernight goddess scrutinized the black talisman in her hand, then looked deeply at Aaron upon hearing his words, but showed no other obvious emotional fluctuations, saying softly and soothingly, "I will try to establish contact with him. In return, I will do my best to facilitate what you wish, and any intelligence obtained from the western continent will be shared with you." Having received the desired promise, Aaron's expression relaxed considerably. After putting away the wolf-headed snake-bodied statue, he pondered for a moment before briefly outlining the agreement he had reached with the god of steam and machinery, finally continuing. George III might attempt to impact the Black Emperor soon. After his failure, the lone royal family will exist in name only. That god of combat will definitely seize this opportunity to unite all forces, so we need to confirm whether the Earth Mother's current state can still execute the previous plan. This concerned his ascension ritual, and Aaron couldn't help but care. He needed the most accurate intelligence possible to prepare various contingency plans. Considering the mother goddess of depravity's influence on the earth and moon pathways, Aaron also dared not rashly pray for confirmation, only hoping that these two goddesses, who had been scheming since ancient epochs, had some more hidden and accurate means of communication privately. It does not affect the previous plan. She is indeed affected by the mother goddess of depravity, but the barrier ultimately exists, and the influence is not that severe. The main issue is that the identity of Omi Bella, which she replaced, had some problems and needs to be covered up by this, so the sanguine side still needs your care. The soft voice gradually drifted, and the Evernight goddess, holding the talisman, dissolved into the gently rippling darkness, as if she had never been there. Aaron nodded understandingly, feeling that this trip was complete and no longer lingered. With the tacit permission of the hidden authority, he easily left the hidden Night Kingdom and returned to the Hornassus mountain range. Recalling the sealed Antigonus, Aaron skillfully took out the magic mirror Rhodes, flicked the mirror surface to stop its fawning flattery, and said plainly, "Tell Mr. Fool, see you in Pritz Harbor." Chapter 526 Klein's Questions. Backlund South District, Folk Herb Shop. Klein, in meditation, suddenly broke free from his half-asleep, half-awake state, instantly realizing that a power had invaded his dream. Was it Wolaseptin? Or? Maintaining his confused state, Klein subtly observed his surroundings, finding himself on a desolate beach, ravaged by artillery fire. Aided by the crimson moonlight, Klein gazed into the distance and vaguely saw the wreckage of a giant ship shimmering with metallic luster. He paused, quickly recalling a photo he had seen in the Backlund Morning Post. That was Oak Island in Pritz Harbor, the destroyed Royal Navy base. As this thought emerged, Klein noticed the water on the sea surface beside him rippling, quickly outlining a line of silver-white words. "Great Master, your humble but loyal servant Rhodes is late and failed to keep up with your pace. Can you forgive me?" Looking at the familiar and fawning words, Klein had roughly determined Rhodes' identity and knew that the mirror was likely referring to the summoning earlier that night. He maintained his full demeanor and nodded steadily. "Where can I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Pathway Sequence 3 Scholar of Yours potion formula?" The sea surface instantly rippled, and as the water swayed, silver-white words reappeared. "Church of the Evernight, Zeradal being hunted by Amon, blasphemy slate, Duke Aaron." Zeradal is being hunted by Amon. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, noting the information Rhodes intentionally revealed. Without giving Klein more time to ponder, the original words faded, and after a few seconds of isolation, a few words were outlined in an extremely hesitant manner. "Great Master, Duke Aaron asked me to relay a message to you. He wishes to meet you here now." Klein tilted his head up, asking with some surprise. "Now? What does he want with me?" The swaying sea surface stilled for a few seconds, and pale words reappeared, directly conveying the mirror's self-reproach and helplessness. "The weak and humble Rhodes cannot answer your question, but I know Duke Aaron decided to meet you after exploring Calderon City deep within the spirit world and then heading to the Hornassus mountain range." Not making things difficult for Rhodes, Klein, lacking information, couldn't find the connection between these two locations. However, the latter did make him think of the Antigonus family treasure hidden in the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Pulling his wandering thoughts back, Klein took a deep breath and nodded. "I'll depart now." With that, Klein actively ended the dream, sat up from his bed, glanced at Backlund enveloped by the night outside his window, and poured his spirituality into the creeping hunger on his right hand. The surroundings instantly deepened, and even the crimson moonlight shining through the window vanished. Ask's sealed power was stirred, and pale, eerie, complex, and bizarre symbols emerged in the darkness. Strange symbols and patterns detached from the creeping hunger, intertwining and combining in midair, forming a mysterious and illusory pair of bronze doors. Klein straightened his black trench coat, took his top hat from the coat rack and put it on, took a deep breath, and abruptly pushed open the bronze doors. His figure traveled through the richly colored, abstract spirit world. Klein divined the direction and corrected his position, soon stopping before a vibrant patch of color. Before he could stop his spirit world traversal, he felt an irresistible force dragging him downwards. His most prized spirituality warning seemed to fail. Klein's expression changed drastically. He instinctively took out the sea god's scepter, and just as he was about to counterattack, he found himself on the beach shown in his dream. The only difference was the addition of a figure. Casually smoothing the spirit world's fluctuations, Aaron, who was toying with the magic mirror Rhodes, clicked his tongue and teased Klein, who had visibly relaxed. "Quite alert, Mr. Fool." Hearing Aaron's jibe, Klein choked slightly, coughed lightly, and silently put away the ready-to-strike sea god scepter, stiffly changing the subject. "Long time no see. Now, can you tell me why you were in such a hurry to find me?" Aaron smiled, and his right hand, not holding a Rhodes, retrieved a strange heart entwined with wisps of white mist and a frost crystal emanating coldness from the nation of disorder. These were precisely the main material, the flocculated heart of a fog demonic wolf, and the auxiliary material, white frost crystal, for the Sequence 3 scholar of yore. Although fog demonic wolves, as high-level demonic wolves, were almost extinct in the outside world, they had been preserved in the unique perpetual night environment of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The previous hunting operation against the gloom demonic wolf Kotar in the Forsaken Land of the Gods had failed, allowing his true body to escape and vanish through resurrection, but his lingering puppets didn't have that ability, and among them were several fog demonic wolves of the same race. Looking at the two items suspended in Aaron's palm, Klein didn't know what they were, but he could clearly feel his spirituality stirring. Before he could speak, specks of light converged before him. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Main material. Advancement ritual, completely detached from reality for at least 300 years. Consume the potion after you have become history and no longer belong to the current era. This. Klein couldn't help but blink, staring intently at the final advancement ritual. For a moment, he didn't even consider what price this undeniable gift might secretly entail. You've completely digested the Bizarro Sorcerer potion. The advancement ritual for Scholar of Yore should be no pressure for you. Glancing at the mixed emotions on Klein's face, Aaron continued on his own. I only have the materials related to the fog demonic wolf here. As for the root of the dog, you can take this material directly into the depths of the spirit world. You should get a surprise. A surprise? Klein took a deep breath, looking at the two Beyonder materials floating before him with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he looked back at Aaron, still asking the question that had puzzled him for a long time. The potions, the materials, even the care you showed me when I first awoke as Klein Moretti, what is the reason for all these gifts? After leaving the fog town, I always convinced myself it was because we were both survivors of that era, but I knew that couldn't be the whole truth. Looking at the solemn Klein, Aaron sighed softly. Some things, until you reach Angel, even knowing them will bring unbearable calamity. You've read many of that fellow Roselle's diaries. You should know about the pollution from the cosmos, which is also why the gods no longer appear in reality after the fifth epoch. Feeling Klein's still burning gaze, Aaron's lips suddenly curved as he added. However, I do have a way for you to bypass this restriction. Although it's a bit troublesome, it will allow you to think more rationally about what I want to do. Chapter 527 Methods and Communication. Klein was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected Aaron to say that, and asked with some uncertainty. What method? Playing with the roads, Aaron smiled and replied in a relaxed tone. You should have some guesses yourself. When you stay in Sapphira Castle, the Sapphira's status is enough to block the negative effects I mentioned before. But correspondingly, when you leave Sapphira Castle and before you truly become an angel, another high-level Beyonder in the mind domain needs to help you hypnotize and establish psychological suggestion, so that you only remember those secrets that might cause your sudden death in reality when you enter Sapphira Castle. As he spoke, Aaron raised his hand again, took out a piece of leather exuding divine radiance from the Nation of Disorder, and inscribed the mystical knowledge related to the outer deity of the cosmos on it with spirituality as ink, then continued. The method and the reason you want to know are all here. Now it's time for you to choose. Klein stared at the leather, which was at least at the demigod level, and after a long while, he spoke in a low voice. The high-level Beyonder in the mind domain you mentioned, are you referring to Miss Justice? This was an agreement. Aaron nodded slightly, thoughtfully set up a simple seal on the leather before handing it to Klein, and explained teasingly. I obtained the blasphemy slate of the spectator pathway and a corresponding angel characteristic. I asked your sister's current teacher to help refine a grade 0 sealed artifact and give it to Audrey. Now she is only a step away from Sequence 3. As long as you actively cooperate, completing the psychological suggestion will not be difficult. Grade 0 sealed artifact, Sequence 3. Klein's mouth twitched violently. He no longer acted coy and directly set up a ritual to sacrifice the demigod leather and the white frost crystal to Sapphira Castle. Taking a deep breath, Klein held the last remaining flocculated heart of the demonic wolf of mist and looked at Aaron. Thank you very much for taking care of Melissa. I plan to go deep into the spirit world now to find the remaining main ingredients for the potion. Sequence 4 is still too weak. Aaron hummed softly and stopped Klein, who was about to open the spirit world shuttle, asking meaningfully. I heard Audrey say that you have been looking for the secrets of the Loen royal family in Backlund recently. Klein raised an eyebrow and didn't hide it. With the help of Pala's spirit mediumship, I could only know that the Backlund Great Smog was indeed jointly planned by the Demonist sect and the Loen royal family, and this was only to cover up another deeper secret. It's just a pity that they were very cautious, and almost all clues were destroyed. Facing Klein's expectant gaze, Aaron didn't beat around the bush and directly revealed George III's plan to ascend to Black Emperor, completing the clues Klein was missing due to the lack of the Black Emperor card and the premature elimination of Chunus Kalg from MI9 by himself. The Black Emperor's ascension ritual is actually like this. Klein murmured to himself. Almost instantly, he thought of the mausoleum he had accidentally entered during the Great Smog. Giving Klein some time to organize his thoughts, Aaron then briefly described the tense atmosphere in the cosmos, and then continued. George III is probably only one step away from godhood now. If nothing unexpected happens, he should try to ascend very soon. His right hand, which was holding creeping hunger, clenched and then loosened. Klein smiled bitterly and self-mockingly said, "What can I do in a battle of this level, even if I advance to sequence 3 before then?" Aaron smiled and didn't continue the topic, instead saying meaningfully, "You should not be unfamiliar with the name Trissy Cheek. She has the aura of the primordial demoness. A Rhodes cannot accurately locate her position, but it can be confirmed that she is in Backlund. You should meet very soon. Well, she also harbors hatred for the Loen royal family. You can selectively reveal a part of George III plan to her. Coincidence?" Klein nodded silently, hearing the hidden meaning in the words. He forcibly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, no longer lingered, and after a final glance at a Rhodes, stepped into the open door to the spirit world. No longer obstructing Klein, Aaron gazed in the direction of Backlund, his expression indifferent. During the Backlund Great Smog, he gained more than just that Sequence 1 Conqueror characteristic. Even White Demoness, Katarina, who was responsible for escorting this characteristic back to the Demoness sect headquarters, was suppressed in Iruziel, the capital of East Dongtak County. As a high-ranking member of the cooperation between the Demoness sect and the Loen royal family, Katarina, who knew the exact locations of the 9 Blood Emperor mausoleums, had already revealed everything. The method of forcibly entering the mausoleum obtained from Mr. Door has been verified in the Abyss of Storms. Everything is ready, now we just wait for George III. His low murmur echoed, his figure had disappeared, and the distorted and replaced order around him quietly returned to normal. For him, George III's ascension was an excellent hunting opportunity, and the fastest way to obtain Augustus's Hand of Order characteristic. On the contrary, the high-level characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway seemed less important. After all, as long as Roselle is reborn in the cosmos, these characteristics, no matter what form they exist in, will return to the Black Emperor's hands. Passing through various strange spirit world creatures, fortunately with the blessing of Azek's aura, Klein smoothly arrived deep within the spirit world. Looking at the 7 different colored pure lights covering the upper part of the spirit world, Klein removed the wall of spirituality covering the surface of the flocculated heart of the demonic wolf of mist. Just as he was thinking about how to use this material to lure out the Hound of Fulfillment, his spiritual intuition outlined 2 bizarre hounds in his mind, covered in short black fur with dark red flames burning in their eye sockets. Hound of Fulfillment. Although he had never seen such a creature, the name instantly popped into Klein's mind. He immediately turned to look at the place where his spiritual intuition had feedbacked, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. At some point, a hazy historical mist drifted in the abstract depths of the spirit world. From the darker patches, hounds of fulfillment rushed out, led by the 2 that Klein had seen in his spiritual intuition. Why are only these 2 one-eyed? This question inexplicably arose in his mind. Klein watched the group of hounds of fulfillment with some vigilance. He saw 2 complete hounds of fulfillment detach from their pack and, as they ran towards him, each dug out a mass of dark red flame from their eye sockets. A pair of eyeballs put together. Klein's mouth slightly opened. He couldn't help but recall the surprise Aaron had mentioned earlier and understood why the first 2 hounds of fulfillment had become one-eyed. Driving some strange thoughts out of his mind, Klein watched the group of hounds of fulfillment disappear into the light spots of the historical mist, then quickly returned to Sapphira Castle with the 2 main materials given as a gift. Chapter 528 The Truth of Doomsday. Mist Sea, Lasha Island. With the help of the preset Spirit World coordinates, Aaron directly teleported to this secluded island and found Audrey in the magnificent castle made purely of emerald. Audrey, who was deep within her own consciousness island, familiarizing herself with and attempting to control the Grade 0 sealed artifact refined from the Blasphemy Slate and the Discerner characteristic, keenly sensed the changes in the real world and quickly returned to consciousness. After confirming Audrey's state, Aaron smiled and teased. Your manipulator potion should be almost completely digested. Once you advance to Dreamweaver, you will be able to truly wield the authority of that Grade 0 sealed artifact. By then, you will be a major figure in the mysterious world. Audrey's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself and spoke in a seeking tone. I just received a commission from Mr. World. He wants to ask me to go to Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom to help him with a deep hypnosis session. He also emphasized that it carries a certain degree of danger. So impatient. Meeting those emerald eyes, Aaron smiled, having somewhat anticipated Klein's urgency. This was my suggestion to him, and also an opportunity for you to completely digest the last bit of the potion. Aaron briefly explained the situation, and Audrey's eyes became even brighter. Compared to digesting the potion, understanding the truth of the cosmos and even the apocalypse held greater appeal for her, even if she would forget the relevant memories after leaving Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom. With a heart full of anticipation, Audrey no longer hesitated and responded to Mr. World's commission in her mind. Almost the next second, crimson light engulfed her consciousness. Above the grey fog, Audrey appeared at the side of the bronze long table. Unlike the regular Monday gathering, this time, she did not see Mr. Fool shrouded in grey fog, but instead saw Mr. World, whose figure was obscured by swirling mist, at the lower end of the bronze long table. A slight smile appeared on Audrey's lips. She knew that Mr. World's true identity was Klein Moretti, the former Nighthawks who was nominally deceased. This peculiar sense of familiarity also made her drop many of the courtesies she usually adhered to, and she spoke in a light tone. "Good morning, Mr. World. Shall we start the hypnosis now?" The pacification unique to a demigod of the mind domain swept over like a gentle, invisible breeze. The heat and agitation in Klein's heart, as he sat at the very end of the bronze long table, suddenly vanished. He took a deep breath and remotely handed the demigod's parchment, which recorded many secrets, to Audrey, responding in a low voice. "Before we begin, you can first understand these. This is also your reward." Audrey nodded and took the demigod's parchment without refusing, reading it intently. After only a few seconds, her expression suddenly changed, completely losing her earlier composure. After a long moment, she looked up, somewhat at a loss, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. Klein was not surprised by Audrey's reaction. He took a deep breath, a wry smile on his lips. After obtaining the materials for the Dog of Fuchsin in the spirit world last night, he returned to Sapphira Castle and learned of those secrets that would incur terrible consequences just by being understood. Even though he felt powerless in the face of that cruel truth, having gone through so much, he wouldn't truly despair. "These are the things I need you to hypnotize me about, ensuring I only recall them within Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. If you are ready, we can begin. The primordial one's barrier, the outer deity of the cosmos, the truth of the apocalypse." Audrey pursed her lips and used several pacifications on herself before settling the tumultuous thoughts in her heart. She quickly adjusted her state, and one virtual personality after another emerged within her mind island. These virtual personalities intertwined, forming an illusory net that infiltrated Audrey's own mind island and Klein's mind island below, transforming into a subconscious that would only be triggered under specific rules. Just as the hypnotic suggestion was completed, Audrey finally received feedback that her potion was completely digested, but her mood remained heavy. Resisting the instinct to resist the psychological suggestion with the help of Sapphira Castle, Klein looked at Audrey, who had stopped moving and whose expression could not hide her worry. He remained silent for a moment before comforting her. "The gods in the astral world and those new gods who have revived or even ascended to the peak in this epoch will not remain indifferent. We do our best and leave the rest to fate. We only need to do our part." At this point, even though he was feeling down, Klein's expression was still a bit strange. Based on the secrets he now understood and the unique sense of déjà vu he had when he saw the Lord of Order before, he was almost certain that the Lord of Order, like himself, the Fool, was merely an impostor pretending to be an ancient existence. As soon as he thought of Aaron always using alt accounts to impersonate his dependents like this, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He took a deep breath to suppress the urge to cover his face, then immediately sent off the silent Audrey. Slowly rising from the very end of the bronze long table, Klein came to the bronze high-backed chair exclusive to the Fool, leaned back, and summoned all the materials for the Scholar of Yore from the pile of sundries. Even though he had learned many secrets, and would forget those overly dangerous pieces of knowledge in reality due to psychological suggestion, this would not negate the benefits for his advanced acting as a Scholar of Yore. Looking at the dark red, liquid-like and mist-like potion in front of him, Klein expressionlessly grabbed it, and his figure disappeared with it. Audrey opened her eyes somewhat blankly and saw Aaron, who had been watching over her. She subconsciously recalled her memories from above the grey fog, only to find that those memories had been sealed deep within her consciousness island. It's not too late to understand those things when you truly possess the angelic rank. Seeing that nothing unexpected had happened, Aaron withdrew the embryonic form of his divine kingdom that had enveloped the entire Lasha island, and continued in a gentle tone. "I can feel that your potion has been completely digested. If there are no issues, I can take you to Hydrak Village in East Chester County now. The mind labyrinth there has been slowly collapsing irreversibly. The sooner you go, the greater the help for your advancement ritual. Coincidentally, I also want to meet Hermes again." "An angel?" Audrey nodded slightly, not feeling that it was so out of reach. She linked her arm with Aaron's and said softly, "Although I have forgotten some things, I can still sense the emotions remaining in my consciousness island. I want to become stronger as soon as possible, at least so I won't be a burden to you." Aaron ruffled her smooth golden hair and hummed in acknowledgement. Azure starlight then surged from the star crown, engulfing both their figures. Chapter 529 Ancient Scholars. Cheekwolde, a former Intis noble, and the sanguine maiden, Louise Sears, knew even more. The numinous episcopate controlled the death pathway, also known as the corpse collector pathway, and possessed many high sequence beyonder powerhouses, making them enemies of the various Orthodox churches. Aaron pondered for a moment, then smiled at Sid Watson, who was seated on the stone chair below. "Judging by your attire and your Dutanese accent, you must be from the West Balam region of the southern continent, and a native noble of some standing. Am I right? Sid stiffened, a hint of fear in his heart. Yes, your grace. The other three on the stone chairs looked at each other, their appearances obscured by the dark golden mist. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves, this your grace is truly observant. Since that is the case, the numinous episcopate likely recruited you to assimilate local native nobles and provide assistance for their activities in West Balam. Even if you join, you will only be an peripheral member, so there's no need to worry about those bloody rituals. Even if you are corrupted, as long as you come to our Lord's divine kingdom, all corruption will be cleansed. The Beyonder pathway controlled by the numinous episcopate is the death pathway, and the sequence 9 potion is called Corpse Collector. The Church of Evernight also controls part of the death pathway. You can secretly advance with my help, concealing your true sequence, as long as you don't encounter high-ranking members of the numinous episcopate before becoming a demigod. At the same time, Aaron muttered to himself, the numinous episcopate will be split in a few years, so you won't have to worry about it then. After Sid, heavy-hearted, expressed his thanks, Aaron looked at the remaining three and asked with a smile, is there anything you need help with? Fallen Adaston immediately steeled his resolve and spoke. Respected your grace, I come from an island in the raging sea. As a half-blood, I am ostracized. I wish to become a Beyonder, and I hope your grace can grant my wish. Aaron looked at him, you might not be aware, but most of the elves in the second epic mastered the sailor pathway, being favored by the sea. Given your half-blood status and the geographical characteristics of the raging sea, the most suitable pathway for you is the sailor pathway, and the sequence 9 is called sailor. At low sequences, to become a Beyonder, you must first obtain the potion formula, then search for the main and supplementary ingredients according to the formula. After brewing the potion and drinking it, if you don't lose control, you can become a Beyonder. Loss of control. Aside from Louise Sears and Cheek Wolde, who had some understanding, Falanitas and Sid Watson both looked confused, but just from the name, they knew it wasn't a good outcome. Aaron glanced at the four people below, noticing the confusion on their faces. Every potion contains some subtle mental influence. When we consume a potion, we gain abilities that originally belonged to extraordinary species, which is an unnatural evolution, and we will more or less be affected by the residual mental influence. Successfully resisting this influence will prevent abnormal situations. If you are affected by this influence, at best your mind will be abnormal, and at worst you will lose control and die. Even Beyonders of the 7 Orthodox churches must wait 3 years after consuming the previous potion and pass corresponding examinations before they can advance. This is to eliminate those subtle mental influences, preventing the accumulation of madness and the accumulation of loss of control. Cheekwolde couldn't help but speak, 3 years. Is there no other way? The other members, including Louise Sears of the Sanguine, looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. Aaron curved his lips, letting them experience the power of a secret organization. Of course there is. We call it the acting method. You must remember, the key to potions is not mastery, it's digestion. It's not excavation, it's acting. And the name of the potion is not just a core symbol, it's also a specific imagery, and even more, it's the key to digestion. Louise's body trembled, stiffening in place, like an ordinary person hearing a loud and sudden clap of thunder. Long-lived species have their pros and cons. The advancement of the sanguine is very difficult, basically relying on the bestowal of elders, which in turn means the death of another sanguine. Therefore, for a normal sanguine to advance, it can take anywhere from 4 or 5 years to over 100 years, and the higher the sequence, the longer the waiting time for an advancement opportunity. Perhaps this is why the sanguine's internal texts did not record the acting method, because every sanguine is unconsciously acting, believing in the moon, and the time advantage brought by the acting method has no meaning for the sanguine waiting in line for advancement opportunities. Louise comforted herself, happy and excited to have gained secret knowledge, yet also worried about her future advancement. Fallen glanced at Louise, who clearly understood the meaning, then at Cheek, who was thoughtful and excited, and exchanged glances with the bewildered Sid. He scratched his blue hair, a hint of embarrassment in his hoarse voice. I apologize, esteemed Mr. Your Grace. Could you explain in more detail? Aaron looked at Fallen with some surprise. He had originally expected Cheek, who was asking about a fast advancement method, to ask this question, but it turned out to be Fallen. He's quite courageous to risk asking in such an unknown situation. The sailor pathway truly suits him, and I can focus on cultivating him in the future. Aaron nodded with satisfaction and replied. Of course. Firstly, acting according to the potion's name can change the state of the body, mind, and spirit, making them gradually align with the stubborn spirit remaining in the potion's core, thereby creating resonance, assimilating little by little, absorbing little by little. Secondly, the stubborn spirit remaining in the potion's core is like a well-defended castle. To invade it, break through it, and dismantle it, you must find a loophole, find a key. The name of the potion reveals the corresponding clues, and thus, through acting, you can harmonize the body, mind, and spirit, disguise yourself as an insider, fool the guards, enter boldly, and eliminate and assimilate those stubborn spirits. Fallen, who had a sudden realization, quickly expressed his gratitude. Aaron looked at him, returning to your initial question, by mastering the acting method and truly understanding the meaning of acting, you can largely avoid losing control and accelerate your advancement. Even if you haven't become a Beyonder yet, you can still pre-act according to the sequence you wish to become, based on its Sequence 9 potion name. This will greatly reduce your risk of losing control, and upon successful advancement, you will find that a portion of the current stage's potion digestion has already been completed. Thank you, Your Grace. Fallen, his face beaming with joy, quickly thanked him, while secretly sighing to himself, what an approachable and knowledgeable gentleman, no wonder he can be a favored one of the great Lord of Order. Chapter 530 Dreamweaver. On the outskirts of Trier, Amon, wearing a classical magic robe and a pointed soft hat, pinched the monocle over his right eye, his gaze shifting from where Red Angel Medici had vanished to the historical mists deep within the spirit world. Scanning the hounds of Falgor gathered in the depths of the grey fog, unwilling to leave for a long time, Amon clicked his tongue playfully and, as if no one else was present, commented. He's growing very fast, but this alone is far from enough. To bear the will of the celestial worthies' revival, the lower limit of the vessel must at least become a complete mythical creature, only then can it barely meet his requirement of only stealing Sapphira Castle and not undertaking the celestial worthies' will of revival. He was waiting for an opportunity, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had always been very patient. After George III's fate concludes, you can take him to the forsaken land of the gods. That will be his opportunity to advance to Sequence 2, and also your opportunity. Before that, we still need to recover Castilla's Hand of Order characteristic. A calm, mellow voice sounded beside Amon, where a simple priest with innocent eyes and a beard had appeared at some unknown time. Amon pouted, pressed down his pointed soft hat, and chuckled. George III is one thing, that fellow looks short-lived, but why do I even need to help deal with Castilla? Could it be that you, a dignified quasi-visionary, have become his supporter? Ignoring Amon's sarcasm, Adam's expression was gentle, and his voice calm as he said. Worm of time for Hand of Order, this is fair. Moreover, the giant king's court's gate still needs him to open it. Once the era's tide I anticipate ends and I complete my advancement, you will obtain the final characteristic. Additionally, divine descent will not occur in Fenipot City. Amon looked back at Adam, a slight curve forming on his lips. We are brothers. Pranks are just my hobby, I know what is appropriate. You don't have to worry about me usurping your ritual of becoming a god. Medici has already gone in. You handle the subsequent matters yourself. Disregarding Adam's response, Amon's body suddenly became transparent, and this clone, maintained by stolen time, voluntarily dissipated. In the collective subconscious sea, Aaron withdrew his gaze from the spiritual sky, meeting Hermes's slightly probing eyes. He cleared his throat and, without further explanation, continued the interrupted topic. Preventing George III advancement doesn't require destroying all the mausoleums. At least the one in East Chester County, which you are guarding, I intend to preserve as completely as possible, to avoid rebuilding in the future. To avoid violating certain contracts you've made, I will send suitable people to assist you. Acting out a play, then naturally stepping aside. Understanding the hint in Aaron's words, Hermes smiled and nodded. Since the Duke needs it, I will naturally cooperate fully. Deep within the dream labyrinth, Audrey's eyes, as her consciousness traversed numerous dreams, became increasingly bright and clear. Thanks to the Grade 0 sealed artifact built upon the visionary card, even with the amplification of a certain passive authority, she perceived the accumulated dreams in this place in less than half a day. Just as she finished Hermes's reminder, Aaron's voice echoed in her ears. Gather your spirituality, prepare for advancement. Looking at the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic that quietly appeared before her, no longer sealed, Audrey no longer suppressed the longing deep within her spirituality. She took a deep breath and swallowed it in one gulp. Constantly monitoring Audrey's state, Aaron looked at the increasingly illusory figure of Hermes and cupped his fists politely, saying, "Thank you for this. I will repay you in due time." Hermes, who was shielding Audrey from the scour of the collective subconscious sea, chuckled in response. It's merely a separated identity. Once this matter is concluded, I hope that when we meet again, you will have ascended to godhood. The ethereal voice, along with the figure that had blurred beyond recognition, disintegrated, turning into specks of light that merged into the dream labyrinth, stirring ripples in the collective subconscious sea. Almost simultaneously, all living beings in the real world's headrack and nearby areas awoke from their sleep. Even the few Beyonders mixed among them could not perceive the reason, let alone ordinary residents. In the sudden awakening from a dream, the custom of dragon worship, passed down for nearly 1,000 years, was silently erased. Above the dream labyrinth, woven with colorful light clusters, Audrey's figure gradually solidified. Her emerald eyes were like stars, clearly having successfully advanced to Dreamweaver. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Audrey felt her spirituality continuously soaring. She stepped out of the collective subconscious sea and arrived in the spiritual sky, standing beside Aaron. As she departed, the remaining part of this dream labyrinth completely collapsed, merging into the boundless collective subconscious ocean. Having borne my advancement ritual, this place has reached its limit. Audrey was not surprised by the collapse of the dream labyrinth. She glanced around and, seeing no sign of Hermes, understood in her heart, smiling as she continued. That old Mr. Hermes left a lot of knowledge from the mind domain in the dream labyrinth. These gifts were not even recorded on the blasphemy slate, they must be his accumulation over long eras. This also includes his understanding of the spectator pathways authorities at various stages. Audrey smiled slyly, raising her right hand as if to demonstrate, and with her index finger, outlined shimmering patterns in the air, like those from the deepest dreams. A few seconds later, these faint lights twisted and transformed into a blonde, blue-eyed, exceptionally beautiful young girl, another Audrey Hall. Perhaps it was the spiritual surge brought by the advancement, or perhaps Audrey had no intention of concealing it, but Aaron easily heard her thoughts from the collective subconscious sea. You want this separated identity to remain with the Hall family, while your main body comes with me. Meeting the equally expectant gazes of both Audreys, Aaron smiled and nodded. A Sequence 3 Beyonder was sufficient to use a Grade 0 sealed artifact, so many previous concerns could be cast aside. After a moment of thought, he continued. First, adjust your state, then separate or create a few more identities. I will arrange identities for them, and their successful growth should help you digest the Beyonder characteristic faster. Even though he didn't fully understand the digestion of the spectator pathways Beyonder characteristic, he could at least infer from the actions of the psychology alchemist president that cultivating separated identities was beneficial and harmless. Looking at the collective subconscious sea, which had returned to calm beneath their feet, Aaron pondered for a moment. A wisp of spiritual light surged into Audrey's glabella, and then he explained. These are messages from the forsaken land of the gods. I will later send one of your separated identities to Moon City. That is a city-state that believes in me, and there is also a serving angel. The only thing to be aware of is, do not attempt to explore the collective subconscious sea there. Chapter 531, Amon's Invasion. The Forsaken Land of the Gods. Audrey's eyes suddenly brightened, and she couldn't help but recall some of the accounts she had heard from the son Derek in the Tarot Club. She asked in surprise. You can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Is that Moon City a city-state near the City of Silver? Guessing what Audrey was thinking, Aaron smiled and shook his head. He quickly exited the collective subconscious sea and returned directly to Lasha Island before explaining. There is indeed a medium in the deepest part of the abyss that can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but that path is now a dead end. However, sending a separated identity doesn't require such trouble. As for Moon City, it should be considered the only remaining civilization in the Forsaken Land of the Gods apart from the City of Silver. The two are separated by half of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but if you wish to go to the City of Silver, the angel who serves me can help you. Audrey nodded slightly, digesting the information contained within the spiritual radiance, while the virtual personalities on her consciousness island had already settled their emotions, gathering the spirituality that had dispersed after their advancement. Nodding to Benova, who sensed his arrival, Aaron stroked his chin, pondering. With the Evernight goddess's influence on Death's uniqueness, it might even be possible to save the former chief of the City of Silver at that time. This would make it easier to exchange for the Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from Omabella's remains. Thanks to the early trade of the Sequence 3 Silver Night Beyonder potion formula to the City of Silver, the 6-member council, having a clear direction for advancement, did not rashly open the mausoleum where the former chief slept. A miracle invoker, in conjunction with the Dream Weaver and the Evernight's protection, would be fully capable of reversing the fate of the former chief's loss of control and madness. After evaluating the feasibility of the action, Aaron nodded silently. The City of Silver was, after all, Klein's base, and achieving subsequent transactions through such a show of goodwill was naturally the optimal solution. After obtaining Omabella's remains, the hidden arrangements made by the Mother Goddess of Depravity would be traceable, and Aaron even had a chance to follow the clues to find the corrupted god of restraint. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron settled Audrey down and did not leave. He merely connected his consciousness to the prayer star symbolizing Bernadette in the Nation of Disorder. Outside Phaenopotter City, the capital of the Phaenopotter Kingdom, Bernadette stood within the mystical reenactment of the Source of Peach Blossoms, gazing into the distance at the continuous golden cathedrals and the holy emblem of life, surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and springs, carved into their outer walls. After the demise of the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County, she had come here at Aaron's behest, closely monitoring all movements in Phaenopotter City, and also learned of a possible future event, the demise of the Phaenopotter Kingdom's founder. Do not interfere, do not meddle, only record. Bernadette silently repeated Aaron's request in her mind. Her eyes were somewhat profound but quickly returned to normal. Being naturally bold, she still resisted her curiosity and gave up on divination. While the mythical creature form of the information stream indeed provided Bernadette with the means to escape when facing high-level beyonders of other pathways, it was not without cost. Divinations involving high-level powers would inevitably affect her state, making it not worth the gain. Bernadette, looking into the distance again, suddenly frowned. The spear of Longinus, stained with dark red blood, instantly appeared in her hand and swept around. With a tearing sound like a balloon popping, worms of time, severed in the middle, fell, turning into faint light and disappearing before touching the ground. The danger premonition at the sage level had been deceived. Bernadette, instantly realizing what had happened, immediately stopped maintaining the mystical reenactment and prepared to withdraw first, but everything around her remained unchanged. The peach forest still existed. Within the brief moment of her thoughts turning, Bernadette noticed worms of time with 12 segments emerging from various corners of the peach forest, converging into Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat. Pinching the monocle on his right eye, Amon's lips curled. He glanced around the vibrant peach forest, then looked at the wary Bernadette and asked with a smile. A very good bee under ability. I presume you wouldn't mind if I borrowed it to play with for a while. Bernadette, who had begun accumulating power the moment she realized the intruder was the infamous blasphemer, almost instantly disintegrated into a surging information stream the moment Amon's words fell, rushing towards the exit of the peach blossom spring, with no intention of confronting him directly to confirm whether this was his true body. His raised hand paused in midair, seemingly hindered by some force. Amon looked up along the medium towards an unknown place. After a moment, he pouted uninterestingly, tacitly allowing Bernadette's departure. One Amon after another then emerged from the void, discussing in this peach forest of falling blossoms how to efficiently recover the hand of order characteristic from Castilla's body. If one did not consider the content of the discussion and the continuous array of pointed soft hats and monocles, this would surely be a very harmonious scene. The noisy discussions quickly subsided, and a strange smile appeared on the faces of all the Amons as they looked towards Fainapotter City outside. Backlund, in a dark, secluded underground passage, Klein, accompanied by 2 demigod puppets, looked at the pale-faced woman in a black dress sitting against the wall not far away and said, "Trissy Cheek, after our farewell at Red Rose Manor, it's been a long time since we last met." His voice, unlike the detached tone of a cold adventurer, changed along with Klein's appearance, transforming into that of the former great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. Trissy gazed deeply at the somewhat familiar face, her hostility and wariness slightly diminishing. She responded with a charming smile. "I knew then that you were no ordinary beyonder, but I never expected you to have advanced to a demigod in such a short time." And not just an ordinary demigod, otherwise how could you have found my hiding place? However, Backlund is not a safe place. Let's keep this brief. You went to all this trouble to find me, surely it wasn't to flirt with me, was it? Seeing the feigned shyness on Trissy's face, Klein, knowing her original identity, twitched at the corner of his eye and immediately abandoned the idea of probing. With the faceless superior control, he explained with an unchanged expression. "I know you are investigating the Loen royal family, and even want revenge on them. I'm here to tell you the truth." Looking at Trissy, who had abandoned her seductive demeanor and become serious, Klein concisely introduced the hidden connections between George III's intention to advance to Black Emperor and the Backlund Great Smog incident. So that's it. The low murmur gradually became hysterical. Trissy's black hair rose and spread towards the moss-covered pipes, like venomous snakes poised to devour people. Chapter 532, The Key to the Giant King's Court. Klein frowned, subtly moving away from the ferocious-looking Trissy, but he didn't forget to set up a wall of spirituality around them to prevent the aura from leaking out and attracting unnecessary trouble. After a terrifying plague raged for a moment, it slowly receded. Trissy, whose demeanor grew increasingly sinister, slowly raised her head, her eyes reflecting countless mirrors, as if countless wraiths were screaming within them. She stared intently at Klein, her voice filled with venom as she enunciated each word. "I won't let them have their way. No need to beat around the bush, just tell me what to do." She was no longer the naive Trissy who had chosen the assassin pathway. Now, she was a true demigod. Since the end of the Great Smog, the high-ranking members of the Demonist sect hadn't caught her, yet now she was cornered by a demigod from another pathway, and the other party was so well informed about secrets involving the level of deities. Trissy clearly understood what this implied, so she directly laid her cards on the table. Whether it was finding someone or reaching a cooperation, everything went smoothly, even more so than expected, as if it had all been prearranged. Klein instinctively sensed something was amiss, but this thought silently settled and was cast to the back of his mind. The simplest way to disrupt George III's ritual is to destroy his mausoleum. We will be responsible for the specific location and how to enter the ruins. You only need to participate in the final action. Afterward, we can maintain contact through the world of mirrors. When the time is right, we will provide you with a talisman that will allow you to summon the images of items you once possessed from the gaps in history. I think you should know what I'm referring to. Trissy instantly recalled the culprit that had changed her destiny, the primordial demonist's divine gifts. A hint of madness flashed across her sickly pale face, and she agreed to Klein's idea without hesitation. Mist Sea, Lasha Island. A complex and pure torrent of information ignored the barrier constructed by secret magic and entered the interior of this hidden island, reassembling into Bernadette's figure. A hint of apprehension flashed deep within her azure eyes. After dispelling her mythical creature form, Bernadette could more clearly perceive her own state. The most obvious was that she was temporarily unable to use the authority of mystical reenactment. This is a blasphemer, truly terrifying. Bernadette took a deep breath, not overly worried. As long as Amon hadn't truly achieved error, the theft of authority couldn't be maintained for too long. Looking at the somewhat disheveled Bernadette, the dark gold light in Aaron's eyes gradually subsided. It was he who had previously deterred Amon from a distance using the Nation of Disorder, and he had also confirmed that the King of Angels' true body was among the many Amons appearing in Fasak City. It was his true body that attacked you. The stolen authority could be said to be intentional. After all, mystical reenactment in his hands can summon certain scenes from the ancient sun god era. After a simple explanation, Aaron's movements paused as he sensed that Audrey, who had been adjusting her state, began to split her identity again. However, he did not stop her, merely enveloping her with the embryonic divine kingdom. Only then did he look at Bernadette and continue. Since Amon has appeared, it means my transaction with Adam has begun. You can adjust your state during this period. I have a premonition that George III's advancement will attract many malevolent spirits, and it's even possible that the hidden sage will directly intervene. After all, Roselle, the best choice, has already been sealed by me. But if George III can become the new Black Emperor, it will be enough to limit my growth. When necessary, I will put all my efforts into one decisive battle, so you must also be prepared. Furthermore, I have an agreement with the Steam Church's deity. He will only take that uniqueness, and everything else, including the Sequence 1 characteristics, will belong to us. Under favorable conditions, I will prioritize supporting your advancement to Sequence 1. Bernadette was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a serious expression in response. I will digest the sage potion as soon as possible. Aaron hummed in affirmation, glanced at Bonoa, who had consciously stopped nearby and hadn't approached, and after a nod of acknowledgement, returned to Audrey's room. The sound of the subconscious ocean's waves still seemed to echo, and another self, dressed as a detective, appeared beside Audrey. According to Mr. Sun's description, the attire in the forsaken land of the gods should be like this. Audrey, whose face could not hide her exhaustion, muttered to herself. With a shift of thought, her counterpart's original clothing instantly transformed into a more mystical warlock robe. Aaron, who had already understood Audrey's thoughts through the subconscious ocean, said no more. He raised his hand and took out an iron-black key from the Nation of Disorder. It was as large as a zither, ancient in form, and dull in luster. It was the key he had obtained long ago from Iceberg Admiral Edwina, or more accurately, from the Knowledge Church behind her, the key to opening the Giant King's Court's door. The passage out of the forsaken land of the gods is truly in the Giant King's Court, but the key to open that door has always been outside the forsaken land of the gods. Digesting the information conveyed through spirituality, Audrey's expression was indescribably complex, and she inexplicably thought of the City of Silver's generations of struggle for survival. With a soft sigh, Audrey's emotions slowly settled. Cooperating with Aaron's embryonic divine kingdom, she successfully contained her identity within the key. After a careful inspection, Aaron put the key back into the Nation of Disorder and finally instructed. Upon arriving in the forsaken land of the gods, hand the key to the angel who serves me. Additionally, terrible dangers lurk within the Giant King's Court, do not even attempt to approach it until the time is right. At the same time, within the Nation of Disorder, directly above the dark gold world, at the end of the celestial pillar. Endless chains of order extended from behind the blurry figure wearing a 9-layered crown, seemingly connecting reality and illusion. The boundless dark gold world gently swayed. Above the Moon City, which had become almost real, the rising, brilliant star symbolizing miracle invoker Cavendish Lancer instantly transformed into a massive, dark gold door. A surging power gathered, carrying a black iron key, violently crashed through the door, and disappeared the moment the chains of rules pierced through the darkness behind the door. Forsaken land of the gods, the Moon City shrouded in shadows. Cavendish Lancer, who had received Aaron's oracle in advance, had already set up the ritual. A dark gold halo rose and intertwined, forming a phantom door covered in mysterious patterns. He didn't even need to use the miracle invoker's authority to cooperate from inside and out, a colossal power that made him tremble broke through the invisible barrier of the forsaken land of the gods. Although it was only for an instant, a strangely shaped black iron key had already appeared on the altar. The next second, Audrey, clad in a warlock robe, unable to hide her curiosity and excitement, proactively detached from her medium of possession and surveyed the city, whose style was vastly different from both the southern and northern continents. Chapter 533, God-Forsaken Land. Priest Nim, the high priest of Moon City by the altar, showed a slight change in expression. Thanks to the environment of the forsaken land of the gods, his Sequence 3 Horror Bishop Beyonder potion had already been completely digested. As a saint closest to the angel rank, Nim could directly perceive how terrifying the power that pierced through the door of granting was. Our Lord is one step closer to ascending to godhood. After devoutly lowering his eyes in prayer, Nim finally looked at the figure on the altar that was gradually solidifying from illusion, and spoke in a gentle tone. Esteemed Divine Envoy, I am Nim, the High Priest of Moon City. Welcome. Audrey withdrew her gaze from the eternal darkness outside Moon City and recalled the information about the forsaken land of the gods that Aaron had transmitted through the spiritual light spots. She responded with a faint smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. You don't need to call me Divine Envoy, Audrey is my name. As if she had thought of something, Audrey looked at the aged elder and the several Moon City demigods approaching the altar, and solemnly promised. I will leave this abandoned land with you. The future of Moon City will soon welcome the light. Under Nim's guidance, Audrey presided over a grand mass as a divine envoy, announcing the promise given by Aaron. Even though she had already understood the situation beforehand, Audrey was still slightly amazed to see the residents of Moon City, almost all of whom were Beyonders, with even 7 demigods among them. If Cavendish Lancer, the miracle invoker beside her, was also counted, it was almost comparable to an old secret organization like the Hermit Order. Her gaze swept over the excited residents. Audrey politely declined Nim's invitation and informed them that she would temporarily leave for a period. Then, she exchanged a glance with Cavendish Lancer, and their figures simultaneously faded and disappeared. In the mountains not far from Moon City, the dim candlelight dispelled the surrounding darkness. Cavendish Lancer, who had casually pulled out a beast-skin lantern from the historical void, was no longer silent as he had been in Moon City. He looked at Audrey with a respectful expression. Your Majesty, you can now pray to Mr. Fool first. The City of Silver has 2 sealed artifacts of grade 0 adjacent to the Giant King's court. It is best to communicate in advance before going to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Your Majesty. Audrey was stunned for a moment, almost thinking she had misheard. Then, realizing what was happening, she hummed softly and did not refute. She lowered her eyes and prayed in a low voice. Before separating this identity, Audrey had learned from the spiritual message about the miracle invoker that the East Taker family was the Trunsoist royal family that had once disappeared. After the prayer, Audrey, waiting for Mr. Fool's response, gazed at Moon City, which was shrouded in a layer of shadow in the distance. Cavendish Lancer followed Audrey's gaze and explained in a gentle voice. That is a grade 0 sealed artifact temporarily borrowed from the Church of the Evernight. As long as you do not actively leave the Moon City area, there will be no danger. Moreover, the blasphemer's true body has already left the forsaken land of the gods. In the southern district of Backlund, after reaching an agreement with the Demoness Trissy, Klein erased all traces and returned to the folk herb shop. Ignoring Darkwill, who was sound asleep on the counter, Klein casually fed the round-eyed owl and returned to his room. Just as he finished setting up the warning spiritual wall and was about to meditate to restore his spirituality, Klein suddenly heard faint prayers in his ears. This is Miss Justice. Klein raised an eyebrow slightly, sighed softly, and sat up from the bed again. He walked 4 steps backward to arrive above the gray fog. As soon as he sat at the head of the bronze long table, Klein noticed an anomaly. The crimson star symbolizing Audrey showed no change, but a blurry, pulsating light cluster appeared nearby, like an unreal projection. After listening to the entire prayer, Klein suddenly stood up, his mouth slightly agape. After a long while, he sat back in his chair with a wry smile, pinching his brows and sighing softly. Forsaken land of the gods, Moon City, it can actually be like this. After pondering for a moment, Klein summoned the blasphemy card of the apprentice pathway from the pile of sundries. As a neighboring pathway, although its effect was not as good as the full card of his own pathway, it could still amplify his rank and leverage the power of Sapphira Castle to a greater extent. Previously, limited by his Sequence 4 rank, even with the aid of the blasphemy card, he could not help the Chief of the City of Silver complete the blessings required for promotion to Silver Knight, and could only make excuses. As a result, apart from the former chief sealed in the mausoleum, the City of Silver did not even have a single Sequence 3. But now, he clearly had the qualification. Although he believed that Miss Justice and the miracle invoker serving Aaron came with good intentions, after all, equal strength was the basis for cooperation, just like a Silver Knight who could mobilize a grade 0 sealed artifact. Klein threw his refined thoughts and Audrey's prayer into the crimson star symbolizing Derek, the sun, and silently waited for a response. In the City of Silver, inside the round tower, one of the twin towers. Derek, the sun, who was using the abilities of a priest of light to help members of the exploration team dispel potential contamination, suddenly had his vision filled with crimson light. The expression on his face quickly changed from surprise to joy. Derek, are you all right? His abnormality attracted the attention of the round tower guards, who cautiously inquired. If they hadn't known the abilities of the sun pathway, they would have almost thought this guy had been possessed by a ghost. The crimson light, invisible to ordinary people, receded. Derek coughed lightly but could not hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. He was no longer in the mood to stay here. My spirituality consumption is a bit high, and I just thought of a very important matter that I need to immediately report to the chief, so I need to leave first. Thanks to Chief Collins' special instructions, this obvious excuse was not ignored. After being announced, Derek quickly arrived at the top floor of the round tower. As soon as he pushed open the door, his steps paused slightly, and his gaze met that of a lady with long silver-gray hair. A member of the six-person council, Elder Lovia, the shepherd. Derek was inexplicably startled, and the lingering smile on his lips vanished. Elder Lovia has obtained the Beyonder Potion formula for Sequence 4 Black Knight and the materials needed for promotion. She is here to discuss with me how to complete the promotion ritual with the help of 2 divine-grade sealed artifacts. Colin, whose face still bore many old scars, broke the suddenly somewhat solemn atmosphere. He looked at Derek opposite him and explained in great detail, then asked in a calm tone. The message said you have an urgent matter to report. Lovia is going to be promoted to a demigod. Derek's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a heavy weight in his heart. He gritted his teeth and bowed, no longer looking at Lovia, but just bit the bullet and responded. Chief, I have a way to help you advance to Silver Knight, and also a way to save the former chief in the mausoleum, but these can only be reported to you alone. Chapter 534 Arrival at Silver City. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Colin Iliad's deep gaze scrutinized Derek, the heavy pressure almost suffocating. After a moment of silence, Colin slowly rose, took out a token engraved with his name from a hidden compartment in his waist belt, and threw it to Lovia, who was observing quietly. I approve your application to borrow a divine sealed artifact. Take it to the underground, and you will get the help you desire. This was compensation for Lovia's departure, and also a necessary balance. Receiving the token, Lovia's expression remained unchanged. She simply nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping over the shadows in the corner, then she unhurriedly stood up and stopped beside Derek. If the method in your heart is truly effective, I can help you advance to Sequence 4 Black Knight for free afterward. Although it's somewhat dangerous, it's ultimately a neighboring pathway, so there won't be too many problems. If successful, I will nominate you as a reserve elder of the 6-member council. As the slightly hoarse and cold voice echoed, Lovia ignored the silent Derek and walked straight out of the room. Chief Colin Iliad watched silently until Lovia left the round tower. He looked at Derek, who had let out a breath and relaxed, and after a few seconds, he said, Now, you can tell me about your so-called method. Half an hour later, Derek left the round tower, while Colin Iliad stood alone by the window, gazing at the city of silver shrouded in darkness and lightning. The streaks of light piercing the darkness were reflected deep in his eyes. Colin slowly turned around, looked towards the dark corner, and asked in a deep voice. Do you think my choice is correct? In the corner, a shadow stood up, casting a dark projection onto the wall, twisting and swaying. Its voice carried the sensation of metal being scraped, quite grating. The one behind Derek previously brought mushrooms to the City of Silver as a substitute for black-faced grass. If it can bring back the former chief and the future of the City of Silver, Gift of the Earth is not unexchangeable. As for the one behind Lovia. After a brief pause, the constantly swaying black shadow continued. Opening the former chief's mausoleum is a very good observation opportunity, and before that, you need to quickly advance to Silver Knight. Only then can you truly control Proof of Glory, and at least have the confidence to face the King of Angels who is about to arrive. Colin was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded, repeating Derek's last sentence in a low voice. The fool who does not belong to this era. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the northern ruins of North City, in the uninhabited deep dark wilderness, Audrey and Cavendish Lancer walked out from the dim yellow light. Overlooking the lifeless city, Cavendish proactively introduced. This place was once a city-state similar to Moon City and the City of Silver, but it was later occupied by the demonic wolf Kotar and turned into his puppet city. After he was severely injured and fled, disappearing without a trace, this place was completely abandoned, but it is the closest city-state to the City of Silver that I have explored. If we go any deeper, we will approach the giant king's court. Audrey looked around with interest, and just as she was about to say something, her vision was enveloped by a crimson light. As Mr. Fool's majestic and deep voice echoed, a coordinate transmitted through a mystical ritual appeared. The chief of the City of Silver has agreed to your proposal. On the premise of not infringing upon each other's interests, you can reach a cooperation under the joint witness of me and the Lord of Order. The crimson light receded, Audrey blinked in surprise, and immediately repeated it to Cavendish Lancer beside her, while also transmitting the coordinates. Not surprised by this result, Cavendish, who received a definite reply, did not immediately teleport, but instead made a few grasping motions in front of him, and on only the second try, he pulled out Aaron, dressed in luxurious formal wear. This was Aaron when he had not yet assimilated the uniqueness, an image from the historical void. His slightly dull pupils instantly became lively, and his body solidified quite a bit. Aaron looked at Cavendish and snapped his fingers with a smile. Although it was only a projection, under the blessings of the Nation of Disorder and his own Beyonder characteristic, he could still utilize some authorities unique to the King of Angels level. An invisible ripple swept past, and order was quietly distorted. Cavendish immediately felt the original heavy spiritual burden disappear. As long as Aaron didn't act casually, this historical projection could be maintained for a long time. Casually relieving Cavendish's burden, Aaron tilted his head and looked at the surprised Audrey, explaining with a smile. Just a small trick. Although Amon's true body is not in the forsaken land of the gods, the one the Aurora Order believes in has never left. The weight of one king of angels is far from enough. Since I promised Mr. Fool to ensure the safety of the City of Silver, I naturally have to make sure that some things won't affect innocent bystanders. Audrey's smile faded, and her expression became solemn. The three figures then disappeared in the firelight. In the City of Silver, in the center of the quiet, dark training ground, 7 figures were silhouetted under the dim yellow firelight. Leading them was Colin Iliad, covered entirely in silver armor, and this newly advanced silver knight was holding an ancient-style crown in his right hand, as if it were condensed from the morning light. It was precisely, Proof of Glory, one of the only 2 divine sealed artifacts in the City of Silver. Even though it was still in a sealed state and had not been awakened, the other elders of the 6-member council still felt the heavy pressure. As the only one who was not a member of the 6-member council but was specially requested by Chief Colin to attend, son Derek felt a gaze constantly lingering on him. Knowing that it came from Lovia, who had successfully advanced to a demigod, Derek tensed his body, enduring the discomfort brought by the strong pressure, and moved a few steps closer to the chief, while guessing when Miss Justice would arrive. Derek, whose thoughts were slightly scattered, noticed that the chief's right hand, holding the divine sealed artifact, suddenly clenched tightly. His heart immediately skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked forward. Strong spiritual fluctuations spread with the firelight. The pressure, far exceeding that of Proof of Glory, caused the spiritual intuition of all members of the 6-member council, including Chief Colin, to frantically warn them. This was an instinctive reaction to facing a complete mythical creature. Proof of Glory instinctively emitted points of morning light, shielding that pressure, and also allowed Derek, the lowest sequence among the 7, to regain control of his body. Looking at the graceful figure walking out of the flames, Derek stepped forward, breaking the silent and dangerous silence, and proactively acted as a bridge for communication. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As a Sequence 3 spectator, Audrey immediately saw the concerns in the hearts of Derek and the people behind him. She smiled to ease the atmosphere, and the expressionless Cavendish then appropriately withdrew his somewhat deliberate pressure. Chapter 535 Former Chief. The tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Chief Colin's right hand, gripping the Proof of Glory, was no longer taut, but the expression beneath his silver mask remained solemn. It wasn't due to the unfamiliar angel's demonstrative actions, but rather because his hunter of demons intuition, sublimated after his advancement, told him just how vast the gap was between wielding a divine sealed artifact and a true mythical creature. Especially the figure clearly at the head, although its state wasn't entirely real, the fact that an angel treated him with such deference already spoke volumes. Sighing inwardly, Colin no longer insisted. He only hoped that the fool's promise carried enough weight. Glancing at Derek, who was introducing the Silver City members to each other, Aaron's gaze swept past Chief Colin and finally settled on Lovia at the edge. That figure, appearing somewhat frail against her half-giant companions, was shrouded in a layer of gloom in Aaron's true vision. In the shadow reflected on the ground, a thick, dark mass of shadow seemed to sense something, slowly splitting open a gap, revealing the pair of indifferent eyes behind it. The moment their gazes met, Aaron saw a blurry figure hanging crucified deep within those eyes, black ink like blood dripping, and an unimaginable aura of defilement transmitted through the medium. One cannot directly gaze upon a deity. TSK, quite Sundara. Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly, subtly drawing upon the power of the Nation of Disorder to isolate this more warning-like contamination in another space, without any leakage. Although he didn't speak, through the brief contact, Aaron could confirm that the true creator had at least formed a tacit understanding with Adam regarding the opening of the Giant King's court, where Sasra slept. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron no longer paid attention to Lovia, who was secretly scrutinizing him. He slightly raised his hand, and a black iron key detached from Cavendish's seal, going straight to the point amidst the somewhat complex gazes of the Silver City members. Some of you should already know that the door to leave the forsaken land of the gods is hidden deep within the Giant King's court, and this is the key to open that door. However, dangers lurk there, especially for those of higher sequence, so it requires a specific person to open it. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was secretly peeking by using son Derek's prayer to the stars, felt his heart skip a beat. His seer intuition, enhanced by Sapphira Castle, gave him a strange sense of déjà vu regarding this sentence. The members of the 6-person council exchanged glances, seeing the spark of hope deep within each other's eyes. Chief Colin said no more and directly led Aaron and the 2 others outside the City of Silver, where a black mausoleum was inverted and embedded in the ground, like a flipped pyramid. Similar structures also appeared deep within the abyss of Ferryman, now the capital of the Byron Kingdom. Aaron, who understood the death pathway extremely well, instantly guessed that this should be the mausoleum built by the former chief of the City of Silver for his advancement to Ferryman. Audrey raised her hand to stop Colin, who intended to lead everyone into the mausoleum, and explained in a gentle tone. This mausoleum is the premise for that former chief's successful return. From now on, we will be responsible. You may accompany and observe, but we hope there will be no unnecessary incidents. As she spoke, Audrey glanced at the true creator's believer, then withdrew her gaze. Cavendish, standing quietly behind Aaron, raised both hands at this moment, simultaneously grasping at the void in front of him, and a brilliant starlight instantly illuminated the area. Once the starlight settled, this miracle invoker's hands each held a crown made of gemstones and an ancient-style ring resembling obsidian. These were the historical projections of the Crown of Stars and the Ring of Secrecy. Including Aaron, who had descended into the forsaken land of the gods as a projection, Cavendish had already reached the limit of summoning historical projections. The terrifying spiritual consumption prompted him to act immediately. A faint blue starlight appeared on the heavy door at the entrance of the mausoleum. After the starlight portal opened, what appeared in everyone's vision was not a downward extending passage, but a illusory and dark river. This is the deepest part of the mausoleum, he casually explained, not caring about the Silver City members' reactions. Cavendish went straight in, instantly reaching the end of the river, an altar piled with monster skulls, where a dark, silent iron coffin stood. Sensing the intruders, the black iron coffin shook violently, and a voice with the sound of bones rubbing together emerged. "Who are you?" The hysterical voice contained unconcealed malice, instantly sinking the hearts of the Silver City members, who had originally held some hope, to rock bottom. Although it had lost control, it had continued to deteriorate. The Evernight goddess seizing the death pathway's uniqueness had indeed curbed the contamination left by the artificial death. Aaron, whose true vision revealed everything, nodded slightly and snapped his fingers, and the shaking coffin instantly quieted. Having anticipated this situation, Cavendish didn't hesitate at all, pressing the Ring of Secrecy onto the coffin in front of him. The surrounding surging darkness seemed to come alive at this moment, converging like a tide. Under the illumination of pale flames, the illusory black thin tubes extending from the coffin occasionally contracted, and the contamination left by the artificial death within this former chief's body was being expelled in an unimaginable way, disappearing into the dense darkness. Lovia watched everything quietly. After sensing Chief Colin's slightly warning gaze, she instead showed a faint smile. The surging darkness gradually subsided. From the thoroughly dark coffin, a tired, aged voice, barely concealing its exhaustion, emerged again. Although somewhat weak, it was no longer filled with malice. "Thank you for your help." Having found his past self from the cracks of history to borrow spirituality to replenish his consumption, Cavendish immediately stopped maintaining the Ring of Secrecy, and spoke in a deep voice. "It's a bit too early to thank me. Although the contamination has been removed, your spirit has long been on the verge of collapse due to the prolonged erosion. Now, I'm merely using my miracle invoker authority to help you maintain balance." Audrey walked slowly, adding in a gentle tone. "If you don't want all your efforts to be in vain, open your mind and embrace the treatment. Only then will you have a chance to truly advance to ferryman." Audrey used pacify a few more times. Only when the former chief's mental state had completely stabilized and he was capable of cooperating did she open this demigod's mind-body door. After a not-so-long wait, Cavendish teleported everyone out of the mausoleum, only then dispelling the historical projection of the Crown of Stars. Glancing at Lovia, who had been extremely silent throughout, Aaron looked at Chief Colin and spoke in a deep voice. "In at most a month, this former chief will successfully complete his final advancement and emerge from the mausoleum. Now, shouldn't the City of Silver fulfill its promise? I'm quite looking forward to that divine sealed artifact." Chapter 536, Gift of the Earth. Colin Iliad, whose expression had relaxed after a brief exchange with the former chief while he was still lucid, let out a sigh of relief and proactively put away the proof of glory he had been holding in his hand. "We naturally won't violate the promise witnessed by Mr. Fool, but the grace of the earth involves the secrets of the City of Silver." Aaron smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Colin's explanation. "Secrets are always relative, and I came here precisely for that. As for your concerns, this projection clone can move independently. I will go with you alone, no one else will accompany us." Colin was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, turning to look at Wyatt Hillman and the other elders of the Six-Man Council. "Take our distinguished guest back to the City of Silver. The news of the former chief's impending revival can be spread. Everyone has been suppressed for too long and needs hope." Wyatt Hillman, who was being groomed as the next chief, nodded solemnly, watching Colin and Aaron's figures disappear before quickly leading the crowd gathered outside the mausoleum back towards the City of Silver. At the base of a grey-blue round tower, dim candlelight illuminated the surrounding lush but twisted plants. A silver radiance flashed and disappeared. Colin, who had sneaked into the underground sealed land by its light, quickly raised his palm. The dormant proof of glory immediately emitted a dazzling light, instinctively suppressing a certain power leaking from underground. Feeling the strange fragrance of earth, grass, and flowers filling his nostrils, Aaron had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had arrived at the backyard of a sanguine duke. His gaze swept past the hair-like black-faced grass hanging on the surrounding walls. Aaron looked directly ahead where the dazzling light was concentrated. There, dark brown earth was piled up, with a withered, huge tree trunk inserted into its top. Within the pure and thick light barrier, most of the gray-brown bark had fallen off, revealing an empty interior. Ring-like patterns outlined a legless, human-like figure. That figure used the branches on the trunk as hands, its face extremely contorted, and two crimson giant flowers served as its eyes. Even under the suppression of the proof of glory, traces of blood color faintly appeared. Examining the figure revealed in the textures, Aaron, who had close contact with the Earth Mother in the astral world, felt the power contained within it that instinctively repelled him. It originated from the Mother Hive. After confirming the target, Aaron no longer waited. The next second, the withered, huge gray-brown tree trunk was teleported in front of him. Raising his hand to grasp the grace of the earth, Aaron ignored the aversion and resistance of the Sequence 0 sealed artifact. His slightly ethereal figure emanated a tide-like dark gold mist. Colin, who was about to introduce the usage and negative effects of this divine sealed artifact to Aaron, felt his hairs stand on end. An irresistible, vast power descended through the suddenly diffused mist. Without needing to set up a ritual, Aaron instantly opened the medium to the Nation of Disorder by leveraging the connection between the historical projection and his main body. Amidst a dull creaking sound, the dark gold double doors, faintly visible in the mist, slowly opened. Golden chains inscribed with strange patterns pierced through the darkness, one after another tightly coiling around and binding the grace of the earth, dragging it away behind the door. Under the protection of the proof of glory, Colin, who witnessed the entire process, saw his pupils suddenly contract. His face, marked by the ravages of time, was momentarily dazed but was called back by a majestic, low voice. The transaction with the City of Silver has been completed. The Sequence 2 Glory Beyonder Potion formula is the remaining compensation. From now on, there will be no need to suppress the grace of the earth. Once your Beyonder Potion is digested, I can help you shatter the proof of glory for free. Furthermore, the hidden secret of the grace of the earth ends here. There is no need to pass it down orally in the City of Silver. Colin was stunned for a moment before he pulled his attention back from the Beyonder Potion formula that had appeared in his mind. Looking at the empty underground hall, his hands, holding the proof of glory, slowly relaxed, but the complex expression on his face lingered for a long time, seemingly a mix of relief and remembrance. After leaving the Glory Beyonder Potion formula, which he had traded from the Evernight Goddess, for Colin, Aaron's consciousness detached from the projection in the forsaken land of the gods and returned to his main body within the Nation of Disorder. Almost the instant the grace of the earth appeared in the Divine Kingdom, the primeval island where Roselle slept, perpetually shrouded in shadows within the boundless dark gold mist, began to tremble violently. Inside the mausoleum deep within the primeval island, Roselle, who had already gathered from pure shadow into a human form, kept his eyes tightly shut, but his body suddenly began to twist and distort. The mother goddess of depravity's pollution, which had fallen silent under the influence of the river of eternal darkness, continuously stirred. Blood-colored fissures reappeared, and crimson dots constantly gathered, forming a miniature red moon-like object. This commotion naturally attracted Aaron's attention, but instead of immediately suppressing this anomaly, he restrained the Nation of Disorder's instinctive counterattack, allowing the residual will hidden within the grace of the earth to constantly call out. Feeling the changes in order within the Nation of Disorder, Aaron could confirm that the grace of the earth had established a connection with the pollution within Roselle's body. Aaron, ignoring the unfolding situation, retrieved the all-red gold scepter of the sun from the dark gold mist. Under the dual blessings of the authority of law and distortion, this Sequence 0 sealed artifact of the sun pathway erupted with a power surpassing that of an ordinary king of angels. Its purifying, scorching radiance surged towards the continuously reviving grace of the earth. The dark brown bark constantly cracked, as if sensing the crisis of complete destruction. On the withered tree trunk, a distorted face outlined by protrusions and depressions let out a shrill cry. The two crimson giant flowers serving as eyes faintly seeped blood. As if reaching a critical point, Roselle, in his slumber, frowned. The crimson moon that had gathered around him, at the call of that shrill cry, largely detached from his body and surged towards the location of the grace of the earth. The pollution originating from the Nation of Disorder had already gradually gained the upper hand in the tug of war. The moment the balance was broken, it formed an absolute suppression over the remaining mother goddess of depravity's pollution. The next second, a blinding white light that filled the entire field of vision, accompanied by a dull roar, swept through the Nation of Disorder, churning the boundless dark gold mist. Before the light faded, Aaron's figure appeared at the core of the power eruption, examining the grace of the earth, which had endured a full-strength attack exceeding that of a typical king of angels. The once tall tree trunk was now only arm's length. The crimson giant flowers that served as eyes had all withered, and the figure outlined by the textures curled up like an infant in swaddling clothes. However, the once empty tree trunk was now filled with a constantly contracting and distorting crimson moonlight, and the pollution that even a true god could do nothing about was continuously nurturing the grace of the earth. Chapter 537, Russell's Resurgence. The crimson moonlight, shrouded in dark golden mist, pulsed as if breathing, and the dry, cracked bark slowly writhed, like a curled body stretching its limbs. The severely damaged, stripped, and missing bark grew back at a visible rate, and this eerie regeneration caused the level 0 sealed artifact's surface to crack open with one illusory and complex summoning gate after another. They seemed to want to connect to different places, to allow some indescribable horror to descend, but due to the isolation of the Nation of Disorder, all of this lost its meaning. The aggregation of symbols has truly revived the dormant will within this sealed artifact. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, not giving Gift of the Earth a chance to continue its activation. With a slight shift of his will, he immediately modified the regeneration rule within his divine kingdom, but he did not completely destroy it. This sealed artifact was related to the Mother Nest and was the only pathway to find the Mother Goddess of Depravity's remaining contingencies later. However, before determining the hidden secrets contained within the sealed artifact, he did not plan to take it out of the Nation of Disorder. Layers of dark golden mist surged, and the wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue, which had absorbed some of the River of Eternal Darkness's tributaries deep within Calderon, appeared. The intense aura of eternal stillness made the Gift of the Earth, whose regeneration had been suppressed, instinctively want to flee. Aaron immediately raised his hand, and, Gift of the Earth, bound by layers of golden threads formed after being solidified by the dark golden mist, let out a mournful cry and instantly vanished into the open wolf head of the statue. Before the crimson moonlight was completely submerged, a deep darkness, where a silent, illusory river coiled and flowed, was faintly visible. Aaron held the shrunken wolf-headed, snake-bodied statue in one hand, his gaze full of threat sweeping over the wishing divine lamp suppressed at the bottom of his divine kingdom. The lamp's cracked body trembled imperceptibly, and it very skillfully began to play dead. What was that thing? It was actually able to draw out most of the corruption from my body. A broken, rather weak, and hoarse voice faintly drifted over, with unconcealed surprise in its tone. Ignoring the lamp spirit, Aaron's figure reappeared on the desolate primitive island. He scrutinized Roselle, who had shed the shadow of order and reformed his human shape deep within the mausoleum, and responded concisely. The remains of giant Queen Amabella. I retrieved them from the forsaken land of the gods. After a long silence, Roselle sighed with emotion. So that's how it is. In that case, from some point in the second epoch, the Earth Mother had already been replaced without anyone realizing it. What a grand scheme. After carefully examining Roselle with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron nodded slightly and smiled as he changed the subject. Although it didn't reach the best outcome I expected, with your current state, you no longer need my additional blessings to suppress it. This way, I can fully focus on George III. The lingering effects of the River of Eternal Darkness gradually receded, and Roselle, completely free from the state of eternal stillness, no longer obsessed over the Earth Mother's true identity. Feeling his own condition, he leaned back comfortably in the giant's chair on the central high platform. Such captivating tranquility. Looking at Roselle, who was somewhat uninhibited, Aaron rubbed his temples, a little speechless, and emphasized with a heavier tone. Although a new balance has formed and the remaining Mother Goddess of Depravity's corruption has been completely suppressed, what remains after being attracted by Amabella's remains is the true persistent problem, and it is the root cause of your current state. Roselle hummed indifferently, stretched, and responded with a smile. As long as I don't leave this Sapphira, this hidden danger won't truly erupt. At most, once you ascend to godhood and completely assimilate the Nation of Disorder, the quasi-outer deity status of a neighboring pathway should be enough to resolve this hidden danger within the barrier. By the way, have you considered your ritual for becoming a god? Judging a true god is not easy. The primordial demoness is nowhere to be found, and the dark side of the universe is still involved with outer deities in the deepest part of the abyss. However, Adam seems to have a grudge against the true creator. He raised his hand to interrupt the guy's long-winded speech. Looking at Roselle, who seemed to have more to say, Aaron said with a strange expression. I didn't expect you to be such a chatterbox. I already have a target for the God Ascension ritual, but this involves a certain agreement, so it needs to be kept secret for now. George III should be attempting to advance to Black Emperor soon. Although I am fully prepared, to be safe, I still have to plan for the worst. Once I determine that I cannot prevent him from advancing, I will immediately transfer you to the astral world. Before things settle down, you must be ready to revive at any time. Roselle's expression became a little more serious, then he suddenly smiled freely. If it really comes to that, I will fully cooperate with you to complete the advancement ritual before the corruption worsens. There's no need to sacrifice you, this is just the worst-case scenario. Aaron emphasized, looking at Roselle, then continued as if remembering something. I've only collected a few of the blasphemy slates you made back then. You have nothing to do staying in the Nation of Disorder anyway, so why not take this opportunity to organize all the potion formulas for the 22 pathways and the methods for making the blasphemy slates for me? If the plan against the hidden sage goes smoothly, I will give the knowledge emperor characteristics I gained to Bernadette and help her complete her advancement. Hearing Bernadette's name, Roselle's face immediately showed the benevolent smile of an old father, and he nodded at once. That's simple. I can give you all the potion formulas right now. However, the method for making the blasphemy slates has been affected by corruption, so I'll need a bit of time to sort it out before telling you. As he spoke, he twisted order and transmitted the spirituality containing numerous potion formulas to Aaron outside the mausoleum. Flipping through the information infused in the spirituality, Aaron nodded. After placing the statue containing Gift of the Earth at the bottom of his divine kingdom, he looked at Roselle with a slight curve of his lips. I've opened up some permissions for you. You can connect to Bernadette's and Bonova's prayer stars yourself. It's better for you to convey the news of your revival yourself. Feynapotter Kingdom's capital, Feynapotter City. A graceful blonde woman stepped towards the collective subconscious sea, her face covered by a peculiar mask that gave the impression that the wearer was sleeping. It was Miss Sloth, a committee member of the psychology alchemists responsible for Feynapotter. President, is there something urgent that you summoned me so hastily for? The illusory subconscious sea quickly disappeared. Sloth, who had arrived in Eden, looked at Bowley DeLoe at the end of the long table and asked lazily. Bowley DeLoe tapped the table lightly and responded concisely. Effective immediately, the psychology alchemists will temporarily withdraw from Feynapotter City. I will notify you separately when to return. Chapter 538, Imprisonment and Trading. The face covered by the persona showed no change in emotion. Sloth was silent for a few seconds, his tone no longer as lazy as before, and he asked in a deep voice. What happened? Why has it come to this? Bowley DeLoe withdrew his hands from caressing the wheelchair, clasped them over his chest and abdomen, and replied calmly. This is for your safety, to avoid collateral damage and prevent the psychology alchemists from losing another counselor. Something big is about to happen in Feynapotter City. Sloth, who had vaguely inferred a clue from the president's attitude, lowered his eyes slightly. His thoughts inevitably wandered, but he no longer pressed for answers. After standing up and bowing, he quickly disappeared into the collective unconscious sea. Bowley DeLoe watched silently, then turned back to the giant cross in the center of the hall, lowered his eyes, and prayed. After an unknown period, his expression shifted slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the bone cathedral. Without the slightest surprise, Bowley DeLoe raised his hand and made a cross on his chest, then calmly looked up, meeting the gaze of the skulls embedded in the black giant pillar. The next second, this massive cathedral, over 80 meters tall, silently vanished from Eden. On the outskirts of the Backlund region, at the entrance to the south bank of the bridge, 3 figures quickly materialized in the deep night: Klein, dressed as a ruthless adventurer, and 2 demigod puppets. He had learned the follow-up of the City of Silver through Derek and Chief Colin's prayers. Although he was curious why Aaron was so concerned about the Gift of the Earth, having already received his reward and advanced to Sequence 3, it was not appropriate for him to delve deeper. In recent days, besides familiarizing himself with the Scholar of Yours beyond her abilities and occasionally responding to the City of Silver's increasingly frequent prayers, Klein's most important task was creating yesterday's reappearance talismans. Thinking of the painful experience of constantly separating his spirit-body threads to try and make talismans, Klein couldn't help but raise a hand to rub his temples, his fatigue evident. His gaze swept over the flowing river. Klein took out 2 yesterday's reappearance talismans from his pocket and flicked his spirit-body threads. Despair's nightingale, Panatia, behind him, immediately held a full-length mirror. Strange symbols drawn in blood dissolved on the mirror's surface. Just a few seconds later, a graceful figure materialized in the mirror. Even the gloomy, dark, antiquated long dress couldn't conceal her captivating smile. A mirror clone, Triss, is this your sincerity? Ignoring the allure of this demigod demoness, Klein's tone was cold and hard as he let out a low growl. The puppet Panatia's hair flew, as if she was about to directly shatter the full-length mirror. Just then, a delicate, fair arm stretched out from beneath the mirror's surface, as if passing through layers of water ripples, pushing away the gathering strands of hair. A clear, melodious voice followed. This is Backlund. It's always right to be cautious. Glancing at Triss, who had stepped out of the mirror, Klein silently threw out the 2 talismans in his hand, adding succinctly. These are the talismans I mentioned last time. You can call them yesterday's reappearance. Triss examined the 2 rectangular diamonds in her hand with interest. From the constantly refracting light, she saw layers of complex symbols extending into the void. Her demigod-level spirituality was also impacted, and her head felt slightly dizzy, as if witnessing a segment of history. Her heart instantly grew solemn, but Triss showed no outward emotion, subtly reigning in her spirituality. She used the Demoness Pathway's mirror divination to confirm the talisman's ability, but after a moment, her expression couldn't conceal her strangeness. Taking in Triss's expression, Klein suppressed the corners of his mouth from turning up. Although the raw material for the talisman was his spirit-body threads, the power solidified within it truly came from Sapphira Castle. He then coolly reminded her. Ordinary divination has no effect on it. The reason I prepared 2 is for you to personally verify it. Triss's eyes moved. After a moment of consideration, she took out a talisman and chanted in ancient Hermes. Yesterday. Triss immediately saw gray-white mist and observed scenes from the past, like countless stars, finally settling on a manor under a dim, yellow sunset. Observing Triss, who seemed somewhat lost in thought, Klein was guessing whether she was trying to summon back the sapphire ring, comparable to a Grade 0 sealed artifact, from the past, when he saw a young figure dressed in luxurious formal wear. This is Prince Edsak. Klein was momentarily stunned, quickly recognizing him as his former employer when he was a great detective. He then looked at Triss with a strange expression, inwardly clicking his tongue. Triss gazed at the hollow-eyed Edsak with a somewhat dazed expression until his figure slowly dissipated. After a moment of silence, a charming smile mixed with madness appeared on her face. A very magical talisman. Can you now tell me the location of the mausoleum and how to enter it? Klein shrugged, looked around, and said helplessly. You're a king of angels. If you came, you came. What's there to hide? I can't answer her question. King of angels. Having experienced being transformed into a vessel for the primordial demonist descent, although it didn't fully succeed, she had passively received some knowledge during the process. Triss's eyes suddenly constricted. Before she could react, she was astonished to find that she could no longer use her beyonder abilities. The surging river around her had, at some unknown point, been replaced by an endless expanse of dark golden mist, as if she had been isolated in another space. On the Tasik river bank, Klein watched a demigod disappear without any resistance right before his eyes. His mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed dryly, reminding Aaron. She agreed to participate in the operation to destroy the Black Emperor's mausoleum. Aaron's figure appeared in the starlight door, waved his hand, and replied casually. It's just temporary detention, and a display of strength, otherwise why would she believe that you, a mere Sequence 3, can stop George III from ascending to godhood? After all, she is barely considered Cheek's divine general vessel. Using her as bait might even lure out important figures from the demonist sect. Seeing that Aaron had his own plans, Klein didn't ask further, but remembering the miracle invoker who came to the City of Silver, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have already digested a portion of the Sequence 3 potion. The next step is to prepare for promotion to a complete mythical creature. I can feel this is an opportunity to further control Sapphira Castle, but the Sequence 2 promotion ritual of the door pathway requires going to the cosmos, which is too demanding and dangerous. So I want to pre-request the miracle invoker potion formula from you. Pre-request. Aaron clicked his tongue, looking at Klein, who remained expressionless and composed, and teased. I still trust Mr. Fool's credibility very much, but I just got all the potion formulas for the 22 pathways from Roselle, so you'll need to repay me with something else. Chapter 539, Klein is shocked. Klein was stunned for a moment, looking at Aaron with a bewildered expression, and asked in disbelief, Roselle isn't dead. At his current level, he already knew that Roselle had successfully advanced to Black Emperor, and naturally understood that those who had surrounded and killed Roselle back then must have been true gods of an equivalent level. His confusion stemmed from the fact that the Black Emperor card had already been taken by Aaron. Klein had only been informed of George III's preparations for the godhood ritual and was unaware of the Black Emperor's unique resurrection. He died, but not completely. I'm just helping him revive and suppressing the corruption within him, Aaron explained with a smile. With a slight thought, specks of spiritual light converged from all directions, materializing the miracle invoker potion formula before Klein. Corruption that even a true god couldn't escape. Klein's mouth twitched violently, but his attention was quickly drawn to the potion formula before him. Upon clearly seeing the advancement ritual, he froze on the spot and subconsciously whispered, to make a lost piece of history return to the current era. Aaron raised his hand and dispelled the spiritual light, reminding him pointedly, just like making the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to reality. Klein remained silent for a long while before sighing with a bitter smile, then how do I enter the forsaken land of the gods? I can't possibly use a virtual persona like Miss Justice. Looking at Aaron, whose lips were curved into a smile, Klein inexplicably felt a tightening in the back of his neck, and his words, half-spoken, came to an abrupt halt. If you broaden your thinking, it's simple. Aaron snapped his fingers with a smile, then clicked his tongue as he looked at the somewhat wary Klein. I remember, you should have already revived twice, well, counting the time you first awoke in Klein Moretti's body. Don't look at me like that. I even have photos of your head being blown open by a bullet. Want to take a look? Klein suppressed the shame of having his secrets exposed and immediately coughed dryly, please get to the point. Aaron rubbed his chin, no longer teasing Klein, and went straight to the main topic, every miracle invoker has 4 chances to revive. Although you haven't advanced to an angel yet, the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle allows you to possess this authority in advance. Of course, this is also a prepayment. So, you only need to send a portion of your flesh and blood into the forsaken land of the gods, then commit suicide. With the help of some external forces, you can successfully revive on that portion of flesh and blood. Klein looked intently at Aaron with a, you're serious, expression. Although this idea broadened his thinking, he always felt that this suggestion of him dying was strange. This is indeed a method. Can you broaden your thinking further and suggest another method that doesn't require dying? Aaron chuckled with a half-smile and, to Klein's surprise, nodded. There's another method, and it's even simpler. You don't need to do anything, just wait for Amon to take you into the forsaken land of the gods. Klein choked and gave an awkward smile. I'd rather commit suicide then. Glancing at Klein, Aaron's tone became a few shades more serious as he warned, Amon's main body has already left the forsaken land of the gods and is currently in the northern continent. When George III advances to Black Emperor and I am preoccupied, he might take the opportunity to act against you. And the Evernight goddess is attempting to accommodate the death uniqueness, making it difficult for her to provide you with direct assistance in the near future. Rather than being captured by Amon and falling into a dead end, it's better to seize the initiative before that. At least the Evernight goddess's residual divine power in the forsaken land of the gods can help you conceal your tracks to a certain extent, and the secrets hidden there are enough for you to completely digest the scholar of your potion. Don't rush to make a choice. You have time to consider until George III takes full action. This is a one-time directional teleportation. Crush it, and you can see Melissa. You can go see her before you make a decision. Taking the stardusted charm Aaron threw him, Klein remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding. After arranging everything, Aaron did not linger. The next second, he returned to the Nation of Disorder and saw the dejected demoness Trissy standing in the dark golden mist. Why did you bring back a demoness, and this fellow seems to have Cheek's aura on her? Roselle's slightly curious voice ignored the distance and echoed directly in Aaron's ear. Although he still couldn't leave the mausoleum, after accepting the Nation of Disorder's grace, he was very sensitive to the changes within this Sapphira. I thought you'd be nostalgic. After all, you're the man who called himself Caesar and wrote, "The taste of a demoness is truly good," in your diary. Glancing at the primitive island sealed in the lower layers of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron teased Roselle, then said, her name is Trissy Cheek. She was meant to be the demoness sex vessel for the primordial demoness descent, but it wasn't fully completed. During the Great Smog, the Evernight goddess intervened. Not shying away from his past debauchery, Roselle laughed heartily. The taste of a demoness is indeed good. Cough cough, let's get to the point. Don't let Bernadette know about these irrelevant matters. So you plan to use this demoness? But a sequence 4 is just a slightly larger ant. Aaron nodded, raised his hand and beckoned to the void. A cluster of sacred grayish-white light flew out from the dark golden mist, condensing in his hand into a fist-sized, spring-like crystal. It was the Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 3, Demoness of Undying, from the Demoness of White, Katarina, whom Aaron had captured during the Great Smog. Trissy once wielded a Grade 0 sealed artifact that could induce Cheek's divine descent, but it was destroyed prematurely by the Evernight goddess. However, it can still summon historical projections through charms created with the Scholar of your authority. Although a Sequence 3 is also an ant, it can at least make the divine descent more complete. At that time, I'll need your help. This is a rare opportunity. Roselle gave a steady hum. Although he was half dead now, his corresponding Beyonder and symbolism had not been completely obliterated. To put it more vividly, he was a super-enhanced version of the Black Emperor card. Especially now, he no longer needed to expend most of his energy fighting the mother goddess of depravity's corruption within him. With his full power combined with the Nation of Disorder's own Beyonder, Aaron could even be considered a king of angels with dual sequences for a short period. After a brief exchange, Aaron's figure flickered, and he appeared before Trissy. Trissy, who had a general understanding of her predicament, looked at the suddenly appearing Aaron with a numb and dejected expression. Her lips moved, and she asked in a hoarse voice, "Who exactly are you?" This stemmed from an absolute suppression at the life level. Even the several important figures of the Demoness sect who had guided her to accept the grace could not compare. The only one Trissy could compare him to was the primordial one she hated and feared. Chapter 540 Charles I of Castile. Responding to Trissy's question with his own honorific name, Aaron looked at the Demoness whose expression kept changing, and calmly added. You have already obtained divinity, I presume some things are already clear to you. This body of yours is limited to Sequence 4. The advancement ritual for Sequence 3, Demoness of Undying, requires delving into the mirror world to find your mirrored self. But in your current state, the only possibility of delving into the mirror world is to completely lose yourself and truly become a vessel for Cheek's descent. With her inner fear being laid bare without concealment, Trissy clenched her hand with a gloomy expression. Before she could speak, the dense dark golden mist around her dissipated. A projection-like scene appeared before her. Trissy was stunned for a moment, her gaze sweeping past the night holy emblem carved on the wall, then fixating on a face that was aged and praying with downcast eyes. She murmured in a hoarse voice. Edsac, he's still alive. Aaron snapped his fingers, and the image projected through the power of faith vanished. He then looked at the forlorn Trissy and spoke meaningfully. Prince Edsac of the Augustus family died that day. The one alive now is just an ascetic named Edsac. Taking a deep breath, Trissy, whose thoughts were now clear, bowed gracefully to Aaron. Thank you for giving him a new life and resolving a knot in my heart. I can feel that you also despise the evil god worshipped by the Demonist sect. For the remaining matters, I will do my utmost, and I hope for clear instructions. After a combination of soft and hard tactics, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, seeing that Trissy had come to a realization. He tossed the spring-like, grayish-white crystal, which was bound in his hand, over to her. This is the beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of Undying, from your old acquaintance, Demoness of White, Katarina. The talisman you obtained earlier can help you retrieve the medium for Cheek's descent. When you truly use it, just chant my honorific name and directly swallow this characteristic. The power contained within the characteristic will be awakened after you chant the honorific name, which can help you regain balance, temporarily seize control from Cheek, and cooperate with me on some matters. Without ritual assistance, and even without auxiliary materials, directly swallowing a high-level beyonder characteristic makes successful advancement almost impossible. However, being in the special state of accepting the primordial Demonist descent, Trissy could temporarily ignore the risk of direct loss of control and bear more symbolism at the Sequence 3 level. Katarina. Recalling some past memories, Trissy curled her lips into a mocking arc. Having long come to terms with her own fate, she didn't hesitate to raise her hand and take the sealed beyonder characteristic before her. The next second, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. Trissy was once again back by the endlessly flowing Tasik River, a coordinate appearing in her mind, and an echo lingering in her ears. Wait for the right moment. Feynapotter City, inside an antique-decorated detached villa. Count Alex, a direct descendant of Duke Full Moon Olmer and responsible for matters in the Feynapotter region, walked to the semi-open balcony. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, he felt the constantly restless spirituality. It's not a full moon. Alex frowned as he looked up at the sky. Just as he was about to use ritual magic to trace the source of the unusual feeling, a faint dong sound echoed in his ears. It was ethereal and seemed to come from an infinite distance. Alex's heart sank slightly. He immediately activated his incomplete mythical creature form, but the expected attack did not arrive. He frowned, his crimson blood eyes stained with a golden glow symbolizing divinity. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings to identify the source of the sound. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Under the crimson moonlight, dark stone pillars, invisible to ordinary people, rose up, supporting a magnificent and enormous church above the Castilla Royal Mausoleum in the southern part of Feynapotter City. Gazing at the bone church, built from the bones of different races and countless twisted souls, and feeling the terrifying aura contained within it, Alex's eyes twitched violently. He recalled some unpleasant memories. As one of the oldest sanguine counts, Alex had personally experienced the Battle of the Oathbreakers over 600 years ago, and a similar scene had appeared in Feynapotter City. Something big has happened. Thoughts surged in Alex's mind. His body blurred and took on a faint red hue, transforming into a hazy moonlight and vanishing without a trace. He planned to leave Feynapotter City first to avoid being caught in the crossfire, and then report to Duke Full Moon Olmer via ritual magic after getting away. Alex was clearly not the only demigod with similar thoughts. Various hidden factions concealed in the capital of the Feynapotter Kingdom were all awakened and swiftly moved away. Northern Feynapotter City, the deepest part of the Church of Life, the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church, a continuous expanse of golden buildings. Crimson light streamed down through the Earth Holy emblem carved on the dome. Matriarch Roland, graceful and full of maternal radiance, slowly rose. Her figure faded in the moonlight and reappeared outside the deep black, bone-inlaid church. Matriarch Roland stopped, her expression solemn, as she looked at Adam, who was wearing a simple white robe, holding a silver crucifix pendant, and praying with downcast eyes. Behind him were rows of black chairs with backrests. A middle-aged man in a luxurious gown, with a ferocious and angry expression, was slumped in one of them, his chest pierced by a wooden cross stake stained with mottled blood, pinning him to the chair. It was clearly the only surviving angel of the Castilla royal family, apart from the founder Charles Castilla I. Amon. You actually dare to appear in the outside world in your true form. The angry yet undeniably weak muffled roar echoed for a long time. Transparent, distorted faces emerged on the boundaries of the illusory world, sealing inside and out, isolating the spirit world and the astral world. In front of the 100-meter-tall cross, Amon, wearing a classical black robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle, slowly turned around. Looking at the impotently enraged Charles I, a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's really not easy to deceive you, but now it seems you are more foolish than I imagined. Procrastinating is meaningless. Tisk, let me guess, you wouldn't be hoping for those self-absorbed fellows in the astral world to save you, would you? As his words fell, Amon quietly transformed into an ancient, mottled, giant stone wall clock. The second hand, constructed by a worm of time, trembled violently. As the distant chimes echoed, time seemed to be infinitely stretched. The power of order solidified throughout the Feynapotter Kingdom was temporarily isolated by the Bone Church. Charles I, unable to draw power, felt his nascent divine kingdom being slowly suppressed. The rules of order, which were his foundation, were being gradually tampered with by Amon, falling into irreversible chronic death. After an unknown period, when the chimes rang again, Charles I, with a slightly stiff body, took out a monocle from the void and slowly placed it in his right eye socket. Chapter 541 Mother Earth. The enormous, mottled phantom of a clock dissolved into King Charlie Eye's body. The hand of Order's lips curled slightly upwards, and he adjusted his monocle, letting out a regretful "TSK. What a pity. It would have been perfect if we had caught that old fellow Pales." Although Amon, by taking advantage of the surprise attack and using the Church of Bones to restrict King Charlie Eye's abilities, had overwhelmingly stolen his anchor and authority through the rules of deceit, essentially parasitizing and even replacing this ancient angel in another sense, just as Amon had replaced the ancestor of the Jacob family in the fourth epoch. However, King Charlie Eye was not Jacob after all. Occupying the fate of a high-level beyonder from a non-adjacent pathway for a long time would eventually bring hidden dangers. Due to concerns about certain matters, Amon still gave up the pleasure of indulging in the malicious fun of impersonating King Charlie Eye. How boring. But it's time for this to truly end. Looking out beyond the illusory world filled with transparent, distorted faces, King Charlie Eye mumbled, then walked easily and comfortably towards the 100-meter-tall radiant cross standing in the center of the church. The coiling dragon statue had long disappeared, replaced by blood-stained wooden stakes conjured from imagination, nailing King Charlie Eye to the frame, like some ancient ritual. As the last stake pierced through King Charlie Eye's glabella, a resentful and shrill roar seemed to break through the unlucky one's restraint, but then it abruptly ceased. The founder of the Phaenopotter kingdom, King Charlie Castilla I, who had established the nation over 1,000 years ago, had fallen. Outside the church, which had a dark base inlaid with white bones, Adam, who had been praying with lowered eyes, paused, then raised his head, revealing eyes as clear as a child's. He slowly stood up, pulled out the blood-stained wooden stake that had pierced Frederick I, the Castilla royal family's angel, and with a calm expression, glanced at the desolate matriarch Roland, who was full of vigilance, before disappearing completely along with the Church of Bones behind him, disintegrating inch by inch. The graceful desolate matriarch Roland, full of maternal radiance, gently furrowed her brows, looked up at the astral world, and a hint of worry flashed in her brownish eyes. As soon as she sensed the abnormality in Phaenopotter City, she prayed to the Great Mother, but the astral world's gaze had not yet blessed her child. The eerie blood moon that had occupied the entire sky a while ago flashed through her mind. The desolate matriarch Roland sighed softly, and a rich life force emerged from her fingertips, touching the pale-faced Frederick I's chest. Only indifference remained on her beautiful face. Integrate the Phaenopotter royal family's forces as quickly as possible. The war between Loen and Phaesac has been in a stalemate for too long, it's time for a decisive outcome. This was also Adam's condition for sparing the royal angel. Frederick I, who was about to question why Earth Mother had not descended, choked, and clenching his fist somewhat humiliatingly, he inexplicably thought of the declining Sauron family in Intis, feeling a sense of shared indignation and fear. Deep within the astral world, filled with various concepts and abstract chaos, natural barriers woven from wheat, flowers, and trees overlapped layer upon layer, isolating all possible prying eyes. Within the natural kingdom, towering oak trees, seemingly about to stretch out of the astral world, stood tall. Lush green covered the world, and vast spirituality nurtured life. A plump and soft illusory figure, whose face was unclear, silently overlooked the entire world, but what was reflected in the depths of her eyes was the scene of Phaenopotter City. Although she had not descended, she had briefly communicated with the ancient sun god's divinity through the desolate matriarch Roland's anchor of faith. As if memories were stirred, Earth Mother sighed softly and made a gesture of cradling an infant. A terrifyingly vast life force instantly converged, causing her abdomen to swell, followed by the illusory sound of crying. The next moment, a strange, dark brown infant appeared in the arms of Earth Mother, whose aura had weakened slightly. This was not a true life, but the separated sequence too, desolate matriarch, beyond her characteristic. However, Earth Mother showed a motherly, loving smile. "You shall be reborn," she murmured softly, and the layered natural barriers trembled accordingly, then disintegrated without warning. The falling wheat and flowers clustered around the infant formed from the characteristic, detaching from the astral world and accurately falling into the Church of Life, the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church in northern Phaenopotter City. The sudden commotion attracted many gazes in the astral world. In a divine kingdom nearby, a majestic and grand structure, strikingly similar to the giant king's court, occupied the center of the entire world. The god of combat Badhile rose from the throne in the deepest part of the palace. The orange-red twilight glow dimly fell, dyeing everything around with a sense of decay and demise. It seems the mother goddess of depravity's influence has dissipated. If so, some matters no longer need to be delayed. The orange-red light beneath the faceplate flickered. Relying on the sensitivity of the sequence 0 demon hunting eye to the mother goddess of depravity's pollution, the god of combat scrutinized the natural domain that had re-interacted with the astral world, his aura growing increasingly violent. After issuing a divine oracle to Larion, the god of combat church's archpriest, the god of combat, holding the twilight greatsword, arrived at the edge of the world in the solidified twilight, gazing from afar at another kingdom shrouded in darkness. Backlund. The midday sun scorched the earth, and the lazy afternoon nap was broken by the continuous shouts of newsboys. Extra! Extra! Fainapotter city attacked, Castilla royal family's mausoleum razed. Inside the folk herbal medicine shop, Darkwill, who had already advanced to a noble sanguine, was adjusting the reagents in his hand. Harry the Owl, with his round, bulging eyes, watched intently, both oblivious to the hawking outside. Done. TSK, is this the telepathist potion? Darkwill, whose physical quality had greatly improved after advancing to a sanguine, mumbled while quickly putting away the prepared potion, causing Harry the Owl to miss it. Looking down at the uselessly enraged silly bird, Darkwill, having satisfied his malicious humor, then handed over the potion, adding venomously. You better not die. This potion cost me a lot of money. Just then, as Darkwill was about to add a few more venomous remarks, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Buy me the latest newspaper. Both the man and the bird trembled and stopped bickering. Harry the Owl picked up the potion and flew towards the lounge, while Darkwill nodded like a pounding garlic, agilely darting out the door, returning with the newspaper a dozen seconds later. Somewhat nervously placing the newspaper at the door of the innermost room, Darkwill said in a low voice, slightly fawning and fearful. Respected Mr. Gehrman, the newspaper you requested. The door opened in response, and an invisible wind swept the newspaper into the room. Klein, maintaining the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, flipped through the clearly emergency-printed newspaper, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Chapter 542, The Impact of Diffusion. Although Klein had never been to Fainpot City, he wasn't completely ignorant. It was akin to suddenly hearing that Backlund's Sodila Palace had been razed to the ground. He was no longer the ignorant Nighthawk from Tingen. Naturally, he understood what the seemingly absurd report implied. It likely involved a conflict surpassing the level of ordinary angels. The Earth Mother Church, in conjunction with the Castilla royal family, has issued a warrant for the secret organization Psychology Alchemists. Pinching his brows, Klein's gaze lingered on the content specifically marked at the end of the newspaper, and he muttered to himself with a playful expression. Although it didn't explicitly name the culprit, it's practically tearing open the veil. However, among the psychology alchemists, the only one capable of achieving this step is probably. Without speaking Adam's name, Klein put away the newspaper and sighed softly. From a seer's intuition, he always had a premonition of impending storm. After a moment of silence, Klein seemed to have made a decision. He took out the star-adorned charm that Aaron had given him, and a surge of spirituality poured into it. The two demigod marionettes, who had been standing silently in the shadows, appeared beside Klein, submerged together in the dazzling starlight. As spirituality extended with the starlight, Klein vaguely saw the 7 distinct colors of clear light beyond the starlight. The next second, his vision suddenly cleared, and he saw a translucent, sapphire-like sea, and a magnificent castle made entirely of emerald. His gaze subconsciously swept over, and Klein's eyes suddenly froze, meeting the gaze of the young girl in front of the castle. His lips moved silently. Melissa. Melissa, with an astrolabe in front of her, curiously observed the 3 individuals, Klein and his 2 marionettes, who had suddenly appeared on Lasha Island. Having frequently studied astrology with the demigod Catilia to digest the astronomer potion, she keenly sensed that all 3 were at least at the demigod level. However, because she had never faced a marionettist, Melissa failed to discern that 2 of them were merely marionettes. Just as she was wondering if these were guests of Queen Mystic, Bonoa, dressed in a simple priest's robe, appeared behind her. Feeling the pressure originating from the life level, Klein shifted his gaze from Melissa and looked at the second son of Roselle, introducing himself very politely. Esteemed Crown Bonoa, I am Gehrman Sparrow. Duke Aaron previously gave me a teleportation charm. Please forgive my sudden visit today. Gehrman Sparrow. Is this Mr. World? Melissa's eyes widened slightly. The figure before her gradually overlapped with the one from the Tarot Club, and the sense of closeness she already felt deepened. Bonoa scrutinized Klein, recalling the secrets Aaron and Bernadette had mentioned. With a gentle expression, he nodded and pointed at the marionettes on either side of Klein. Since you have received permission from Crown Duke, you are a guest here. Feel free to state any needs you have. North District of Backlund, at Dr. Alan Chris's home, a warmly decorated baby carriage gently swayed. Rejoice, the fate counselor who had partially digested the Chowswalker potion and whose condition was stabilizing, stood respectfully. Admiralsal, full of surprise yet somewhat reserved, watched the maids who occasionally walked by, completely ignoring him and his teacher. A moment later, a precocious, tender voice emerged from the baby carriage. The tide of the era has arrived, and this grand curtain has been drawn. For a period of time, Backlund will become the target of all. It's a pity that the life school of thought has lost too much of its foundation, making it impossible for you to advance further. Although the most precious dice of probability has been preserved, without assistance, it is not something you at Sequence 3 can use. At its peak, besides the dice of probability, the life school of thought also possessed a grade 0 sealed artifact created by Septon, who had specifically peeled off and additionally accommodated a Sequence 2 soothsayer characteristic, used to suppress and transfer the negative effects of the dice of probability. This was also the fundamental reason why the life school of thought was able to continue even when Septon was being hunted by Ouroboros. Unfortunately, the latter has been lost, seized by the Rose school of thought, which had long coveted it. Rejoice gave a bitter laugh and pulled Admiralsal beside him, explaining. Mr. Speaker, my potion is still far from being digested. I came this time because my disciple has completely digested the Sequence 5 winner potion, and he still lacks the characteristic for advancement. As one of the few remaining Fate counselors, Rejoice, who had been hiding ever since Septon's restart, was truly destitute and could not provide the characteristic for his disciple's advancement. Turning over comfortably in the cradle, Septon hummed. He had indeed additionally accommodated some Sequence 4 characteristics. His chubby hand gently grasped the void, directly throwing a mass of spiritual light to Rejoice, then waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Sealing the characteristic casually, Rejoice seemed to sense something. After bowing respectfully, he left with Admiralsal, who could not hide his excitement. Sitting up with some difficulty, Septon looked at the empty corner and pouted. If I hadn't sensed Adam and that blasphemer's involvement when peeking into Fate, I would have almost thought you were the one who eliminated that member of the Castilla family. The space separated from reality gradually overlapped, and Aaron's figure gradually appeared, responding with a smile. The commotion from snatching Trunsoist's brass book earlier was too great. Adam's intervention could instead confuse the public. However, I truly didn't expect them to act so quickly and so blatantly. Shrugging indifferently, Septon continued grumpily. What do you want from me this time, you fellow? I'm still a baby. Frequent use of yesterday's recurrence still has some impact on my restart. I didn't expect to be considered an unwelcome guest in Mr. Speaker's eyes. Aaron chuckled teasingly, then stopped wasting words and directly flicked a spiritual light spot containing various messages into Septon's tender forehead. Backlund Greater Region, downstream of the Tussock River, Ruin Number 1. A curtain woven from shadows enveloped this deep, dark, majestic secret mausoleum. George III stood on the high platform inside the mausoleum, holding the crown adorned with many gloomy gems, symbolizing the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze from the astral world, and his low, majestic voice echoed. The Earth Mother's condition seems to have returned to normal. Faceac and Fanepot should act very soon. All of this should indeed come to an end. Bits of slightly profound light gathered, condensing into a figure in the shadow-covered air. The square face exuded majesty. It was William Augustus I, the founder of Loen. With George III, who was gradually assimilating with the shadows, reflected in his pupils, William I spoke indifferently. That hand of order, characteristic from Castilla, has now been taken by Adam. Chapter 543, The Worm of Time. As if sensing something, William I paused, his hand forming a loose fist, his tone growing more solemn. Within the deep, solemn mausoleum, the originally distorted order gradually stabilized under the interference of the hand of order's authority. You have already accommodated the last Beyonder characteristic. His semi-ethereal body solidified considerably, and George III nodded indifferently, actively cooperating with William I to isolate the strange crown in his hand. After successfully accommodating 3 Prince of Abolition Beyonder characteristics, he was already finding it difficult to suppress his inherent urge to converge with the uniqueness. Therefore, temporarily sealing this uniqueness was the most correct choice before beginning the ritual to become a god. His figure reappearing on the throne, George III retracted the shadow of order that enveloped the mausoleum, his majestic and grand voice devoid of any emotion. The Castilla family has followed in the footsteps of the Sauron family. The control of Fanepotter Kingdom will completely belong to the Earth Mother Church, and the God of Combat Church should have already made plans for an alliance. As for that hand of order Beyonder characteristic, it's better in Adam's hands than being hunted by the organization that snatched Trunsoist's brass book from the God of Combat Church. Mentioning that Justiciar pathway uniqueness, William I's expression couldn't help but darken slightly. Although he wasn't absolutely certain, excluding the influence of outer deities, the greatest possibility was the remnants of Trunsoist, who had been accumulating power in secret for over 1,000 years. Recalling the hand of order Beyonder characteristic that had vanished without a trace after the Night Emperor's fall, and the fleeting appearance of the Nation of Disorder, a hint of worry flashed in William I's increasingly profound eyes. Although he was already an angel during the Four Emperors era, due to the Night Emperor's own precedent of dividing Solomon's Beyonder characteristics to advance to Sequence 1, William I during the Four Emperors era was also quite suppressed and had no idea whether the appearance of the Nation of Disorder was related to the Night Emperor's final arrangements. In your eyes, perhaps I am the perfect bait. William the First looked at this ambitious descendant, his heart stirring, then spoke indifferently. Since that's the case, Adam's matter will be put aside for now. Besides, Zeradal of the Hermit Order found me and expressed a willingness to cooperate. His historical projection is currently in Sadrak Palace. Zeradal. George III clasped his hands, silently repeating the name, the curve of his lips gradually widening. In the northern part of Fainapotter Kingdom, on the central plateau bordering Lenberg and Intis Republic, lies the kingdom's northern fortress city, Serenyen. The afterglow of the setting sun had already faded, and the night grew thick. Inside the majestic and solemn governor's manor, lights were already ablaze. Anderson Hood, the former strongest hunter of the Mist Sea, leaned lazily on the sofa, blowing a silver-white harmonica. Even the somewhat artistic ambience couldn't conceal the surging iron and blood aura. As early as last month, Anderson, who had already formed his own team, successfully completed the ritual in a small battle against the Iron and Blood Cross Order, using the sealed artifact corresponding to the Iron-Blooded Knight Beyonder characteristic that Aaron had previously gifted him to successfully advance. However, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, having suffered a great loss, uncharacteristically did not retaliate, and even showed signs of disappearing from the central plateau. This left Anderson, who had been preparing for a major battle with the secretive organization that had pursued him for over half a year, quite indignant. Just then, the half-open door was roughly pushed open. Enough, stop blowing that broken harmonica of yours. There's news about the Iron and Blood Cross Order that you asked me to inquire about. The truly unpresentable harmonica sound stopped abruptly. Anderson shook the white harmonica, tried blowing it twice, but no sound came out, so he gave up disgruntledly, muttering softly. Deceiving my harmonica won't help you digest the Mentor of Deceit potion. And you call yourself a fourth epic noble, you can't even appreciate such beautiful music. Mobert, who was deeply parasitizing Serenyen Governor Odinson Castilla, walked in with a face full of black lines, speaking directly and ungraciously. I really want to sew your mouth shut. The matter with the Iron and Blood Cross Order is largely clear. Their president has fallen. Now, under the encirclement of the Sauron family and the two major churches, they are severely weakened. The sphere of influence of their forces near the central plateau should have been abandoned by them. Without inquiring about the source of the intelligence, Anderson made a playful clicking sound with his tongue, then suddenly jumped up from the sofa, gloating with a chuckle. Good is rewarded with good, evil with evil. TSK, this is their retribution for pursuing the strongest hunter of the Mist Sea. Unable to bear this guy's narcissism any longer, Mobert gave a few instructions and was about to leave when he sensed a strong spirit world fluctuation. Before he could even react, a figure stepped out from the colorful blocks. Using the Nation of Disorder to pinpoint Mobert, Aaron, who had directly teleported from Backlund, glanced at the certain hunter whose expression instantly stiffened, and curled his lips, teasing. Congratulations to the strongest hunter of the Mist Sea on advancing to demigod. Anderson, directly facing the pressure of an angel of king, trembled in his legs, wishing he could slap his own stinky mouth, on the verge of tears. Withdrawing his gaze from Anderson, Aaron sized up Mobert, who was parasitizing Odinson Castilla's body, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile. Where did Old Man Palez go? Mobert, who had already learned Aaron's current status from Palez, bowed respectfully. The old man left alone not long after helping His Grace the Duke last time. Before leaving, he instructed me to immediately use this Worm of Time to contact him if you were looking for him. As he spoke, Mobert took out a 12-segment Worm of Time from his pocket. As a surge of spirituality poured into it, a phantom of an ancient, mottled, giant stone clock flashed and disappeared. Feeling a familiar aura descending, Aaron slightly raised his hand and immediately left Serenyen City with Mobert. Standing on the desolate plateau, Aaron watched the Worm of Time in Mobert's hand spiral and dissolve, ripples spreading out. The white-haired Palez walked out from within, wearing a dark black robe that was asymmetrical on the left and right, with a crystal pillar formed by light and shadow suspended in his right hand. Numerous 12-segmented worms of time swam and wandered rapidly within it, and everything around them seemed to still. It was precisely the Sequence 1 Worm of Time Beyonder characteristic. Under Aaron's somewhat surprised gaze, Palez, whose aura had fallen to Sequence 2, smiled and pushed the Beyonder characteristic over, his aged voice carrying a hint of helplessness. This is nothing to be surprised about, it was bound to happen sooner or later. I've handled this Beyonder characteristic very cleanly. Even Amon won't be able to track my traces through it. Casually isolating the interaction with the outside world, Aaron took the Beyonder characteristic that floated before him and promised Palez. No matter who ultimately becomes the Mysteries, the Zoroaster family will receive my protection. When the time is right, I will help you return to Sequence 1. Chapter 544 Meeting in the Southern Continent. As the crystalline pillar of light and shadow vanished into Aaron's hand, Palez's eyes moved, and a smile squeezed onto his deeply lined face. I eagerly await that day. After sealing this Worm of Time characteristic and entrusting it to Roselle for safekeeping, to prevent it from merging with the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic also sealed in the Nation of Disorder, Aaron's figure gradually faded. He finally looked at Palez and reminded him, Amon's true body is in the northern continent. If I need your help later, I will directly summon a historical projection. During this time, you can just lie low and be cautious. When the all-isolating dark gold kingdom silently receded, Morbit looked at his great-grandfather with a complex expression and whispered, hesitating to speak, old man, you. Waving his hand dismissively, Palez sighed, looking at the complicated expression on Morbit's face, this is not coercion. This characteristic will only bring disaster if it remains. You are not yet at the level to understand these secrets. Without achieving angelhood, in a sense, you are still an ant. As a sequence one of the error pathway, Palez was very clear about how terrifying the revived celestial worthies will truly was. Whether it was the fool or Amon, if any one of them won, they might end up just doing all the work for someone else. Therefore, he had been hedging his bets until his true body entered the nation of disorder earlier and experienced firsthand what the Sapphira, only briefly mentioned on the blasphemy slate, truly meant. Only then did he finally side with Eren, siding with the hope that even in the worst-case scenario of the celestial worthies revival, he would be able to protect himself and even rebuild the Zoroastrian family. Southern Continent, Pasa Valley, Lloyd City. At the very center of the inner city, atop a mixed-style clock tower, under the crimson moonlight, Audrey, with her face obscured by fine black gauze, slowly emerged from the obscure and dim collective subconscious ocean. She stood at the highest point, overlooking this largest city in the northern part of the Loen Kingdom's East Balam colonial region, manipulating virtual personalities to traverse the vast ocean of consciousness islands, weaving dreams. As the headquarters of the East Tark family in the southern continent, the demigods hidden within the city-state could even rival the Amanda front line, which was still in a standoff. With a collective subconscious ocean where tens of thousands of people gathered, there was no need to worry about attacks or being detected by official forces. Furthermore, many demigods actively cooperated in entering dreams, shortening the years of potion digestion for ordinary dream weavers at an incredible speed. After a long while, Audrey closed her eyes, feeling the feedback brought by the potion's digestion, continuously strengthening her resonance with the Grade 0 sealed artifact that was deeply embedded in her consciousness island. This place is indeed very suitable for you. At this rate, perhaps in less than half a year, the Dreamweaver potion will be completely digested. A familiar chuckle came, and Audrey's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. With unconcealed joy, she looked at Eren, who had appeared beside her at some unknown time. His fingertips traced her smooth golden hair. After a moment of tenderness, Eren's expression gradually turned serious. The founder of the Phaenopotter kingdom has already died. The war in the northern continent, which was originally somewhat restrained, could completely spiral out of control at any time. As he spoke, Eren's eyes flickered slightly. After taking the worm of time characteristic from Palez, he felt an inexplicable pull. Having had similar experiences, Eren knew very well that this was Adam's doing, a story woven by an King of Angels level author. Eren, who had never considered trading the worm of time characteristic before George III's death, directly returned to the Nation of Disorder, avoiding accidentally entering that guy's Ossuary church during spirit world travel. He deliberately waited for a long time to hint at his attitude to Adam before coming to the southern continent. As his thoughts arose, figures appeared above the clock tower, clearly the angels who had arrived from various places. With pale, greenish flames flickering in his eyes, Azek, now the governor of Balam Kingdom, swept his gaze over everyone and was the first to speak in a deep voice. This is an opportunity. At the end of the fourth epoch, the Underworld Emperor unified this vast land when the four emperors of the northern continent were fighting among themselves, and the gods were unable to pay attention to the southern continent. Since Adam himself has stepped in to accelerate this so-called tide of the era, we might as well take the initiative. As Azek's words echoed, Nast, clad in a black robe with silver trim, bowed slightly to Eren and Audrey. After advancing to Angel, his attitude became even more respectful. The somewhat presumptuous pointed crown had long disappeared. After Eren nodded in response, he added in a deep voice, "There's only 1,000 days to be a thief, but no 1,000 days to guard against a thief." Completely unfazed by his pirate identity, and very skillfully picking up Roselle's famous quote, Nast raised a hand and pointed to the dense night on the east side of Lloyd City, which was the end of the Pasa Valley, adjacent to the ancient forest controlled by Faceak. In the battle to seize Trunsoist's brass book, Faceak's fleet suffered significant losses. Now, both it and the God of Combat Church have concentrated their forces in the northern continent. They are probably planning to achieve everything in one go, directly crushing Loen before dealing with the mess in the southern continent. Now that the safe sea routes to the southern continent have been blockaded by my pirate kingdom, I believe we can completely wipe out that Faceak colonial region in East Balam. The petite Shastas chuckled. A hint of silver white flashed in her pupils, and Hashanam's voice followed in agreement, that ancient forest is suitable for our race to recuperate. My elven lineage will naturally cooperate fully. Eren withdrew his gaze from the angels who had already reached a tacit understanding. He looked at Audrey, who had a look of unbearable pity, but did not speak. He merely raised his palm slightly. Valna, dressed in classical full armor with red hair and brown eyes, immediately detached from the nation of disorder, abruptly appearing with a surging aura of iron and blood. The purple flame-like flag imprint flickering between his eyebrows immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because of the special state of unfortunate one, no one except Aaron recognized this stranger of a powerhouse, but everyone had their own conjectures. Aaron scrutinized Valna, whose spirituality was restless and uneasy, and simply relayed Will Oseptin's instructions. Palez Beyonder characteristic is no longer at its peak, and he cannot maintain your current state alone. Therefore, I found the speaker of the Fate Council. He can help you maintain the unfortunate one state for another month, but only for 1 month. Having said this, Aaron paused and glanced at the thoughtful crowd, his gaze finally resting on Rainet Tyneker, who was carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark, elaborate black dress. Chapter 545 Klein's Decision. It was unknown if it was a habit that had become second nature, but this messenger lady, despite having her body complete, still liked to carry her own head. As Aaron looked over, Rainet Tyneker's spiritual perception was triggered, and the heads, with their simple updos of pale gold hair, tilted slightly, uttering words in sequence to form a complete report of the recent changes. It has been confirmed with red light El Moria that the devil who escaped from the abyss during the recent astral world turmoil was the ancestor of the Nos family, the head of the 3 great devil families of the 4th epoch. This devil named Nos was already a sequence 3 at that time. Taking advantage of the constant strife between the 4 emperors, he orchestrated a bloody massacre to advance to sequence 2, Bloody Archduke. He was later severely wounded by the guardian angel of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church at the time and fled into the abyss. Even though Rainet Tyneker was born and advanced to angel in the 5th epoch, as a high-level spirit world creature possessing the aura of the Fool, she easily learned these secrets of the 4th epoch from El Moria. An angel of the abyss pathway. Aaron's expression became a little playful, and he inexplicably recalled the hand that stretched out from the sea of blood when Cavendish Lancer borrowed the abyss to infiltrate the forsaken land of the gods. At his current level, such sudden impulses were, to some extent, comparable to prophecies. However, more than this fellow's origin, Aaron was more interested in whether he had received some kind of boon from the Mother Tree of Desire, which took the opportunity to transmit it when the astral world barrier was impacted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, causing him to leave the abyss at such a coincidental time. It was a pity that Astolfo, who had recovered to the King of Angels position, had been searching the historical fog inch by inch in the depths of the spirit world, looking for the hidden location of his true body, the bound god, and thus could not attend to the abyss entrance, which gave that devil the opportunity to escape. Those devils who have been dormant for a long time will probably also make a move. I will have Boyer Bale cooperate with you in tracing their whereabouts. Even if you truly encounter that fellow, the Silver Knight will be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. After a moment of thought, Aaron did not give this messenger lady too strict a goal. After all, angels of the devil pathway were not so easy to find. The most important thing at the moment was to assist Valna in thoroughly advancing to sequence 1 as soon as possible. After reaching a consensus, Aaron assigned tasks to each angel and, after specifically instructing Valna, left with Audrey. The Sea of Fog, Rashad Island. The night was deep. Ripples spread in the void, then smoothed out. Aaron and Audrey looked down at the island, and Benova, whose spiritual perception was triggered, immediately teleported over. It is worth mentioning that Queen Mystic Bernadette, after escaping from Amman, did not stay long on Rashad Island. She secretly searched for the headquarters of the Moses ascetic order within the 5 seas, utilizing the turbulent situation. You've worked hard. After nodding to Benova in thanks, Aaron looked at Audrey, who still seemed a bit gloomy, and, without mentioning the matter of the southern continent again, playfully changed the subject. Go meet that Mr. World. Afterwards, the forsaken land of the gods will also bear the footprints of this adventurer. Benova on the side raised an eyebrow slightly, and Audrey was even more surprised. She knew that Mr. World's true identity was the former Nighthawk, Klein. This is the fool's boon. After explaining, Aaron and the others' figures had already disappeared, arriving in the stargazing room built by mysticologist Catilia in Emerald City. Melissa, wearing a warlock's robe, looked at the suddenly appearing crowd with undisguised surprise, and the crystal ball in her hand, dotted with stars, began to flicker unstably. Starlight surged, lifting the crystal ball. Catilia, who was teaching Melissa various constellations, and Klein, who had stayed behind using his world identity, quickly stood up and saluted. After glancing at the crystal ball enveloped in starlight, Aaron felt a rather strong Sapphira Castle aura. He knew without thinking that this must be Klein's doing. To help Melissa safely pass the dangerous astronomer stage as quickly as possible, this fellow certainly had many tricks up his sleeve. After the potion is completely digested, I will grant you an opportunity to advance to a demigod as promised. Once you gain divinity, you can leave Rashad Island. Ignoring Catilia's surprised expression, Aaron looked at the confident Melissa and said no more. With a slight wave of his hand, he took Klein, whose eyes held a mix of relief and reluctance, away. Outside the Emerald Palace, on the Azure Sea, Audrey observed Klein, who was looking back at a certain room. She had only just learned that Mr. World's method of entering the forsaken land of the gods was to commit suicide. As a Sequence 3 spectator, she could very well understand Klein's feelings at this moment. Looking at the face belonging to the ruthless adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Do you want to go say a proper goodbye?" Shaking his head calmly, Klein looked at Audrey and changed the subject. "The flesh and blood I separated have already been sacrificed to Mr. Fool in advance. I will still need to trouble your personality avatar in the forsaken land of the gods to arrange the bestowal ritual." As early as when he made up his mind to see Melissa, he had prepared the necessary flesh and blood for his resurrection and brought it to Sapphira Castle. He just didn't expect that Aaron would only appear after he had been on Rashad Island for 2 days. Fortunately, after advancing to Scholar of Yore, Klein could now differentiate some worms of time to stay in Sapphira Castle to mechanically respond to some prayers, such as sacrifices or bestowals, saving him the awkwardness of finding excuses to go to the washroom. Audrey nodded. At Aaron's suggestion, Cavendish Lancer had already taken his personality avatar and left the City of Silver, heading to a desolate city-state, trying to avoid implicating the City of Silver as much as possible. After everything was ready, Klein took a deep breath and took out a revolver. It was the same one the original owner used to commit suicide in Tingen City. As for his other sealed artifacts, Beyonder materials, and even his 2 demigod marionettes, they had already been sacrificed to Sapphira Castle. "You're quite well prepared. Although this revolver isn't a Beyonder item, it still has great collection value. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you." Glancing at the rather familiar revolver, Aaron chuckled and teased, as spirituality surged into the ring of concealment on his knuckle. In the misty glow, Aaron connected with the Nation of Disorder, resonating with the Worm of Time characteristic. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void, and in just one pull, he pulled out Pallas Zoroast, whose face was slightly dazed. The next second, the eyes of the Sequence 1 historical projection regained their vitality. His gaze swept past Aaron and focused on Klein, who had the revolver pressed against his temple. Even as a historical projection, Klein still experienced a life-level pressure from Pallas' gaze. Suppressing all emotions, Klein felt the metallic sensation coming from the side of his head and couldn't help but mutter. "Although physical strength is a disadvantage for a Scholar of Yore, I wonder if this shot can kill me. That's a 10-pound demon-hunting bullet." Chapter 546, Arrival at the God-Forsaken Land. A dull explosion echoed, and Klein's body slowly fell, a hideous, scorched wound marring his temple. Having witnessed many unspeakable horrors in the collective subconscious sea, Audrey showed no ripple of emotion at the crimson blood splattering before her, her emerald eyes curiously fixed on the hole in Klein's head. Inside, there was no red and white brain matter. Instead, there were transparent worms intertwined and coiled, their 3-dimensional, layered, bizarre symbols rapidly dimming. The next second, these transparent worms became illusory, tinged with gray and white, scattering into mottled light points and vanishing, as if dissolving into the mists of history. Aaron glanced at the corpse whose Beyonder characteristic had been reclaimed by Sapphira Castle. Although he had no intention of directly destroying it, he also didn't plan to let it remain in the real world, to prevent Amon from finding it and using it as a medium, leaving behind future troubles. Set up a sacrificial ritual and offer all of these to the Fool, he will handle it properly. After instructing Audrey, Aaron pointed to Klein's corpse in the revolver stained with mottled blood, then looked at Pallas, who was gazing at the gray-white in the spirit world with a complex expression, and continued. "The rest is up to you." Pallas withdrew his gaze upon hearing this, nodding with a smile, his aged voice carrying an unconcealed anticipation. "Although it's just a historical projection, it fulfills a long-cherished wish to see this so-called Sapphira Castle." As his words fell, Pallas' already somewhat illusory figure collapsed into a mass of worms of time, merging into Klein's still-warm corpse. "This." Audrey, who had already arranged the ritual, slightly furrowed her brows, momentarily unsure whether to continue, and could only look to Aaron for help. Maintaining Pallas' historical projection, Aaron gave Audrey a reassuring look, knowing that Klein on Sapphira Castle must also be peeking over, and explained with a smile. "This is a necessary step. Although Sapphira Castle's status is sufficient, breaking through the seal of the forsaken land of the gods still requires some external help, and this cannot be replaced by a deceit charm." Inside the ancient palace, at the head of the mottled long table, Klein sat in the fool's position, gazing down at the constantly shrinking and praying crimson stars. After performing a divination for the upcoming action, Klein sighed softly after a moment of thought, putting the ready-to-use deceit charm back into the clutter pile. His consciousness connected with Sapphira Castle, opening the sacrificial door, and then he saw his own floating corpse and the intensely trembling figure of Pallas. The surrounding gray fog froze for a moment and then rapidly converged towards Pallas. Klein's heart suddenly leaped. He quickly summoned the blasphemy slate of the door pathway, which finally calmed Sapphira Castle's agitation, and the feeling that something terrible was about to happen slowly dissipated. What a terrifying aggregate instinct. Fortunately, this is only a historical projection. Amidst a vicissitude sigh, the phantom tentacles surging under the light and shadow gradually dissipated. Palez's figure finally stabilized. He pressed his eyes, which were slightly tinged with faint black, and continued somewhat wearily. This projection has already been corrupted. To avoid affecting the main body, we need to hurry. Klein eyed Palez warily, once again confirming that his control over Sapphira Castle had not weakened and that he could sever the medium of this historical projection at any time. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Recalling the heart-palpitating feeling from earlier, Klein no longer hesitated. He immediately separated a portion of his worms of spirit, giving them the instruction to sever the projection medium upon successful revival, then his spirituality diffused, leveraging the power of this grey fog world. The entire grey fog boiled, and a vast but slightly dim tide of power surged out, enveloping Klein. Palez's eyes shifted slightly, gazing deeply at the brilliant light door at the highest point of the grey fog, which was tinged with a hint of greenish black. After a soft sigh, his body instantly transformed into a mottled ancient clock, drawing this immense power towards the crimson star symbolizing Audrey. In a deserted city-state in the forsaken land of the gods, far from the city of silver, dim yellow light dispelled the profound darkness. Audrey's personality split stood before a simply constructed altar, praying in a low voice, while Cavendish Lancer stood with his hands behind his back not far away, manipulating numerous marionettes to guard against dangers lurking in the darkness. Just then, Cavendish Lancer suddenly turned his head, looking strangely at the flesh and blood in the transparent container on the altar. He felt authority originating from his own miracle invoker pathway. Bits of light fragments surged out of the void, like transparent, wriggling insects. The flesh and blood in the altar vessel surged out, floated into midair, and continuously fissioned, combining with the light fragments. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these light fragments coalesced, quickly outlining a human figure, none other than Gehrman Sparrow. This is the so-called resurrection. Audrey, her curiosity satisfied, blinked her eyes and spoke softly with a slight smile. Mr. World, welcome to the forsaken land of the gods. Backlund, layers of magnificent palaces surrounded a towering Gothic clock tower. The melodious chime of the bell echoed, awakening people immersed in their dreams. Under the crimson moonlight, a young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe could be seen standing at the top of the clock tower, his head slightly raised, gazing at the sky. His left hand held a black clock hammer, striking the hanging bell of order repeatedly, while his right hand was raised, adjusting the crystal monocle over his right eye. Through the shaking lens, faint, churning gray-white mist was vaguely visible. How interesting, that old fellow Palez. Amon's lips curled slightly. After a click of his tongue, he muttered to himself with a playful expression. But what use is that? That demonic wolf is already my marionette. His indifferent voice was drowned out by the melodious bell chimes. Before the powerhouses of the 3 churches and the Loen royal family arrived, Amon, who had caused quite a stir, quietly departed. Rasha Island, having received feedback from her personality split, Audrey immediately looked at Aaron. Mr. World has successfully resurrected in the forsaken land of the gods. As per your request, Cavendish Lancer has given him a copy of the map he drew while exploring the forsaken land of the gods. Aaron, who had already felt the interruption of Palez's historical projection, nodded. Besides the areas Cavendish Lancer had explored, he had also specifically marked a location that could help Klein completely digest the scholar of your potion. It was the place where the ancient sun god awakened, Chernobyl. Recalling that there were no omissions, Aaron put Klein's matter aside. With Amon's main body absent and a Sequence 3 working with Sapphira Castle's status, unless targeted by the true creator, the forsaken land of the gods could temporarily be considered a relatively safe place. Chapter 547 The Birth of the Tree God. Aaron disturbed the spirit world region corresponding to Lasha Island and covered up the traces of Paul's actions. Only then did he turn his head to look at Benova, who had been quietly observing the entire time. Let's go, Roselle is still waiting for you. Seeing Benova nod slightly, Aaron took the somewhat surprised Audrey's hand and whispered softly. Restrain your spirituality, don't resist. The warmth in her ear had not yet dissipated when a rich dark golden light rose before her eyes. The instinctive spiritual warning made Audrey subconsciously close her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, she found herself in a magnificent and vast world. It wasn't until a sensation of increasing heat came that Audrey, with undisguised astonishment, looked down at the back of her hand. Crimson flowed across her smooth, fair skin, like a tattoo of stars growing brighter. This was Audrey's first true visit to the nation of disorder. Previously, only a personality split had been stored in the Giant King's court key, using the nation of disorder and the door of granting to cleverly descend upon the forsaken land of the gods. Clearly feeling the fluctuations of order around him, Aaron casually tapped the center of the crimson tattoo. As invisible ripples spread, the restless Sapphira Castle imprint was immediately sealed and isolated. He looked at Audrey with a slight curve of his lips. Welcome to my divine kingdom. Deep within the historical fog, colorful light spots were stained black. In this area, protected and hidden by a slight contamination transmitted by the mother tree of desire through the bound god. The Mother Tree of Desire's followers, some oozing pus, some with various biological forms, constantly enduring the torment of curses, and wailing in pain, used their flesh and blood to build a massive altar base. A towering earthy yellow pyramid stood atop the flesh and blood altar, and a figure wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses hung quietly there, as if binding all curses and desires. This was precisely the main body Astolfo had been searching for, the bound god, Torsna. He had essentially died. His body, consciousness, and even his remaining spirit were filled with the Mother Tree of Desire's contamination. He had, in essence, become an agent of the Mother Tree of Desire. This was also thanks to the Mother Goddess of Depravity's previous success in penetrating the barrier. The Mother Tree of Desire, making partial concessions to this existence at the apex of the outer gods, took the opportunity to further invade reality. Opposite the pyramid structure, the beauty goddess, Balanka, like a mountain of flesh, manifested with an ominous aura of curses. Undulating, twisting chunks of flesh constantly diffused a misty bloody fog, and bloody pupils split open, looking indifferently at the bound god, Torsna. Great Mother has helped you completely control this body and advanced part of the reward. Now it's your turn to show your sincerity. A cloying, soft, alluring voice, mixed with terrifying curses, emanated from the center of Balanka's massive, fleshy body. The face, which gathered all symbols of beauty in the world, formed a strong contrast with her deformed and ugly body. His blood-red eyes rotated slightly. The bound god looked indifferently at his former follower, who now, body and mind, had turned to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Amidst a roar that pierced the spirit body, countless brownish-gray branches pierced through the layered, coiling yellowish bandages, like branching offshoots, and continued unabated, directly stabbing into Balanka's massive body, which was constantly emitting bloody fog. Without any defense, Balanka's face showed an expression of eager, intoxicated charm. As the bloody fog dispersed, a summoning door opened, and a blasphemy slate, its surface glowing with a faint crimson light, flew out. It immediately transformed into an invisible vortex, frantically absorbing Balanka's spirit and spirituality. Stimulated by a certain aura, several lines of ancient Fuzak script, which had not existed before, appeared. Sequence 1, Tree God. A miniature red moon rose, and from the back of the blasphemy slate, segments of somewhat withered brownish-gray tree roots extended. These roots merged with the branches spreading from the bound god, and together they surged into Balanka's body. His right hand, covered in thorns, swung violently. The bound god actively severed the brownish-gray branches that had pierced through his chest, allowing them to be swept away and disappear into the Mother card. The roar ceased. This agent of the Mother Tree of Desire tilted his head slightly, and the depths of his blood-red eyes reflected the torn flesh cracks on Balanka. A placenta of flesh, contracting and expanding like breathing, was wrapped in layers by the brownish-gray branches formed by the Mother card. It fused with the surrounding flesh and transformed into a monstrous figure composed of stacked reproductive organs, with dark brown roots coiling behind him like wings, his aura completely on par with Balanka. With the cooperation of the Mother Tree of Desire, a tree god was truly born within the barrier. An undisguised hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Mother Tree of Desire, manipulating the bound god, stared intently at this newly born tree god, coveting similar authority yet fearing the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Considering that the birth of the tree god was an essential part of the transaction and an opportunity to completely resolve for body, the devil monarch struggling in the abyss, he ultimately did not act, merely letting out an unwilling roar. Grayish-brown woody substance filled with densely wriggling organs. The increasingly full tree god unhurriedly tore open Balanka's flesh and walked out to the top of the pyramid. As a sequence one of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's core pathway, apart from the Earth Mother, he could be considered the most suitable vessel for the Mother Nest, capable of carrying and nurturing the power that the Mother Nest would use to break through the Western continent's seal to the greatest extent. I still need some time to listen to the call of the Great Mother and receive more of Mother's blessings. After everything is over, I will go to the abyss with you. Besides that, you should also be very interested in some things. The ink-black light spots cracked open. Watching Balanka and the tree god disappear into the historical fog in an instant, the bound god's scarlet eyes rotated, and a curse-laden whisper echoed. Create more sins, let the abyss fall deeper. Go to Backlund, and meet your old friend. The flesh and blood altar below the pyramid suddenly boiled. Scarlet blood surged up and transformed into a monstrous devil, precisely the bloody archduke, who had emerged from the abyss, whom Rainet Tynekur was pursuing. He bowed elegantly, his curved goat horns, covered in sinister patterns, ignited with an eerie blue flame, and a low, defiling whisper quietly echoed. I obey your teachings, Great Mother Tree of Desire. The dark brown mark on his brow flickered slightly. Having received some kind of blessing, he slowly rose, a sinister arc on his lips, and transformed into a bloody shadow, leaving this historical fog. He hadn't returned to the northern continent for over 1,000 years, and he wondered how many of those old fellows who had pursued and intercepted him back then were still left. Chapter 548, The Return of Medici. Sapphira are a collection of symbols, the source of authority, and the origin of power. For example, the Fool's Grey Fog Kingdom and my kingdom are both like this. As the boundless dark golden mist surged, Audrey, temporarily relieved of the psychological suggestion, listened with undisguised astonishment to Aaron's introduction of this kingdom, while recalling the information about the cosmos and outer deities that had emerged from the depths of her spirituality, which had originally been obscured by the visionary card. After a long while, Audrey looked at Aaron with a bitter smile and confirmed. So many outer deities. Is this why the gods tacitly allowed George III to attempt to become a Black Emperor? Aaron hummed softly, then gently consoled her. There is still some time until the apocalypse, and the gods are not lambs to be slaughtered. For you, it is about accepting the cruelty that all of this might bring, and quickly advancing to a complete mythical creature. Deep within the primitive island sealed on the lowest level of the Nation of Disorder, the gate of the Black Emperor mausoleum suddenly opened. With Aaron's tacit approval, Bonova, who had enjoyed some long-awaited father-son time with Roselle, slowly walked out. So fast. Aaron's expression shifted slightly, wanting to say more, but he immediately stopped speaking and teleported with Audrey to the outside of the mausoleum. Father's method for creating the blasphemy slates originally involved some blessings from the mother goddess of depravity. She has now modified the direction of these potentially corrupting blessings to you, and has given me the specific method of creation. I will complete the finished products as quickly as possible. Bowing slightly to Aaron, Bonova summarized his gains and made his promise. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, immediately sending Bonova back to reality. But before he could enter the mausoleum, the Nation of Disorder transmitted an indescribable resonance that instantly furrowed his brow. This familiar feeling, he had last experienced it when he explored the passage to the forsaken land of the gods hidden in the abyss in Cavendish. It was the Devil Monarch's aura from the tenebrous world resonating with the Nation of Disorder, which also belonged to Sapphira. At Aaron's current level, for the Nation of Disorder to have such a resonance, it would have to be at least an archangel or higher truly activating Sapphira-level power. In the Intis Republic, the surging Sorrenzo River cut through the capital, Trier. On the north bank, the god of steam and machinery church's main cathedral was towered over by thick, iron-black chimneys. Large amounts of light white mist billowed upwards from the forest-like chimneys, obscuring the morning light. The residents of Trier had long been accustomed to this, but today's mist seemed particularly dense, unlike the usual damp cold, instead carrying a scorching sensation as if singed by flames, even spreading into the spirit world, which overlapped somewhat with reality. The first to notice the anomaly and react was a pure ray of sunlight. The rust-tinged mist quickly evaporated, and a holy and beautiful woman in a gold-embroidered white robe emerged from it. It was Saint Vif, the patron angel of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. This ancient angel, who had experienced the War of Four Emperors, was exceptionally calm. She merely drove the pervasive war mist away from the residential areas where the believers were, then silently overlooked Trier. Such obvious spiritual fluctuations could not be concealed even by the war mist. The member of the Divine Council who had temporarily replaced Bonova after his quiet departure rose with a solemn expression and headed to the deepest part of the church. As the latest established and shallowest-rooted Orthodox God Church, even if he was the next Pope candidate, second only to Bonova, his own beyonder characteristic had not truly reached the angel level. There was no need to be stingy when facing dangers beyond his own level. Mist enveloped most of Trier. The barrier of reality seemed to be distorted, and purple flames burned silently in the void. They quickly solidified, turning into gigantic, blood-stained, iron-black thrones. The Red Angel, Medici, with his blood-red hair unbound, casually rested his hand on the long sword armrest of the black iron throne, looking disdainfully at Saint Vif, the patron angel, who was meeting his gaze high in the sky. "TSK, want to fight me?" Behind the black iron throne, within the dense war mist, metal-armored puppets of various colors, with faces seemingly carved, and standing over 10 meters tall, appeared faintly, vast and mighty, like an army. Apart from the most crucial Conqueror Beyonder characteristic in the underground ruins, the remaining ones, even the additional Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic and the Iron and Blood Cross Order's century-long accumulation, had all been integrated into these puppets by Medici, allowing the War of Red Legion, which had disappeared for over 1,000 years, to reappear in this manner. Staring coldly at the aggressive Medici, Saint Vif, the patron angel, seemed to sense something. Her eyes shifted slightly towards the direction of the steam church, where a light composed of massive illusory objects was rising. Wherever the light passed, all the war mist was decomposed into pure spiritual light points, which then converged behind this light to form an even larger, seemingly all-encompassing scroll of civilization that threatened to envelop all of Trier. "How annoying, you favored one." His disdainful expression slightly receded. Medici rose from the black iron throne. On his glabella, a blood-colored mark shaped like a banner clearly protruded, vibrant and about to drip, then ignited with black flames that bound destruction and madness. The black iron throne subsequently collapsed, turning into blood-stained black armor. Medici's body had already disappeared, and within the full-body armor remained only iron-like bones inscribed with complex, terrifying symbols, and deep purple, almost blood-colored flames attached to them, filling his body. Medici, having completely revealed his full mythical creature form, now held an iron-black flagpole. Waving the blood-stained flag with burn marks, he crashed head-on into the enveloping scroll of civilization, his arrogant laughter echoing. "It's just a divine descent clone. I originally intended to deal with that old geezer Cheek, but since it's come to this, I'll let you, Junior, witness why I am called the symbol of iron and blood." Almost simultaneously, the puppets of the War of Red Legion raised their arms. Their eyes were all tinged with iron black, and long spears of deep purple, almost blood-colored flames condensed in their hands. They could simultaneously share all of the Red Angel Medici's abilities and spirituality. The power of the entire War of Red Legion instantly converged on Medici, causing the banner mark on his glabella and the flag of God's demise in his hand to begin resonating. In the Berserk Sea, in the waters near Bansi Island, which was blockaded by the Church of Storms, a faint, illusory long river shimmered with rugged light within the thin mist. Almost as soon as the war mist began to appear in Trier, the swirling, illusory long river trembled gently. The mist was stirred, and Bansi Island, surrounded by the restart of destiny, appeared faintly amidst silver-white lightning and crimson flames. Faint roars emanated from it, growing increasingly frantic. Chapter 549 Witch Sect. When Medici, in the form of a flame giant, raised the flag of God's demise, Bansi Island, separated by half of the northern continent and the violent sea, was like a long-suppressed volcano finally erupting. The entire Bansi Island trembled with tyrannical and frenzied roars mixed with the clanging of metal chains. The originally clear sky instantly darkened, and the river of fate, shimmering with jagged light, was torn open by an extremely dense, grayish-white mist, causing the cycle of fate covering the entire sea area to shatter. Thousands upon thousands, countless rotten heads, appeared and disappeared within the mist, dragging pale, bone-white spines like long tails, wandering over the mist-shrouded sea. The war mist, permeated with the smell of rust and mixed with some grayish-white mist, did not continue to spread after breaking through the cycle of fate that bound this space, but it slowly permeated into the spirit world. Thanks to the Church of Storms blockade and the naval battles between Loen and Fozak, all ships avoided the waters near Bansi Island, so no immediate disaster occurred for the time being. In another nearby sea area, the turbulent sea surface was strangely calmed, and a beautiful lady in a gray, old-fashioned long dress stepped out of the flat sea without causing a single ripple. Her waterfall-like black hair was casually draped, and her blue eyes, more crystalline than gems, looked towards the mist-shrouded world in the distance. It was Judith, the leader of the Demoness sect, the godchild of the primordial Demoness, the Demoness of Grey. Feeling the immense power that seduced and tugged at her divinity, this Demoness, who was closest to the primordial one, took a deep breath and lowered her eyes in a quiet prayer. When she opened her eyes again, they had turned grayish-white, her casually draped black hair lifted, and black and white eyes grew from its top, looking at the mist once more. The feeling of seeing flowers through a fog disappeared. Her gaze swept past the spines and heads. From a black and white perspective, with the grace of the primordial Demoness, the Demoness of Grey saw the phantom of a colossal city through a certain barrier. Numerous taut iron chains traversed through it and extended downwards, inscribed with a large number of reliefs. Each abnormally hideous, ghastly face seemed to be endowed with life, peeking around and choosing whom to devour. The Demoness of Grey steadied her mind, reined in her consciousness, which was subtly pulled by the chains, and, dragged by the primordial one's bestowed power, continued to descend to a staircase leading to an infinite height. A vast figure, seemingly formed by two enormous intertwined pythons, quietly coiled at the end of the staircase. The iron-black chains with the ghastly reliefs pierced through its black and white interwoven scales, locking it onto the staircase. Yet, they still couldn't obscure the blood-stained crimson divine throne at the end of the steps. As if sensing the Demoness of Grey's gaze, this behemoth slowly raised its triune head. The indifferent face on the rightmost, female human head finally curved into a stiff smile, and prism-like light surged forth. Primordial One. Unconsciously murmuring, the Demoness of Grey's body trembled slightly. That face, almost identical to the deity she worshipped, continuously magnified in her pupils until the entire scene transmitted by this consciousness was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and collapsed with a bang. With a muffled groan, the Demoness of Grey's eyes burst open. Ink-black blood dripped from her eye sockets onto the sea surface, but instead of diffusing and fading, it transformed into a blood-colored mirror. Having some expectation of her own condition, the Demoness of Grey's expression was quite calm. As a mirror person created by her main body after receiving the primordial one's grace for a long time, she had understood and accepted her fate since her birth. Without hesitation, she leaped into the blood mirror. Although the power she encountered in that illusory city was related to the primordial one, this did not mean that such a high-level contamination could be ignored. Although her main body could escape contamination through death and revive herself within the sleeping mirror, that would waste too much time and affect the Demoness sect's cooperation with George III. In the deepest part of the mirror world, on an altar made of grayish-white stones, stood a colossal statue of the primordial Demoness, seemingly made of white bones. The true Demoness of Grey came to one side of the altar, indifferently observing the scene formed by shattered mirror fragments before her. The wantonly arrogant flame giant swung a blood-stained flag with scorching marks, brutally tearing apart the tapestry of civilization formed by hazy light. With joyous laughter, he vanished without a trace. This shouldn't be a true containment of the uniqueness. How did Medici manage to do this? An unbelievably soft voice came from the mirror space below the altar. The demoness of Grey's eyes moved, and she looked at the demoness of Undying who had spoken, responding coldly. You will know when you are one step closer to the primordial one. Also, has the container that escaped the sex control still not been found? The demoness of Orange, who had spoken earlier, instantly became silent. The Grade 0 sealed artifact she controlled came from the Tamara family and corresponded to an angel characteristic of the door pathway. Before the angel within the sect fell, she probably had no chance to be one step closer to the primordial one. At this moment, she could only bite the bullet and reply. Trissy has been out of contact since the end of the Great Smog. Although it's certain she's in Backlund, I've tried many methods, but without any practical results. Glancing at the other higher-ups of the demoness sect around her, who were minding their own business, the demoness of Orange gritted her teeth and finally added. That traitor must have received the knight's blessing. The demoness of Grey withdrew her extremely oppressive gaze and spoke indifferently. The medium that the primordial one left before falling into slumber, which allows for a temporary divine descent, must be found quickly. The frequency of the primordial one's will awakening is increasing, and no mistakes can be made at this critical moment. Zeradal of the Mysticism Society has already reached a cooperation agreement with the Loen royal family. With the help of an attendant of mysteries, as long as the container is still in Backlund, finding it is only a matter of time. In exchange, our demoness sect will be responsible for one of George III mausoleums. As for Medici, since Adam is behind him, we can temporarily ignore him. However, forcibly mobilizing that power will cause him to suffer a backlash. Knowing that this task could not be avoided, the demoness of Orange accepted it without hesitation. The Grade 0 sealed artifact of the door pathway she controlled, combined with the demoness' own mirror space, was indeed suitable for protecting the mausoleum. Moreover, if things truly became untenable, escaping to save her life would be no problem at all. After the few demoness sect higher-ups left, the demoness of Grey came behind the white bone statue, watching her, mirror person, slowly dissolve in the churning blood pool. The prism-like light brought from the illusory city, losing its carrier, instantly surged into the white bone statue, making this special mirror world even more oppressive and terrifying. Chapter 550, Promoted to Conqueror. In the ancient forest of East Byram, South Continent, at the border between the East Taker colony and the Fasak Empire. Even after more than 2 years, the giant lava pit left behind by the angel-level confrontation still emitted a strong purifying aura, and the decaying aura of twilight had made the surrounding creatures extinct. This tacitly agreed-upon demarcation line, a result of mutual compromise, was completely shattered today. War mist, mixed with storms and lightning, swept over everything. Tens of thousands of soldiers fought in blood and fire. The proportion of Beyonders was even comparable to Amantha's front line, and the intensity of the battle was even more brutal. Fireballs like falling stars descended from the sky, and the resulting airwave sent the surrounding soldiers flying. A giant rabbit, 4 or 5 meters tall and clad in silver full-body armor, leaped out of the deep pit, looking somewhat disheveled. Feeling the collapse of the God of Combat's church's defense line, the orange-red light behind her faceplate flickered intensely. She abruptly pulled out the purple fire spear that had pierced her chest, and her aura once again weakened. As the leader of the Papal Hunters, Liam, the Sword of Glory, had not suffered such injury since the War of the Four Emperors ended. Even on Sonia Island before, the one who was severely injured was Einhorn, the weather warlock from the Imperial family, who had been specifically targeted. For this reason, after the Feynapotter kingdom fully joined the war against Loen, Fasak's pressure on the Amantha front line significantly decreased. Only then did the Church send her to the South Continent to stabilize the situation, cooperate with the Intis colonial area to attack the Harvest Plains, which was dominated by the Church of the Night, and further shake the Evernight goddess's anchor. Thinking of the Church's original plan, Liam, afflicted by a transformation curse, let out a gloomy sneer. Complex dark green symbols appeared in the orange-red light, clearly reflecting the flame giant at the core of the war mist, as well as Renee Tynker, who was also displaying her complete mythical creature form not far away. Varna. I didn't expect it would be you. Your previous weakness was indeed a disguise. You've secretly colluded with the remnants of the Highland Kingdom. However, I'm quite curious about Augustus's reaction when he learns that the Conqueror characteristic has fallen into your hands. After truly engaging in battle, Varna's fate gradually intertwined with the outside world, and it could no longer be hidden from the angel-level, demon-hunting eye. As a high-ranking member of the God of Combat's Church, second only to the Patriarch, Liam clearly understood the Red Priest pathway and could naturally discern that although Varna had begun the promotion ritual, her state was clearly problematic. Upon realizing this, the full-body armor covering Liam's body instantly erupted in brilliant silver-white light, like a miniature sun, forcibly dispelling the surrounding war mist. Reaching out to grab several important members of the church, she unhesitatingly opened the spirit world. Renee Tynker, entwined with evil vines, scrutinized the disaster giant beside her, which was composed of flames and various other symbolic elements. Her blood-colored eyes then looked at Liam, who was stepping into the spirit world. Her tightly closed mouth opened, but no sound came out. An invisible, chilling wind swept through this spirit world. Liam's body swayed slightly, and the several church clergy in her hands glowed, transforming into horned goats and other different animals. Renee Tynker did not attempt to continue tracking Liam. The appearance of the Conqueror characteristic was already eye-catching enough. Given the current situation on the northern continent, Fasak and even the god of combat's church would at most bear a grudge over the loss of this colony outside their homeland, waiting for a future reckoning. But if Bernadette and Nastor, angels who participated in the snatch of Trunsoist's brass book, were to reappear, that sword that severed Sonia Island would likely descend from the astral world again. Without the help of other angels, if a glory, known for her combat power, wanted to escape, she alone could not stop her. In the nation of disorder, Aaron looked down at the constantly spreading war mist in the prayer scene. The star of faith symbolizing Varna trembled gently before him, and a weak but extremely high-level power was repelling the surrounding dark golden mist. City of Calamity. Aaron's eyes narrowed, and he immediately recognized that this was the same power as the corrupted weather warlock of the Medici family, who had been hunted in Bansi Harbor. Medici, Bansi. These two names flashed through Aaron's mind instantly, and he already had a guess, but now was not the time to dig deep. Helping Varna stabilize her state and completely accommodate the Conqueror characteristic was the most important thing. He beckoned for the silver full-body mirror, which was covered and shrouded by the realm of mystery. After sensing Tudor's state in the mirror, Aaron sneered and threw it directly into Roselle's mausoleum. The Black Emperor's twisted order immediately disrupted the originally grafted fate. Aaron seized this deliberately created loophole in the rules. The entire dark golden world began to boil, and immense power surged into the Star of Faith symbolizing Varna, instantly suppressing the pollution transmitted by the City of Calamity, and forcibly balancing the somewhat out-of-control divinity. Above the ancient forest, Varna emerged from the endless whispers. Her consciousness finally settled on a phantom city shrouded in gray-white mist, with an indescribable three-headed monster vaguely appearing in the depths of the city. Is this how that Conqueror of the Sorin family lost control? Having dispelled her mythical creature form, Varna frowned deeply. At this moment, her fate had completely returned to reality, and she could clearly feel a certain place constantly calling to her. Forcibly suppressing the intense throbbing spreading deep within her spirituality, Varna's body surged with increasingly dense war mist. After completely enveloping a large colonial area that originally belonged to Fasak, the mist continued southward with undiminished momentum. Harvest Plains, East Byram's largest lone colonial city, Vertex City. Elia, a senior deacon of the Nighthawks and the Eye of the Goddess, stood silently before the Evernight emblem, her star-like eyes indifferent and calm. Because Aaron had specifically informed her in advance, she did not react excessively to the war mist that instantly enveloped the entire Harvest Plains. She merely used the church's accumulated power of faith to protect the Evernight believers within the entire diocese. When the anomaly in East Byram was transmitted back to the northern continent's nations through various means, the war mist, filled with the scent of rust, had already reached the southernmost part of East Byram, the Hagadi grassland. Ask, who had long been prepared, emerged from the abyss of ferrying. A blurry, upright, terrifying giant snake, almost touching the illusory sky, appeared behind him. Dense death energy gathered and actively merged with the mist. At this moment, East Byram, stretching from the Pass River Valley in the north to the Hagadi grassland in the south, occupying half of the south continent, was simultaneously engulfed in mist. That strange crown, full of rust and bloodstains, finally completely melted into her body. The strong feedback anchored Varna's constantly rising spirituality, completing the final promotion. Chapter 551 George III Decision. Deep within the collective unconscious sea, a magnificent bone church stood majestically at the center of a cluster of ornate buildings, exuding a mysterious and dark aura. With a vivid, blood-red banner mark protruding from his glabella, Medici leaned casually against the cross deep within the hall, his expression barely concealing his mockery as he looked at Charles I, impaled and fixed by blood-stained wooden stakes. However, he couldn't be bothered to mock a corpse further. A thick war mist solidified beneath him, forming a grotesque black iron throne. After receiving the descent of the god of steam and machinery, his condition had deteriorated but was far from as bad as the Demonist sect had predicted. Shifting his gaze from the cross, Medici scrutinized the realistic murals on the church's dome, letting out a sarcastic tisk. Completely ignoring the influence of the City of Calamity, and forcibly helping that little fellow advance to Conqueror, TSK, it seems his control over that Sapphira might be beyond your expectations. Beneath the magnificent cross, Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, did not respond. He merely half-closed his eyes, raised his right hand clutching a silver cross pendant, and tapped 4 times in front of him. The south continent in the mural silently vanished, or more accurately, the entire hall was replaced by another space materialized from imagination. Dazzling light filled his vision, and Medici's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the colossal, albeit illusory, light figure that seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth point at him from afar. Medici imperceptibly pursed his lips, suppressing the restlessness of 0-01. From beneath his armor, stained with mottled blood, a chaos sea containing all colors and possibilities rapidly surged forth and quickly detached, transforming into a mottled, ancient stone slab. This was precisely the second blasphemy slate that Amon had left within Medici's body. Now, having returned to the sequence of Conqueror and received the blessing of the origin of war, he no longer needed this Lord's relic to balance and suppress 0-01. After the light figure dissipated, Adam held up the stone slab in his left hand and, with a simple-looking quill in his right, wrote something on the cross where Charles I was suspended. Illusory flames ignited deep within his eyes, yet he still couldn't discern the words dissolving into the cross. Medici pinched the banner mark on his glabella and continued in a mocking tone. Compared to the little raven, I truly dislike you more. After returning the Lord's relic, I hope we never meet again from now on. If I become a necessary sacrifice in your eyes again, then disregard what I just said. However, I hope that at that time, you'll let me be completely free. Knowing that this fellow only had pure divinity left, Medici didn't expect Adam's response after a round of mockery. He directly transformed into a nearly invisible stream of fire, burning with a deep purple, blood-like color, and instantly crashed into the tightly shut church door. There was no violent explosion. Medici rushed out of the unconscious sea without any hindrance. The mental city hidden in the grey world had already vanished without a trace. Backlund, Empress Borough, Sauderlach Palace. The palace guard captain, Viscount Stratford, hurried through the layered, magnificent palaces, finally seeing George III seated on the throne, wearing a crown, and sporting 2 small mustaches. Your Majesty, multiple sources confirm that all Fozak colonial areas in East Byram have been captured. It's just. Viscount Stratford paused, cautiously looking up at His Majesty the King's expressionless face, and continued, sweat beading on his forehead. It's just that Military Intelligence Department 9 in the South Continent seems to have been paralyzed. All telegrams sent to the South Continent have received no response. As the noble closest to the throne and himself a beyonder, Viscount Stratford was aware of the subtle relationship between the royal family and the Angel family entrenched in East Turok County. Unlike the common residents, who were elated and encouraged by the news of victory, he felt no joy in his heart, only bone-chilling coldness. Although Loen had nominally won the victory in East Byram, it had essentially lost this most important overseas colony, especially with the nearly acquiescence attitude of the 2 major churches, Evernight and Storms. At this thought, Stratford dared not delve deeper. In the agonizing wait, George III's solemn voice finally reached his ears. I give you 2 days. I want Loen to know about this victory throughout its territory. 3 days from now, I will give a speech to the entire nation. Make sure to organize the populace in all cities and various villages to gather in the squares, and use the latest technology to ensure everyone hears it. Not expecting such a response, Stratford was startled. He subconsciously looked up, and upon meeting those deep, ink-like eyes, his entire body trembled violently. Yes, Your Majesty. Daring not to say more, Stratford, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his head and fled the palace as if escaping. George III's expression on the throne turned cold. He slightly tilted his head to the side, and a somewhat profound light gathered and condensed into a figure. It was William Augustus I, the founder of Loen. I didn't expect the conqueror characteristic to fall into Varna's hands. His clinging to life for these past few centuries must have been due to Evernight's protection, which allowed him to evade our probes. Now that he has advanced to Sequence 1, the situation in the South Continent is already uncontrollable. Throwing several dark golden scrolls to George III, William Augustus I added with an indifferent expression. These are the contracts signed by Zeradal, Hermes, and that devil who came knocking on their own accord. Surging shadows swallowed the contracts, radiating strong beyonder fluctuations. George III slowly rose, toying with the Byram imperial crown in his hand, a cold sneer playing on his lips. There's no need to drag this on. At least nominally, Loen has won the victory in East Byram under my leadership. My subjects will cheer for this victory. And I will accommodate the final uniqueness in the name of the Emperor. Even without feedback from the Byram colonial areas, the remaining anchors are enough for me to shock the Black Emperor's godhood. No one can stop me. Violent Sea, the former Bansi Island has completely disappeared, replaced by a sea area shrouded in warm mist. The colorful oil painting world flashed by, and Aaron emerged from the spirit world, his eyes turning dark gold as he scrutinized the mist not far away. As if sensing the aura of the nation of disorder, the originally calm mist instantly became restless, with countless shriveled heads dragging spinal bones continuously emerging. As expected, this place has gone out of control. The power infiltrated by the City of Calamity can already respond to prayers and bestow blessings. However, limited by the West Continent's seal, the actual impact on reality is confined to this sea area. Feeling the shift in order, Aaron understood. Ignoring the mist surging towards him, he lightly flicked the star crown on his head. As starlight dispersed, his figure instantly vanished, and in the next second, he appeared on the Black Emperor, which was cruising in the nearby sea area. Chapter 552 Necessary Preparations. The massive three-masted ship, covered in pure black, sailed silently on the turbulent sea. Ever since Nastor ascended to an angel and established a pirate kingdom, proclaiming himself Duke Solomon, this ghost ship, long renowned in the 5 seas, no longer required a crew. Sitting alone on a mottled stone chair, the dark red light in Nastor's deep black eyes suddenly flickered. He felt the distorted order of the Black Emperor tremble, and immediately rose without hesitation, respectfully kneeling on one knee, his right hand across his chest, and chanted in a low voice. "Praise be to you, great Order Master." After incorporating Trunsoist's brass book into himself and becoming a true king of angels, Aaron no longer concealed his true identity when facing these angels who believed in the Order Master and were marked by the Nation of Disorder. After a slight nod, he sat down on the mottled stone chair that Nastor had voluntarily vacated. The hidden corruption in Bansi has been triggered and has truly begun to interfere with reality. Although it is still within a controllable range for a short period and will not spread uncontrollably, it will instinctively attract beyonders of the Demonis and Hunter pathways. After I leave, you will be responsible for blockading the sea area and distorting the corresponding spirit world information, at least preventing beyonders below the angel level from finding and entering here. Watching Nastor slowly rise and assume a listening posture, Aaron raised his hand and beckoned. Without any ritual, he directly retrieved the Black Emperor card from the Nation of Disorder. This blasphemy card will be in your charge for now. Handle the blockade here as quickly as possible. George III might attempt to ascend to Black Emperor soon, so be prepared to descend upon the northern continent at any time. Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition, Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Nastor took the long-desired blasphemy card and deciphered the information contained within it. His figure seemed to have *** slightly, then he calmly and restrainedly withdrew his spreading spirituality. I obey your teachings, Great Order Master. Nation of Disorder, the Black Mausoleum deep within the primordial island. Having overcome her initial surprise, Audrey had accepted the fact that Roselle the Great Emperor, who only existed in stories, had resurrected, and, in response to this legendary figure's request, she had given him a detailed account of the North-South continent's history over the past 200 years. Although I truly dislike that old schemer Adam, chatting with a spectator is indeed pleasant, especially such a beautiful lady. On the huge iron-black chair, layers of dark shadows converged, forming Roselle, whose figure was slightly blurred. He chuckled and added. In exchange, you can also ask a question or make a request that is within my current capabilities. Old schemer, Audrey silently repeated the strange pronunciation in her mind, confirming that it was not any currently spoken language, but she could infer from the change in Roselle's tone that it was not a compliment. Before Audrey's curiosity could fully spread, she heard the subsequent addition. She froze for a moment, and her emerald, gem-like eyes instantly brightened. She looked at Roselle with some anticipation. Respected Great Emperor Roselle, can you teach me to decipher the peculiar characters recorded in your diary? This was a wish she had harbored ever since she first learned from Mr. Fool at a tarot club meeting, long ago, that the mysterious Roselle symbols were actually a decipherable diary. Perhaps because the thick shadows obscured her vision, Audrey felt that Roselle's expression stiffened for a moment. He coughed lightly and added weakly. If it's inconvenient for you, then never mind. Before Roselle could sigh in relief, a voice with a slight smile interrupted Audrey. There's nothing inconvenient about it, it's just this fellow's sense of shame acting up. When you wrote those scandalous diaries, you should have expected today or a similar scenario. Roselle glared at Aaron, who had appeared silently, and feeling Audrey's gaze of unclear meaning, he coughed violently, not wanting to linger on the topic, and very stiffly changed the subject. My spirituality has recently experienced a very strong crisis premonition, and this does not originate from the cosmos. Confirming that Roselle's condition was still good, Aaron put away his teasing tone and briefly outlined George III's actions. The king is going to give a speech. Audrey, who had remained in the Nation of Disorder since collecting the corpse for Mr. World, had not yet had time to exchange information with her personality avatar in the real world, and seemed somewhat bewildered, until Roselle's low, mocking voice came. It seems he is indeed preparing to complete the advancement ritual and achieve Sequence 0 during the speech. If so, I will completely perish. He paused here, his face covered by shadows, showing no expression. I wonder if, when I ascended to Black Emperor, that Solomon witnessed his own demise but was powerless to change it. Glancing at Roselle, Aaron looked at Audrey, who could not hide her astonishment, and spoke in a calm tone. I will send you back to reality later. You can pray to the fool, convey this matter to the world, and tell him to try summoning my historical projection in the forsaken land of the gods. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Audrey, who had wanted to say more, finally just pursed her lips slightly. After sending Audrey away, Aaron reached out and grabbed the surrounding dark golden mist. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a human skin curtain shimmering with silver-white electric arcs, with illusory figures faintly visible on the human skin. It was 0 to 32, the never-ending play, which he had personally exchanged for In the Abyss of Wind. This was equivalent to a miracle invoker characteristic. So generous? Not planning to give that fool a little more of a test. Roselle clicked his tongue. He had been awake in the Nation of Disorder for quite some time, and since Aaron had not deliberately hidden anything, he was very clear about the high-level sealed artifacts sealed within the Sapphira, so he naturally recognized 0 to 32 at a glance and guessed Aaron's intentions. Plans always fall behind changes, and this is not a gratuitous gift. Debts will have to be repaid in the future. Aaron curled his lip, slightly leveraging the power of the Nation of Disorder, and the power approaching the peak of the sequence instantly shattered 0 to 32. Light points of different colors and different spiritual fluctuations reorganized and aggregated chaotically. In addition to the core miracle invoker characteristic, there were also many remnants of Beyonders who had been affected by 0 to 32 and became eternal stick figures on the curtain. While waiting for the characteristics to regather, Aaron continued. Whether it's to obtain the Hand of Order characteristic in Adam's possession, or to ensure a successful hunt of William Augustus I to acquire the last characteristic, the transaction for that Worm of Time characteristic can no longer be delayed. Roselle fell silent for a moment, then sighed and nodded. This is a necessary preparation, at least to ensure that the fool has a certain degree of self-preservation before Amon obtains all the characteristics, but is there still enough time? Aaron hummed softly, suddenly feeling a strange order fluctuation. Having had similar experiences, he knew that someone was summoning his historical void image. Chapter 553 Erodes gets what he wants. Aaron understood immediately, raising his right hand slightly. An ancient silver mirror with strange patterns flew out from the dark golden mist. The eyes, on both sides of the mirror, decorated with black gems, inexplicably gave off a feeling of panic. It was the demonic mirror Erodes. Ignoring the pale text rapidly appearing on the mirror's surface, Aaron lit up the prayer star symbolizing Cavendish Lancer Pinto. Then, as if remembering something, he raised his empty left hand as well. Dense mist rippled, and a greenish-black giant's head emerged, its characteristic single eye still containing a lingering insane will. It was the head of giant King Ormur, which he had obtained deep within the spirit world. Even though the glory characteristic within it had been stripped away by the Evernight goddess, its extremely high essence remained unaffected. Without further hesitation, Aaron opened the door of Conferred and threw Erodes and the ancient god's head, which had been simply sealed, inside. In an abandoned city-state in the forsaken land of the gods, far from the giant king's court. The quietly burning bonfire dispelled the darkness. Feeling his stomach full, Klein reinserted the iron-black skewer, which still had some mushrooms on it, back beside the bonfire. After resurrecting in this abandoned land, to avoid leading Amon's future pursuit towards the City of Silver, Klein deliberately chose the opposite direction and left some traces, while also exploring the lost history to digest the remaining scholar of your potion. During this time, he had already overcome the shadows left by Frank's mushrooms. Only occasionally would he have his great pirate and divine envoy, Flame Danitz, whose bounty had exceeded 10,000 pounds, sacrifice some normal food to change his palate. Glancing at the silver-white lightning that occasionally cut through the darkness, Klein was about to use a paper figure angel to eliminate possible traces and continue exploring when illusory, overlapping prayers suddenly reached his ears. Leaving a historical projection, Klein, whose true body had already returned to Sapphira Castle, leaned back against the chair with a solemn expression. After listening to Miss Justice's prayer, he flicked the gold coin he had taken from the pile of sundries. Glancing at the gold coin that had fallen back into his palm, Klein's consciousness sank back into reality, locking onto Rasha Island in the historical mist. He continuously reached out, grasping at the void. A few minutes later, Klein, having found nothing, exhaled lightly. His spiritual intuition had already told him the reason for his failure. It stemmed from the limitations of historical void images themselves, which was the inability to summon things involving a uniqueness. In other words, when that fellow transmigrator sent him to the forsaken land of the gods, he had already accommodated a uniqueness, becoming the strongest among those below the gods. With this thought, Klein pondered for a moment, then raised his hand again. This time, he summoned Aaron, whom he had met in the Mist Town after advancing to demigod. The spiritual burden suddenly increased, yet Klein, who succeeded in just one attempt, scrutinized the figure that rapidly materialized as he pulled his arm back. His slightly dull pupils instantly became lively. Aaron's gaze swept over the surrounding abandoned city-state, then looked at Klein and said with a chuckle, teasingly, "We meet again, Mr. Fool." Feeling that the spiritual consumption was still within an acceptable range, Klein coughed lightly and directly asked the guess in his heart. "Audrey has informed me that George III is preparing to advance to Black Emperor. Is there anything you need my help with?" As Klein was reviewing the powers he could wield in Sapphira Castle with prayers and various sealed artifacts, he saw Aaron slowly shake his head. His casual reply made Klein's mouth twitch. "That won't be necessary. I have been preparing for this for 3 years, and I can mobilize more than 10 angels and corresponding Sequence 0 sealed artifacts. George III's fate is already sealed. Spiritual light gathered beside Aaron, materializing into 2 ancient parchment scrolls. He flicked them, sending them to the momentarily speechless Klein, and continued in a calm tone. I told you before that Amon's true body is not currently in the forsaken land of the gods, but after George III falls, he will be able to gather the last Sequence 1 characteristic and return here. Klein's expression changed slightly. The words he was about to utter stopped abruptly as his gaze swept over the few pages of parchment floating before him. Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries. Sequence 0 Fool. The sudden pleasant surprise diluted the gloom brought by Amon. Even without divination, the amplified spiritual intuition from Sapphira Castle reminded Klein that both potion formulas were real. With just a glance, he memorized all the formulas and advancement rituals. Klein did not pretend to decline, instead, he felt a sense of openness, as if having too many debts meant not worrying about repayment. The demonic wolf in the forsaken land of the gods has been missing since it was severely wounded last time. Either it has completely hidden itself, or it has become Amon's plaything, and either way means that the miracle invoker characteristic is not for you. Aaron paused deliberately, enjoying the change in Klein's expression, and continued. However, I have already exchanged 0 to 32 from the Church of Storms. That is a sealed artifact formed from a miracle invoker characteristic. You can find me again before you prepare to advance. As for the map I gave you before, apart from the areas Cavendish Lancer Pinto personally explored, which are absolutely accurate, the rest were only roughly inferred through ritual divination. The special area marked on it belongs to the latter. Its specific location, besides Amon and the true creator, probably only that demonic mirror can find. Just as the image of that sycophantic demonic mirror formed in his mind, Klein suddenly turned his head alertly. Intense spiritual fluctuations were emanating from there. The projection still possessed the Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. Aaron had sensed the identity of the newcomer even earlier and motioned for Klein not to be nervous. Ever since his consciousness descended into this historical projection, he had transmitted his location to Cavendish Lancer Pinto through the Nation of Disorder. With the assistance of the historical projection of the Star Crown, this amount of time was sufficient to arrive from the City of Silver. A faint blue starlight abruptly appeared then dimmed. Cavendish Lancer Pinto stepped out from it, and the brilliant crown on his head dissipated. After bowing to Aaron, he threw the demonic mirror to the relieved Klein. As the demonic mirror flipped, brilliant fireworks were vaguely visible surging across its surface. My supreme, great, and most high master, your humble and loyal servant Erodes misses you so much. Watching the Golden Loan characters one by one, Klein's mouth twitched. He couldn't stand the mirror's flattery, so he immediately coughed lightly, took out the map, and lightly tapped the marked vast area. Aaron took the ancient god's head from Cavendish Lancer Pinto's hand, maintaining the law seal while looking at the demonic mirror, which had illusory arms reaching out from both sides of its surface, tightly hugging Klein's arm, and added. Just like how you sensed the aura of Sapphira Castle before, search for the location within that area where the Chaos Sea's aura is most concentrated or where its source is. You come from the Chaos Sea, so your ability to pinpoint the aura should be even stronger than Sapphira Castle's.